Chapter 6981 Ferrum. The Larkinson clan designated medium-grade and high-grade superdimensional matter as strategic resources. This meant that they had to be placed in secure vaults whenever possible. Not just anyone could take the materials out and use them however they wanted. They needed to submit an application and wait for approval before withdrawing the permitted amounts of strategic resources. That was not the end of the story. They had to make use of the materials in a timely manner and submit their logs and reports to prove they made meaningful use of what they had obtained. If they did not do this, then they would get into serious trouble. Just because the Larkinson clan had grown wealthy and flush with phase water and other resources did not mean that it tolerated waste. If mech designers or other professionals could not be bothered to provide a proper accounting for their work, then they did not deserve to get close to the clan's strategic reserves. Ves couldn't be bothered with that hassle. Back when he was still a proper patriarch of his own clan, he could visit the vaults whenever he liked and take out every material he chose without any concern. While he still made sure to update the logs and write proper reports on his progress, that was mostly because it was a good habit for serious mech designers to document their work. He did not submit his reports to anyone because he was his own boss. This time, Ves had no intention of transmitting his logs and work files to the Saint Commander or any other Larkinson. The mechanical cat avatar was a creation designed for skulking and sabotage. Its existence enabled him to become an active participant in a battle by creating mischief behind enemy lines. In truth, Ves did not expect to be able to accomplish anything massive with this fine piece of craftsmanship. He just wanted to get involved in this battle and future ones. The creation of his latest mechanical avatar would fulfill his goal in a safe and relatively low-risk manner. Of course, losing the cat avatar would definitely represent a considerable loss to Ves and the Larkinson clan. Although Ves kept it small to facilitate stealth and reduce its demand on resources, it still did not change the fact that Ves invested small but valuable quantities of superdimensional matter. The hull-grade stuff was not too precious, but the weapon-grade superdimensional matter was much scarcer and more important. In order to produce the claws and teeth, Ves did not withdraw the weapon-grade superdimensional matter from one of the vaults. Instead, he simply repurposed the existing samples that he already brought into his private lab in order to conduct his own observations and experiments on them. Most of them were still running according to the directions he programmed in the lab machines. It did not take much weapon-grade superdimensional matter to arm his mechanical avatar with one of the sharpest and most deadly set of claws and teeth in existence. As Ves carefully affixed the sharp implements one by one, the lethality of his creation rose by another measure. Finally his work became complete. Congratulations, sir. You succeeded. You created another masterwork. Ves smirked in satisfaction. I expected this outcome, but it is still a relief that it has come true. It is a big challenge to use superdimensional tools to process superdimensional alloy. What you are able to see with your eyes is only part of the story. If I was not a phase lord, this would have been much harder, especially if we don't have access to the advanced superdimensional production machines developed by the major powers. The Red 3 and the first-rate colonial superstates had already made good use of their formidable research and industrial capabilities to develop initial sets of superdimensional production lines. The Larkinson clan on the other hand was not as capable. Last he heard, the Larkinson Advanced Research and Development Institute or LARDI had only made 30% progress in this effort. The people over there needed a lot more time before they could produce a set of superdimensional production machines that likely performed only a fraction as well as that of the major powers. Still, at least it belonged to the Larkinsons. Ves and the others no longer had to knock on the doors of the Red Association if they wanted to borrow their exclusive equipment again. Unfortunately, the LARDI's slow progress meant that Ves would likely have to make the same decision as Kedis and ask for the Red Association's assistance in upgrading the Riot to his superdimensional Mark III iteration. Ves may have directed most of his time and enthusiasm towards the Arboreal project as of late, but that did not mean he neglected his commitment to Venerable Rosa Orphan. The Riot Mark III project was still plodding along. In fact, many of the important design choices had already been made. The design was also not particularly complicated outside of the innovative and unconventional Chaos armor. Jovi Armelon had taken responsibility for designing this reality warping armor system, while Gloriana was still busy with trying to figure out how to integrate Architect with superdimensional matter. Ves and Master Layla Rebecca DeVos took over other responsibilities, which were still fairly much but not as time-consuming as the aforementioned work. At this stage, the latter two were mainly waiting for Jovi but especially Gloriana to complete their difficult but critical research. Once they both figured out how to integrate superdimensional matter into the Riot Mark III, the project would finally enter the next phase where they would be designing it straight to completion. Last he heard, Gloriana and her research associates had been making progress. This was good news. So long as they made progress, there was hope that they would deliver a positive result within a reasonable timeframe. Shall we proceed to test your creation, sir? Alexa asked. Ah, yes, of course. Let us clean up this workshop and subject my latest work to a thorough examination. I will call over a few people later so they can witness my latest work. Several hours went by. Ves stood proudly as he stood before a floating platform that supported a lifeless mechanical cat. Although his latest work did not make use of architect, the cat still possessed an exotic and almost alien vibe. The brand new creation generated a sense of unease among the observers that was difficult to dispel. Part of it was due to the black soulless armor plating. It dampened almost every signal and emission that tried to pass through it. This made it difficult for others to take the latest creation's measure. The black cat avatar could be as harmless as a normal house cat or a force of nature that possessed the power to depopulate entire planets. Is this the secret weapon that you have been working on, Ves? Casella asked. Yup, Ves proudly replied. Don't look down on Ferrum. He is extremely deadly. His superdimensional arsenal is strong enough to cut straight through your personal shield generators and swipe your heads off your necks. That description generated considerable alarm among the small audience. They made sure not to step too close to the dormant machine. Why does him, resemble a copy of Lucky? Gloriana asked an obvious question. The gem cat accompanied her to this control room. As soon as Lucky caught sight of the mechanical cat, he grew confused. Was he looking at himself? It was only when Lucky repeatedly turned his head around to compare his body to that of the new mechanical cat that he noticed the differences. Lucky had fully incorporated architect, though he had not made much progress in manifesting the superdimensional matter that had become a part of his diet. Ferrum on the other hand was still based on conventional human tech, but it was made out of more superior materials. There were other notable differences between the two dark cats. Their exterior plating deviated slightly in tone. Lucky's armor plating possessed a lot more texture as well due to architect. Their body proportions also did not entirely match with each other. Ves had clearly taken inspiration from Lucky's design, but he also referenced the body shapes of other cats, including that of Veronica. In order to maximize the chances of turning Ferrum into a masterwork, Ves designed his latest creation so that he could gain his own identity. Although his artifact spirit had only just been born and still lacked a well-defined personality that could develop in time. How does it work? The Saint Commander asked. It relies on the same principles as my other mechanical avatars. Do you remember them? I have completed 3 of them and deposited them in different locations. Ah, I recall, Gloriana said. You haven't made prominent use of them yet as far as I know. Ves sighed. That is because I found that people react weirdly when they talk to Aureus, Argent or Ace. They look like dwarves in order to strengthen their connection with Vulcan. This makes it much easier for me to control them by remote for extended periods of time. However, people still have difficulty associating them with me. It is usually better if I just talk to the people over at the Astral Octagon or the Expeditionary Fleet by calling them over the galactic net. Red humanity was not ready to accept all of the wonders of the Age of Dawn. People probably wouldn't raise an eyebrow if Ves created a conventional mechanical avatar that worked on old-fashioned conventional technology. In contrast, the notion of a remote mechanical avatar controlled by the creator through the spark of himself that he had left behind in his masterwork sounded completely bonkers. Oh well, Ves believed that red humans would slowly become more acclimatized to the weirdness over time, assuming that they did not lose the Red War. Ferrum is my 5th mechanical avatar. Ves explained further. He is mainly created for infiltration and sabotage. Many of his features are designed to facilitate this purpose. However, he can also put up a mean fight. His hull-grade superdimensional body will enable him to resist most attacks. The miniature transphasic hyperluminaire crystal gun integrated in the tip of the tail grants him the ability to assassinate key targets from a distance. The weapon-grade superdimensional claws and teeth enable him to bite or cut through pretty much every obstacle. Saint Dice grew more and more interested in the small but surprisingly formidable mechanical cat avatar. So this is the weapon that you want my first sword Mark III to transport to the enemy. What do you intend to do with him once he enters an alien stronghold? Steal data, Ves seriously answered. I am sick and tired of working with incomplete or missing information on phase lords. All of those phase lords are never without company. They are all accompanied by their own minions, retainers, slaves or whatever. Each of them are responsible for serving their native god in many different ways. What I need is to sneak onto their ships or other strongholds and snoop around until I am able to access their data room or archives. Ferrum is equipped with hacking suites and other hardware that is useful for stealing large amounts of data. Can your hacking suite interface with alien computer systems? It should, Ves said. The Terrans freely gave me the hardware designs and related software when I asked. Their work should be pretty good, though Ferrum's processing power is the main limiter. I don't expect to be able to extract every horde of useful data that I come across, but I still want to try my luck. To be honest, I think that Lucky's hacking capabilities are stronger. Is data theft the only mission that you are interested in performing? Casella asked. Ves smiled. Not at all. If the need is great or if the native aliens are aware of Ferrum's infiltration, then he can use his formidable set of tools to sabotage critical systems and assassinate key personnel. While there is only so much a single mechanical cat avatar can do on a large alien starship or base, I intend for Lucky to accompany Ferrum on his mission. Two cats can do far greater damage than one. They can also support each other if one of them gets in trouble. Chapter 6982 The cost of bestowing the potential for greatness. After Ves gave an explanation about his latest creation, he proceeded to put it through its paces. He used his special connection with his masterwork to possess the partial superdimensional alloy body and proceeded to control it with great familiarity and fluency. How could Ves not understand how cats moved? His companion spirit Blinky was a cat. He also already had Veronica for a few years. If he was a mech pilot, then he would have done everything in his power to Tiger Mech. The tests he set up were relatively rudimentary, but they served as barely acceptable props to showcase Ferrum's powerful capabilities. When the new cat activated his stealth systems, he became virtually undetectable at longer distances and was still damn hard to pick up at closer distances. Unfortunately, the active stealth system supplemented with soulless plating was not completely infallible, but nothing was ever perfect. Ferrum was incredibly scary when engaged in combat. Numerous armed dummies fell after getting struck by transphasic fire laser beams. The thin but fiery hot beams penetrated the relatively ordinary armor of the bots and quickly burned and vaporized the internals. The accuracy leaves much to be desired, Casella commented as she witnessed Ferrum haphazardly winding his tail from one direction to another. It is not advisable for this feline machine to employ this weapon system when he is deployed alongside friendly units. This tail weapon can easily rake them by accident. You try controlling a precision laser weapon with your tail, then. This is completely different from holding a pistol in your hand. Gloriana frowned at the unreliable display. Why did you not integrate the laser weapon in a more convenient location such as the head, the paws or the side of the body? There's no room, Ves answered. I had to stuff a lot of tech in a tiny cat-sized body. Sure, I could have made Ferrum larger, but that not only uses up more superdimensional matter, but also makes him more conspicuous and harder to hide. I chose to maintain a compact size and stuff as much tech as I can get away with. The tail happens to be a limb that facilitates balance for quadruped lifeforms, but it can be more than a simple chain of interlinking parts. In fact, if Ves really needed to, he could still mount a miniaturized luminaire crystal weapon on another part of Ferrum's body, but he simply didn't feel like it. He wanted to integrate it into the tail, and that was the end of the story as far as he was concerned. Gloriana obviously understood this truth, but she only gave him a measured look. She did not bother to argue the point. She understood the eternal truth that boys would always be boys. At least Ves had not made the most outrageous and juvenile choice of turning a certain other limb into a miniature luminaire crystal weapon. The weapon tests involving the claws turned into a spectacle as well. Ves was much more skilled in controlling Ferrum's limbs. The mechanical cat avatar swiped the enemy dummies and static targets with enough grace to look natural. Even Lucky looked impressed by how easily the new cat was able to cut through energy shields and armor plating with ease. The bite attacks were also lethal. None of the dummies had any chance of saving themselves once Ferrum latched on and bit them into pieces. However, there was one major problem related to his arsenal. His claws and teeth are so short. Gloriana noted. They are deadly alright, but they extend so little from their base that it takes time to cut through thick walls. Ves shrugged. It can't be helped. I can make the claws longer, but that will make it much more troublesome to store them safely inside his own body. It also takes significantly more weapon-grade superdimensional matter. That goes against my intentions. One of the reasons why I kept Ferrum small is to make him disposable. If the native aliens ever kills him or has prevented us from retrieving him, then I can readily abandon him without feeling too much pain. Any quantity of superdimensional matter was precious at this stage, but so little of it was used to make Ferrum that the Larkinson clan could still bear this loss. Will it be difficult to create a replacement for Ferrum? Saint Dice asked. Not really. I won't be able to create an identical copy of him, as he was always meant to be a unique existence. However, I will be able to create a similar mechanical avatar that possesses his own unique quirks and features. Masterworks are never meant to be commodities, but there is no rule that states that I have to start from scratch every time. As long as my intention and sincerity are good enough, then it is not too difficult to create a series of masterworks based on a common template. Gloriana and Alexa nodded their heads in understanding. They both knew about this subject to understand his argument. The ace pilots did not quite get it, but that was okay. So this is how you intend to contribute to our operations from now on, Ves? Yes, Casella. I am not the kind of person who can sit still when there is so much going on. It is obviously a monumentally bad idea for me to unfold my true body and let Sev come out and play, so this is the only other good alternative. Since I have the capacity to do this, I may as well do it. I think the people of the Blue Jay fleet are also happy to see me stay back and spend my time on controlling a cat drone by remote. I don't even have to be in the same star system or zone in order to transfer Blinky to Ferrum, though I have to bear much greater strain and expend much more energy to perform remote avatar channeling at longer distances. This is why it is usually better if Vulcan does this on my behalf. Why did you not resort to him again as you have done with your other mechanical avatars? That would mean that Vulcan gets to have all of the fun, Gloriana. More seriously, Vulcan has many talents, but discretion and skullduggery is not one of them. Blinky is also much more suited for dangerous missions, and is also very helpful in controlling cat bodies. If necessary, he can release E-energy from the Blinky verse and perform a variety of different spells to assist Ferrum in battle. How long can you sustain the connection? Casella asked another serious question. I am not sure, but I think it will not be a problem to sustain it for at least a couple of hours at my current strength. The premise is that the distance is not too far, or otherwise I'll be lucky if I can maintain the connection for an hour. Ves answered a few other questions. The Larkinsons were intrigued by Ferrum and what he represented. This was an amazing new weapon that also happened to be exceptionally lethal at close range. He could easily be used to assassinate key military commanders or even ace pilots outside of the cockpits of their mechs. Can other mech designers replicate what you can do? Gloriana asked. Can I make and deploy my own masterwork cat avatar? That was a question that Ves never considered. He only thought about himself when he devised this stuff. I am not sure, to be honest. Ves responded. You and I are masterwork mech designers at the senior rank, which is extremely rare in our industry. I haven't talked to any masters whether they are able to descend on their own masterworks, but I think it isn't likely. I am only able to do it because of several conditions. First, my masterworks are alive, or at least have the capacity to host my consciousness. Perhaps another artisan can do something similar by creating a high-level artifact, but this is not the only requirement. You also need the capacity to extend your awareness at a distance. Incorporeal design spirits such as Vulcan are able to extend parts of themselves to many different locations. He said, this is an inherent quality to them. Humans like you and I are much different because our spirits are anchored to our bodies. We can only rely on special techniques or tricks to break the cage of our bodies. Fortunately, both of us happen to possess companion spirits. Gloriana frowned. There is a problem with that. Our companion spirits cannot move too far away from our bodies. Ves grinned back. That is true, but have you forgotten what masterworks represent? They have become so good that we unconsciously separate a piece of ourselves and insert it into the masterwork in order to bestow it with our potential for greatness. Don't think my explanation is nonsense. It is real. I can transfer my companion spirit over to the Amaranto, the Everchanger, the Minerva and all of our masterwork mechs because they all carry tiny pieces of myself. In fact, I have imparted so much of myself to so many different works over the years that I am afraid that I may be overdoing it, especially when I have yet to gain the strength of a master mech designer. Nothing comes for free. His wife looked disturbed by his theory. That actually sounds plausible. I have not noticed any signs of weakening myself. I believe that it is safe enough for us if we only limit ourselves to creating a handful of masterworks a year. If our output of masterworks is higher than once a month, then we must monitor our conditions extra carefully. I am not too concerned. Ves dismissively waved his hand. My spirituality is notably stronger than yours or any other senior mech designer. Besides, I am not too obsessed with maintaining a high output of masterworks. That only makes me commoditize them, which is ultimately detrimental to my craftsmanship. The magic of masterworks had to be preserved. Quality had to come before quantity. Alexa decided to ask her own question. Do you think that works that reach a level of quality above masterwork may demand the creator sacrifice a greater amount of power to fuel its transcendence? We don't have to worry about that for a long, long time. Ves eventually replied, for what it is worth, I think you have raised a very great point. I think your theory is plausible enough to be true. It may be the reason why we have never heard anyone below the rank of master mech designer having created anything that can be classified as a grand work. It may also be one of the hidden challenges that they must overcome in order to ascend to the rank of star designer. Ves had no idea whether this was true, but it made too much sense. He knew the approximate spiritual strength of master mech designers. He also met a few star designers in person and became overwhelmed by how much stronger and more encompassing they had become. Comparing a master mech designer and a star designer was like comparing a campfire to a forest blaze. The latter probably possessed plenty of power to fuel the creation of a grand work. What about the former? It would definitely exhaust itself half to death just to create a single grand work. If this was the case, then a lot of master mech designers must be working hard to grow the size and strength of their campfires as much as possible. Not only did they have to make it strong enough to feed the voracious appetites of their possible grand works, but they also had to build up enough of a safety margin to preserve their lives if they failed to break through. All of that took a lot of time and effort. If all of this happened to be correct, then that would explain why so many master mech designers languished for hundreds of years without making the ultimate jump of their careers. Chapter 6983 The Master's Road. Alexa came up with a thought-provoking guess. If the creation of a masterwork required the maker to sacrifice a small part of himself, how much more would he have to give up in order to create a grand work? Logic dictated that the price had to be much greater in magnitude. Ves just had to think back on the amazing performance of the Heavensward to understand that relics like that must have demanded an unimaginable price to construct. The cost to create such an amazing work not only encompassed physical goods and materials, but also pure spirituality. The latter served as the essence that elevated the ordinary into the extraordinary. Grand works possessed a far greater quantity of the latter, so it should be logical that their creators also had to give up a lot more in order to bring them into fruition. If this was the case, then any attempt to create a grand work may be a career-ending decision for a master mech designer. It turned out that masters did not have it easy. They had to confront a test that was similar to the mech-body merger process that prevented many peak ace pilots from smoothly transcending the last vestiges of their mortality. Ves had never heard of masters dying in droves, so the attempt to create a grand work likely did not lead to a fatal outcome, especially if they made as many preparations as possible. However, the success rate was probably incredibly low, or else the vast mech industry would have produced way more than around 100 star designers. Ves could not imagine how much pressure these masters endured as they sought to develop a product that was innovative enough to qualify as a grand work, but also increase their spiritual qualifications so that they became strong enough to sustain the incredible consumption. Even then, the low success rate of such attempts meant that a lot of masters still failed to achieve their goals. Ves did not have enough information at the moment to determine whether these masters possessed the ability to recover and try again, but even if they could, they likely had to wait for decades or even a century to return to their peak conditions and make another attempt. There may be other variables that affected this condition. Ves was not arrogant enough to assume he figured out the full story behind what a master mech designer needed to accomplish in order to ascend to godhood and become an honored star designer. Ves just felt that Alexa had only partially lifted the veil behind this mystery. As the three mech designers continued to think about the insane demands that masters had to fulfill in order to realize one of their greatest dreams, Ves eventually shook his head. Let us set this matter aside and focus on more immediate concerns. He told Gloriana and Alexa. Neither of us are master mech designers. It is pointless to know about what is needed to be promoted to a star designer in advance. The mech industry deliberately withholds information about this from us. This means that it only adds needless clutter in the minds of little journeymen and seniors. Instead of trying to prepare to become a vaunted star designer, let us first worry about realizing our design philosophies first. This junction alone has already stopped many mech designers from progressing further. A mech designer must first prove that he or she possessed the knowledge, discipline, ambition and ability to make a significant and meaningful contribution to the mech industry. If they could not persuade the Red Kingdom to look favorably towards their design philosophies and the applications derived from them, then it was useless to think any further ahead. Even Ves, who believed his qualifications were better than many other seniors, still had to take this challenge seriously due to his own career choices. He chose to aim high, which promised great rewards if he succeeded, but could also ruin him if his actual capabilities did not match his ambitions. Everything was fair. If he wanted to become a master at all cost, then he could have downgraded his goals, but he felt that this was not a true test of his capabilities as a mech designer. At most, the theory that Alexa proposed just now gave Ves a potential explanation why this was the case. Not that it changed anything. Even if he remained in the dark, numerous well-meaning master mech designers had given Ves enough hints and guidance on the importance of correctly setting a goal for himself. Mech designers who only truly cared about becoming master mech designers and thought that going any further was beyond their reach could concentrate their research on more modest inventions. This was usually the case for many second-class mech designers. It was not that they wanted to take a step further, but doing so required them to prove their excellence and achieve great success in the mech market. If their works were merely good but not exceptional, then that indicated that their qualifications and potential were not that great compared to the best of the mech industry. Given that even first-class mech designers universally struggled to cross the great divide that separated them from advancing to the rank of star designer, how could second-raters possibly think they had a better chance? It cost an unimaginable amount of funding to engage in the kind of immense research projects that were needed to develop any sort of grand work. It was impossible for many mech designers to earn so much money or attract enough funding from outside investors. That did not necessarily mean that these masters were ready to lie down and relax, but they understood their own situations best. They could only remain patient and consider a promotion as a very distant long-term goal that would probably take centuries for them to be ready to make the attempt. Perhaps an event might take place in the meantime that abruptly changed the equation. Ves thought about it and believed that the Age of Dawn may have created better opportunities for mech designers. After all, now that they entered a medium-energy environment, it became a lot easier for mech designers to grow their spiritualities. It was also easier to rely on external sources of power to imbue their creations with energy, though most of it was admittedly low in quality. Multiple star designers should emerge from the mech industry in the next few decades if his theory was correct. What was unfortunate was that all of this took time to ferment. Only a few years had passed since the start of the Age of Dawn. Mech designers still needed time to familiarize and take advantage of the new possibilities. They still had to build up a lot of accumulation in order to enact a big plan. It all came down to time. Would the native aliens be friendly enough to give red humans the time to sort everything out? No way. This was why the upcoming operation was so important. Attacking a single den of alien thieves might not be significant enough to turn the entire war around, but it should still have a considerable effect on the changes to the ownership of the Caesarian upper zone. As the two fleets continued to cut through space at a blistering pace by engaging in warp travel, the Larkinsons and their allies were gradually finalizing their preparations. Ves had already concluded his hasty test and demonstration of his latest creation. Saint Dice had taken the now inert Ferrum back to the Vulcan's glory. Lucky accompanied her as well, much to the gem cat's dismay. Lucky was naive if Ves thought that he would let his cat grow lazy while trying to digest samples of superdimensional matter. If the cat did not exercise his combat capabilities every once in a while, its personality would grow completely rotten. At the final hour before it was time for the Premier Fleet's only fleet carrier to test out her shiny new gravitic catapult, Ves received an unexpected guest in his office compartment. Formation Master Andrea Voss of the Moloch Squadron had decided to ferry over to the tortuous Scream in order to speak to him in person. "Hello, Andrea." Ves greeted the woman in a familiar fashion. "What is the matter? If you have any need to discuss the upcoming operation, then you should contact the Saint Commander. She is the real person in charge. We have already held our discussions with Saint Commander Casella Ingvar. The woman known as the Farseer responded. Our Moloch squadron's many cultivators are currently working to provide various forms of support to the elements of our two fleets, from scrying the enemy's position in order to track whether there have been any unexpected arrivals or departures, to bestowing inconsistent blessings to our mechs and warships. As support personnel, our contributions are not as visible, but they are not trivial. I am proud of our men and women for being able to make a difference in this operation. It sounds like you guys have everything in hand. Why look for me, then? We have heard that you are planning to conduct your own infiltration mission at the same time we are entering into battle. She said. To be more precise, you hope to use a specialized infiltration device to board an important enemy vessel or base in order to steal covert intelligence related to Phase Lords or other information that is related to the native aliens. Ves raised his eyebrow. Although he and the Larkinsons did not work too hard to maintain confidentiality surrounding Ferrum, it shouldn't have been common knowledge. It was quite noteworthy that the collies had managed to sniff out his plan. Had the Farseer used her famous scrying abilities to spy on him? That wasn't supposed to happen. Not only was he sensitive towards being observed, the collies had already taken the initiative to install anti-scrying measures on the tortuous scream. I don't know how you figured that out, but you are correct. He said. Personally, I don't expect too much from this. The native aliens may be a little more primitive and inexperienced than us when it comes to a lot of different matters, but they are not stupid. They know better than to bring highly classified data on strategically valuable subjects so close to the front lines of the Red War. The Farseer smiled. What you say is correct. More importantly than that, the native aliens also exercise decently good information security. If they think that their ships are about to fall into the hands of red humans, they will transmit a command that will immediately wipe out the most sensitive data stored in their data banks and other storage media. What is worse is that they are improving in this aspect with every passing month. They have become much stricter in policing their data since the start of the war. That made sense. The native aliens may have been sloppy at the start of their confrontation against red humans, but after making so many mistakes in the first year, even dummies knew how to plug their shortcomings. If that is the case, then my primary mission has very little chance to succeed. Ves flatly said. Not necessarily. The Formation Master responded. We know that there is one glaring exception to this rule. The mortal aliens are able to impose their regulations on other mortal aliens, but what about their gods? They never have the courage to tell a god to follow their rules. Ves became a lot more interested in what Andrea had to say. Do you mean that the native aliens over at Screed Tanner VF may have brought personal storage devices that contain juicy secret information? Yes, we have employed our unconventional intelligence gathering methods to determine whether this is the case. While we cannot give you absolute confirmation, we have good enough reasons to believe you may be able to find what you are looking for at several possible locations. Ves leaned forward. Tell me more. Chapter 6984. The Protector of Karnak. The Farseer projected 3 different images of 3 different Phase Lords. Different sources took these snapshots. The images depicting a Jurg Greater Phase Lord and a Nunzer Greater Phase Lord were relatively clear and detailed. The one showing a slimy Zamile Phase Lord was not in high definition, so the image looked a bit fuzzy and lacking in detail. These are the 3 Greater Phase Lords that we are 95% confident are present at Screed Tanner VIF. The collie began to explain. We have enough intelligence in our hands to identify them and understand their position in alien society. She gestured towards the Jurg Greater Phase Lord. This is the Protector of Karnak. He is a typical fanatical worshipper of Phase Whales and occupies an honored place in the Red Cabal's hierarchy. He is in charge of the alien garrison at the conquered and occupied moon. His large fleet has placed a space station in orbit that can service and receive the cargo of half a dozen starships at a time. Since this orbital facility alone cannot store all of the plunder brought back by the raiding fleets, the garrison fleet has also built a large base on the surface of the moon that stores the bulk of the stolen goods. Another projection came to life that showed Screed Tanner VF and the facilities she mentioned. Both the space station and the base looked fairly big. The tech did not appear to be too sophisticated or high-end, but the alien soldiers that manned them all appeared to be well-trained and well-equipped. The architecture was built to accommodate a wide variety of species, so the hallways were wide and the ceilings were tall. The warehouses and depots already stored a large amount of containers. What stood out to Ves was that they were not entirely uniform. There were several types of containers that conformed to different dimensions, material requirements, shapes and markings. It was clear that every major race stuck to their own standards. This showed that the major alien races likely were not too keen on promoting trade between their civilizations. It was only due to the Red War that forced them all to work more closely together. Hence a phenomenon like this occurred where containers of different formats were put alongside each other. Ves got distracted from his thoughts about the trade relations between the native aliens by the Farseer's next remark. There are 3 possible locations where the Protector of Karnak has stored some, though likely not all of his data storage devices. She said, "We estimate that there is a 42.5% chance that you can find them in Karnak base on the surface, named after the phase lord in question." Reasons: the Protector of Karnak spends much of his time on the surface. He must also be close at hand to protect the bulk of the valuable trade goods and deter other visiting aliens from attempting any thefts. That made a lot of sense. What about the space station? Tiller Station is where the Protector of Karnak moves in order to greet other arriving phase lords. The crew of the raiding fleets and their accompanying phase lords are ordinarily not allowed to land on the surface of the moon. We estimate that there is a 26.4% chance that you may find what you seek in this orbital facility. A projection of a modern alien battleship appeared. Ves could see more obvious elements of human technology and design principles in her appearance. He could easily tell that she was definitely more powerful than the original tortuous Scream. This is the flagship of his fleet and his seat of power. The Farseer explained, "He does not appear to spend any significant time aboard this vessel, but that does not reduce her significance. Many of his attendants have left the ship in order to attend to their god, but it is probable that they have left numerous belongings behind. We estimate that there is a 31.1% chance that you may find what you seek on this vessel." Ves narrowed his eyes. What the Farseer presented to him was not simple. "I suppose the other 2 phase lords have stashed their belongings on their own flagships, correct?" "Yes," she replied. Andrea projected 2 more alien battleships, both of which looked completely different. One of them was a more conventional-looking vertical homeship that clearly belonged to the Nuncers. The other was a biological vessel that looked so fleshy and disturbing that Ves did not want to stare at it for too long. Ves let out a noise of disgust. "There is no way in hell that I am letting my infiltration device board that organic monstrosity. Besides, this vessel is filled with unfamiliar biotech that I can't figure out. I can't do anything useful on this ship." "Very well," Andrea Voss said as she removed the last projection. "That leaves you with 4 possible locations to conduct your missions. Each of them are located fairly far apart from each other. If you are not able to arrange for rapid transport for your infiltration device, then you can only conduct your operations at one of them for the duration of the upcoming battle." This left Ves with 4 choices. "No, that was not quite right. I noticed that your estimation does not include the Nunzer flagship. That is because the fleet led by the Nunzer Greater Phase Lord known as the 5th Lord of Bizisket is transient, Ves. He has only arrived fairly recently and is not expected to linger for long. We cannot provide you with reliable estimations on whether you will be able to fulfill your goals, so you should use your own judgment." "Well, I am mostly keen on obtaining valuable information, so I think it is best to try and steal that from the Protector of Karnak as opposed to the Lord of Biscuit." "Bizisket, not Biscuit," the Farseer corrected Ves. "Have you made your choice?" "Why do you care?" Ves asked back. "We care because it is our mission to protect and serve you. You may have fallen out of power in your own clan, but that holds no bearing for us. We, along with the rest of the Blue Jay fleet, are following the Premier Fleet solely because it is our duty to accompany you. However, aside from offering our protection, it is also within our power to offer you additional assistance so long as it is within our power. You may have overlooked that, so I am visiting you on their behalf to remind you that you can call upon our services at any time." He had indeed overlooked this important fact. Ves felt a little sheepish for feeling that he had immediately turned into a homeless orphan as soon as it became clear that he needed to give up his leadership position in the Larkinson clan. While his organization had definitely grown far beyond its original roots, Ves reminded himself that the clan originally managed to get on everyone's map because of him, and not the other way around. If the Larkinsons completely abandoned Ves, then he could still fall back to the Blue Jay fleet and rely on the forces of the Red Three to keep him safe in this dangerous dwarf galaxy. Ves felt more and more bemused as he thought about it. He worked hard to raise a clan so that he could become independent and sovereign, but in the end the Mechers, Fleeters and now the Collies may eventually prove to be his most dependable comrades. Of course, he may be exaggerating a little. Just because he was no longer the leader did not mean the Larkinsons no longer wanted him around. They still looked up to him and he could still look forward to transitioning into a highly respected and honored elder position. This actually suited him better as a mech designer. He could no longer be bothered to perform tedious leadership duties. It was best to throw those responsibilities to an actual leader such as Casella. "What is your advice on which location I should choose?" he asked. "I have already given you our analysis," the Farseer said. "We do not presume to tell you more in order to avoid tainting your decision with our own biases. I have my own thoughts on the matter. The information that I have shared with you is condensed from thousands of pages of data that is difficult to verify. I hope you understand why we are reluctant to share more." Ves let out a tired breath. "Well, I am rather accustomed to this treatment." Ilvain is also frustratingly vague in his prophecies. "Since this is the case, then I won't ask for further information. If I have to make a choice based on what I currently know, then I will choose to attack Karnak base." The Farseer looked mildly surprised. It appeared that the Moloch squadron did not expect him to make his decision so quickly and decisively. "Could you explain your reasoning behind your choice?" "Sure. First, this base has a simpler layout than the orbital space station and the Red Cabal flagship, so it will be easier for me to navigate. Second, Karnak base is also filled with valuable loot, so even if I cannot secure my primary objective, I have the highest chance of retrieving other valuables from this site. Third, this is the place where the protector of Karnak spends most of his time, so I believe that many of his mortal attendants will be present here as well. Perhaps I can capture or steal what they know. Fourth, once the battle commences, the fighting will largely center around what happens in orbit. The base on the surface will likely be neglected for most of the battle, which gives my infiltration device more room to play." The formation master listened to Ves and approved of his reasoning. "If this is what you have decided, then the Moloch squadron shall provide you with limited support. Due to the uncertainties involved, I am not certain how we can be of assistance, so I cannot divulge any specifics. This is our first formal operation against a hostile party since the establishment of the Moloch squadron. Many of our cultivators lack experience and power, so do not expect us to produce any miracles in the foreseeable time. Perhaps the Moloch squadron may be able to shift the battlefield much more noticeably in a few years, but that was too far away." Ves understood quite well that weak cultivators could only perform parlor tricks at most. He did not expect much from the cultivators of the Moloch squadron. "I don't need help in killing enemies or evacuating my assets. What I need is help in figuring out where I can retrieve valuable information." "Understood. The protector of Karnak is a Jurg Greater Phase Lord. As he originally belongs to an aquatic species, he and his attendants may have stored their valuables inside an artificial lake." "Good tip." They soon ended their discussion now that the Farseer had conveyed her message. Time was ticking down. It would not take much longer for the first Sword Mark III to launch from the Vulcan's Glory. Ves needed to make sure that he could maintain a reliable connection to Ferrum. The two eventually rose from their seats. The Farseer passed on a final warning. "We have already conveyed to the Saint Commander that the native aliens that are based at Screed Tanner VF are better adapted to fighting against human forces than what you have encountered in the past. Saint Piercer arms have become more common among Greater Phase Lords. They have also made other adaptations in order to improve their performance against our ace pilots. Our forces may be confronted by their new innovations. The Red Cabal has been more receptive to the technological assistance provided by the Cosmopolitan movement." Those human traitors are still at it, I see. Chapter 6985. Gravitic catapult launch. As long as the native aliens were not idiots and posted proper scouts and listening devices in the Screed Tanner system, then they most certainly detected the human arrivals in advance. Even if the ships of the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet maintained a high warp factor as they moved closer to the center of the star system, the fact that they were engaging in a form of superluminal travel in real space did not mean that they could reach the native alien stronghold before the light of their passage got detected. That only worked if the native aliens were completely negligent in occupying the star system, but that was clearly not the case. Stealth ships such as the Morpheus had already observed the native aliens kicking up a storm shortly after the arrival of the two fleets. This clearly showed that the aliens already detected the arrival of uninvited guests in their star systems. They all understood the danger and were scrambling to ready their phase fighters for deployment and their warships for serious combat. On top of that, the aliens also prepared their fixed defenses, which admittedly was not much, but could still make a difference in the upcoming battle. "The intelligence we have gathered is accurate. Our forces are about to confront 13,000 phase fighters, 133 warships, of which 16 of them are classified as alien battleships belonging to various different races. While the quantity of hostile capital ships is fairly low, every enemy hull is built within the last 4 years. Each of these hulls are fairly modern and incorporate human technologies to an extensive degree. What of their phase lords? Saint Dice asked. We have yet to gain visual confirmation on any of the greater or lesser phase lords, but they are most certainly poised to deploy. The only point in our favor is that the different fleets are clearly not accustomed to coordinating with each other. They are keeping their ships far apart from each other. This will lower the probability that they will get in each other's way, but it will also make it harder for them to mutually support each other. How well guarded is Karnak base? The ace pilot asked next. It is covered by a strong Titan shield dome. The alien soldiers are also manning their stations and conducting rigorous patrols. The base defenders appear to be highly alert. They are not taking our arrival lightly. The ace pilot studied the data on the large Azure energy shield that served as the primary layer of defense of Karnak base. Where are the probable locations of the shield generator and the primary power generator of this base? She asked the staff officer. Here, the female officer adjusted the projected image. These are the probable locations. It is likely that this base holds multiple redundancies, but these sites should be fairly critical, so taking any of them out will seriously disrupt the operation of Karnak base, especially if you can inflict other damage to the infrastructure. Got it, thank you for the information. After Saint Dice was done with absorbing the latest intelligence, she dismissed the staff officer and looked up at her proud machine. The first sword Mark III looked like a metallic armored warrior that was ready and eager to test her mettle against the formidable defenders of Screed Tanner VIF. The prospect of challenging 3 greater phase lords at once did not seem scary anymore now that she had undergone full superdimensional conversion. At this time, the eager ace mech had already been loaded inside a large metallic shell. The first sword Mark III was certainly not going to be launched from the gravitic catapult, naked. It was possible to do so, but the exit velocity of the machine would be limited by its inherent tolerance towards g-forces. Getting accelerated out of the catapult without any buffers or protection was like getting struck by a giant mech-sized hammer. Superdimensional or not, the Larkinsons did not want to take the chance that the sudden gravitic shock to the first sword Mark III would damage her more vulnerable internals, much of which were much more fragile than the machine's superdimensional structural components. This was why the big shell was for. It incorporated powerful inertial dampeners and other tech that enabled it and its payload to safely endure a strong gravitic push. It was also damn expensive to build and replace and took up valuable space in the fleet carrier. Fortunately, they were reusable, though the Larkinsons manually had to retrieve them from the battlefield. Right now, the surrounding mech technicians and engineers had already completed their final inspection of the contraption. How beautiful, Saint Dice spoke. Don't you think so, Ves? She turned her gaze towards the 2 floating cats. One of them was Ferrum, which had just begun to host Blinky. The other was Lucky, who still looked unmotivated to take part in the upcoming mission. NYOW Nio. NYOW. MeMeOWWW. Well, the cats certainly looked energetic. They would need it if they wanted to infiltrate Karnak base and mess around while the rest were fighting up in orbit of the moon. Can you even say anything that I can understand? Ferrum turned towards Dice and shook his head from side to side. Why am I not surprised? How will we be able to communicate? NYOW. I see. Well, it is your choice. I am just your chauffeur this time. Let us get you settled. The 2 cats floated after the female saint as she lifted off from the deck and entered the cockpit of her powerful machine. The long sword box that was designed and built to hold 33 sword Fae hovered silently behind the ace mech's back. Due to technical reasons, the sword box was not physically attached to the back, as it would get in the way of her excellent flight system. If necessary, the sword box could be discarded or even used as a makeshift shield. The cats did not enter the cockpit. They would have to get off at one point. It was very inconvenient and also dangerous to open up the cockpit entrance just to allow 2 passengers to disembark. Instead, they occupied a specially built protective cage that the Larkinsons had installed onto the mech frame. NYOW Nio Nio. Both Lucky and Ferrum did not have much room for maneuver inside the cramped box. This made the gem cat a lot more uncomfortable. At least Ves was able to abandon his mechanical cat avatar if anything went wrong. The same could not be said for Lucky. We are launching in around 7 minutes if no new variables have emerged. Everyone grew more quiet and focused as they worked hard to put the final preparations in place. Numerous priests and other weirdly dressed collies had been spending time on blessing and bestowing other unknowable effects on the first-class multipurpose mechs. The Larkinsons looked bemused at the return of superstition. They did not intervene any further and allowed the collies to do their own thing. Who knew whether all of these rituals had a noticeable effect on the success rate? The first sword Mark III meanwhile got completely locked into place inside the gravitic catapult. The shell then got loaded into the gravitic catapult. This was a tense moment for the Larkinsons. Loading in the shell meant that they have removed most of the obstacles that stood in their way of solving the problem. 3 minutes until the activation of the gravitic catapult. Saint Dice, can you confirm that you are still in a good condition? I do not require any further assistance, she said. We are ready to take the fight to the enemy at any time. 1 minute to launch. The gravitic catapult's activation had become very obvious now. Not only was it drawing energy from multiple sources, it was also trying its best to contain the powerful energies in order to delay until the right timing had arrived. That moment drew much closer. Saint Dice could practically feel it in her frame. She held her greatsword with its tip pointing down close to her body. Of course, the ace pilot did not thrust the tip into the material or the shell, or she would risk compromising it further. The gravitic catapult loudly hummed. It absorbed and concentrated so much energy that it could easily explode and destroy a considerable section of the fleet carrier. All of that juice had to go somewhere soon, or else this dangerous scenario may actually unfold. Are you truly ready and willing to exit the ship by launching from the gravitic catapult? Once the captain received this notification from the powerful ace pilot, he personally pressed the fateful button. The gravitic catapult entered a new stage at this point. After a brief delay, the entire contraption discharged its energy nearly all at once, enabling it to successfully complete its objective. The shell containing the first sword Mark III did indeed surge out of the bow of the Vulcan's glory and raced towards the distant enemy like a lone artillery shell. Due to the fact that the Larkinsons had launched the first sword Mark III early as instructed, it would take minutes for the powerful ace mech to arrive. This left the two dark mechanical cats in a miserable position. They had vaguely felt the launch of the main channel, but the shell's excellent inertial dampeners made them feel isolated and left out of the party. From the moment the shell got launched, Saint Dice and the first sword Mark III pretty much signed up for a dangerous duty. They had to raise hell among the native aliens without any form of backup for an uncomfortably long period of time. It would take precious minutes for the mechs and warships of the two fleets to enter into actual engagement range. Perhaps it may be foolish to launch the first sword Mark III so early, but Saint Dice believed in their strength and did not think the native aliens could stop them so quickly. As the gravitic shell had traversed a certain distance, it finally opened up and allowed the ace mech to fly free. However, just because the first sword Mark III left its now useless shell did not mean she had lost any speed. She was still charging towards Screed Tanner VF with great momentum. The native aliens must be scrambling to figure out what was coming, if they could even detect the recently built ace mech. Unlike other machines, the first sword Mark III had been impregnated with soulless gas, which dampened her emissions and reduced her detectability by a drastic degree. Many electronic sensors were able to detect the empty gravitic shell, but not necessarily the mech that emerged on its own. No phase lords had yet to take the field, perhaps believing that their services would not be necessary during this phase of the battle. By the time the native aliens belatedly managed to detect the charge of the first sword Mark III with the help of their optical sensors, it was too late. The defending forces could only hurry up and begin to raise the power level of the Azure energy shields before an immensely powerful projectile slammed into the massive Azure energy shields that previously protected Karnak base. Almost an instant later, the same machine crashed through the roof, walls and other important structural elements that kept the building intact. Though the first sword Mark III had actively sought to slow down at the end, the pet still came out fairly strong. The powerful energy shield that previously covered Karnak base like a dome had disappeared as well, making the facility and its rich plundered treasures a lot more valuable. More than a dozen seconds later, dozens of swords erupted from the crash site. The superdimensional blades cut through the bodies of most surviving aliens and only needed a slight amount of effort and time to cut through more material goods. The first sword Mark III had gotten her first taste of blood in her new form. Chapter 6986 Butchered like pigs. The gravitic catapult of the Vulcan's glory proved effective. Sure, it behaved a little clunky, but it was nonetheless effective at inserting individual mechs deep into the heart of the enemy. The native aliens never imagined that a lone ace mech would descend into the heart of their moonbase like an unstoppable spear. The massive energy shield that was supposed to protect Karnak base from battleship-grade armaments utterly failed to repel the superdimensional mech. The thick roof of one of the main structures that was rated to resist limited warship bombardment functioned no different than a mild speed bump. It actually helped the First Sword Mark III arrest her speed and prevent her mech frame from completely crashing through the ground floor and deep into the underground tunnels. Now, the metal monster had entered the midst of one of the alien strongholds in the star system. The native aliens still did not understand what was going on at that point. Nobody expected for a mech to arrive in such a sudden fashion. Shouldn't the humans approach from afar with their mechs and warships and steadily advance forward while firing their guns? Melee mechs usually came into action much later. They could also be tracked from afar, making it so that the aliens wouldn't be caught by surprise once they finally came close enough to swing their blades or other weapons. Nothing of the sort happened this time. Even now, every single alien soldier that was stationed in and around Screed Tanner VF still remained ignorant that one of the most dangerous mechs ever made in the Red Ocean had just arrived in their midst. Even the sensor systems of the heavily damaged structure failed to make heads or tails of the new arrival. They continually tried and failed to obtain any responses. Only a few more unusual sensors managed to obtain a few weak and abnormal returns, but none of them made any sense. The optical sensors could vaguely detect a solid metallic form surrounded by dozens of smaller metal blades. Those floating blades surrounded the larger mass like a protective swarm and also happened to break up its silhouette, which combined with all of the dust made it even harder to complete visual verification. Unlike the lifeless alien computer systems, the nearby surviving alien troopers had a better idea of what they faced. Many of their comrades had gotten crushed by the crashing ceiling or the shockwave produced by the sudden landing. However, the armored soldiers who stood further apart still managed to get saved by the buffer provided by their personal energy shields. Though many of them felt grateful that they managed to survive a strangely effective kinetic siege attack, their minds and souls soon became frozen as they sensed an entirely different threat, one that felt much more frightening than getting struck in a physical manner. This was because they had fallen into the saint kingdom of a human ace pilot. To humans and those that evoked no hostility from an ace pilot, entering a domain field was simply a mildly disturbing experience. It was as if a law enforcement officer had entered your mind and watched your every thought, word and move. No matter how much you tried to hide your intentions, an ace pilot could always find out the truth. This was what it meant to be in the domain of a saint. Even if ace pilots still had a long way to go before they attained genuine godhood, they already acquired a fraction of the power of one. This small preview may be trivial in comparison to a true human deity, but it was already enough to override the feeble mental defenses of most mortal beings. The near-absolute exposure associated with saint kingdoms was why most people preferred not to be around an ace mech that was actively being piloted. Almost no one could bear the scrutiny of a saint. Ordinary people were frail, mortal and weighed down by sins. Even if they knew it, they liked to keep their weaknesses private. Having an ace pilot strip all of their veils of secrecy and judge them in totality was a traumatic event to typical folk. What these aliens were being subjected to was way worse than that. Each of them were aliens. As foot soldiers in the service of the Protector of Karnak, who in turn answered to the Red Cabal, their racial makeups and backgrounds were extremely diverse. Although the Protector of Karnak clearly favored the recruitment of Jurgs, there were plenty of Orvans, Nunsers and other assorted races under his command. The only notable absence were Quelmers, who universally rejected the divinity of Phase leaders. The fact that those Ball aliens remained staunch about this belief and managed to survive in the Red Ocean all of this time was suspicious. There had to be more behind this mystery, but few if any humans knew anything more. In any case, these alien soldiers all felt as if they had entered an imaginary field of swords. Even though such a thing clearly did not exist in reality, they felt as if making a single move would cause them to cut their bodies to pieces. Their combat armor gave them no reassurance that they could withstand these cuts. More than that, they felt as if they were being judged by an entity that they could only equate to a god. This was not the god they worshipped or served for so many years. The Protector of Karnak amazed them whenever he revealed his true body and became large enough to alter the orbit of the moon they were standing on at the moment. The sight of such a divine body was enough for these mortals to completely surrender to the obvious divinity of their Lord and God. Yet now that they became subjected to a saint kingdom, they felt that their previous surrender was absurd. Although they had yet to glimpse the human god, they all instinctively felt that they had entered the presence of true divinity for the first time. They were lucky that ace pilots could not literally read their minds. Yet what this human god could sense from their emotions and intentions was already enough to make him, no her, mad. Many of the soldiers under the command of the Protector of Karnak had human blood on their alien appendages. The native aliens had conquered many planets stolen by the humans who arrived from another galaxy. Only a few cycles passed since they carved a foothold in the Red Ocean, and already trillions of filthy pink-skinned bipedals had come to transform the worlds into imitations of their distant homeworld. The alien soldiers all became outraged at what had happened. They channeled that fury in their treatment of the humans that resided in the worlds that had been conquered by their gods and homeships. Although it was most convenient to cleanse a world from its human infection by bombarding it wholesale, that was an extraordinarily wasteful process. It was much cheaper and easier to convert the world if it was dealt with more finesse and precision. Hence the reason why their gods ordered soldiers like them to make landfall and wipe out the human filth through conventional warfare. The forces serving under the Protector of Karnak had already done this on 3 human-occupied worlds. Each time, the humans put up a fierce resistance, but once their precious mechs got wiped out, the rest of them died easily enough. Some aliens wiped out any humans they encountered, soldier, civilian or even infant children, quickly and without hesitation. The alien troopers regarded the invaders as filthy bugs or heathens that did not acknowledge the divinity of their own gods. Other aliens possessed a cruel streak. Faced with a human population that lost the ability to escape or pose a serious threat, there had been plenty of aliens that sought to channel their fury as well as their sadistic desires upon the defenseless human colonists. Regardless of how they behaved, the amount of bloodshed on their hands was enormous. Each of them had taken part in operations that cleansed millions of humans in different settlements. Screed Tanner VF happened to be the latest that received this treatment. As the ace pilot that had just crashed into the base sensed from their hearts how many human lives they ended, she almost lost control over herself. It was only her extreme willpower and discipline that enabled her to maintain her rationality and stop herself from going berserk. Even so, her honor and dignity as a protector of humans did not find it acceptable to grant mercy to these cruel and murderous aliens. Saint Dice cared nothing about whether the native aliens acted righteously when they avenged the alien residents who died as humans swooped down on their worlds to colonize it for their own purposes. Even if humans bore ultimate responsibility for invading the Red Ocean in the first place and seeking to wipe out all of the intelligent alien species that occupied the dwarf galaxy, Dice was never a stickler for law or justice like Venerable Janzi. Dice simply cared about her sword maidens and increasingly other red humans that sought and needed her protection. To know that millions of humans once made themselves home on Screed Tanner VF, only for all of their lives to get snuffed out enraged her beyond belief. All of you deserve to die. Her original plan was to stir up a bit of trouble by taking out a few generators before moving up in orbit, but she changed her mind and unleashed her Sword Fae. Led by the Prime Sword Fae, the autonomous floating blade spun around the first Sword Mark III and proceeded to cut through everything in a slowly expanding radius like an all-consuming tornado. The whirlwind of superdimensional blades was so strong and unstoppable that everything got cut without exception. The pieces of rubble, the emergency energy shields that hastily came online and the armored soldiers that still remained frozen by the ace pilot's Saint Kingdom all got cut or obliterated in just a short interval of time. The storm did not abate after that. Instead, its radius continued to grow, beginning to cut through walls, machines, storage containers and more with greater speed and violence. There was no elegance in the motion of the blades. Saint Dice did not direct any of their movements. The individual Sword Fae moved at her behest, but decided their trajectories by themselves. Of course, this haphazard arrangement also lacked the force of sword formations, but the Sword Fae did not require them at all as they continued to crumble through walls and objects alike. Even if they were made out of mid-grade superdimensional alloy, the Sword Fae were still way more than any of the defenses of Karnak base could withstand. The focused rage of Saint Dice only fueled the true resonance that amplified the already impressive properties of the Sword Fae even further. The shining metal gleam of the blades further indicated that they had been strengthened by metal energy. All of these effects combined meant that there was nothing the mortal defenders could do to stop their base from getting shredded from the inside. The native aliens stationed further away were horrified, yet still sought to resist in any way they could. Stationary turrets opened fire at the storm of blades. Floating armed vehicles struck with transphasic energy beams, kinetic projectiles and missiles. Phase fighters scrambled in the air and sought to destroy the storm before it could expand any further. None of these measures worked. The Sword Fae did not linger in the limited range of the first Mark III's Saint Kingdom. They instead shot out and impaled all of the heavier and more precious military hardware with unstoppable force and speed. The exceptional penetrative properties of these Sword Fae enabled them to pierce through any Azure energy shield and transphasic hyper-alloy armor with the same ease as cutting through sheets of paper. Explosions erupted all across Karnak base as the Sword Fae reaped a horrific toll against phase fighters and other vehicles that most human mechs would have struggled to put down. This was the power of a full superdimensional ace mech. The base defenders had yet to confront the ace mech directly, and already they were proving to be as defenseless and vulnerable as the human civilians they had once butchered like pigs. Chapter 6987 The Protector of Karnak base was being devastated from the inside, and the native aliens did not know how to respond. Their initial response against the storm of blades had proven utterly ineffective. Any soldiers and vehicles that attempted to get close instantly got impaled or crushed to pieces by the floating swords. The defenses that were positioned far away enough to escape this fate proved nothing more than nuisances. The swords moved with enough speed and agility to evade many incoming attacks. It did not matter if the alien attacks managed to hit their intended targets. Whatever energy beam or projectile that managed to strike the Sword Fae did not even leave behind a single scorch mark or dent. Despite the utterly despairing sight, not many alien soldiers panicked after their initial shock subsided. Were they afraid? Definitely. Did they think their efforts to defend their base was futile? Yet that was not a good reason for them to give in to despair. They were the soldiers of the Red Cabal. They were the worshippers of the Protector of Karnak. The humans had their gods. So did the native aliens. Given how much devastation the first Mark III had wrought in a short amount of time, the greater phase lord charged with defending this base did not remain still for long. Saint Dice remained fully alert despite the demonstrated power of her superdimensional ace mech. Her ace mech remained fully poised and held her decapitator in a prepared stance. The power of true resonance and metal energy hummed through the superdimensional greatsword. The recently upgraded weapon may have become sharp enough to cut through nearly anything short of a god mech, but that was no reason for Saint Dice to be arrogant. She was still a junior ace pilot when it came down to it. Her Saint Kingdom was not as strong as that of Saint Tusa, and her mastery over her ace mech was far from satisfactory. Aside from that, her instincts warned her of multiple impending threats, of which one happened to be strong enough despite her powerful machine. Soon enough, an alien roar erupted throughout the entire base. The soldiers that previously struggled to maintain their confidence instantly became buoyed. Their hearts no longer wavered and they fought to suppress the whirling blades with greater fanaticism. Several developments took place in quick succession. First, two organic masses emerged in orbit. Anyone on the ground that looked up in the air would be able to spot two large ballooning shapes. Each of them rapidly grew in size until they became large enough to affect the gravity on the surface of the moon. The fifth Lord of Bizisket had unfolded his true body. The endless stomach had ballooned in size as well. While the greater phase lords had grown far too large to be able to fight the first sword Mark III without generating enormous collateral damage, their exaggerated sizes alone already did wonders to alien morale. Not only had they recovered from their shock and confusion, they also felt invincible, as if death was no longer to be feared. The aliens all began to roar their own war cries. They roared as if it was more important to impress their gods than to avoid death. This was because they all believed that as long as they showed enough valor and devotion, they would get honored by their gods and enjoy a privileged position in the afterlife. The alien counterattacks grew fiercer. The Sword Fae all began to endure greater pressure as the base defenders no longer showed any fear or hesitation towards the unstoppable storm. Even if their attacks still yielded no results, they continued to attack because they knew their gods were on their side. Saint Dice grew more alert than ever. She could sense that she had attracted the hostility of a powerful phase lord. As a hunter, she knew that she had put herself in an unfavorable position. She had turned into prey that was too conspicuous to hide. Her first sword Mark III was in the open while the nearest phase lord lurked out of sight. This meant that her ace mech could be attacked at any time, but it would be difficult to attack her main adversary without trying to dig through this entire base. That made this situation unfavorable to her. Saint Dice did not like it, but the mission demanded that her ace mech attracted the attention of the enemy. Now, she became more certain that the enemy phase lords possessed the capital to defeat her and her machine, so she needed to be extra alert. Where are you? Although her first sword Mark III had gained such powerful defenses that she was almost impervious to the attacks of mundane enemies, she knew that phase lords and especially the greater ones were not to be underestimated. Just because red humanity made a major advancement by adopting superdimensional technology did not mean the aliens remained stagnant. Her instincts affirmed this stance. The tension in the air grew stronger. Malice tried to penetrate her Saint Kingdom in an attempt to smother her with fear. An attack was coming. The timing was crucial. Even if Saint Dice no longer had to evade attacks as if her life literally depended upon it, she refused to test the durability of her upgraded ace mech. It was better to evade an attack than to block it head-on. If her intuition remained sharp enough, she should be able to detect the attack quickly enough for her to respond. Seconds passed by as the storm of blades spinning outside no longer took up her focus. If she was more insecure, then perhaps she would have recalled the sword Fae and employed them as her shield. She did not do so. Instead, she fell back into old habits and put her trust in her fundamental skills as a swordswoman. The greater phase lords in orbit did not appear to be in a hurry to descend. Their lack of response made Saint Dice only more determined that the final native god was looking to launch a surprise attack on her ace mech. The fact that this unseen threat remained patient only made her take her adversary more seriously. This was not an inexperienced fighter by any means. Phase lords tended to be quite full of themselves, but the ones who reached the greater stage tended to be much more skilled and competent. The current threat knew how to rely on the threat he posed as a weapon. The first sword Mark III remained stationary as the native aliens continued to organize and prepare for combat. They were bringing in more hardware. If this continued, then the sword Fae may ultimately start to deform and incur other signs of damage. Saint Dice quickly checked the state of her passengers. Her Saint Kingdom had already noticed them sneaking out of the container that held their feline bodies. The two cats employed their own means to avoid enemy detection and sneak away unnoticed. Dice had nothing to fear at that point. Her first sword Mark III raised her sword arm and pointed the tip of the blade at the approximate direction of the main threat. Are you a coward? Either face me in open combat, or admit that the phase whales are too weak to prepare you to fight against an opponent of my caliber. Though Saint Dice broadcasted her words in the open without translation, she believed the native aliens should have their own translation programs. Sure enough, just a few seconds had passed before the hidden enemy finally decided to make a move. You are not allowed to harm the reputation of the descendants of the elder gods. A silvery metallic projectile that possessed a certain degree of familiarity crashed through multiple walls and threatened to slam directly into the Minerva Mark II. The speed, momentum spatial distortions generated by this incoming projectile were immense enough to shatter many rooms. Before it could strike the first sword Mark III directly, the ace mech reacted just before the threat emerged and unfolded her impressive electro-reactant flight system. The oversized electronic wings looked dramatic, but their power was very real. The potent first-class power reactor of the first sword Mark III pumped a lot of energy into the flight system, enabling it to produce such a strong and rapid impulse that the ace mech seemingly got swatted to the side. You missed. Saint Dice taintingly spoke as her superdimensional machine remained untouched. The projectile meanwhile crashed through a number of walls and destroyed a lot of containers and machines along the way. Hundreds of hapless alien soldiers were also killed along the way. It was only when the silvery projectile managed to arrest its forward movement with the help of its formidable spatial manipulation that its identity became clear. The protector of Karnak had arrived. His base just suffered a great amount of damage due to his own actions. The scale could actually rival that of the damage inflicted by the intruder's storm of blades. Yet the protector of Karnak showed little concern about the collateral damage. This was because he could clearly sense the frightening strength of the superdimensional ace mech that had turned around to face him with a blade that tripped many warning signs. If he was an ordinary lesser or greater phase lord, then he would not be so eager to confront an enemy that could slice his body to pieces with disturbing ease. He was no ordinary phase lord, though. The crustacean-like phase lord stood his ground and raised his claws in a menacing fashion. Saint Dice regarded her main adversary for this battle. Although she also needed to guard against the other two phase lords that were posturing in orbit, the ace pilot knew that the phase lords hailing from the Red Cabal received much better equipment and phase water organs. That was evident despite the relatively small stature of the protector of Karnak. Saint Dice was slightly surprised that the Jurg phase lord opted to keep his body to such modest proportions. Was he afraid of producing more collateral damage? That did not sound too likely. No, The real reason why the Greater Phase Lord continued to keep most of his body mass inaccessible and out of sight was because he was armored from top to bottom. This was no ordinary raiment. The Greater Phase Lord wore a complete form-fitting raiment made out of the same material used to make the Saint Piercer arms. The amount of superdimensional matter used to armor the clawed Greater Phase Lord was way more than the quantity used to build the first sword Mark III. Although the quality and grade of the enemy superdimensional could not be determined, if it was anything like the material used to make Saint Piercer arms, then it should sit between mid-grade and high-grade. That might not sound impressive, but Saint Dice was well aware that the new armor and weapons could not be underestimated due to their greater scale. Not only was the Greater Phase Lord several times bigger than the first sword Mark III, but the armor plating was thicker and the claws looked much sharper and deadlier. The greater quantity of superdimensional alloy alone was enough to fend off more strikes from her decapitator. There did not appear to be any weak points either. The raiment fully enclosed the protector of Karnak. In fact, its design not only looked disturbingly human, but also appeared to imitate mechs to an extent. False god, the great descendants of the elder gods has deemed your possession of the bones of their ancestors forbidden. I am charged with the responsibility to bring you back to account for your desecration of our honored dead. Saint Dice grinned as her ace mech held her greatsword in a different stance. That is funny coming from a Greater Phase Lord who is trying to imitate us. With a full raiment of this size, it seems that you and the Red Cabal are beginning to abandon your old traditions and try to copy our methods. Dedicating so much superdimensional matter to construct a raiment that was only a fraction of the full size of a Greater Phase Lord represented a massive paradigm shift. If the protector of Karnak was not the only one who received this kind of equipment, then that showed that the Red Cabal no longer put blind faith in the power of their immense true bodies. Chapter 6988 Alien Phase Lord adaptations. Just as Red humanity feared, the native aliens expanded their exploitation of superdimensional matter. The Red Cabal previously had been stingy with handing over Saint Piercer arms to various martial Greater Phase Lords. While they certainly made a difference and proved much more effective at repelling or even killing the human false gods, the superdimensional spears alone was not enough to create enough parity. Human ace mechs all maintained the same approximate size range. While their ability to inflict damage on a large scale remained a bit limited, their potent combination of speed, agility and power still allowed them to run rings around their much larger but clumsier adversaries. So long as the ace mechs managed to overcome the formidable spatial barriers that protected these phase lords and directly targeted the head or other weak points, these human false gods were able to slay mighty phase lords in a disturbingly effective manner. The Red Cabal understood this problem for a long time. The phase whales tried various different solutions. The protector of Karnak clearly obtained the privilege to test one of them. A full superdimensional raiment that exposed no obvious weak points left Saint Dice with no easy openings to take down the enemy phase lord in a short amount of time. Though Saint Dice felt confident that her resonance-empowered blade could cut through the enemy's superdimensional raiment by force, she knew that it would not be easy. This was precisely what the Greater Phase Lords needed to put up a more equal fight against human ace pilots and ace mechs. Too many of their fellow gods had already perished at the hands of the humans because they arrogantly fought with their true bodies exposed. Armor existed for good reasons. The native aliens previously did not experience a threat that was serious enough to warrant full coverage with superdimensional alloy. Yet when confronting a human ace mech, the protector of Karnak had delayed his arrival long enough to don his customized superdimensional raiment. As far as craftsmanship went, the raiment was designed and built to excellent standards. Not only that, but Saint Dice spotted plenty of design elements that looked right at home in high-end mechs. She sneered. Those traitors are at it again. The cosmopolitans cannot limit themselves to leaking our tech to your side. They also have to lend the expertise of their own mech designers to improve and optimize your raiment. Pathetic. You aliens have obviously decided that since you cannot beat us by relying on your massive true bodies, you aliens have instead decided to imitate our human mechs. Though the protector of Karnak hated the human false god's slanderous words, even he could not deny the truth of her statement. Phase whales and phase lords previously pursued size at all costs. Skill and finesse became secondary to raw might and indomitable true bodies. The bigger phase leader almost always won a confrontation against their weaker peers. That was the way of life among the native aliens before the human invasion. This was why Saint Dice was surprised that the Red Cabal had already been willing to relent so much. She thought that the native aliens would have dug their heels. She had misjudged the shamelessness of the native aliens. However, the enemy had probably made the right choice. Saint Dice did not fear a battle against a greater phase lord that fought in a traditional manner. Her superdimensional ace mech gave her infinite confidence in her ability to deal with such clumsy brutes. Yet a greater phase lord that was willing to let down his pride and abandon his old way of fighting in order to imitate human mechs posed a much more serious threat. This feeling became more pronounced when the protector of Karnak raised one of his sharp and metal-clad claws and began to perform a strange spatial technique, likely with the help of an unknown phase water organ. The claw began to buzz and shimmer. The infusion of spatial power somehow made the implement more threatening. Saint Dice could instinctively sense that it would be a very bad idea for her ace mech to get pincered by this empowered claw. The strong spatial energy surging at the sharp edges somehow activated a hidden aspect of the superdimensional alloy to the point where it almost gained the power to cut through space itself. Although Dice did not expect to encounter such a threatening foe, she slowly began to grin. She could not have dreamed of a better opponent. Instead of butchering the phase lords that were stationed in this star system as if they were fat and stupid pigs, she could actually enjoy a proper duel against an adequately equipped opponent. Her Saint Kingdom grew more energetic. The illusion of blades grew stronger as her excitement rose. The ace pilot took the protector of Karnak so seriously that she recalled her sword Fae without hesitation. This time, she no longer let them wander around freely, but instead guided them to line up behind her electric-winged ace mech like an army of rigid soldiers. Her lips curled into a grin. Before I can devote my full attention to you, let me clear out the trash. I don't want our duel to be disturbed by spoilsports. Before the disturbingly well-equipped phase lord could issue a response, the massive electric wings of the ace mech made a powerful flap, causing the machine to launch upwards with formidable speed. It took a small moment for the greater phase lord to realize that his opponent had fled from his claws. His angry alien roar thundered across the damaged base. His armored form rose shortly afterwards and flew straight in pursuit of the ace mech. The fabric of space warped around the protector of Karnak as he tried his best to intercept the ace mech. The alien god was old and wise enough to understand exactly what Saint Dice intended. While the Jurg Greater Phase Lord proved to be impressively fast among his kind, he was not quite able to match the speed of the cutting-edge superdimensional ace mech. What was worse was that the first sword had already built up a considerable lead. The protector of Karnak could only helplessly transmit a warning to the two other greater phase lords and assorted lesser phase lords that were hovering protectively over their home ships. None of the lesser phase lords were foolish enough to ignore the magnitude of the incoming threat. They all understood the horror of particularly powerful ace mechs and had no interest in tangling against a human false god that felt confident enough to confront them alone. Of course, the lesser phase gods used to be a lot more courageous in the past. It was only after hundreds of them mercilessly got cut down by the human false gods that they curbed their arrogance and recognized reality. Nowadays, many alien phase lords had become a lot more familiar with human high-ranking mechs. Those among them whose eyesight had not improved after all of this time had already paid for their mistakes with their lives. This was the cruelty of the Red War. As the lesser phase lords completely disregarded their demeanor as gods, and scattered from the flight trajectory of the superdimensional ace mech, the two greater phase lords did not move from their protective positions. Unlike their lesser counterparts, the greater phase lords could not let down their pride so easily. Despite the warning issued by the protector of Karnak, the fifth lord of Bizisket and the endless stomach possessed their own sources of confidence. The former was not only equipped with a thick raiment that did a good job of covering his head and most of his nunzer body, but also wielded a Saint Piercer arm. The endless stomach looked forward to devouring the human ace mech and grinding the mech frame down with the help of its newly acquired superdimensional teeth. While both greater phase lords refused to back away from the incoming threat, they did not attempt to confront this enemy alone. They possessed enough sense to lean on each other for help. When it became clear that the first sword Mark III had set her sights on the fifth lord of Bizisket, the endless stomach distanced himself from his own fleet and moved to reinforce his fellow native god. Yet because the two fleets initially distrusted each other, they had positioned themselves too far away to reinforce each other quickly. The endless stomach was also not a particularly fast greater phase lord, so the first sword Mark III's fearless charge put all of the alien gods at a disadvantage. The first sword Mark III's electro-reactant flight system proved their value many times over. They expended energy like nothing else, but the thrust power generated by the large electric wings was the real deal. Multiple alien warships tried to intercept the ace mech. Their secondary armaments opened fire along her rough trajectory with surprising coordination. Not only did they fire their guns all at once, they also covered many different angles and coordinates to the point they weaved a dense web of energy beams and projectiles. It was rare to see this level of coordination from the native aliens, but their better trained soldiers needed to rely on advanced tactics in order to defeat the human mechs. While 90 to 95% of the attacks ended up missing their mark, they had already served their purpose because the remainder always managed to strike the mech frame with every salvo. The first sword Mark III did not even bother to evade. She was not fast and agile enough to imitate the Dark Zephyr in trying to evade the dense net of firepower. Dice chose to put her faith in her Saint Kingdom and her superdimensional mech. They did not fail her. Energy beams, solid rounds, explosive shells and even more destructive transphasic missiles all tried and failed to slow down the ace mech. No matter whether the attacks arrived at the front or rear, the superdimensional machine no longer possessed any glaring weak points. Saint Dice could readily ignore attacks below a certain degree of power and intensity. As the first sword Mark III closed in on the fifth Lord of Bizisket, the greater Nunzer Phase Lord prepared to meet the approaching machine. The fifth Lord did not excel in spatial manipulation, but he tried to set up the battlefield by warping the space around him, turning it into a quagmire that often interfered with the movements of nearby enemies. It was not enough to truly entrap ace mechs, but they had to expend a lot more willpower and strength in order to maintain their trajectories. As the first sword Mark III continued to charge forth, the Nunzer Phase Lord chose to make a stand by pointing his Saint Piercer arm straight ahead. His intention could not be more obvious. Recognizing that evading the charge attack was useless, the Greater Phase Lord wanted to make the ace mech impale herself onto his own superdimensional weapon. Whether he was fast and accurate enough to nail the ace mech remained unclear, but the threat of it should be enough to make the human false god hesitant. The first sword Mark III did not slow down. She continued to accelerate forward, seemingly disregarding the very real danger posed by the Saint Piercer arm. Her response was to command her sword Fey to move slightly ahead of her machine. They gradually moved forward until they formed a wedge formation. This enabled them to resonate with each other in a specific way. Although weak, there was power in this sword formation that enabled the sword Fey to concentrate their power in the blades at the front. The fifth Lord of Bizisket felt an unreasonable amount of fear from this sword formation. His instincts may not be as sharp as that of an ace pilot, but they were not blind to the lethality radiating from the blades. Chapter 6989. Within a minute many people eagerly observed the first true debut performance of the first sword Mark III. As the first high-grade superdimensional ace mech, the first sword Mark III would set everyone's expectations of the power of armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter. The previous performance of the Fist of Defiance opened people's eyes to how superdimensional matter could make a difference at the top end of the power spectrum. The superdimensional Invictus seemingly gained new wings with the help of its material upgrades. Not only was it capable of resisting the attacks of several ancient phase whales at a time, its superdimensional fists enhanced the killing power of the god mech to a whole new level. What about its effects on lower-end mechs? Nobody aside from the crazy Larkinsons were crazy enough to waste this precious new material on expert mechs. Everyone else already intended to use it to upgrade their most precious and promising peak ace mechs. Famous champions who were just a single step away from ascending to godhood such as the Renewer of Terra, the Mace of Retaliation and the Gamer all held a lot of promise. If they received a major upgrade to their hardware, they could not only kill enemy phase leaders more effectively, but also gain a considerable boost to their upgrade chances. However, the latter still remained a low probability event. Nobody was able to calculate the exact improvement bestowed by a full superdimensional upgrade. There were mech designers and theorists who believed that it could multiply the success rate by 3,000%. There were also others who believed the improvement only amounted to an improvement of 50%. All of these figures may sound impressive, but when the normal success rate of embarking on the road to no return was definitely a figure that was way below 1%, the most optimistic scenario only yielded a success rate of maybe 10 to 20%. These were still terrible odds. While it was true that the individual circumstances of peak ace pilots varied so wildly that they could not easily be compared to each other, the estimated and calculated probabilities still provided sufficient reference value. Loosely speaking, if 10 peak ace pilots broke through, only one of them would survive and become the latest god in human form. As for the other 9, everything that was part of their bodies and mechs became erased from reality. There was no way to preserve anything that belonged to them. This included many tons of precious armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional alloy. Given that Swordmaster Kedis was only able to open up a portal to the blue dimension once every few months, the amount of high-grade superdimensional matter attained harvested by red humanity did not amount to much. At most, the big powers were able to upgrade 2 to 4 peak ace mechs to the highest specification per harvest, assuming that they did not expend the precious high-grade superdimensional matter on other priorities, of which there were many. Peak ace mechs were not the only machines that had a high demand for this wonder material. Many powerful and highly influential figures lobbied for bits and pieces of high-grade superdimensional matter to upgrade their starships, their personal protection and other assorted gadgets. It was difficult to reject these requests entirely, especially when they gave abundant amounts of strategic goods such as starships in exchange, so the actual quantity of high-grade superdimensional matter being used to upgrade peak ace mechs was actually less than ideal. This was why the performance of the first Sword Mark III received so much scrutiny that the warships of the Blue Jay fleet focused as much of their sensor systems on the Ace Swordsman mech as possible. Since Saint Dice was pretty much a fresh Ace pilot, the performance of her first Sword Mark III should be an adequate representation of the baseline of a superdimensional Ace mech. 3 master mech designers from the mech supremacist faction had contributed to the design of this exquisite machine. This meant that the Red Association almost completely comprehended the design of the loving machine that was demonstrating her power for the first time. The mechers looked forward to conducting a statistical analysis that enabled them to normalize the data and make predictions on how superdimensional matter could enhance the performance of other, more powerful ace mechs. They only needed to measure the empirical data of the first Sword Mark III in action in order to fill up the missing data. This would subsequently set everyone's expectations of superdimensional ace mechs throughout the Red Ocean in many years to come. Both Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban stood next to each other as they examined the live footage as well as the raw data readings from the control panel. They became more and more encouraged whenever they witnessed the numbers grow bigger and the graph lines rise higher. This alone did not necessarily tell them anything useful, so they also performed calculations in order to estimate the performance of a theoretical non-superdimensional first Sword Mark III. Although the accuracy and reliability of these estimated figures remained questionable, it was better than nothing. The resulting analysis and conclusion played such an important role that it could seriously tilt the allocation of superdimensional resources in favor of peak ace mechs. The Red Association naturally wished to see this happen. This was one of the strongest reasons why the Blue Jay fleet happily agreed to accompany the Premier fleet in this campaign. Even though the original contract with Ves Larkinson explicitly stated that the mechs and warships of the Red Association would not lend its aid in any offensive operations, that was just a pile of words. The mechers made the rules, but they did not always abide by them. That was their privilege as rule makers. Besides, now that the Red War had reached this stage, it was better to put the Blue Jay fleet at the disposal of one of the few rare ace commanders that could amplify their performance. Already, the mechs and to a lesser extent the warships of the Blue Jay fleet already received the amplification of the Minerva Mark II's command field. By this time, the Premier fleet and the Blue Jay fleet had already slowed down and allowed their mechs to lead the advance. Their long-ranged armaments would soon be able to open fire on the alien forces, but it would still take a bit of time for the two fleets to be able to provide cover to the first Sword Mark III. Despite the fact that the superdimensional ace mech was all alone for the time being, no one showed too much concern. Superdimensional tech represented a technological paradigm shift to Red humanity. Not only was it better than phase water tech in many ways, it also happened to be a much more effective counter against phase leaders. Right now, both Jovi and Vector harbored great expectations towards the Ace Swordsman mech. How long do you think it will take for Dice to eliminate the 5th Lord of Bizisket by herself? Jovi asked with a smile on his face. His transhumanist friend raised an eyebrow. You and your bets again. It depends. Are you talking about killing or forcing the greater phase lord into a retreat? I think that the difference is irrelevant in this case. Jovi boldly answered. You should have read the personality profile of Saint Dice. She is not one to let her prey escape alive, especially now that she is looking to prove herself with such a powerful machine. Vector hesitated. Although he agreed with Jovi's analysis, not every greater phase lord was as easy to kill as others. The 5th Lord of Bizisket had previously unfolded his true body to a size that was practically impossible to kill through mundane means. Only a large number of warships firing their primary batteries in repeated salvos could make a serious dent in such a large phase water-reinforced body. Of course, Greater Phase Lords had long learned the lesson that relying on a big body alone was not enough to defeat senior ace mechs. This was why the fifth Lord of Biscuit had folded his true body to the point he became as large as a juggernaut before wielding a Saint Piercer arm that complemented his current size. That was a size that many Greater Phase Lords had grown comfortable with. They no longer became giant, sluggish targets that could only get beat up by the small but incredibly powerful metal flies. However, they still maintained enough of a scale advantage that they could leverage their superior strength and reach to suppress the mechs in a physical sense. Superdimensional ace mech or not, there was no way the First Sword Mark III would be able to lock weapons with the Fifth Lord of Biscuit. The Nunzer race was famed for their superior physical strength, and the Fifth Lord of Biscuit was a pure martial phase lord. Many of his phase water organs complemented his current development trajectory. Even the ones that manipulated the power of space were mainly used to trap and debilitate opponents at close range. Vector had already read through the intelligence report of the Fifth Lord of Biscuit. He also analyzed his current state with the help of the collected data. He remained still as he utilized his cranial implant to perform a thorough analysis based on his own theoretical frameworks. I estimate that there is a 15% probability that the Fifth Lord of Biscuit will die to Saint Dice within a minute of making contact. However, if the First Sword Mark III fails to achieve immediate dominance in spite of her superdimensional properties, then the odds of being able to secure a kill is much lower. The Protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach will catch up and reinforce their fellow Greater Phase Lord. They may be rivals to each other, but when they are directly being challenged by a full superdimensional ace mech, they are rational enough to completely unite against this common foe. Saint Dice still lacks the experience and specialized skills to leverage the full strength of her superdimensional ace mech and overcome the combined defenses of all three phase lords. Jovi looked impressed. Good analysis. My own judgment shares much in common with yours. You have yet to answer my question, though. Stating a probability is not the same as making a bet. What do you think? Will she be able to complete a kill with the power of her ace mech and nothing else? No, Vector eventually said. A 15% success rate in the first minute is too low. As much as I want the First Sword Mark III to succeed and baptize herself in the blood of a Greater Phase Lord, Saint Dice is clearly harboring an overinflated sense of confidence. None of these native gods are simple. If she chose to challenge them a year or two later, then the outcome would not be in doubt. In the end, he thought that Saint Dice was being far too impatient this time. What was wrong with settling down and taking things step by step? Even senior ace pilots could not guarantee that they could kill a Greater Phase Lord in a single confrontation. As the First Sword Mark III rapidly closed the distance, she looked readily to pierce the Fifth Lord of Biscuit in the most direct possible fashion. Her electro-reactant wings produced so much thrust that her momentum had soared despite the fact that she had to escape the gravity well of Screed Tanner VIF. As her 33 Sword Fae assumed a wedge formation directly in front of the path, it looked as if the ace mech had turned into a giant arrowhead. Even the ace mech's Saint Kingdom had condensed into a triangular shape in order to complement the sword formation. The vast majority of humans and aliens who faced such a charge head-on would probably panic and lose their courage. Yet the Fifth Lord of Biscuit maintained a stationary position and chose to meet this charge head-on. The Nunzer Greater Phase Lord had no doubt that he would suffer a serious injury if the superdimensional mech struck his true body, but fleeing was no solution. He knew that the First Sword Mark III was flexible and maneuverable enough to make course corrections. There was no running away. Since that is the case, then the Fifth Lord would try to impale the ace mech first. He was still confident enough in his highly developed arms. Multiple phase water organs reinforced his limbs in various ways, enabling him to perform well in duels against other martial phase lords. So long as the First Sword Mark III failed to evade the tip of his Saint Piercer arm, the charge would definitely fail. A cruel grin appeared underneath the armored faceplate of the Nunzer Phase Lord. As the seconds ticked down, the Fifth Lord felt as if his body and soul were about to get impaled by a giant metal sword. However, the Greater Phase Lord relied on his supreme confidence in his physical strength to resist this illusion and make sure to track the ace mech's passage. Another false god of the humans shall die. An instant before the tip of his superdimensional weapon was about to impale the First Sword Mark III, the ace mech's electro-reactant flight system made an extreme course change. The ace mech had made an abrupt turn. Contrary to the Greater Phase Lord's expectations, the superdimensional machine did not juke in any of the four directions that would enable her to attack the Fifth Lord from the side. Instead, the First Sword Mark III had chosen to turn back, putting her completely out of reach of the Fifth Lord. Many people reacted with surprise. Had Saint Dice decided to chicken out of this collision, the Ace Mech may have averted a collision, but the 33 Sword Fae continued to fly forward with indomitable momentum. The sword formation actually dispersed from the middle. This enabled each and every blade to completely avoid contact with the Saint Piercer arm and continue forward until they struck the spatial barrier and almost immediately slipped through. Once the resonance-empowered Sword Fae reached the other side, they quickly reformed their original triangular formation before plunging straight against the Nunzer Phase Lord's raiment. Chapter 6990 Superdimensional Cutting Power. When the Sword Fae condensed into a sword formation and struck the chest plate of the Nunzer Phase Lord, many humans and aliens paid attention whether this attack could penetrate through the armor. The raiment worn by the Fifth Lord of Bizisket may not be as advanced and complete as the raiment worn by the Protector of Karnak, but it still offered a good deal of defense against superdimensional weapons. Most importantly, the Nunzer Greater Phase Lord's raiment boasted the greatest thickness at the front. The armor layers were thicker and more numerous, as that was the side that the Fifth Lord most often expected to receive attacks. Right now, a silent collision occurred as the Sword Fae concentrated all of its power into the leading Prime Sword Fae. Although it was made out of mid-grade superdimensional alloy like the other Sword Fae, it not only bore the willpower amplification and metal energy empowerment of Saint Dice, but also served as the tip of the spear of the entire sword formation. Upon the moment of collision, sparks, spatial disruptions and other energy fluctuations erupted from the point of impact. It became extremely difficult for anyone to get a clear look at what had happened. Only an instant passed before the other remaining Sword Fae continued to surge forward and collide against the raiment. While the effect of the Prime Sword Fae remained unclear, it was still possible to quickly determine the effect of the ordinary Sword Fae. Failed to penetrate. This was a disappointing but expected result. While they retained their willpower and metal energy empowerment, the sword formation had lost effect as soon as it had crumbled. In fact, this was also a sign that the sword formation clearly wasn't powerful enough to drill straight through the armor and body of the Fifth Lord of Bizisket. Now, the real question became how deep the Prime Sword Fae managed to punch through the armor. As the disturbances slowly cleared up, many sensor systems were able to observe the actual results. The tip, partially sunk into the armor. The leading sword spur has penetrated through at least 3 armor layers. The other Sword Fae have only managed to produce shallow cuts in a single armor layer. This did not sound impressive, but those who understood the circumstances better all grew incredibly impressed. A junior ace mech with access to hull-grade superdimensional weapons is already able to damage the layers of the Fifth Lord's Saint Blocker raiment. According to the analysis of the Red 3, the superdimensional alloy used in the making of the so-called Saint Blocker raiments roughly performed better than mid-grade superdimensional alloy but was a little short of matching high-grade superdimensional alloy. Plenty of human material scientists and metallurgists speculate that the native aliens actually had a way of producing or harvesting hull-grade superdimensional matter. They then relied on special methods and complementary resources to produce superior superdimensional alloys. In other words, the Red Cabal probably relied on superior metallurgical attainments or some sort of profound ancient heritage to surpass Red humanity in this field. This strengthened the theory that the phase whales likely produced their own superdimensional matter rather than mining it from the blue dimension. Regardless, the naked penetration power of the Sword Fae shouldn't be strong enough to pierce through the first layer of the Saint Blocker under ordinary circumstances. It was only through the application of overwhelming brute force or more exotic forms of amplification that Saint Dice was able to produce such a result. The latter was apparently strong enough to surpass the inherent material shortcomings of the Sword Fae. Both Jovi and Vector exchanged glances as they witnessed all of this happening from a control room in the Tarask. "It appears that you have lost the bet," Jovi directly stated. "Right," Vector directly conceded. At this time, the First Sword Mark III had just completed her first attack run and had already circled around by this time. Her Sword Fae did not return to her side. It was a bit troublesome to recall the Sword Fae now that they had penetrated the Fifth Lord's spatial barrier with so much effort. Besides, why call them back when they could continue to attack the Greater Phase Lord? Under the command of their ace pilot, the intelligent Sword Fae dispersed and began to stab at the Greater Phase Lord's body from all sides. The Sword Fae failed to inflict much damage this time. They dispersed too much and did not leverage the power of sword formations. They also could not build up any momentum to add more power to their attacks. Even so, the Fifth Lord of Bizisket could not afford to ignore the harassment. His raiment may have been designed and molded to fit his quadruped body at its current scale, but it did not cover every part of his body. To be more specific, parts of his underside and many of the joint areas were still exposed, making it easier for the sword fey to pierce his flesh directly if they managed to land a strike. Even if the sword fey were not able to strike with enough force to sink down to the hilt, the shallow stab and slash wounds already generated a considerable amount of distress. Begone! The Fifth Lord tried to swat the sword fey away. While he managed to batter them to the side by whacking the closest ones with his Saint Piercer arm, the sword fey quickly recovered and immediately resumed their autonomous attacks. Even if he was able to block and push the sword fey within his reach aside, that left the other floating blades free to attack the greater Phase Lord's body from other angles. Although the Fifth Lord had a growing urge to rotate his body and batter aside the other sword fey, he did not dare to face away from the source of his misery. At this time, the first sword Mark III was charging forward to launch another attack run. The greater Phase Lord could only endure the multitude of weak attacks, trusting in his Saint Blocker raiment to prevent the silly blades from targeting his vitals. He knew that as long as he destroyed or repelled the Ace Mech, the sword fey would automatically cease to pose a threat. The Nunzer Phase Lord quickly restored his previous stance and became determined to impale the incoming Ace Mech this time. He had a better measure of his adversary at this time. The first sword Mark III had already exposed her speed and maneuverability. Now that he possessed this information, the experienced martial Phase Lord became a little more confident in his ability to intercept his adversary at this time. However, the same also applied to Saint Dice. She not only figured out much of the Fifth Lord's capabilities firsthand, but also had a much better measure of her strength than that of her superdimensional Ace Mech. If a bunch of mid-grade superdimensional sword fey were able to penetrate 1 to 3 layers of the enemy Phase Lord's armor, then how much more damage could she produce by stabbing it with the decapitator? As the first sword Mark III charged forward yet again, the Ace Pilot condensed her Saint Kingdom and used it to complement her next sword technique. Compared to messing around with sword formations, Saint Dice possessed much greater familiarity in the sword style that she had honed for her entire career. She had multiple different choices at her disposal, but she could not ignore the threat of getting stabbed with a Saint Piercer arm by the full force of a physically superior greater Phase Lord. Dice therefore decided to execute the technique that she and Kedis especially devised to counter Phase Lords like the Fifth Lord. Just as the first sword Mark III was about to collide with the greater Phase Lord again, the decapitator glowed with energies that produced an indescribable disruption. Effect. At the same time, Dice sent her companion Spirit Respa into the space suppressor of her Ace Mech. Just before the first sword Mark III managed to get close enough, the Ace Mech already weakened the Fifth Lord's spatial manipulation. His limbs grew weaker, his spatial barrier lost a bit of power. His ability to lock down the surrounding space had no chance of touching the incoming Ace Mech. These setbacks threatened to disrupt the Fifth Lord's concentration, but the Nunzer Phase Lord had lived for a long time. He had faced numerous perils throughout his long life, so he knew the importance of maintaining focus during this critical time. Just before the first sword Mark III entered into his striking range, the Fifth Lord decisively stabbed his formidable Saint Piercer forward, confident that he had predicted the Ace Mech's movement. Your arrogance shall be your downfall. Just as he predicted, the tip of his Saint Piercer surged directly towards the charging Ace Mech with unerring accuracy. The weapon struck so quickly and with so much force that the Fifth Lord could not imagine a possibility where the Ace Mech could block, deflect or evade his stab. Even if he could feel the Saint Kingdom trying to weaken and arrest the momentum of the Saint Piercer, it had little to no effect. After all, Saint Piercers were weapons that the Phase Whales specifically designed to counter Ace Pilots and Ace Mechs. They were absurdly effective at piercing through the nonsense of domain fields. They almost always came in the form of polearms, as that made it even more inconvenient for Saint Kingdoms to affect their entire lengths. Right now, the Fifth Lord could almost imagine the tip of his sharp and hungry spear punch through the chest plate of the Ace Mech. Superdimensional or not, willpower empowerment or not, the Fifth Lord's strength combined with the first sword Mark III's own momentum should produce a highly lethal result. Even if the tip of the Saint Piercer got ruined after this, the outcome would be completely worth it in his opinion. Yet before his proportionally larger weapon could even graze the chestplate of the pristine new Ace Mech, a masterwork greatsword swung at the slender speared IP from a tricky angle. Phase Cutter. At the same time, the Ace Mech's electro-reactant flight system briefly overloaded, producing a massive thrust directed towards the side. He missed. The Fifth Lord of Bizisket actually failed to pierce through to the Ace Mech. No, it's worse. Look at his weapon. Everyone including the Nunzer Greater Phase Lord himself became shocked as they witnessed the current state of the Saint Piercer arm. This lengthy polearm, which must have made the lives of numerous ace pilots miserable in the past, had lost its head. The decapitator had decapitated the Saint Piercer, causing its sharp but unmoored tip to tumble off into another direction of space. Meanwhile, the slightly shortened polearm had been left with a diagonal cut that revealed an entire cross-section. Although it looked as if the sharp edges of this cut might still be used to stab at enemies, the effect wouldn't be as good as before. Saint Dice had practically reduced the nightmare of all ace mechs into a much less threatening staff. That was not all. While the Fifth Lord struggled to accept how easily the ace mech had cut through a weapon that had resisted the attacks of multiple other ace mechs, the First Sword Mark III did not swerve too far away. Instead, the electric-winged ace mech relied on her impressive mobility to redirect her momentum yet again. Her sharp turn allowed her to close the distance to the Phase Lord a lot faster than before. While the Fifth Lord had become unbalanced due to the sudden setback, he was still strong and experienced enough to realize the danger. He immediately began to wield his Saint Piercer like a staff and sought to physically batter away the ace mech with the side of its shaft. Although the strike arrived quickly, Saint Dice already predicted the Greater Phase Lord's move far in advance. Before the shaft could get close enough to inflict a powerful strike against the offensive ace mech, the latter's electric wings made another powerful flap. This happened to push the fast and agile ace mech far away enough for the shaft of the Saint Piercer to miss. He's open. The First Sword Mark III continued to charge forward and directly used the tip of her decapitator to pierce and shatter the Greater Phase Lord's spatial barrier all at once. This was the power of a weapon-grade superdimensional greatsword. However, just before the ace mech was about to stab at the Fifth Lord's raiment, the Greater Phase Lord reacted faster than expected and tilted his armored body upwards so that he could launch a desperate kick at the First Sword Mark III. Watch out, Dice. Chapter 6991. Too strong. Just as expected, the First Sword Mark III was able to collapse the spatial barrier of a Greater Phase Lord all at once. This was the Phase Lord's most formidable and troublesome layer of defense. Its strength was so great that it had stopped many ace mechs from inflicting any serious damage onto their opponents. It took an unreasonable amount of time and energy to deplete the spatial barrier of most Phase Lords. Although Red humanity was constantly developing better and better countermeasures, none of these solutions could match the absurd ease in which a weapon-grade superdimensional ace sword was able to pop the Fifth Lord's spatial barrier as if it was a bubble. Even if the decapitator enjoyed the amplification from Saint Dice's true resonance, this was just icing on the cake in this specific circumstance. Many people gained a better appreciation of the offensive potential of weapon-grade superdimensional matter. They also knew that only high-ranking mech pilots could best realize the potential of this material. Many observers now looked forward to seeing whether the First Sword Mark III could inflict a major wound onto the Greater Phase Lord. Yet before the ace mech could plunge her superdimensional decapitator through the Saint Blocker raiment, the Fifth Lord threatened to kick the machine from below. Superdimensional mech or not, any machine would get punted away like a ball when struck in such a manner. The kick came so quickly and suddenly that Saint Dice did not have the time to accumulate her power and execute another extraordinary sword technique. In addition, the First Sword's electro-reactant flight system had already overloaded a moment before. It was technically infeasible to generate another powerful impulse that could help the ace mech evade the surprise kick. The First Sword Mark III was completely inferior to the non-superdimensional Dark Zephyr Mark III in this aspect. After all, the latter was an ace light skirmisher that excelled at speed and evasion. This left the First Sword Mark III in a vulnerable position. The Phase Lord moved so quickly that most people only managed to see a blur. By the time the Fifth Lord's body stopped its rotation, he had already completed his counterattack. This time, the observers became shocked for the umpteenth time. No, it is more than that. Look at his foreleg. Of his four-hooved legs, one of them had turned into a stump. The limb had practically halved in length. What was impressive was that the section that got cut clean in half happened to be covered by alien superdimensional alloy. Even if the coverage of the Saint Blocker raiment was thinner at the limbs, ordinary ace mech weapons shouldn't have been able to pierce through all of this solid matter so easily. Yet not only had the First Sword Mark III managed to cut through it once, her decapitator managed to slice the limb off completely, which meant that she had cut the armor on the other side as well. The aliens reacted with horror at this result. If the superdimensional ace mech was able to chop off an armored limb with so much ease, then the protection offered by the Fifth Lord's Saint Blocker raiment was likely minimal. The blood that largely consisted of phase water flowed freely from the disturbingly smooth cut. It took several long seconds for the Phase Lord's flesh to close and plug the arteries. It was as if the Fifth Lord of Bizisket refused to admit that he had been wounded to such a terrible degree after getting struck just once. Yet as much as he tried to deny this reality, the human false god had proven without a shadow of a doubt that she could not only wound him, but kill him with ease. The greater Phase Lord immediately became beset by both fury and panic. "Thief, you human pests not only seek to steal our stars, but you have desecrated the bones of the elder gods. Surrender your stolen goods at once." The ace pilot did not even deign to answer this ridiculous request. Her confidence in her blade had grown. The superdimensional version of the decapitator was on a completely different level compared to its previous iteration. Combined with her willpower and extraordinary sword style, she had become much more certain about achieving her objectives in this battle. After circling around one last time, Saint Dice had gained the full measure of her current adversary. She briefly paid attention to the other two greater Phase Lords. After witnessing how much the Fifth Lord of Bizisket had suffered, the protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach did not slow down. They continued to use their best speed to advance forward. It would only take a short amount of time before one of them came close enough to interfere with her fight. Saint Dice could instinctively feel that she would have a much harder time defeating the other two champions. One of them possessed superior superdimensional equipment and techniques while the other could withstand bladed weapons a lot better. She needed to finish off her current foe quickly. With that in mind, she no longer thought of holding back. Now that she had a much better read on the performance of her opponent's superdimensional equipment, she was ready to deliver the coup de grace. Her first sword Mark III circled around yet again and relied on her electro-reactant wings to propel her forward at full power. The flight system had played an excellent role so far. Although it was not enough to make the Ace Mech as mobile as an Ace Light Skirmisher, it still elevated the mobility of the Mark III far beyond the level of the Mark II. Right now, Saint Dice relied upon its raw power to quickly build up as much momentum for her Ace Mech as possible. The Fifth Lord of Bizisket fully experienced her naked killing intent. The ace pilot did not hide her intentions at all. Deception was a weapon for the weak. The strong had no need to resort to such a measure to defeat her opponent. Perhaps she was underestimating the greater Phase Lord a bit, but Saint Dice was almost certain that she had exhausted the strongest means of the Fifth Lord. Against almost any other ace mech, the greater Phase Lord wouldn't have been reduced to the point where a few exchanges of blows would already leave him in such a pathetic state. Yet this was precisely what happened. The unexpected repeated setbacks thoroughly unbalanced him and made it difficult for him to adapt to the current circumstances. Yet the Fifth Lord ultimately managed to recover his mood in a short amount of time. He just needed to survive. As long as he could withstand another attack run, then the other two greater Phase Lords would finally catch up and put the human false god under much greater pressure. So long as the three of them combined their forces, it should be impossible for the ace mech made out of high-quality godbone to take away his life. Although he felt tempted to fully unfold his true body and confront his current foe at his greatest state, the Fifth Lord of Bizisket resisted this impulse. Past cases had repeatedly shown that this was a mistake. The Nunzer Phase Lord knew he would become so slow that it would be impossible to evade or hit a fast and tiny ace mech. With the penetration power of her greatsword, she could chop through his enormous body with impunity. So what if she needed to swing her body a lot more times in order to damage a significant part of his true body? She only needed to hit a vital organ in order to kill him entirely. The Fifth Lord therefore had to prevent this at all cost. He maintained his current size and flipped the orientation of his Saint Piercer arm so that its flat side faced his opponent. The Phase Lord made the risky decision to physically push the ace mech with the end of his weapon. Only by doing so would he be able to push away the threatening machine in spite of getting shortened by a second cut. Saint Dice easily read her opponent's intentions. She had no intentions of changing her plan or backing away. As the first sword Mark III launched her latest and possibly her final attack run against the Fifth Lord of Bizisket, the ace pilot began to channel one of her oldest but also iconic sword techniques. Her Saint Kingdom changed until it produced a large silhouette of the founder of the Sword Maidens. These days, her existence was a legend to the contemporary Sword Maidens, many of which joined the Mech Legion long after joining the Larkinson clan. While Dice had grown far stronger and risen far higher than Commander Lydia could ever dream of, the ace pilot still respected her old leader from the bottom of her heart. She channeled her love, Her heartfelt respect and her regret for the deceased woman's inability to witness the Sword Maidens at their current height into the Decapitator. At the same time, Dice also sent Respa into her superdimensional greatsword. The companion spirit not only offered a direct enhancement, but also enabled Dice to resonate with the Decapitator to a significantly greater extent. Soon enough, the energy manifestation of a larger blade extended from the actual weapon. As the first sword Mark III almost reached her target, she did not do anything to avoid a collision with the reversed Saint Piercer this time. Saint Dice only a loud cry before the tip of her augmented greatsword struck the enemy's superdimensional weapon. Her words rang throughout the battlefield, surpassing the limitations of distance and vacuum before ringing into everyone's ears. Their deeper meaning pressed down on any intelligent mind no matter whether they were human or alien. The power of the Decapitator was unstoppable. Although the front end of the energy manifestation crumbled fairly quickly, the physical tip of the weapon-grade superdimensional blade pierced through without stopping. All along the length of the reversed polearm, the straight greatsword continued to cut through the alien superdimensional alloy as if it was trying to split a lengthy sausage in half. The ace mech continued to push forward with astounding speed. She hardly lost any of her formidable momentum while continuing her cutting efforts. By the time the Decapitator had cut through a third of the polearm's length, the ace mech finally altered her course and flew upwards. There was no time or opportunity for the Fifth Lord to lash out with another kick. The superdimensional ace mech's latest absurd feat had completely broken his cognition. By the time he mustered the thought of resisting, the first sword Mark III's glowing blade punched straight through the helmet of his Saint Blocker raiment and predictably offered no meaningful resistance. The Decapitator ultimately pierced directly into his skull and devastated a large portion of his brain matter. Almost everyone froze. Even the reinforcing phase lords stagnated in their attempts to help their fellow native god. The first sword Mark III launched a few more attacks against her unresisting foe. Once she became sure that she completely ruined the greater phase lord's brain, her intuition told her that she had successfully ended the powerful foe's life. By the time her ace mech pulled out the Decapitator, none of the phase water-infused blood clung to her blade. The fifth lord of Bizisket has perished. Saint Dice and her first sword have managed to kill him in just under a minute. This was not the first time that a Larkinson ace pilot managed to slay a greater phase lord. Yet this time was different. Saint Dice had undoubtedly demonstrated her strength, but that alone shouldn't have been enough to completely abuse a greater phase lord of this caliber to the point of snuffing out his life in such a short amount of time. Everyone knew without question that the ace pilot owed much of her stellar performance to superdimensional technology. T2 Strong. Chapter 6992, Stolen Power. Saint Dice Larkinson claimed her first kill. Ves uttered as he observed the battle in the comfort of his own design lab. He had declined to observe the battle at the bridge of the tortuous scream. He did not possess a lot of military acumen, and there was little chance he could offer any advice that Casella Ingvar had not already considered herself. Besides, he felt it would be better if the soldiers of the Premier Fleet got used to being led by the Saint Commander. His presence in the bridge might cause Larkinsons to doubt who they should look to for orders. Not exactly, Ves. The physical projection of Kedis muttered. To most observers, it is the superdimensional ace swordsman Mech that claimed her first kill. This is an important distinction. You and I both know that Saint Dice's skills bring out the most in her ace mech and her weapons, but I know what you mean. The role played by her weapon-grade superdimensional greatsword is disproportionately decisive in this confrontation. Sure, the fifth lord of Bizisket did not know what to expect, but that final display of hers was an overwhelming demonstration of the power of high-grade superdimensional matter. At least this duel, however brief it may be, will prove that even weaker ace pilots can properly leverage the power of superdimensional matter. I have received more than my fair share of criticism that told me that expending so much weapon and armor-grade superdimensional matter on the machine of a junior ace pilot is wasted. Now that Saint Dice has mopped up the greater phase lord that is most susceptible to her blades, she is left with two much more difficult opponents. Are you worried? Not that much. Kedis continued to express her confidence in her work. No matter what tricks they may pull off, the difference in material quality is not a gap that they can close so easily. I am already happy with the results. It is a bonus if Saint Dice manages to drive away the other two greater phase lords, but strictly speaking, it is already enough if she is able to keep them occupied. It would be especially great if she can hunt down the lesser phase lords while she is at it. The Saint Commander and the rest of her forces are about to enter into engagement range with the remaining alien forces. I am confident that she can crush the spirits of the alien cannon fodder. Although the alien forces did not show it, they definitely received a heavy blow to their morale. These days, most aliens accepted the reality that the human, false gods, possessed the ability to defeat and even kill their own native gods. The demise of so many lesser phase leaders, greater phase leaders and most egregiously ancient phase whales could not be hidden from the masses. Perhaps the Red Cabal and other alien groups likened the human high-ranking pilots as devils who had come from another galaxy to corrupt and devour the righteous gods of the Red Ocean. Whatever the case, both Ves and Ketties had high hopes that the First Sword Mark III would embrace this evil role and continued to add more phase lord kills to her name. "How is your other mission coming along?" Ketties casually asked. "Karnak base has become much more devastated than I anticipated," her former mentor replied. "All of the damage and debris is making it easier for Lucky and my avatar to sneak around. The alien guards also have much greater concerns on their minds than a pair of sneaky buggers. The only downside is that navigation has also become a lot more difficult. Entire corridors and rooms have collapsed. We have yet to find the inner sanctum of the resident Greater Phase Lord. You were looking for a pool of water, right? Shouldn't that be easy for you to detect? It would if I dared to turn on our active sensor systems. That would immediately give away the presence of infiltrators. I prefer to keep the alien soldiers ignorant and stupid." While the two mech designers continued to talk, the situation on the battlefield had taken a new turn. The protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach had finally arrived, but not in time to save their fallen comrade. The two arrivals were not only phase lords in the field. 11 lesser phase lords had deployed near the flagships of their fleets, which matched the gathered intelligence. A team of 2 greater phase lords backed up by 11 lesser phase lords was a potent killing force in almost any other situation. No single ace mech could withstand the coordinated pressure of so many phase lords at once. Yet the superdimensional First Sword Mark III presented such a drastic technological leap from the previous human false gods that none of the alien native gods dared to take this new opponent lightly. According to the resonance meters that the native aliens had adopted in order to measure the strength of these confounding human false gods, the First Sword Mark III's true resonance only measured a peak of 133 laveres at most. The higher-ranking aliens knew that these ace mechs posed a real threat against 1 or 2 lesser phase lords, but could easily be repelled by a larger band of native gods. Of course, it took a lot more than that to actually kill these fast and annoying metal flies. Yet this superdimensional fly already demonstrated a crushing amount of strength at this measly level of resonance strength. The alien leaders did not know what to do. This was a completely new situation to them. The humans had once again rewritten the rules. After the phase lords conferred among themselves on a private communication channel, they finally formulated their emergency strategy. The lesser phase lords wisely stuck close to their fleets and showed no intention of getting close to the First Sword Mark III. Her mobility combined with her high-grade superdimensional armor system made her impervious against practically anything these weaker phase lords could throw at the ace mech. In the end, the protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach assumed the dangerous but necessary duty of fighting the threatening machine. Before they made their moves, the Jurg Greater Phase Lord decided to address the human false god. The Jurg Greater Phase Lord addressed the human ace pilot. "Thief you may be, but you have earned our acknowledgement for defeating one of our gods. Announce your identity. We must know. No WHO has come to challenge us with a machine built on the bones of the elder gods." Silence ensued as the First Sword Mark III did not appear to be in a hurry to respond. In fact, Saint Dice recognized the benefit of stalling. Each passing second brought the forces of the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet closer to Screed Tanner VIF. Stalling also bought her ace mech precious time to run her diagnostic systems and perform a myriad of fine adjustments. It might not look like it, but the First Sword Mark III overstressed a few of her systems. As a brand new ace mech that had yet to test her systems in a battle of this intensity, the First Sword Mark III had already overloaded her electro-reactant flight system several times. Her arms and shoulders also endured a disproportionately large amount of physical pressure during the moment the ace mech split the Saint Piercer along a third of its length. While the First Sword Mark III appeared extraordinarily valiant while pulling off these heroic feats, the reality was that Dice had been a bit too eager to push her machine to her limits and perhaps beyond. While mechs and particularly high-end ones like the Mark III were designed for extreme performance, the problem was that the ace mech was still new and untested. Even with the willpower baptism of an ace pilot, the latest iteration of the First Sword still presented a lot of unknowns. Keddies and the mechers were particularly concerned about unexpected side effects of placing advanced technological components in very close proximity to large amounts of high-grade superdimensional matter. It was not impossible for the former to glitch out during a crucial moment. Fortunately, such a disaster had yet to happen, but it was still risky for St. Dice to play with fire in her very first engagement with her new machine. This was why the Larkinsons and mechers were glad that she was not eager to press the attack. Her highly engineered ace mech needed all of the time she could get to complete her self-diagnostics and detect potential catastrophes in advance and make sure to squash them while they were still in their infancy. After a lengthy pause, the first sword finally responded. The ace mech lifted her decapitator and held it in front of her with the blade pointed upwards. Her large and dazzling electric wings unfolded from behind while her sword fei assumed a perfectly symmetrical wedge formation that extended the illusionary wings. I am St. Dice Larkinson, pilot and partner of the First Sword Mark III. Both of us hail from the Larkinson clan. Now you know WHO has taken the life of alien comrade in arms. By the time this battle comes to an end, he shall not be the only greater phase Lord WHO falls at our hand. Her response sounded simple and went straight to the point. She even made the arrogant declaration that she would take the life of another greater phase lord. Although this was an incredibly arrogant and foolish claim to make when her resonance strength peaked only at 133 lavares, the protector of Karnak and the endless stomach had no choice but to respect her words. Perhaps the ace pilot alone did not constitute a serious threat against them, but her ace mech completely changed the game. The human false gods relied too much on their metal technology to enhance their combat potential. The alien gods looked down on these weak and puny humans for basing their strength on how well they controlled their fancy equipment as opposed to becoming strong in the most direct possible manner. Yet the alien phase leaders also hated and feared the humans for being so damn good at becoming one with their combat gear. Despite the fact that even a normal foot soldier could kill an ace pilot when the latter was outside of a cockpit, as long as the human false god was in place, then he became nearly unkillable. The humans hated the phase leaders for relying on their incredibly strong spatial barriers to resist so many attacks. At the same time, the aliens hated human ace mechs for relying on their small size, their good to excellent mobility and their absurd reality-defying saint kingdoms for being difficult to kill as well. Both sides relied on completely different heritages and technological paradigms to gain supremacy on and off the battlefield. Although they could look down on each other all they wanted, that did not stop them from being effective. Now, Red humanity had taken the lead in this high-level arms race. If high-grade superdimensional matter became more common, then the alien gods needed to be even more careful on the battlefield. You have become strong, but only by relying on the bones of ancient gods that have long disappeared. Be warned, dice of the Larkinsons, for your strength is stolen from us, the descendants of the elder gods. We shall one day take back what is ours. The god bones that you rely so much upon shall be stripped away from your machine, leaving you with nothing but a metal shell. Our wrath is endless, and your tiny body can never withstand our retribution. Those words certainly sounded ominous, but phase lords had a tendency to be blowhards. St. Dice completely shrugged off the threat and warning and readied herself for the second round of battle. Her ace mech raised her decapitator. Bones or not, it doesn't matter. The law of the jungle applies. Kill me and take away our super-dimensional matter if you object to my battle partner. Just do not complain if we do the same to your enormous body. Chapter 6993 Red Cabal responses. The battle between the First Sword Mark III and the Greater Phase Lords resumed again. St. Dice clearly felt confident enough to confront her enemies despite being surrounded by enemies on all sides. With her new superdimensional ace mech, she no longer took the threat posed by the phase fighters and warships seriously anymore. Her sword fei alone could chop them into pieces so long as they got close enough. After the two sides had completed their little exchange, the Protector of Karnak made the first move. The Protector of Karnak ultimately made the first move. Without warning, he disappeared from sight. If not for St. Dice's sharp intuition, she would have responded too late. By the time her ace mech detected a strong presence had appeared just a few hundred meters away. It turned out that the Jurg Greater Phase Lord utilized a phase water organ that granted him the capacity to perform short-range teleportation with no delay. Although the Protector of Karnak found himself unable to get closer than the edge of the First Sword's Saint Kingdom, this also brought him close enough to unleash his killer move. Instead of activating another phase water ability or charging forward so that he could attempt to snap the first sword Mark III in half with his empowered claw, the Protector of Karnak instead made a surprising move. Several banks of back-mounted missile launchers began to launch a spread of short-range high-yield transphasic missiles straight at the first sword. These missiles were not as small and compact as the ones typically launched from mechs. The Protector of Karnak maintained a size that was several times larger than a typical mech. This granted him enough of a scale advantage to mount larger weapon systems on his fully enclosed raiment. Just like a juggernaut, more or less. DICE did not know how much phase water the native aliens had stuffed into the warheads of the incoming missiles, but she instinctively felt that they possessed the power to crack or heavily damage her first sword Mark III upon direct impact. Her sharp intuition automatically prompted her to make a move before she consciously thought about her response. 8 of her sword Fae already jumped forward and split up in order to intercept all 8 threatening missiles. Meanwhile, the enemy warheads encountered a strange form of resistance as they plunged deeper into the Ace Mech's Saint Kingdom. While DICE's domain field was almost entirely offensive in orientation, it was still able to weaken and slow down the missiles just enough to give the sword Fae enough time for interception. Just as the Saint Kingdom weakened the enemy missiles, they also amplified the sword Fae, making them a lot faster and tougher. Everything happened in an instant. Unlike lower-end missiles, the premium munitions issued by the Red Cabal did not let themselves get cut into half with a whimper. Their potent warheads exploded as soon as they encountered significant resistance. Multiple detonations occurred at the same time as soon as the sword Fae were about to cut through the missiles. By the time the interference settled, Saint Dice's eyes widened when she noticed that all of her sword Fae suffered heavy damage. Each of their tips were just gone. The back half of the spurs were still intact, but also showed significant signs of damage. 3 of the crippled sword Fae had become entirely unresponsive. The remaining 5 moved so slowly and shakily that there was no point in controlling them anymore. In just a single exchange, the Protector of Karnak had removed 8 mid-grade superdimensional sword Fae off the board. Although Saint Dice was a little more confident that her Ace Mech's armor-grade superdimensional alloy plating could resist these missiles, the first sword would never be able to get away unscathed. A single high-yield transphasic missile might not be able to punch through all of the armor layers, but what about 8? What about 16? What about 32? There was no way the enemy Phase Lord's missile launchers could only unleash a single salvo. Even now, she strongly suspected that the Greater Phase Lord was waiting for his launchers to load another set of transphasic missiles into the tubes. There was no guarantee that these missiles would possess the same yield as the ones that exploded just before. What if their yield had doubled or tripled? The first sword would definitely suffer a more serious blow, up to and including an armor breach. The Protector of Karnak did not continue to linger beyond her Saint Kingdom. The Greater Phase Lord demonstrated considerable courage by diving straight inside. The results of the initial missile salvo encouraged the alien leader. It had thoroughly broken the myth that a superdimensional Ace Mech was invincible. Saint Dice scowled and chose to meet the enemy's challenge. So long as she was close enough, she believed the Protector of Karnak would not be so quick to launch his destructive missiles for fear of harming himself. As the first sword Mark III executed a moderately empowered sword slash at the larger and more formidably armored Phase Lord, the Protector of Karnak fearlessly extended one of his armored crustacean-like claws. The blade glowed and glinted with metal energy and true resonance. The claw glowed within a mysterious dark blue tint that strongly exuded the power of space. 2 different superdimensional arms clashed against each other. The moment the 2 collided against each other, the fabric of space rippled like a stone dropped in a lake. Both sides bounced backwards as if they had just struck a solid wall. The results of this exchange became clear. Saint Dice grew disappointed when she saw that her superdimensional decapitator failed to slice through the claw as easily as she had chopped off the limb of her previous opponent. TCH. Just as I thought, the decapitator managed to stay completely undamaged, but the masterwork greatsword failed to leave behind more than a shallow groove onto the armored claw. Although this had hardly been the first sword's strongest attack, the Protector of Karnak's ability to block a high-grade superdimensional blade was far better than that of the 5th Lord of Bizisket. Do not mistake me for that nun's or failure of a god. I have learned the greater mysteries of space by the true gods of this galaxy. My body carries the organs handcrafted by those very same gods. I shall borrow the power of the true gods to thoroughly expose your false claim to divinity. Well, all of that self-righteous boasting was useful for more than making Phase Lords drunk on their own ego. They inadvertently revealed valuable intelligence and confirmed many theories. Of course, that was assuming that they spoke the truth. Given the Protector of Karnak's position within the Red Cabal's hierarchy, it did not seem likely that he was speaking in error. This confirmed that the Red Cabal had responded incredibly quickly to the rise of superdimensional mechs. The native aliens recognized the threat of humans harnessing the power of superdimensional matter and came up with a quick but effective countermeasure. Dice believed that the Protector of Karnak may have been part of the first batch of phase lords that was assigned to test whether his new toys could withstand the power of human superdimensional weapons. The current result should definitely please the Red Cabal. No longer would phase lords and phase whales foolishly expose their enormous true bodies, trusting that their enormous transphasic flesh alone would be able to resist anything the human false gods could throw in their direction. Before the first sword Mark III could close in for another attack, the Protector of Karnak rushed forward first. Dice's Saint Kingdom immediately tried to press onto the formidable true body of the Jurg Phase Lord, but its sheer mass along with disturbingly effective protection offered by his alien superdimensional armor made it difficult to produce any significant results. The Protector of Karnak lashed out with two glowing claws that threatened to snap or at least cut into the waist of the first sword Mark III. The Ace Mech's electric wings swung and enabled her to dodge to the side. At the same time, the first sword struck with the decapitator, seeking to block the closest claw. Another eruption of spatial ripples spread from the point of the contact. The superdimensional armor that covered up the claw received another small cut mark, but this one was shallower than the one before. The first sword needed to put more momentum and energy behind her sword attacks, but it was hard for her to disengage when the Protector of Karnak continued to dog her heels. Dice soon found out that her Ace Mech was actually faster and much more responsive than her opponent. Yet whenever her Ace Mech successfully created a bit of distance, the Protector of Karnak activated the phase water organ that enabled him to blink through space. There was no warning. There was no obvious energy buildup. Dice could only rely on her intuition to quickly orient her defenses in the direction the greater phase lord appeared. What made her life even more difficult was in some instances, the Protector of Karnak launched a salvo of high-yield transphasic missiles immediately after completing his instant displacement. Dice had to rely purely on her intuition and her read on her opponent to predict this threatening move in advance. She had learned her lesson this time. Dice no longer sent out her sword Fae to intercept the missiles. Her Ace Mech instead accumulated a bit of sword energy in advance and hastily swung the decapitator in a fast sweep, sending out multiple rays of sword energy that accurately intercepted the missiles and forced them to explode in advance. Since her sword energy attacks remained in her Saint Kingdom, they fully benefited from her willpower. There was no instance where her response failed to stop the warheads. As the first sword Mark III continued to collide her decapitator against the empowered claws of the Protector of Karnak, Saint Dice began to smirk. To be able to teleport so close to my battle partner while her high-end space suppressor is active must be exhausting to you. Tell me, how many more times can you repeat that blink attack? Also, how many more transphasic missiles do you carry? The Jurg Greater Phase Lord did not lose his rhythm even as the remaining 25 Sword Fae harassed him from the rear and sides. The Sword Fae formed simple formations that grouped three of them together before striking the Protector of Karnak's superdimensional armor from different angles. Most of the strikes managed to penetrate a single layer at a time, but there were occasions where they failed to leave a mark. This happened whenever the Protector of Karnak activated a phase water organ that empowered that particular armor section. The blue glow significantly strengthened the spatial attributes of the superdimensional material, enabling it to resist attacks from other superdimensional weapons a lot better. All of this delayed the time the first sword would be able to breach the Greater Phase Lord's armor. As long as the Ace Mech was able to create one big gap, Dice was confident she could finish off her opponent. Yet just before she was about to lock her greatsword against those armored claws, Dice suddenly pulled her Ace Mech away. The electric wings propelled the first sword to the side and rear just in time to evade the giant pillar that plunged into her Saint Kingdom and almost threatened to collide against the machine. The Endless Stomach had made his move. The Greater Phase Lord had attempted to play subtle and lingered in the distance. Though he had waited long enough for Dice to become a little too fixated on the Protector of Karnak, she was not stupid enough to ignore this massive threat entirely. Her companion spirit had been keeping a constant eye on the Endless Stomach. The moment he did anything notable, Respa had already warned Dice in advance. Chapter 6994 The Endless Stomach. When the Endless Stomach struck, Saint Dice was already poised to react. She successfully evaded the Xianxia Greater Phase Lord's initial strike, but this was just the beginning. The phase whales may regard themselves as high and mighty gods, but they were also shameless enough to gang up on a single opponent. The two had already determined their cooperative strategy. The protector of Karnak became even more dogged in his pursuit of the superdimensional ace mech. Each time the first sword Mark III attempted to back away, the greater phase lord came right behind. Even if the ace mech channeled additional energy into her electro-reactant flight system to speed up her flight, the protector of Karnak would just blink over, thereby negating the effort. What was really annoying was that the greater phase lord kept Dice guessing when he would launch his next salvo of transphasic missiles. Although the protector of Karnak clearly tried to ration them, his reserves of potent missiles was greater than Dice initially expected. Her expression sank when she guessed that the protector of Karnak had many different ways of storing a large amount of goods in his own true body. If he wanted to retrieve another set of missiles, he just had to dig them out of his partially unfolded body somehow. Dice had no idea how multi-dimensional physics worked, so she could not explain how it was possible for the Jurg Greater Phase Lord to pull stuff out of his own true body. Yet the reality of the situation meant that the ace pilot had to remain on high alert and never let go of her vigilance. As long as her focus slacked off at the wrong time, she would definitely pay for her mistake. Still, as difficult as it may be to put more distance between herself and the protector of Karnak, she considered him to be a lesser threat compared to the latest greater phase lord to join the fray. From the way the protector of Karnak maneuvered, he clearly wanted to drive the first sword Mark III closer to the endless stomach. Dice had a pretty good idea why. She had never fought against a Xianxia greater phase lord, but she roughly understood what they were generally capable of. She knew that she needed to employ an entirely different approach to deal with these slime-like monstrosities. When the endless stomach maneuvered his way so that he was able to sandwich the first sword Mark III with the help of the protector of Karnak, the former made another attempt to pounce on his opponent. The first sword immediately turned around and struck at the other greater phase lord, only to see the resonance-empowered blade passing straight through the slimy, amorphous body like it was cutting through jelly. Saint Dice scowled, but she had already expected this result. Even as the endless stomach opened up a large maw that was ringed with specially made superdimensional teeth, the first sword Mark III's electric wings boosted her away in time, thereby preventing her from getting engulfed. "You shall not devour me, you filthy monster." Of all of the phase lords that ace pilots and particularly those that specialized in melee combat had fought against, the Xianxia variation was among the worst. The Xianxias were disgusting slime-like creatures that possessed no solid body mass aside from a core. Nobody had any idea how such a race could evolve to grow sentient and intelligent enough to become good at biotechnology and become one of the major races of the Red Ocean. What was even more outrageous was that the Xianxias also possessed the capability to become phase lords despite their strange physiology. Yet it was also due to their amorphous true bodies that their phase lords tended to be weirder than most. The most obvious one was that most melee and particularly cutting attacks were pretty much useless. Even as the first sword Mark III continued to dance between the two greater phase lords and retaliate whenever possible, her superdimensional decapitator passed through the endless stomach's unarmored form without inflicting any noticeable damage. The ace pilot felt as if her battle partner was just cutting through water. Seeing that the superdimensional properties of her powerful sword turned out to be completely ineffective in this situation, Saint Dice narrowed her eyes and began to execute a different and more powerful sword technique. Bladestorm. As the ace mech swung her glowing decapitator, the greatsword unleashed an expanding storm that consisted of thousands of small sword energy attacks. The storm struck the endless stomach and began to cut through many portions of his body. However, the small and weak sword energy blades lacked power and dissipated fairly quickly. While the endless stomach suffered damage across his entire side, his slimy body simply closed the gaps and returned to his peak condition. Saint Dice knew that she had no chance of defeating and killing this greater phase lord by herself today. The best way to kill him was to destroy his core. Yet to reach it, her first sword Mark III would have to wade through all of his slimy body. This was clearly not feasible, so she could only reduce his slime body first. There were many ways to accomplish this. Explosive weapons and energy weapons worked best at blasting away or vaporizing a lot of slime matter. Melee weapons on the other hand fared less well unless they possessed energy weapon properties as well. This was not the case for the decapitator or the surviving sword fae. All of them were solid superdimensional blades that happened to encounter one of the few situations where their special properties turned out to be ineffective. In the end, Saint Dice found that she was slightly able to inflict more losses onto the endless stomach by using the flat side of her ace mech's mace to literally scoop away chunks of transphasic slime. Even then, the efficiency of this attack was so low that the first sword would have to scoop all of this slimy matter for several hours in order to exhaust the endless stomach. When the endless stomach next attempted to swallow the first sword, the ace mech was just in the process of repelling the protector of Karnak's latest strike. This was bad. The Zamile Phase Lord had picked a good time to strike. Not only was the first sword not able to turn around and respond immediately, but the slimy monstrosity also contorted its body so that it was able to launch an extremity forward with much greater speed than expected. Saint Dice reacted in a split second. Her ace mech overloaded the safeties of the electro-reactant flight system and forced it to give her a powerful boost, even if it came at the cost of strong wear and tear. While certain parts of the abused flight system were already starting to drop into yellow condition, the ace pilot already sent out her nearest sword fei in an attempt to intercept the transphasic slime arm. Fortunately, the ace pilot had kept them close to her machine in order to respond to emergencies like these. The sword fei plunged tip first into the slimy arm. While they only parted through the transphasic matter without inflicting any permanent damage, they still managed to play a useful role. The slimy tendril lost cohesion, especially since it was relatively thin due to being extended from the main body. Although the limb already showed signs of recovery, it took time for it to regain cohesion. The successive sword fei strikes further weakened the limb and ultimately caused it to slow down just enough for the first sword Mark III to slip away from its reach. Yet when Saint Dice attempted to recall her weapons, she found to her dismay that the sword fei couldn't escape their prison once they had entered its viscous embrace. Like glue, the endless stomach's transphasic flesh instantly transported the captured blades to the center of his body. There, the superdimensional teeth immediately began to grind on the sword fei, attempting to break them down until Dice lost all control over her weapons. The female ace pilot gritted her teeth. Through her true resonance empowerment, she could feel how the blades already started to succumb from the repeated grinding and biting attacks. If the endless stomach did not recently acquire his superdimensional teeth, then it would have taken much longer for him to damage the sword fei. However, now that he had received this massive upgrade, it only took a few bites for the sword fei to crack, deform and malfunction. Dice regrettably gave up on the weapons. She did not even think of going back to retrieve the sword fei. The mid-grade superdimensional alloy used to make them was fairly precious, but the Larkinson clan had plenty more of it. There was no need to treat them as carefully as her decapitator, as they had already been designed with sacrifice in mind. In any case, the subordinate spirits returned smoothly to the first sword Mark III. So long as they remained alive, the replacement sword fei would quickly regain the same life and personality. At this time, the battle between the first sword Mark III and the two greater phase lords had entered into a stalemate. Both sides had figured out most of the core capabilities of their adversaries. Saint Dice no longer fought as aggressively as before. Since her ace mech was constantly outnumbered, she had little choice but to err on the side of caution. The protector of Karnak and the endless stomach both cooperated smoothly with each other. They understood each other's strengths and possessed enough age and experience to understand how to best leverage their advantages. Even if Saint Dice was also able to respond better due to her growing familiarity with her opponents, their teamwork continued to improve, thereby making it difficult for either side to gain the upper hand. Another factor that played in the back of their minds was their consumption. Each of them expended large amounts of energy, willpower, phase water and other resources. They also wore out their weapons, armor and other tech when applicable. The first sword Mark III had not been fighting for too long, but Saint Dice knew that she was pushing her ace mech too hard in order to compensate for her own shortcomings. The reliability and health of the electro-reactant flight system had dropped considerably. Dice did not dare to make too many high-risk maneuvers for fear of causing it to reach its breaking point too soon. The energy reserves of her ace mech was also draining at a rapid rate. In addition, her ace mech was only down to 19 sword fei, and she expected to lose more of them if she continued to fight against these two powerful opponents. The only consolation was that her opponents were also bleeding from this engagement. The protector of Karnak had repeatedly used his blink phase water organ in short intervals of time. That sort of abuse should definitely take a toll on the greater phase lord. He was also expending a lot of concentration and possibly phase water to amplify the spatial properties of his superdimensional claws and armor. While the effects were undeniably strong, Saint Dice possessed enough common sense to understand that this had to cost a lot to sustain. While Phase Lords tended to show greater advantages in terms of endurance due to their massive physical forms, Dice refused to believe that the Protector of Karnak could teleport under adverse conditions so often. She was waiting for the moment the Greater Phase Lord had completely lost his interception ability. Already the Jurg Phase Lord had been waiting longer and longer before he caught up through teleportation. Understanding his limit was of paramount importance. As for the Endless Stomach, the Zamile Phase Lord did more than trying to devour the First Sword Mark III. The Endless Stomach released a cloud of transphasic toxins. The terrible monster attempted to weaken the First Sword Mark III by engulfing the entire machine in his own phase water-infused poison. Chapter 6995 Ultimate Deterrence. The First Sword Mark III struggled against the two greater Phase Lords. The fifth Lord of Bizisket had no idea who he had been messing with and suffered for his habit of looking down on the human false gods. While his loss represented a heavy blow to the Nuncers in the star system, there were many other alien species that still possessed the determination to resist the evil human devil that had slain one of their deities. To them, this battle was no different from a struggle between good and evil. Only by uniting their strength and listening to the guidance of their surviving gods would they be able to vanquish the fearsome extragalactic invaders. Not that it mattered to Saint Dice. Despite fighting well within range of countless enemy guns, her ace mech continued to fly and parade in front of the native aliens with impunity. So long as her Saint Kingdom and her armor-grade superdimensional armor system remained fully functional and intact, she had little fear that the overwhelming amount of enemy guns could pose a realistic threat against her battle partner. For one, any warship that dared to open fire against the First Sword Mark III was liable to hit one of the nearby Greater Phase Lords as well. There was no way that the rank-and-file aliens possessed the guts to harm their native gods, even if they only did so on an accidental basis. Much of their firepower would probably go to waste as well. The First Sword Mark III constantly remained on the move. Although she was pushing her electro-reactant flight system way past her tolerances, Dice still remained confident that it would keep her machine moving for the time being. With the help of her intuition, she had already managed to evade most of the massed attack salvos from the nearest enemy warships and orbital defense platforms. As a melee mech specialist who had spent many years piloting a mech that was many times more fragile, Saint Dice had honed her intuition to detect any imminent attacks. Even if she was not as good as Saint Tusa in this aspect, Dice prided herself on being the second best in terms of evasion. She seriously doubted whether the other ace pilots of the Larkinson clan could get close to matching the pair. Saint Davia Stark, Saint Isabel Coden and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar usually fought outside of harm's way most of the time. Saint General Ark Larkinson may be proficient in melee combat, but he either went on an all-out offensive or bided his time. If he ever chose to challenge formidable opponents, he preferred to enter into quick and brutal brawls where he was more than willing to let his lionheart take beatings if that helped to eliminate his foes as quickly as possible. Naturally, that sort of fighting style was not too conducive to training and honing his evasion skills. The First Sword Mark III currently proved that she was able to dance and glide across the battlefield without relying on overloading her flight system all of the time. Saint Dice constantly improved and optimized her handling of her ace mech. The pressure of the battlefield served as an excellent engine to squeeze out more performance from her machine. Even as she continued to fend off the Protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach, it became clear to her that she could not gain an advantage over her opponents. If she was facing just one of them at a time, then she was confident that she could outplay her opponent somehow. Yet because the two had teamed up against her, she had no opportunity to launch a serious counterattack. The two Greater Phase Lords knew what they were doing. They not only sought to constrain her movement, but also positioned themselves so that they could punish her any time she chose to commit an attack. It did not help that Saint Dice clearly preferred to go on the offensive against the Protector of Karnak. The Jurg Phase Lord was just a lot easier to deal with as his body and superdimensional armor at least presented her with a solid target. The same could not be said for the Endless Stomach, whose giant slime-like body was not only difficult to damage with a blade, but also started to engage in disgusting means of attack. Not only had he begun to launch slime balls that threatened to stick to the First Sword Mark III and gum up her joints, he also began to spread a toxic cloud of gas around his body. Although the Saint Kingdom was able to repel and weaken the effect of this toxic cloud, she could still feel it trying to corrode the exterior of her mech. Her superdimensional armor was able to resist it with ease, but not every surface component was made of solid metal. The more delicate and exposed parts of her sensor systems and more importantly her flight system began to suffer more serious damage after prolonged exposure. Dice had become especially sensitive towards the latter as she could not afford to let the electro-reactant flight system incur further abuse. As her first Sword Mark III whipped out a quick spray of sword energy attacks in order to intercept the latest salvo of transphasic missiles, Dice quickly checked the state of the battlefield. The forces of the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet had just begun to open fire at the enemy. While their initial attacks did not inflict much damage due to hitting fully powered Azure energy shields, Dice knew that this was just the beginning. Once the mechs came close enough, the Saint Commander would fully make use of her command field to empower the attacks of all of the mechs under her sway with a touch of true resonance. The attacks of all of those first-class multipurpose mechs would definitely inflict much greater damage at that point. During the strategy sessions, Dice already knew that the Saint Commander grew concerned whether this highly effective display of firepower would incur the wrath of multiple lesser phase lords and maybe even greater phase lords. Dice could already see the lesser phase lords poised to launch an offensive against the two human fleets. After all, they were too weak and vulnerable to assist the greater phase lords in suppressing the first Sword Mark III. It made much more sense for them to leverage their superior strength against the mortal humans. This was especially the case when the two fleets was only protected by a single ace pilot at most, and she happened to be an ace commander who lacked the characteristic Saint Kingdom. Not on my watch. After clashing against the Protector of Karnak for the umpteenth time, Saint Dice no longer tried to go for the big prize anymore. Her ace mech abruptly turned around and flew straight towards the nearest raiding fleet. Although the two greater phase lords reacted with surprise at this abrupt switch in strategy, they quickly pursued their adversary. It did not take much thinking to figure out her intentions. Coward, your opponents are us. You shall earn our eternal retribution if you seek to slaughter our younger gods. Your honor is worth nothing if you attack the weak. Saint Dice sneered when she interpreted the angry alien phase lord's speech. Do not lecture me on honor. This is war, not a duel. Besides, I do not see you and your Zamail buddy have been ganging up against me. Forgive me for not entertaining the two you at once. The endless stomach was not fast enough to keep up with the first Sword Mark III. The same applied to the Protector of Karnak, but he repeatedly blinked forward in space, enabling him to catch up to the superdimensional ace mech while also launching a surprise attack at the same time. Saint Dice and her battle partner still could not measure any emissions that could tell them when the Jurg phase lord was about to perform his blink ability. Yet that did not stop the ace pilot from anticipating this move in advance. In fact, witnessing the Protector of Karnak pull off the same old technique on a repeated basis had improved the ace pilot's ability to predict this very move. She could not entirely explain it other than the fact that she had grown more familiar with the Protector of Karnak's attitude, ideas and methods. In the next few blink interception attempts, the greater phase lord found himself too far away from her target to launch an attack with his armored claws. This was because the first Sword Mark III had already begun to evade to the side before the sudden teleportation event happened. The Jurg Greater Phase Lord felt chilled when he realized how much easier his opponent had read his move and intentions. These repeated failures eventually prevented the Protector of Karnak from fulfilling his most immediate priority, which was to shield the Lesser Phase Lord from the lethality of a superdimensional ace mech. The Lesser Phase Lords had clearly gotten the message and had already begun to split up and distance themselves from their previous positions. Still, as fast as they managed to flee, their warp travel capabilities were considerably weaker due to their lower phase water concentration. The first Sword Mark III easily caught up with the first fleeing Phase Lord, who also happened to hail from the Nunzer race, and sent out her Sword Fae first. Only 15 Sword Fae remained intact and fully functional at this time, but this was enough. The resonance-empowered superdimensional blades pierced through the Lesser Phase Lord's spatial barrier with much greater ease and plunged straight through his raiment and into his flesh. Lesser Phase Lords did not possess the power and influence to obtain proper superdimensional armor. Their raiments, if they even had any, were merely made out of a combination of transphasic materials and hypermaterials. It was clear that they were stuck with more affordable tech and materials that would have been perfectly fine in an earlier time. However, this was a time where superdimensional technology was on the ascendancy. Against a weaker opponent that only enjoyed the protection of Laskin equipment, the mid-grade superdimensional Sword Fae easily cut through the armor, flesh and bones like tofu. By the time the first Sword Mark III approached the neck of the pained and crippled Phase Lord, her glowing decapitator severed the large head from the rest of the quadruped body without encountering any significant resistance. A lesser phase lord died by Dice's hand. For a moment, she felt rather befuddled by how easy it was. She would have struggled a lot more not too long ago. Her recent fighting against the two hardy greater phase lords had put her expectations out of whack and caused her to forget how much of a game changer her ace mech had become. A sense of greed and desire overtook her mind. A grin appeared on her face. Since it was that easy to eliminate lesser phase lords, then she became determined to mop the rest of them up. The greater phase lords could wait until later. The first Sword Mark III collected her sword fei and changed course in order to pursue another fleeing target. Even though the ace mech had yet to claim her second lesser phase lord head, her deterrence alone had been enough to break the spirits of most of the enemy champions. No matter how much the two greater phase lords cajoled and admonished their lesser brethren, the lesser phase lords simply refused to stay too close to the demon of an ace mech. If one of their own could be felled with so much ease, then they could potentially become vulnerable as well. The lesser phase lords would rather abandon their fleets and let this battle end in a devastating loss than risk their own lives. In any case, their lifespans had expanded so much that they had so many more experiences on his agenda. They did not want to cut their lives short before they could properly enjoy centuries if not millennia of being treated and worshipped like gods. Chapter 6996 Casella takes charge. The lesser phase lords failed to heed the call of the protector of Karnak. Not only did they refuse to stand their ground and form a united front against the superdimensional ace mech, they all but abandoned their fleets and fled in different directions. This was an incredibly clear display of cowardice and miscoordination that disappointed a lot of their mortal soldiers. Their morale plunged and their faith in their accompanying gods deteriorated at a rapid speed. While most of the alien soldiers proved themselves to be professional enough to perform their duties despite this setback, they had become significantly less enthusiastic and coordinated than before. The alien spacers and officers had definitely become a lot more distracted than before. Saint Dice fulfilled one of her objectives. She grinned wider even as the annoying lesser phase lords continued to split further apart from each other. Regardless of whether she could only claim the heads of 2 or 3 lesser phase lords at the end, the fact that she was able to kill any of these younger native gods in an instant turned her battle partner into an ace mech that had to be avoided at all cost. With so many lesser phase lords cutting and running, the two approaching human fleets recognized their opportunity to make a mark and accelerated forward at an even faster pace than before. Given how much weaker the remaining organized alien forces had become, the Saint Commander decided to take advantage of the current situation. Instead of staying in the bridge of the tortuous Scream, the Ace Command mech made her way out and quickly launched into space. This exposed the Minerva Mark II to the enemy forces, but the Saint Commander considered this to be inconsequential. The appearance of the Ace Command mech above the flagship of the Premier Fleet immediately boosted every friendly human's morale. Unlike the phase lords of the enemy, their own champions had demonstrated bravery. Saint Dice continued her fight while being outnumbered on all sides. The Minerva Mark II on the other hand became a symbol of the indomitable spirit of the Larkinson clan. She also painted a giant target on her front. Ace Command mechs always remained high-priority targets on the battlefield, yet the Saint Commander believed she needed to set an example for both the humans and the aliens. It worked. The disparity between morale on both sides widened even further. The human soldiers received overwhelming proof that their champions were much braver and more fearless. On the other hand, the native alien soldiers felt even more demoralized due to the contrast between their champions and that of the enemy. Even though they belonged to very different species, many native alien races developed similar ideas and perspectives on bravery and honor. Right now, their own gods demonstrated behavior that would have gotten mortals executed if they tried to flee without authorization on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the human forces had brought just 2 of their false gods, but already set positive examples that transcended borders and race. The consequences were subtle, but not negligible. What was important was that there were many different consequences. Enemy soldiers reacted slower. Their leaders became less inspired. They all began to make more mistakes. All of these problems might not sound too serious, but when they began to add up, their efficiency and combat readiness had dropped by a significant margin. As for the Larkinsons and their allies, they performed better than usual. Not only were they overflowing with confidence, they were also eager to capitalize on the openings created by Saint Dice. As the fleet slowly entered into more proper engagement range, the Saint Commander finally decided to properly deployed her command field. Everything changed as far as the human soldiers were concerned. Each of them felt the presence of Xianxia as if she was whispering in their ears, but deeper. Her presence was not overpowering or overbearing. Instead, she occupied an empty slot in the awareness of those she could reach with her command field. She had made sure to keep her command field gentle. If there were mech pilots and other soldiers who felt uncomfortable with another person watching over their shoulders all of the time, then they could easily opt to reject her domain field. Very few did so. Only civilians and the people who felt the need to hide the truth so badly ultimately chose to have nothing to do with Xianxia. Very few Larkinsons of the Premier Fleet made this choice. There were not too many civilians among them, and their trust in their own ace commander was nearly absolute. The people serving in the Blue Jay Fleet were very different. It was natural for high-ranked officers such as Rear Admiral Gory Tenson or civilian mech designers like Jovi Armelon to politely decline to invite Xianxia into their heads. However, the Saint Commander's reputation was so high among the mechers, fleeters and collies that plenty of them opened themselves up to her, though not without holding many parts about themselves back. Xianxia did not attempt to pry. These people placed their trust in her, expecting her to utilize their strength without violating any of their strict rules. In fact, each of the Red Three probably had a rule that should have prevented themselves from opening themselves up to an ace commander that did not belong on their side, but nobody had any desire to enforce this regulation. As Xianxia's command field began to elevate the strength of every machine but particularly the mechs, many of the soldiers of the Blue Jay Fleet got reminded why they chose to participate in this offensive operation against the native aliens. They were doing what was necessary. This was more than a mission to them. It was a calling. Defending red humanity against the alien menace was one of the noblest actions they could take. As the Saint Commander's presence grew more intimate, many of these soldiers suddenly learned that Xianxia Ingvar shared the same ideal. Larkinsons or otherwise, it matters not. Today, we are red humans and comrades in arms. We fight for many different purposes, but one stands above all, and that is to fight for the continuation of our civilization in this dwarf galaxy. We fight so that our children and grandchildren will still have a friendly human territory to go home to and feel at peace. This is a future that each of you wish to come into fruition, so take heart and pay no attention to our differences. So long as you fall under my command, I promise that I shall leverage your strength to the best of my ability. While the ace commander did not add much substance to her words, she was able to convey her sincerity and belief in their common cause to everyone. The Larkinsons, but especially the soldiers of the Red Three, loved her even more for it. No matter how wary they may feel about opening themselves up to her command field, much of their hesitation melted away as they truly felt that they should not nitpick over their many differences. Arise, my knights, and take up my banner. Your faith in me shall be rewarded. I freely grant my strength to you. Use it to exact devastation on our foes. The mechs of the Blue Jay Fleet opened fire first. Their resonance-empowered energy weapons packed a punch, and many of them were also unerringly accurate at longer ranges. The long-ranged energy beams did not rake across the orbital space station or the distant enemy battleships. Their firepower at this range was not good enough to seriously deplete any of the energy shields. No, Saint Commander Xianxia Larkinson instead imbued her knights with more than a fraction of her true resonance. She pushed on their mech pilots to accept her skill and judgment, but the combination between the two enabled the mechs armed with long-ranged armament to accurately strike and take down enemy phase fighters. So many phase fighters had become a lot more ubiquitous compared to the previous ages. The gathered intelligence estimated that there were at least 13,000 of them in the star system. The estimates turned out to be accurate. So many phase fighters had begun to advance. Their alien pilots were not content with waiting until the human mechs got closer. The alien pilots did not expect their advance to go unanswered. The humans often tried to whittle down their numbers, but there was only so much their weapons could do from a distance. Normally, energy beams had a hard time trying to hit any of the strike craft, particularly when they adopted loose formations and allowed the pilot to fly forward in an unpredictable manner. Yet this time, the commandeered mechs struck with the power of quasi-expert mechs and the accuracy of an actual expert mech. This potent combination resulted in a hit rate of over 30%, which was quite respectable under the circumstances. Phase fighter after phase fighter collapsed after getting struck several times in a row by unerringly accurate energy beams. This shouldn't be happening either. Each of the craft had been designed to fight against first-class humans, so their designs reflected this ambition. The azure energy shields that these modern phase fighters relied upon were tuned to withstand dozens if not over 100 attacks launched by first-class multipurpose mechs. Yet what actually happened was the long-ranged attacks launched by a couple of hundred mechs only needed to land 3 to 6 hits to strip the energy shields from the phase fighters. As soon as they lost their protection, it only took a single accurate strike to cripple or destroy them outright. The native aliens, already unbalanced by the cowardice demonstrated by their native gods, scrambled to adapt. They put more effort into performing individual evasive maneuvers. While this caused the alien pilots who were bad at it to become particularly attractive firepower magnets, it at least enabled the more skilled phase fighter pilots to survive longer. Yet when the distance between the two sides started to close, the phase fighters became even more miserable. The commandeered mechs began to unleash even more weapons in their direction. On the side of the Premier Fleet, the Dracoloids and the Omega Threshers began to showcase their strength in different ways. The Dracoloids advanced forward with open aggression. The commandeered dragon mechs might excel in short-range combat, but they were far from helpless while they were still attempting to close the distance to their enemies. As soon as the leading elements of the enemy phase fighters entered into medium range, the Dracoloids struck with a modest ranged weapon complement of 4 integrated Gauss cannons and 2 integrated plasma guns. Although the Dracoloid did not have that many weapon systems, each one definitely inflicted serious damage upon impact. Of course, since they all fired slower than light projectiles, their accuracy was normally difficult to maintain even at medium ranges. Yet when Casella put her superhuman marksmanship skills at the disposal of the Dracoloids and their Larkinon mech pilots, the dragon mechs found ways to raise their hit rates. The resonance-empowered Gauss rounds and plasma bolts took an even greater toll on the energy shields than the native aliens calculated. Then there were the Omega Threshers. The other combat-oriented first-class multipurpose mech chosen by the Larkinson clan was this model. It had many different ranged weapon systems. The Omega Thresher boasted 6 integrated Omega laser cannons, and Casella instructed the machines to make sole use of this weapon system. The performance of the Omega Threshers at long range was already impressive due to their potent combination of signature weapon systems. The Omega lasers hit harder than conventional laser weapon systems. They also expended energy like nothing else, which meant that the Omega Thresher often found itself forced to leave its other weapon systems dormant just so the pilot could focus fully on hitting the formidable aliens with his most accurate weapon systems. Under the control of the Saint Commander, the Omega Threshers easily managed to down one phase fighter after another after landing only 4 attacks from the Omega laser cannons. The phase fighters continued to lose numbers like crazy. Only a short time had passed, and already they had lost over 1,000 strike craft. Chapter 6997 Opening the pressure relief valve. During the initial confrontation between mechs and phase fighters, the former definitely held an advantage. The commandeered mechs vastly overperformed compared to ordinary first-class multipurpose mechs. The true resonance amplification gave them enough reality-distorting power to remove the hardy and troublesome azure energy barriers with disturbing ease. The skills and guidance provided by the multitasking ace commander massively increased the hit rates of all of the ranged armaments. The affected mech pilots could choose to accept or reject these offers, but the vast majority chose to bond themselves to the Saint Commander. They trusted in her. Again and again, the Omega Threshers continued to demonstrate their prowess in mid-range combat. The Omega laser cannons did the most work, but the Omega Thresher model also featured other ranged armaments. As the distances continued to grow smaller between the two sides, the Omega Threshers also opened fire with their phase disintegrator guns. Unusual energy projectiles struck one phase fighter after another. While the energy bolts did little else but disturb the performance of any phase fighter that received a direct hit, the damage was considerably greater when hitting a transphasic energy shield. The phase disintegrator guns had been designed specifically to wear out enemy energy shields faster than usual. The new and exotic weapon system definitely fulfilled this goal. In fact, they proved even more effective when the Omega Threshers got commandeered by the Saint Commander. When empowered by resonance, the performance of the phase disintegrator guns was absurdly high. If not for the fact that their muzzle velocities were a bit on the low side, they should have been more common. Even so, the Saint Commander was more than skilled enough to work around this limitation. The native aliens have lost over 2,000 phase fighters at this time. Their leaders are changing courses and strategies, but none of these measures are preventing our commandeered mechs from continuing to bombard them with accurate attacks. The enemy vanguard elements are deploying smoke screens in an attempt to deny us from targeting their strike craft. Their attempts are largely ineffective as the Saint Commander is able to find enough targets for her commandeered mechs to lay waste. Besides, the Dracoloids and other melee mechs have already begun to get close enough to engage the enemy strike craft in close range. The enemy warships are beginning to open fire on our warships. They are also launching missiles. Intercept the guided munitions. The warships on both sides had begun to bombard each other with long-ranged gun battery. Fire. The Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet immediately fell at a disadvantage in this regard. The native aliens had over 130 warships at their disposal, of which 16 consisted of capital ships. In the meantime, the only true battleship that the attackers could rely upon was the tortuous Scream. The disparity in quantity and caliber of firepower immediately became apparent. The human warships performed better under the guidance of the Saint Commander, but she was no starship operator. It was also a lot more difficult for her to significantly transform the combat power of an entire vessel, so her positive influence on the tortuous Scream and the warships of the Blue Jay Fleet remained limited. However, if there was one area in which the human vessels excelled at, it was tech and defense. The alien warships were all fairly modern, but also came from mixed sources. The vessels built by the major alien races were lopsided in their improvements and technological advancements. The warships of the Red Cabal were not only made out of better materials, but they were also equipped with more advanced high technologies. Their biggest advantage was that they all benefited from shield link technology. With the help of their shield link transceivers, they could shuffle shield energy directly between each other. The human mechs also happened to possess their own shield link transceivers. This helped to reassure the mech pilots and warship crews as they confronted a vastly numerically superior foe. Despite being outnumbered several times to 1, the mechs and warships continued to rely on the power of their ace commander and the protection of shield link technology to remain strong. We have yet to suffer significant casualties, but the native aliens are continuing to lose phase fighters at a prodigious rate. It will not take long for the Dracoloids to get close enough. The only downside is that there are too many alien phase fighters on guard to intercept any melee mechs that seek to get close to the most dangerous planets. While the situation of the attacking forces remained optimistic for the time being, the native aliens could still regain the advantage as long as they persisted in the battle. The native aliens were not unfamiliar with the strengths and weaknesses of shield link technology. The forces of the Red Association and the Red Fleet utilized support link technology often enough for the aliens to devise their own countermeasures. The answer was quite simple. So long as they inflicted enough damage, they could drain the entire pool of energy used to sustain all of the energy shields at once. Once the protected mechs and warships received this treatment, every connected asset lost their energy shield protection at the same time. The native aliens cleverly targeted the largest, slowest and most vulnerable human targets. That just so happened to be the tortuous Scream, the Vulcan's Glory and other large starships in the two fleets. Each of them received a torrent of abuse from the large number of enemy assets in the field. Even without the protection of their phase lords, the alien fleets still possessed the ability to overwhelm many human foes, particularly when they were on the defensive this time. The other advantage the native aliens possessed was their much greater willingness to resort to transphasic missiles. Since the native aliens had access to far greater reserves of phase water, it was not difficult for them to set a bit of it aside to create highly potent explosive warheads. Now, the enemy warships held nothing back as they launched their precious transphasic missiles and torpedoes at the human vessels. If they struck the tortuous Scream all at once, the converted alien battleship's energy shields would probably receive so much pressure that they would collapse before the shield link transceiver could obtain additional support. We cannot let more than 70% of those missiles strike our ships. If they do, then the total energy shield pool might get drained ahead of time, causing us all to become exposed. We cannot let that happen. The Saint Commander found herself forced to divert precious firepower to shoot down the missiles in advance. Omega lasers at lower power settings fired at a higher pace than before. Each time, the resonance-empowered laser beams struck the warheads with just enough power to successfully neutralize a missile. Hundreds of these energy beams struck the fast and maneuverable missiles. Their hit rates reached a respectable level of 60%. The main reason why it did not get any higher was because Casella had to provide guidance to hundreds if not thousands of mechs at a time. It should normally be impossible for any single individual to micromanage so many commandeered mechs at once, but Casella was able to do it in defiance of reality. This was what she was good at. Casella did not intend to waste any of the mechs under her command. The first salvo of missiles detonated long before they reached Kos Enig Hto threatened the hulls of the Premier Fleet and Blue Jay Fleet. However, that did not mean the native aliens gave up. They continued to fire repeated salvos of missiles. The enemy understood clearly that interpreting all of these warheads took a toll on the human forces. Enemy phase fighters began to gain more breathing room due to the decrease in enemy firepower. Yet that changed as soon as the Dracoloids finally managed to close the distance. The Larkinson mech pilots assigned to these aggressive machines had been biding their time. Now that they had come close enough, the Dracoloids immediately began to rely on their superior mobility to intercept the enemy phase fighters and savage them up close. Their space suppressors became fully active while their shield link arrays kept their Azure energy shields active even when they came under heavy fire. The well-trained alien phase fighter pilots relied on various different means to avoid getting caught by the human melee mechs. Their plan was not that complicated. They attempted to rely on their superior numbers to isolate and defeat the Dracoloid mechs in detail. Yet the Saint Commander was able to read their intentions and devised countermeasures. Her strategic acumen led her to employing the right solutions at the right times. Even as the enemy phase fighters attempted to scatter and move further apart from each other, the Dracoloids simply ignored the faster and more maneuverable enemy craft and moved straight to the enemy warships. These hulls were larger and far less maneuverable than alien phase fighters. There was no way they could outrun the Dracoloids. The enemy phase fighter pilots realized their mistakes and tried to regroup before trying to intercept the Larkinson melee mech units. Yet their pursuit made them easier and more predictable targets to the humans. The Dracoloids had the ability to flip around and fire a rapid salvo of plasma guns and Gauss cannons. Each of these weapons were powerful and happened to be easier to hit their targets at lower distances. Right now, these Dracoloids were shredding through many unprepared phase fighters. It was only after this stage that the Dracoloids could finally unleash their full power. They closed the distance and breathed fire into the Azure energy shield that protected the alien enemy from the ultimate freeze. The enemy's energy shields never lasted long. Not only had the space suppressors of the Dracoloid turned their effective strength into a fraction of their former glory, but the flamethrowers built into their dragons mouth proved absurdly effective at overloading Azure energy shields as well. Phase fighter after phase fighter collapsed and burned before other enemy units decided to butt in and interrupt a solid Okasoin. The native aliens have lost over 3,500 phase fighters and counting. The surviving phase fighter pilots have become even more discouraged. They had yet to down a large number of mechs at this point. Even if the battle had taken a large toll on many of them, they could still fight and persist. This is so much fun. The glowing Dracoloids were able to fully unleash their true nature. The Larkinson mech pilots felt as if they had opened up a pressure relief valve. The steam had been building up inside their bodies ever since the first piloted the Dragon mechs. It was only now that they spread glory with the help of dragon wings that they finally became in tune with their power and other aspects. Dragon mech after dragon mech continued to intercept phase fighters before breathing fire into their shielded and well-protected forms. While the Omega Threshers were able to play it safe by fighting at mid to longer ranges, the Dracoloids fully satisfied those who liked to get up close and personal. Usually speaking, the Dracoloids tended to run out of fuel rather quickly if they kept launching their fire breath attacks. However, the resonance amplification loaned by Saint Casella gave the destructive flames an added kick, enabling the Dracoloids to crack open the defenses of their targets with brief sprays of fire. As the enemy phase fighter units continued to get disrupted by the invading humans, the battle between the warships was not so hopeless to the alien defenders. The human warships fought aggressively, but commandeering did not have much of an effect on them, so they were unable to withstand the superior numbers of the enemy warships. It was only because of the lack of trust and coordination between the alien fleets that they had not been able to make better use of their numbers advantage. Even so, if this continued, the human warships might be forced to retreat, which would put their mechs in a dangerous position. Chapter 6998-6998. The day of insurrection. On the day the Battle of Screed Tanner VF commenced, the Red Ocean continued to remain a hive of activity. Many other battles raged in and around the frequently changing frontlines of the Red War. Nobody kept track of the sheer amount of battles that the humans had fought against the native alien species. Most Red humans made the assumption that the Red War had erupted on the day the Great Severing occurred. As for the fighting that occurred before this period, the humans at the time did not really consider their steady advance into alien-occupied territory to be a proper war. How could they? The humans were part of the most powerful civilization of the much greater Milky Way. If humankind truly wanted to, they could have dispatched thousands of first-class mech corps, dozens of god pilots and tens of thousands of CFA battleships to sweep across the tiny, dwarf galaxy within a decade. The fact that humans did not overwhelm the Red Ocean with overwhelming force was not a sign of weakness, but strength. Humans had the luxury of wiping out the native aliens at any time, but they considered this option to be too costly and wasteful. Rather than engage in a loss-making business, the Big Two chose to let the space peasants do their work on their behalf. They may be weaker and much more constrained by the rules, but plenty of them would be happy to invest their wealth and lives to become pioneers. If everything went according to plan, the pioneers should have swallowed up the territories of the Red Ocean within 5 decades or less. Unfortunately, nothing went according to plan. The Great Severing had split the most dominant civilizations in 2 galaxies. Original humanity retained their dominance in the Milky Way galaxy, though it was currently undergoing massive internal upheaval. Red humanity had become the orphan sons of their original race and civilization. It had lost the protection of overwhelming military force, just as the Red Cabal intended when they transported their dwarf galaxy to a distant cosmic location. The fighting between the 2 sides was no longer as one-sided as before. The pioneers of Red humanity only managed to make consistent gains due to receiving a constant influx of reinforcements through the greater Beander gates. Now that this flow had become completely cut off, Red humanity not only lacked the reinforcements to sustain its offensive push, but even started to lose manpower and combat assets at a prodigious rate. To many people, this had become the real Red War. It was a conflict where Red humanity had been put on the defensive from day one and never had a chance to go on the offensive. For many days, Red humans fought and died in droves as they found themselves the weaker side of a war this time. It was a situation that many human supremacists never thought they would encounter in their lifetimes. Many of them indeed failed to adapt to the new reality. They either became ruined or lost their lives in the fighting. Not a day went by without the galactic net broadcasting news about star systems succumbing to the advancing aliens. The Red Tide offensive unleashed by the Red Cabal was highly successful. Ever since the Red humans had lost their precious defensive bands, their territories no longer enjoyed uniform protection. The inherent division between Red humans caused many problems. The major powers tried their best to address this issue by investing more authority into human high command, but this was a flawed solution. HHC could never address all of the grievances and disagreements of every human group. The existence of a central authority that tried to tell different forces where they should fight did not sit well with many people. Combined with many people's resentment towards the Red Association and the Red Fleet, people's regard for their hegemons had dropped below a dangerous point. The popularity of the Mechers and the Fleeters was dropping. Not only were they failing to win or at the very least limit the losses of the Red War, they continued to lord over everyone else as if they were still unquestionably in charge of all humans. This grated on many people, but particularly the Terrans and the Rubarthans. From their perspective, HHC was not so much a platform to coordinate their defenses, but a tool used to control the space peasants and exploit them in order to make the Ra and RF richer to the detriment of the masses. More and more people became convinced that the old rules no longer worked anymore. The start of the Age of Dawn changed everything. Now that many people increasingly smelled weakness from the Mechers and the Fleeters, the space peasants gradually realized that their overlords were growing weaker. This caused the downtrodden and the suppressed to have ideas. After many months and years of secretive preparations, the conspirators finally received a signal. The time had finally come. While no forces began to mobilize on a wider scale, several major human powers abruptly initiated official live broadcasts at the same time. Each of them directly addressed their own populations, but also intended to pass on their message to others, most notably the Mechers and the Fleeters. On the side of the Terran Alliance, an honored star designer appeared in view. The Armsburger himself had chosen to address the Terrans and other humans. As a star designer that was famous for combining both high technology with traditional smithing techniques, the Armsburger had long been known for crafting the most exquisite melee weapons. Many god mechs, particularly those that excelled in melee combat, benefited from his unbreakable Armsburger weapons. Now, this muscular and fit star designer had chosen to disclose a daring and risky plan that directly affected the lives of every Terran in the Red Ocean. During this historic broadcast, the Armsburger chose to wear a multi-layered green garment that blended formality, refinement and transcendence in a single elegant presentation. My fellow Terrans and Red humans, today I have an announcement to make. The leaders of the Terran Alliance along with other like-minded partners have been preparing to save our people by any means necessary. We have determined that the best way to do so is to expose the falsehood of unity, and recognize it for the tyranny that has always constrained our potential. Yes, I dare to state the truth. Since the start of the age of mechs, our Terran people have been stripped of our rights and suffered one humiliation after another. In their greed to conquer our civilization, the Big Two has stolen our warships and prohibited us from fielding them ever again. They have also imposed a set of rules and instituted a technological blockade. Under the reign of the mechers and the fleeters, we can never be allowed to field weapons that can ever threaten their rule. Do you recognize how absurd it is for us to behave as a subjugated group in a time where the native aliens are the greater threat to our common civilization? Many of us have filed constant petitions and requests to repeal the rules that tie our hands behind our backs. Yet the Red Association and the Red Fleet refuse to take them seriously despite the fact that we are losing more men and mechs than the mechers and the fleeters. Many viewers grew angry and upset at the mechers and the fleeters. It was pretty easy to turn the Terrans against their current overlords. The prohibition on the use of shield link technology is the most egregious restriction that they have imposed on us. While their own mechs and warships are able to collectivize their Azure energy shields, thereby enabling all of their units to last far longer in battle, we are still not permitted to use the same technology. The Armsfurger assumed a more grave demeanor. What does this tell you? To us, it signifies the fact that the Red Association and the Red Fleet values their own greed and lust for power over the defense of our united civilization. They have helped to establish human high command, only to deny its suggestions to liberate us from their confining and outdated restrictions. They still guard against a return to the age of conquest, thereby completely forgetting how much we thrived during this golden age of humanity. The Armsfurger actually looked angry this time. Their continued refusal to return our right to field our own warships and use every advanced tech that is already known to our civilization does not benefit our race. It merely benefits the tyrants that fear losing power over the supposed space peasants. My fellow Terrans, do not mistake this fact. We all enjoy the status as galactic citizens, but as far as the mechers and fleeters, we are still the same barbaric primitives that they imagined us to be since the start of the age of mechs. We are not children that need coddling. Neither do we accept the argument that it is better to keep dangerous tech and weapons out of our hands for fear of harming ourselves. Continuing to maintain this stance serves no other benefit than to maintain the same excuse that has led us to accept the false authority of the mechers and fleeters for several centuries. No more. We can no longer tolerate the lies of the RA and the RF, especially when doing so will continue to deprive us from the powerful tech that we need to protect our borders and keep our fellow Terrans safe. A symbol began to appear on the Armsfurger's back. It was a flag that depicted a globe that displayed the continents of old Earth. Due to these reasons and more, every Terran leader have agreed that we must make a bold statement. It is my pleasure to announce that from this day onwards, the Terran Alliance will unilaterally secede from the tyrannical hegemony that is led by the Red Association and the Red Fleet. We are not requesting them to hand over the rights and sovereignty that rightfully belongs to the Terran people. We will take it back ourselves. The background changed. It depicted projections of brand new warships flying under the Terran flag. Such a sight would have attracted the heaviest degree of punishment from the Red Two in the past. It also showed mechs that managed to withstand concentrated firepower due to carrying a working shield link transceiver. This was a naked breach of the Red Two's duopoly on shield link technology. The Armsfurger was very much correct that the only reason this restriction existed was to ensure the mechers and the fleeters maintained technological superiority over the space peasants. Soon enough, a map of human-occupied space appeared. By taking back our sovereignty, many contracts, treaties and laws are no longer appropriate anymore. The territories of the Terran Alliance will no longer answer to any laws imposed by the Red Two that we have not explicitly chosen to retain by our own free will. Our legal departments have already revised many of them to fit the new era where the Terrans are able to stand proud for regaining our freedom. Let there be no confusion over our stance. We do not look kindly to the RA and the RF for subjugating us for so many years, but this is not the time to settle our grudges. For as long as the native aliens remain strong, we shall work and fight together as Red humans. However, if we must fight and cooperate with the Red Three, we will do so as their equals, not their vassals. Under no circumstance shall we obey their orders, or supply them with our goods and materials without engaging in honest trade. If the mechers and fleeters truly prioritize the continued survival of red humanity, then they should make the sensible decision and allow us to retain our sovereignty. If they are not willing to do so, then they must know that we do not stand alone. The Rubarthan Pact and numerous other first-rate states are following suit. The map changed to reflect a greater split unfolding. Not only had the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact become sovereign star empires again, there were even a handful of first-rate states in the Red Ocean Union that followed suit. The Armsfurger formed a vicious grin. In the eventuality that the mechers and the fleeters refuse to accept the inevitable, we are not above turning our arms against our fellow red humans. We shall never be slaves again. No matter what sort of advanced tech the mechers and the fleeters intend to use, we have more powerful tech at our disposal. With the assistance of hidden but also rising human power, we shall persuade the Ra and the RF to accept our terms, not by force, but by giving them a farewell present. Otherwise, they shall not have any opportunity to receive the technological secrets they desire the most. That was a bold statement to make. It sounded rather implausible for the Terrans and other conspirators to buy the Red 2 off with technology transfers, not when they had already accumulated so much cutting-edge tech. Chapter 6999-6999, The Day of Return. Have the Terrans and the Rubarthans gone mad? Their insurrection threatens to break apart our unified human civilization. How will we be able to maintain a united front against the native aliens? Their stupid desire to regain their sovereignty will divide us during a time where we can least afford division. Damn, those first-raters are engaging in stupidity again. Instead of fighting the aliens who are trying to kill all of us without causing any drama, the Terrans and the Rubarthans have decided to pick a fight with the Ra and the RF at the worst possible moment. Our third-rate state will get overrun by the native aliens by the time these selfish and entitled people have finally finished their big spat. Why can't they resolve their grudges after they have taken care of our alien enemies? My business is ruined. The Red War has been bad for my company in general, but I was still relying on trade between the colonial alliances to maintain a barely positive balance sheet. If commerce between the different human states is disrupted by the introduction of trade barriers, this will make everything more expensive. The news spread across human space within minutes. Many people celebrated the secession of the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact, the Eternal Vulcan Empire, as well as a handful of other ambitious first-rate states. People were already calling it the Red Split. Nobody knew what was in store in the future. What exactly did the Terrans and the Rubarthans mean by regaining their sovereignty? Did this mean that they were thinking about engaging in diplomacy with the aliens? Which contracts and agreements would remain valid and which ones got dissolved due to the occurrence of an unforeseen event? Everyone became confused. It would take many days in order for the people across human-occupied space to adapt to the new changes. The Red Split generated a lot of uncertainty in a time where red humanity was under heavy assault. Many people had already begun to castigate the Terrans and the Rubarthans for putting their selfish desires for independence over the more fundamental need to save their race. However, out of all of the groups of people who felt most uncertain about the attempted secessions, the mechers and the fleeters were greatly appalled by what had happened. They had long feared that the Terrans and the Rubarthans would attempt to take advantage of the current crisis and slip out of their grasp. The fact that they managed to prepare such a grand conspiracy and not leave behind any solid enough clues in advance was a massive intelligence failure on the part of the Ra and the RF. At this point, the Red Association and the Red Fleet had yet to make their stance clear. So did the Red Collective for this matter. The mechers and the fleeters had genuinely been caught flat-footed. Most of their attention had been squarely focused on the native aliens, which could explain why they had failed to sniff out this plot in advance. It is impossible for us to bring the insurrectionists into compliance through the application of violence. Commodore Corey McCarman of the 124th Monitoring Squadron spoke in a measured and composed voice. The first-rate colonial superstates are correct in their claims. Attempting to divert our fleets from the front lines in order to wage war against the insurrectionist states will lead to unacceptable losses. The Terrans and the Rubarthans are too proud to surrender without resisting. Their foolish pride and nationalism will see them fight to the death for every star system we take. When humans started to fight against each other, the native aliens benefited immensely. It would not be a surprise if the native aliens bided their time and continued to build up their invasion forces while different human factions squabbled against each other. Not only would attacking fellow humans during this critical time cause the morale of the mechers and the fleeters to plunge, but it would also tank their legitimacy across human-occupied space. The Big Two had always been keen on maintaining a strong amount of legitimacy over the centuries. It was the single most important quality that cemented their right to rule over every human. For a long time, the masses genuinely believed that it was best for the mechers and fleeters to remain in charge of everyone. This belief had become so strongly rooted in the Milky Way that there had never been any real chance to question its validity. Until now, for the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact to repudiate the Red Two and their hegemony so vehemently indicated that there was a larger plot afoot. When the projected RF officer issued a counter-argument, Commodore McCarman grimaced. "I refuse to believe we are out of options. We can still rely on our soft power and other gentle means of bringing the insurrectionists into compliance. We can impose trade embargoes. There are many goods that they rely upon to keep their planets and settlements prosperous and functional. By interrupting this form of commerce, we can make Terran and Rubarthan citizens dissatisfied without generating too much hostility. If economic pressure is not enough, then we can apply military pressure as well. Both colonial alliances rely extensively on our military support. Compared to the Rubarthan Pact, the Terran Alliance is especially vulnerable due to being protected by only a single god pilot. Let us see how long the Terrans will maintain their stubborn stance when they are truly left to fend for themselves." The good Commodore was not the only person to make this proposal. Many mechers and fleeters elsewhere thought about relying on pressure tactics to make the insurrectionists reconsider. However, there was little chance that this would happen. The Terrans would most definitely pay for their stubbornness, but so would everyone else. If the Terran Alliance ever collapsed, the rest of Red humanity would probably follow suit. The Red Ocean Union was not large enough to maintain enough population and industrial capacity to maintain the war effort. In short, the mechers and the fleeters could not afford to endure the consequences of seeing the insurrectionists fall. Since this was the case, the Red Two had to be extremely careful about which tactics they chose in order to encourage the insurrectionists to reverse their foolish decisions. Perhaps it was no longer possible to demand a complete return to the old status quo, but they may be able to negotiate a more acceptable alternative in this day and age. While the Terrans and the Rubarthans were willing to fight hard to regain their sovereignty, they probably made a miscalculation. The Red Association would never give up its jurisdiction on mechs. The same went for the Red Fleet in relation to warships. There were many mechers and fleeters willing to resort to the worst options and go to war in order to preserve their dominion over these aspects. Perhaps the threat of that may be enough to get the Terrans and the Rubarthans to agree to reason. Whatever the case, Commodore Corey McCarman doubted that his voice would make a difference in this great debate. He was just a relatively unimportant RF squadron commander. Instead of being stationed on a fleet that was directly involved in the Red War, he had the unenviable privilege of being stationed as far from the front lines as possible. The second Sphinx, the light cruiser that he was stationed on, and a handful of other warships and science vessels had been assigned to reside close to the location of Bridgehead 1. To be more precise, they continued to linger at the edge of the greater spacetime bubble that enveloped the central star node for a long period of time. The good news was that if the data was accurate, Commodore McCarman might not need to stay much longer. As the greater spacetime bubble ending today, the speed in which it is unraveling has fluctuated multiple times. A senior CFA astrophysicist responded to the Commodore. "We are 85% confident that this is not a natural unwinding process. The humans inside the bubble have been actively manipulating their own spacetime cage, though we do not have enough indications to learn what they have done or whether they are successful." Commodore McCarman looked wary. "What is your personal opinion?" The scientist paused for a few seconds. "I fear that the humans that are about to be reunited to the rest of the cosmos may not be the ones you expect to welcome back." Those words stuck to the Commodore's mind when the greater spacetime bubble finally collapsed. As soon as the photons that had previously been trapped in the spatial anomaly finally receive a chance to escape into the rest of the Red Ocean, the sensor systems of the Second Sphinx and other starships immediately became overwhelmed by foreign sights. Did we park next to the right star system? This is not Bridgehead 1. There is much more orbital infrastructure present around the planets. The surfaces of those globes have also become much different. How many warships and carriers are there in this star system? There are tens of thousands more hulls than we expected to see. Wait, these ship classes are completely unfamiliar. They possess recognizable human design styles, but their tech and materials are completely new and unfamiliar. The Dyson spheres surrounding the 12 stars of Bridgehead 1 have become much more developed. We have detected the presence of mass siphoning devices that extract particles from the stars and convert them into solid matter. Those planets. Of the over 100 planets that originally orbited this mega-star system, over half of them have transformed into war fortresses that are armed to the teeth. Wait, why are they embedded with gigantic thrusters? Can they move under their own power? The sensor officers and analysts practically went crazy as they witnessed the arrival of a completely different version of Bridgehead 1 than they expected. Shouldn't the greater spacetime bubble cause the passage of time inside of it to slow down by a factor of 100? Even as the bewildered mechers, fleeters and collies tried to make sense of what they observed, a familiar yet unfamiliar warship instantly seemed to teleport a few dozen kilometers away from the 124th Monitoring Squadron. Alarms rang throughout the Second Sphinx as the ships all detected that they were at the mercy of the dreadnought that had appeared into the naval equivalent of knife-fighting range. Is that the Dominion of Man? Yes, but she has received enormous upgrades from top to bottom. Commodore, we are receiving a direct hail from the capital ship that claims to be the Dominion of Man. Commodore Corey McCarman had a strong suspicion that this upcoming conversation would no doubt become part of a historic record. Accept the hail. Let us talk with whoever has chosen to greet us. Be mindful to stay on your best behavior. We cannot afford to make decisions based on false assumptions. Remain on your best behavior. When he finally accepted the hail, a projected screen depicted what appeared to be a metallic throne room. The entire chamber was empty save for a massive throne and reliefs that told a grand story in the form of carved images. When the view zoomed in, a certain woman sat on the throne. Claire Hamza, otherwise known as the Polymath, sat on the throne like a sovereign overlooking her domain. She had once again dressed herself in regal and opulent garments. She had completely eschewed the plainer and more minimalistic lab coat and suit that she typically wore in her guise as a star designer. Commodore Corey McCarman, the star designer, spoke. I am pleased to observe that my star system has merged back into the red ocean not too late. We have remained physically disconnected for too long. The RF Commodore was not surprised that she knew his name. Bridgehead 1 stored extensive records on everything. His suspicion on what may have happened grew stronger. He was certain that he was addressing the mastermind behind all of the unexpected changes. Your Excellency, if I may ask, how long has Bridgehead 1 remained in isolation, from the perspective of the humans inside the former greater spacetime bubble? The Polymath formed a very deliberate smirk. Through my successful experimentation and manipulation of what you call the greater spacetime bubble, my subjects and I have experienced a total of 53 years. As your sensors can no doubt observe, we have experienced many changes during this lengthy period. If I may ask, Your Excellency, Your Imperial Majesty. She pointedly corrected him. This is how you should address me. During the time of isolation, I have gained supreme power over Bridgehead 1. It is now the heart and body of the cybernetic empire. I have crowned myself as its empress, and I expect the Red 3 to recognize my claim. Commodore McCarman became speechless, and so did the other members of the Red 3. What the star designer said was so outrageous that he did not dare to offer a concrete response. This was way out of his pay grade. The Polymath knew that she shouldn't expect any real answer to come out of the squadron commander. Please convey my words to your superiors. They should be in contact with us soon. Do remind them not to keep up waiting for long. Tell them that my cybernetic empire is already recognized by the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact and vice versa. Just because my star system has remained physically isolated does not mean it is impossible for us to communicate across barriers. This was a critical piece of information. Somehow, the cybernetic empire had already contacted the Terrans and the Rubarthans before the greater spacetime bubble had completely unraveled. This is likely explained by the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact chose to declare their secession from United Human Civilization on this particular day. Chapter 7000, The Day of Pestilence. Check contest in comments if the secession of multiple first-rate colonial states and superstates had already caused a lot of controversy. The return of a very different version of Bridgehead 1 generated even more shock. No one expected for the Polymath to exploit the properties of the greater spacetime bubble and turn it into a massive advantage for herself and the red humans trapped inside. For a little over 53 subjective years, the Bridgehead 1 residents experienced 2 generations of peace, stability, growth and development. They all gained one of the most valuable resources that the rest of red humanity lacked, and that was time. The Red 3 engaged in intensive forms of data analysis in order to verify whether the claims made by the Polymath, or the cybernetic empress, were accurate. The Polymath never spoke any falsehoods. It was impossible for so much buildup and changes to take place in a matter of days, months or a handful of years. It would have been helpful to regain contact with the people who were originally stuck in Bridgehead 1 from the very beginning, but the cybernetic empire maintained a travel blockade as well as a communications blockade. In fact, many analysts doubted whether the galactic net still existed in Bridgehead 1. The communications infrastructure would have been completely redundant during the 5-decade period of isolation. Perhaps the site of a much more developed version of Bridgehead 1 may have been a very elaborate illusion. It was well within the power of the polymath to weave a star system-wide deception. However, there were too many indications that the site was completely accurate. After the polymath had made her initial greeting, the mechers and the fleeters scrambled to form a unified response. Bridgehead 1 was the original beachhead established by the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The two super organizations had invested enormous amounts of resources into turning it into an enormous stronghold. They even went as far as using some of their most powerful means to transport additional stars and planets in an ever-expanding star system. This not only opened up a lot more room for laboratories, factories and assembly facilities, but also attracted an enormous amount of highly skilled and knowledgeable scientists and engineers. The Urnstall Central Star node was much less impressive in comparison. It was like comparing a tiger to a house cat. The sapphire of the Red Ocean most definitely happened to be the smaller cat. In order to verify whether the residents of Bridgehead 1 had truly experienced so many years in total isolation from the rest of Red humanity, the Red 3 ultimately insisted on contacting their old officers and acquaintances directly. Short of crossing into Bridgehead 1 and observe all of the changes up close, this was the next best solution to quickly verify the polymath's shocking claims. Many relatives, colleagues and business partners thus received permission to communicate with people that had all grown a half-century older. To many of these people, the differences had become incredibly stark. "My son, you have grown older than me now. I never expected to see you again in this state. You know all of the secrets that I have shared with my best friend. You are either him, or a highly accurate clone or bot that has stolen his guise and memories. Lieutenant Stanton, I would like to remind you that you have not only made an oath to serve the Red Fleet. We have yet to discharge you from our service, nor given you permission to resign. We seriously urge you to reconsider your status and citizenship." People also began to ask the cybers about how Bridgehead 1 managed to become so densely populated. How come Bridgehead 1 has grown so large? How many children did you cybers produce? Did the polymath force every family to raise a dozen children per generation? Most of us are not natural-born humans. They are actually batch humans. The polymath has worked on the tech and has set up factories that are able to output a large amount of batch humans every quarter. We could have hosted more of them, but we do not have enough farms and other facilities to enable them to live with dignity. Now that we have finally reconnected to the main universe, we can finally rely on trade to expand our population. Through contacting the people that had completely forgotten their original allegiances and integrated into the cybernetic empire, the rest of Red humanity learned that all of the claims turned out to be true. The polymath, who previously had been exiled to Bridgehead 1 due to the transgressions she had made during the first conference of the survivalist faction, ultimately managed to secure a throne for herself. Nobody could have taken over Bridgehead 1 and ruled the expanded star system with so little dissent. The original loyalties of the stranded Red humans did not matter. The polymath had taken the soft approach, as she knew that people's resistance would definitely fade after a generation of continued isolation. By that time, even the most stubborn of people ran out of patience. No matter whether they were originally mechers, fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans or citizens of other colonial states, they all became subjects of the cybernetic empire in the end. The cybers, as they had taken to calling themselves, all showed the reason where their empire derived its name. Those cybernetic implants. It is challenging to succeed in the cybernetic empire. A former mecher now turned cyber told his friend in the Red Association. Our entire population has embraced cybernetics as a valid means to improve our work performance. Many of the current lines were originally designed by the polymath. They have undergone many iterations of improvements since then that have strengthened their ability to dispatch one type of foe much more effectively than the others. Why? We do not have access to the benefits of systematic cultivation. The cyber shrugged his shoulders. You see, when Bridgehead 1 entered the time of isolation, the barrier that kept us trapped and enabled us to gain additional years could not alter the amount of exotic radiation that passed through our star system. I think I understand. Time may have sped up inside the spacetime bubble, but the amount of E-energy radiation passing through your star system remains constant. What actually happens is that your local exposure to exotic radiation has shrunk until it is barely noticeable. The only way you cybers could keep up is by resorting to implants. This had a very large impact on the development of Bridgehead 1. It explained why a lot of long-range sensor readings detected buildup of advanced but recognizable human tech. Much of it carried the style and personal touches of the polymath. If she did not include any significant amounts of hyper-technology to their designs, then that was because she was not effectively able to make it useful, and not because she did not like its working principles. The rest of Red humanity quickly figured out why the polymath had been unable to invent revolutionary applications of hypermaterials. They lost almost all of their E-energy needs while residing in Bridgehead 1. How effective was all of this new and advanced tech? Nobody could say for certain. They could perform a lot of analyses from afar, but without seeing the new high-tech mechs and starships in action, everything remained theoretical. At least the cybers mist remained deficient in terms of hyper-technology, E-technology and most importantly superdimensional technology. The interviews also revealed that the cybers did not produce any new high-ranking mech pilots. During the entire time of isolation, not a single cyber mech pilot had advanced to the rank of expert pilot, ace pilot or god pilot. This gave the Red Association and the Red Fleet just enough assurances in their ability to defend against any megalomaniacal takeover attempts by the so-called cybernetic empire. However, it was clear that the cybernetic empress did not intend to surrender Bridgehead 1 to its rightful owners, nor remain neutral in the disputes between different human powers. The polymath and her incredibly militarized one-system empire had become incredibly powerful wild cards. The Red Association and the survivalist faction urgently sought to bring the rogue star designer back into the fold, but none of their communication requests got through. By remaining silent and unresponsive, the cybernetic empress sent a very clear message. Everyone understood that the polymath sought to establish herself as an independent power. With a massive army, the dominion of man and possibly a god pilot at her disposal, she definitely possessed the strength to defend her small but incredibly developed domain. In fact, the polymath could even take advantage of everyone else's preoccupation with the Red War to annex the neighboring territories. Not that many ordinary people cared about the threat posed by the Ritternees. No matter how much the polymath and the tens of billions of cybers under her command tried to establish their independence, they still clung to their human identities. So long as that was the case, they could never be at peace with the native aliens. People began to look at the bright side of this development. Would the cybernetic empress dispatch millions of mechs and thousands of warships to the faltering frontlines? Would she send one of her impressive war planets that evidently possessed the ability to engage in interstellar travel with the help of enormous warp drives? Or would she be willing to share a modest but incredibly valuable knowledge repository that contained 53 years' worth of constant technological progress and evolution? Any of these actions could not only introduce a lot of hope to Red humanity, but also earn the star designer turned empress a lot of goodwill among the common folk. The fact that the polymath already recognized the sovereignty of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact served as a telling portend of what was to come. Just as Red humanity continued to become more and more engrossed by the secession and the appearance of the cybernetic empire, a third explosive piece of news spread across the galactic net on the very same day. Unlike the previous two occurrences, this one was unambiguously negative. A total of 14 star systems located in the territories of the Rubarthan Pact have fallen in record time. 21 more star systems have detected the arrival of enormous swarms of hostile organic life forms, each of which are hostile towards the local red humans. The alien pests are not so much attacking our worlds as they are devouring it like interstellar locusts. Are those vorabugs? There are so many of them. Their variations have also grown more numerous. There are far more than the basic three forms of juvenile, adult and elder vorabugs visible in the footage. There is a high likelihood that the vorabug race has become subjected to external stimulation that has caused these previously wild and feral aliens to undergo rapid development. Our intelligence gathering operations in alien space indicate that we are far from the only victims of the vorabugs. These aliens are hardly paying any attention to us. They have commenced an assault on over 1,000 star systems occupied by the native aliens. Each of them are woefully unprepared to repel a surprise attack of this scale and intensity. Without the protection of enough phase fighters and warships, the evolved vorabugs are expected to conquer entire alien territories and provinces by the end of this week. This This is a disaster. No, this is an opportunity. Even if these vorabugs are not intelligent enough to understand the concept of diplomacy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We must do everything in our power to direct the attention of these insects away from human-occupied space. The more we are able to divert them to alien space, the more the Red Cabal is forced to pull back fleets from the Red War and dispatch them to the front lines of the new war against the vorabugs. Everything is about to change. I cannot keep track of the variables anymore. Too many events are happening on the same day. This is driving me crazy. In the end, with the confluence of 3 massive events, the 102th day of the 4th year of the Age of Mechs came to be known by 3 different names. The Day of Insurrection, the Day of Return, the Day of Pestilence. Chapter 7001, Gradual Takeover. Too much had happened in one day. At first, multiple powerful first-rate states declared their intention to secede from the unified human civilization framework that had originally been set up by the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. During the time of the Great Severing, most people never questioned the assumption that the Mechers and Fleeters would remain in charge of the humans that could no longer return to their home galaxy. Their circumstances drastically changed, but inertia and familiarity caused many humans to accept the reign of their familiar overlords. Even when the Red Association and the Red Fleet started to take on their own identity and begin to make adaptations that their parent organizations would never consider, they still represented the old status quo. No more. The decision of so many major players seceding from unified humanity had irrevocably damaged the authority and reputation of the Red Two. It became clear quite soon that unless the Red Association or the Red Fleet was willing to employ overwhelming force to violently bring the Terrans and the Rubarthans back into the fold, it was impossible to turn back the clock. The possibility still existed so long as the Mechers and Fleeters were willing to redirect a handful of their formidable god pilots and dreadnoughts. However, the very notion of pulling them away from the front lines just to unleash their awesome killing power against fellow Red humans was unconscionable. Not only would the Red Two's remaining support from the population evaporate at record speed, but the god pilots and dreadnought crew involved may even go as far as to mutiny against their own super-organizations. Even so, there were still plenty of hardliners within the RA and the RF that still insisted on bringing the first-rate colonial states back under their jurisdiction through any means necessary. If violent means could not be employed, then what about nonviolent ones? As long as they remained discreet enough, they could employ many dirty tricks that would be difficult to trace back to their agents. Yet the other events that happened on the same day quickly dispelled the hopes of the Mechers and the Fleeters. The news and subsequent reports about the return of Bridgehead 1 generated a huge amount of controversy and alarm. The good news was that the largest, most developed and most powerful central star node had become accessible again. The greater spacetime bubble erected through the efforts of 6 ancient phase whales had disappeared for good. Multiple science vessels examined the periphery of the enormous star system and discovered that the local space had completely turned to normal again. None of the spatial barriers had lingered, and the passage of time inside the Bridgehead 1 had become fully synced to how time passed by in the rest of the universe. People could never be too careful about this. Yet after what the Mechers and the Fleeters learned about how the Polymath selfishly and ruthlessly took advantage of the botched attempt of the Red Cabal to eliminate the de facto capital star system of Red humanity. If she wanted to, the Polymath could have used her formidable intellect and amazing wonder machines to unravel the greater spacetime bubble with minimal risk and complications. Yet she did not do so. She violated the secret terms of her exile and broke her promise to never seek a position of power in a governing organization or similar. The brilliant part about her takeover plan was that she had done so gradually. Having learned from her first botched attempt, the Polymath did not attempt to take over Bridgehead 1 in a single attempt. That would have generated a lot of chaos and opposition. There were very real chances that the dissidents would take up arms and unleash weapons in the most densely populated planets of the central star node. The damage and loss of life would have been catastrophic. Instead, the Polymath purposefully kept the status quo in place just so that she could undermine it piece by piece on a gradual basis. At the same time, she used the additional time afforded to her to burnish her reputation, make her case to the masses and win over one troublesome faction of loyalists after another. It was impossible for the Polymath to knock over these barriers in a single day or month, but what about a year? What about a decade? Time could wear away almost any form of resistance. Only high-ranking mech pilots remained stubborn to the end, but they were the exception rather than the rule. The polymath did not encounter many issues with transferring them to their own preserve where they could train, meditate and generally stay out of the way. It helped a lot that she personally offered to design brand new mechs tailored to each individual champion. After she essentially bribed the most stubborn mech pilots to not interfere with her business, the polymath was free to convert the remaining population at her leisure. It was not as easy as it sounded. Bridgehead 1 was absolutely massive. The Big Two deliberately built it up as the foremost anchor point of humanity's presence in the dwarf galaxy. The mechers and fleeters almost spared no expense by pulling over so many stars and planets. It was absolutely mind-boggling that they managed to put so many stars together, tweak their orbits so that they would not crash into each other, and build multiple Dyson spheres around them to capture their energies and prevent their combined electromagnetic radiation output from transforming all 100 planets into radioactive hells. Despite the fact that Bridgehead 1 completed such a massive transformation, its population had also ballooned. Many mechers and fleeters who emigrated to the Red Ocean preferred to work in this star system. Bridgehead 1 was one of the locations that benefited the most directly from the prosperity generated by the trade facilitated by the Greater Beander Gates. Combined with the abundance of top-tier laboratories, workshops, factories and other facilities, there were only a handful of star systems in the Milky Way that could exceed Bridgehead 1's splendor. This was also one of the reasons why its temporary loss represented a substantial drop to the rest of Red humanity's war-making potential. Even if other star systems such as the Urnstall Central Star Node could take over some of Bridgehead 1's functions, it just was not the same. What Red humanity expected to receive was the original version of Bridgehead 1. What they got instead was a completely new one-system star nation-state. Over a span of 15 years, the polymath essentially took over all of the institutions that governed the many different aspects of Bridgehead 1. At the start, she successfully persuaded the majority of the population to agree to her proposal to extend the time they remained stuck in the greater spacetime bubble. This was the most vulnerable part of her plan. If the masses strongly disagreed with remaining in isolation, then she could not execute the rest of her plan. Fortunately, enough people became convinced by the necessity of spending several decades in a time-accelerated pocket of space in order to reverse the losing trend of the Red War. It helped that many of the residents of Bridgehead 1 were already familiar with ED-net training. It was easy for them to make the comparison and expect similar outcomes, only this time their efforts would be much more tangible. Once the polymath bought herself a lot of time, there was little chance for the population to resist her case. She was a star designer, the single most intelligent human in 2 galaxies. Trying to usurp leadership from billions of mortals was like stealing candies from a huge amount of babies. Perhaps the amount of babies was a bit excessive this time. That did not change the fact that none of them possessed the strength to resist a star designer's machinations. Even the members of the Red Fleet had fallen under her sway. The fact that the Dominion of Man had become the flagship of her enormous armada represented a gigantic loss to the Red Fleet. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle and Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson must have gone completely crazy once they learned that the polymath stole their precious trump card and god ship. There was just one other mystery that weighed heavily on many people's minds. The Dominion of Man is not the only top-level asset stationed in Bridgehead 1 at the time. A mech designer of the Ra said, "What happened to the first flame? According to the glut of information that is being disgorged into the galactic net, His Holiness has not made an appearance in decades." An administrator who also worked for the Red Association began to grimace. According to the Cybernetic Empress herself, the first flame played a deciding role in the defense of Bridgehead 1 during the initial deep strike operation launched by the ancient phase whales. After the polymath had made her intentions to turn Bridgehead 1 into an enormous time capsule for ostensibly noble reasons, the first flame agreed with her and chose to make his own preparations to save Red humanity. He is not a star designer, so he cannot introduce new tech or govern the population as effectively as the polymath. He can only allocate his time into enhancing his personal strength. The Ra mech designer looked skeptical. That must be challenging. He is a god pilot who is confined to a single peaceful star system. There is not enough external pressure that can make him excited and give him an actual purpose. What has His Holiness been doing in the decades that he remained stuck in Bridgehead 1? The polymath claims that the first flame has chosen to undergo a long period of closed cultivation. He did so by transforming his god mech into phoenix form before diving through one of the gaps of a Dyson sphere in order to hibernate inside one of Bridgehead 1's 12 stars. What an outrageous claim. Any other mech pilot would have committed suicide if they attempted to dive past the corona and into the convection zone and beyond. Perhaps god mechs were much more resistant towards the massive amounts of heat being thrown about in a star, but even they should not be able to last on an indefinite basis. It was different for the Phoenix. The first flame was a god pilot who wielded the power of flame at a godlike level. The Phoenix was probably the most heat-resistant mech that humans had ever made. As long as the two combined their advantages, it became a lot more plausible for them to be able to survive for many years while hibernating inside a star. Whether the first flame was currently swimming in the upper layers or slept inside the massive core of the star, the amount of energy he had been absorbing in the last 50 or so years must be astronomical. This was probably the best possible use of his time. The mechers could not conceive of a better alternative. Sure, the first flame could have remained active and either supported the polymath's political machinations or stood against them, but what was the point? Even if the first flame was not a member of the survivalist faction, even he agreed with the notion that the continued survival of red humanity mattered above all else. Let the polymath play her games. So long as she contributed to their common goal, the first flame had no reason to quibble. The first flame had grown too old to care about petty politics and infighting. His cantankerous behavior had already put him out of touch with the newer generations that were in charge these days. So how much has the first flame changed? Unknown so far. Due to the drastic reduction in E-energy radiation, we know that the first flame has not been able to absorb significant amounts of E-energy during the time of isolation. We believe that he has grown stronger, but that his progress is selective rather than holistic. Unless he emerges from a star, we can never know for certain. Will he reappear now that Bridgehead 1 has reconnected to the main universe? That is under debate. Chapter 7002. Unwilling to cooperate. While many people celebrated the return of Bridgehead 1, the RA and RF largely reacted in dismay after hearing about the defection of almost all of the personnel stationed in the star system. The only ones who held true to their oaths after half a century of isolation were the expert pilots and ace pilots loyal to the Red Association and a handful of other states. Their continued refusal to the polymath's tempting offers once again exemplified the virtues of high-ranking mech pilots. Of course, the self-crowned cybernetic may have been able to convert a handful of them to her cause if she tried hard enough. The fact that she did not do so was probably out of respect for these human heroes. She may have become a star designer whose work encompassed many different industries, but she could never forget her roots as a mech designer. The polymath also let these high-ranking mech pilots depart from Bridgehead 1 without incident. She even gave them permission to bring away their personal machines, much of which was stuffed with new and innovative technologies. Naturally, it did not take much thinking for the RA and the RF to deduce that letting them return to their respective groups was a plot. The pilots possessed a vast amount of information about what they experienced in the last 53 years. Even if they had not had much contact with the citizens of the cybernetic empire, they could witness the gradual transformation of the central star node as well as its society. Their mechs also contained massive amounts of value. The star designer likely did not implement more than a fraction of 53 years' worth of constant technological progression. However, what little she did chose to add to the machines most definitely put them at least 2 whole generations ahead of the current generation. This was just a conservative estimate. The tech the polymath and the army of scientists and engineers of her empire managed to invent and iterate upon was enormous. They had proven their capacity to produce superior products out of the same pool of base materials. The differences in performance of many parts and systems ranged from 10% to 50%. In fact, the cybernetic empire also invented tech that could outperform existing solutions by 300%, 1000% or even higher. Nobody had a clear idea just how extensively the polymath had single-handedly pushed the frontier of human science and technology forward. It was impossible to predict how much progress a star designer could make in a few months, let alone 53 years. People could only make a very loose estimation based on spurious assumptions. Even then, they probably underestimated the polymath's productivity over such a long period. The most powerful and advanced star system of red humanity had fallen under her sway. There were 12 Dyson spheres that were not only capable of providing astronomical amounts of energy that could be used to power enormous banks of supercomputers. No other star designer had so much processing power at their disposal. While the limited environment and inability to import massive amounts of materials from the rest of the new frontier most definitely limited her R&D potential, she could still divert lots of research into improving existing tech and systems. She most definitely placed a high priority on raising the efficiency of existing tech and materials. Finding out solutions to obtain more for less was vital in making progress in a star system that could no longer bring in more materials. The cybernetic empire also extensively reformed and rebuilt all of the existing holdings in Bridgehead 1. Many planets had become unrecognizable. High-density housing had become a lot more prevalent. Large space arcologies provided additional homes and workplaces for billions of natural as well as batch humans. All of that extra room became necessary when the cybernetic empire had transformed at least 50 of these planets into battle stations of enormous proportions. Although these war planets could also house billions of people, they would not be able to enjoy much comfort. However, the planets were so heavily armed that they could easily resist the attacks of alien assault fleets, including those led by lesser phase lords. If they faced enemies that they could not defeat, then the war planets also had the option to move away. Their enormous thrusters enabled these titanic armored globes to slowly move away from the orbits of the nearest stars. Although their acceleration rates were atrocious, at least they could still move, which was better than any other planet. This gave many people ideas. What if the cybernetic empire deployed these war planets to the front lines of the Red War? The polymath must have made them mobile for this express purpose. There was no other reason to go through the trouble of embedding them with enormous thrusters and developing a planetary-grade warp drive. However, since their normal acceleration rates were so low, their warp travel speeds were also fairly poor. A typical starship equipped with a superdrive could complete an interstellar journey in a single day. A war planet may take months or years to complete the same journey. This was an enormous setback to those who wanted to deploy the war planets to the front lines. So these war planets can move to different star systems, but their interstellar traversal speeds are lower than that of outdated alien warp-capable starships. Is that correct? Yes, sir. There is a probability that the polymath is deceiving us about the true mobility of her war planets, but we deem this to be unlikely. She can raise her bargaining power by claiming that they can reach a destination in a shorter time frame. The fact that she is frank about this limitation serves to reassure us and limit our expectations. The war planets can still be useful in defending our territories, but only up to the zones around Bridgehead 1. Leaving aside everything else, the war planets could still be used to help Red humanity keep hold of more territory if the Red War had become a lost cause. Yet that did not offer the Ra and RF much consolation. The more territory Red humanity lost, the more the balance of power shifted towards the owner of the richest, most populated and most developed central star node that still remained in human hands. Fortunately, the cybernetic empire had not neglected the need to build up more mobile and conventional combat assets. The CE already disclosed that it had fully mobilized a whopping sum of 180 warfleets. Each of them could be told to deploy to the front lines of the Red War at any time due to abundant preparations. Each warfleet comprised at least 50 warships, 50 carriers and 20 support vessels. Only a minority of them consisted of capital ships, but there were still many fleets that had way more hulls at their disposal. This also meant that every warfleet could also deploy at least one mech regiment's worth of mechs in combat. The cybernetic empire did not just focus all of her industries on the military sector. It turned out that the one-system nation-state also produced a massive amount of civilian starships. After all, the factories needed to keep running while the workers also needed to be put to good use. The polymath most definitely understood that one of the growing shortcomings of Red humanity was the growing shortage of starships. To be more specific, interstellar shipping came under increasing stress. Transport vessels got lost due to commerce raiding or had to be converted into carriers in order to carry mechs into battle. This came at a detriment to shipping. The orbital shipyards available to Red humanity tried and failed to replenish the lost transport ships. It did not help that these resource-hungry production facilities needed to be supplied by a huge number of industrial goods. Therefore, the deterioration of shipping lanes directly impacted the production of starships, which subsequently strained logistics even more, which caused orbital shipyards to become even less efficient. Many strategists and planners worried about this negative feedback loop, but they could do nothing to solve the problem. They simply did not have time to address the shortage of transport vessels. It just so happened that the cybernetic empire had bought 53 years' worth of uninterrupted production time. During the time of isolation, the Sea's factories and orbital shipyards produced over 200,000 transport vessels. Say what? 200,000 hulls? Truly, yes, but do not expect quality from them. They are designed with efficiency, affordability and ease of use in mind. They are slow, fragile and low-tech. While they happen to be modular and easily upgradable, this will take up additional production capacity as well as orbital shipyard capacity. How many orbital shipyards does Bridgehead 1 contain? We have counted a total of 512 orbital shipyards, but there are many other orbital facilities that may or may not possess limited shipbuilding facilities. The function of these stations are not always clear. 512. If these orbital shipyards can produce a single first-class or second-class combat carrier a month, the cybernetic empire can enrich itself in record time by selling its monthly output. Wait, the cybers have likely exhausted their reserves of easily accessible metals and materials. They will need to import an astronomical amount of materials from other locations in order to feed their orbital shipyards as well as many other factories. Correct. We do not believe that the polymath is happy to sell all 200,000 transport vessels to the rest of red humanity. At the very least, she will not let go of them easily without securing supply contracts to fuel her hungry industries. After the initial rounds of contact, it soon became clear that the polymath and her loyal cybers were not that eager to share their technological, industrial and military accumulation with others. The fears of the mechers and the fleeters came true. The polymath refused to give away the vast majority of her scientific advancements for free. Just as the Big Two maintained their superiority over the rest of humanity for a long time by building up a significant technological lead, now it was the turn of the Red Association and the Red Fleet to suffer the same treatment at the hands of the cybernetic empire. The war planets did not show any signs of moving anytime soon. Their enormous thrusters remained completely cold and their planetary-grade warp drives continued to stay dormant as they had for many years. The 180 or so warfleets that were raring to go to the front lines and beat back the native aliens did not have permission to set off. Whether they would do so ultimately depended upon negotiations between the cybernetic empire and the various powers of red humanity. Initial indications showed that the cybernetic empire very cleverly sought to establish mutually beneficial relationships with the newly independent Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. The latter had become especially desperate to forge an alliance and receive military aid after a tide of evolved vorabugs had begun to assault its border regions. What a disaster! Our hegemony has come to an end. Internal dissent and division has grown far past the point of containment. The Red Association and the Red Fleet will not collapse, but it is impossible for us to maintain the same amount of control over the states as before. We may even be forced to relinquish our right to enforce our laws upon the population and return to our original duties, which is to regulate mechs and warships. This represented an enormous fall from grace. The mechers and the fleeters were previously the undisputed rulers of the united human race. Was there a way for the RA and RF to force the polymath into surrender, regain possession of Bridgehead 1 and claim her enormous accumulation of civilian and military assets? Maybe. Sending a pair of god pilots may be enough to humble the polymath. Yet no one dared to make this suggestion. The Star Designer had 53 years to prepare for Bridgehead 1's return. She most definitely spent a lot of time on researching and developing countermeasures against every known god pilot. Even if the First Flame had not pledged his service to the polymath, nobody wanted to test the theory that she had developed superweapons that were strong enough to counter god pilots. Chapter 7003 The Red Two's Decline. What does she want? No one founds an empire without holding territorial ambitions. It is ridiculous to expend so much resources into building so many war planets, warfleets and transportation vessels. Does she seek to conquer our territories? That is, a feasible option to Her Excellency, or should we say Her Imperial Majesty? Adopting the latter term means that we accept her illegal claim to Bridgehead 1. Legality is dead in this day, age and galaxy. Force is the only law that matters, and right now, the polymath enjoys a 53-year head start compared to the rest of the competition. As painful as it is to lose ownership of all of our assets and personnel in Bridgehead 1, we need to admit to the reality that exists, not the reality that only exists in our fantasies. I recommend that we give up any attempt at contesting Her Imperial Majesty's claim on Bridgehead 1. Because might makes right. Exactly. You sound as if this is a distasteful practice. You are not wrong, yet what of it? Your feelings will not sway anyone, certainly not a Star Designer that commands a force that can single-handedly save red humanity, or collapse the framework of our society. Your stance calls for appeasement. That may be a mistake in itself. We both know what the polymath attempted to do during the Survivalist Conference. She is convinced that red humanity can only thrive under her absolute rule. She has spent 53 years proving her theory in a single central star node alone. From what we have been able to observe, she has truly made the most out of the resources and manpower available to her. This means that she has most certainly strengthened her resolve to expand her governance model to other human territories. Mark my words, the neighboring star systems and subsequently the zones around Bridgehead 1 will fall under her sway. Sooner rather than later. That is impossible. We will never allow it. They are too populated and industrialized. They were set up to support Bridgehead 1 and take advantage of its many benefits. Now that the central star node is lost to us, the remaining star systems have become even more important. Losing them translates into losing a large amount of people, industries, resources and more. You are naive if you think the cybernetic empire will remain confined to a single star system. Look at how prosperous it has become. Its population has ballooned, but under the fair and optimized administration that Her Imperial Majesty has personally devised and implemented, many inefficiencies have been worked out of people's lives. No one has gone hungry or destitute. Anyone can find work. Those who cannot do so anymore can live out their retirement in relative comfort. Family planning is precisely managed through a combination of incentives and cost increases. Every citizen has great confidence in their empire's ability to resist the alien invasion. All of this was undoubtedly true. If the people of Bridgehead 1 thought this way, then it was possible for others who lived in the surrounding star systems to hold the same ideas. If the populations of the star systems that traditionally maintained strong relations with the central star node requested to join the cybernetic empire en masse, it would be difficult to reject their demands. For one, the Red 2 could not offer superior protection to them unless they recalled a god pilot or a dreadnought and sent them to patrol the wavering star systems. This was an unthinkable decision. The star systems at risk of defection happened to be the rearmost territories of human-occupied space. There was little chance the native aliens would attack these territories in the near future. Recalling a god pilot or dreadnought also consigned many people at the front lines to their deaths. Not only would public support for the Red 2 plunge even further, but Red humanity would lose even more territory in the process. This directly increased the cybernetic empire's importance. In fact, the cybernetic empress had a perverse incentive for Red humanity to lose the Red War. Not completely, though. It would not do for the native aliens to overwhelm the formidable defenses of Bridgehead 1 and completely destroy human civilization in the Red Ocean. However, if Red humanity managed to cling to a single zone or just a small core territory that included Bridgehead 1, then that would turn the cybernetic empire into the strongest if not the sole governing entity in the remnant of human space. Although many people did not think that the polymath would be cruel and heartless enough to consign trillions of innocent humans to their deaths just to consolidate her grip over Red humanity, the possibility still existed. All of these factors more or less granted her a huge amount of bargaining power. The cybernetic empress could dictate terms to the rest of Red humanity, and everyone would have little choice to swallow most of her demands. She won. What the polymath failed to do the first time, she succeeded in the second, all because she found an opportunity to cheat. Who could possibly defeat the machinations of a star designer who possessed a 53-year head start? The polymath was exactly the kind of star designer who thrived on gathering abundant information and taking the time to analyze all of the variables before formulating a long-term plan to stack the deck in her favor. That was already scary enough. Giving her all of the time she needed to see her development plan come into fruition. That was impossible to defeat. The only reliable ways to defeat such a monstrous opponent was to defeat her with overwhelming force or rely on a variable that she had not been able to foresee or plan around. The Red 2 did have that in some measure. Superdimensional technology had exploded onto the scene like a supernova during Bridgehead 1's absence. The Red Association had transformed the Invictus into the first superdimensional god Mech. The machine had not only become the most effective ancient phase whale killer in the dwarf galaxy, but could also defeat damn near anything else. This meant that the Fist of Defiance served as a good deterrence against the cybernetic empire's overreach. If the situation became dire enough that it was more important to recall the god pilot from the front lines, then the mechers may actually go through with it, if only to stabilize their rear. Yet this was an extreme option. The Red Association could not afford to realize this threat too easily, so that gave the polymath a lot of wiggle room. So long as her acts to subvert the old order remained subtle enough, there was a high likelihood that her victims would grit their teeth and endure the bleeding. This was what was frustrating about the new status quo. The Mechers and the Fleeters did not doubt that the cybernetic empress would resort to such measures. After all, if the Mechers and the Fleeters could think about this development strategy, then the polymath definitely considered it many years ago. The apparent reality that the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact declared their sovereignty on the same day of Bridgehead One's reappearance was not a coincidence either. The Red Two had completely overlooked this possibility, but the more intelligence they gathered, the more they obtained clues that indicated that the cybernetic empire had been in contact with the two first-rate colonial superstates for at least 3 months, but likely more. This was an increasingly plausible theory. After all, if the polymath managed to reverse the properties of the greater spacetime bubble to her advantage, then she should also be able to poke a hole in it and establish a restricted form of communication with the outside universe. That meant that they were all in cahoots with each other. Perhaps the Terrans and the Rubarthans may still be wary towards the polymath in her ambition to expand her rule to all red humans. It was not a good idea to completely surrender all of the initiative to the polymath. Although it was definitely short in many aspects, the cybernetic empire could already be classified as a first-rate colonial superstate in its own right. So long as more and more people adopted this interpretation, they would grant a lot of soft power to the newly emerged empire. Perhaps that was the point of naming it in such a grandiose way. Calling the polity a dukedom or a principality simply did not produce the same level of impact. What this meant was that the polymath's personal fief may not fit the traditional definition of an empire at this time, but it could actually become so long as everyone agreed to her version of the truth. It would not be difficult for her to make this happen. What are her goals? Does she seek to conquer our entire civilization, or is she merely aspiring to establish the cybernetic empire as a major power? Will she tolerate the continued existence of the Red Two? What is her stance towards the Red Collective, and how eager will her enormous population adopt systematic cultivation? We need more information to obtain the answers to those questions. The upcoming negotiations centered around territorial recognition, military assistance and technology sharing will be critical. The ease in which the polymath dispatched her armed forces to the front lines and barter a fraction of her amazing new technologies to us will serve as important indicators. The more concessions she demands for her services, the less optimistic our situation becomes. If the polymath sees no reason to allow the Red Association and the Red Fleet to exist in their current forms, then we may have no future left. We have already started to fall from grace. When we combine that with the serious setbacks that we have suffered in a single day, I cannot see how we can maintain the glory that the Big Two have maintained for over 4 centuries. This turn of events cannot be stopped anymore. We can either adapt or we allow the rising power to push us into obsolescence. My suggestion is to give up on imposing our rules to the states that are unwilling to accept us and work with what we have left. The majority of the states and organizations based in the Red Ocean Union are still under our sway. We should stem the bleeding and engage in damage control by reinforcing our support base in the only colonial alliance that still looks up to us for protection and guidance rather than the Terrans or the Rubarthans. Perhaps we can also exploit the emerging Vorabug crisis to our advantage. I do not know where they came from and how they have mutated into such an aggressive and rapidly expanding species, but this threat is most likely a variable that the polymath has not been able to predict or plan around in advance. You are correct, but do not mistake our Vorabugs as allies. Unlike the polymath and her cybers, there is no possibility of negotiating with these insectals. We can use their indiscriminate invasions as pressure points, but that should be the limit. We should not allow hundreds of populated star systems to become devoured by the Vorabugs solely because we want to preserve as much of our old glory as possible. You are making a humanist argument. What is that supposed to mean? It is becoming more and more difficult to stay human in this increasingly dangerous galaxy. We are beset by too many threats. The native aliens have been pressing down on us for years. The Terrans and the Rubarthans have slipped our leash at the worst possible time. The cybernetic empire has just arrived but not only hoards a large amount of future generation technologies, but also possesses the largest reserve of uncommitted warfleets out of all of us. Then our race is also being targeted by increasingly more numerous swarms of mutated Vorabugs. Can any human solve all of these threats at the same time? Chapter 7004 Viscounts into play. Many galaxy-shaking events unfolded on this day, but not everyone had the time or attention to consider all of the changes and implications. Back in the Screed Tanner system, the battle between the humans and the native aliens had little clue of what was going on in the rest of the dwarf galaxy. Even if they received a notification about the secession of the first-rate colonial superstates and the return of Bridgehead 1, the soldiers first needed to finish their respective fights before they could think about matters beyond their mission in mortality. Not even Ves dared to direct too much attention away from the ongoing struggle. His mood became a little more unbalanced, but he tried his best to set aside any distractions that should be dealt with at a later date. The tortuous scream has been hit. No physical damage, minor drain to one of the forward Azure energy shields. The 7th Company on the anti-spinward flank needs reinforcements. The defenders of Screed Tanner VF have concentrated their most elite and veteran phase fighters on this side. Our Dracoloids are being outmaneuvered and our Omega Threshers are being assailed at close range. The Saint Commander is already responding to the offensive thrust of the native aliens. More Omega Threshers are redirecting their firepower towards the anti-spinward flank. The elite phase fighters are disintegrating. They are faltering under a concentrated barrage of resonance-empowered Omega lasers. Monitor the energy reserves of the assisting Omega Threshers and make sure to dispatch enough E-mules to prevent them from going into the red. What is the state of the center and spinward flank of our mech units? Redirecting so much firepower to the anti-spinward flank has caused the enemies in the other quadrants to catch their breath and reorganize. It will take much greater effort to break their spirits the next time. Then let our soldiers grind them down again. Under the Saint Commander's light, we have nothing to fear from this alien rabble. Our priority is to preserve the lives of our troops. We cannot afford to present any openings that the native aliens can exploit. Make sure to ramp up the rotation of E-mules. None of our combat mechs have completely expended their energy, fuel and ammunition reserves, but it will not take long before the most hard-fought machines will run low enough to constrain their fighting tactics. Sovi is reporting odd movements from several alien fleets. They are showing signs of making a sacrificial play in an attempt to take out our flagship at all cost. The smart AI estimates that there is a 56% probability that the native aliens will attempt to make this desperation play. The probability is rising by the minute. High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches frowned in thought. The Larkinsons had been afraid of this play. Even if the native aliens were currently losing war machines left and right, the humans would be suffering casualties sooner or later. It was impossible to save everyone in a battle of this scale and intensity. What are your suggestions, Tactical Officer? Sir, I suggest we back away and cede space to the native aliens for the time being. If the native aliens have gone mad and thrown all caution to the wind, they may be willing to sacrifice 20 of their ships just so that they can eliminate our flagship. According to the semi-reliable information provided by the Moloch Squadron, many aliens on the other side regard our flagship as the source of all of their ills. There are cases where the native aliens have turned suicidal when the pressure becomes too much for them to endure. Keep a close eye on their mechs and starships. If they begin to exhibit anomalous behavior caused by distractions or nihilism, inform me regardless of what else I am preoccupied with. Oh, please notify the Morpheus to scan the surroundings. If the native aliens have prepared a surprise, our alien stealth ship has a better chance of uncovering it than others. The command center of the tortuous scream continued to remain busy as all of the Larkinsons worked on their assigned stations without any problem. Yet all of the crew members did was to perform rote and standard functions. They fulfilled their duties as if they were truly making most of the important decisions. Yet for all of their busy work, there was a sense of emptiness in their hearts. There was not much room for them to show initiative because the Saint Commander had taken over. As long as Casella Ingvar had taken over command over the armed forces, she was capable of absorbing lots of data and deciphering the implications behind them. Although she clearly did not always get it right, putting her in charge of the fleet made it even more unbearable to lose. Many human command officers and staff found themselves on the sidelines as most of their input did not help the Saint Commander all that much. Casella was so good at taking command and tracking every piece on the checkerboard that she did not necessarily need the additional help. However, the Larkinsons of the Premier Fleet did not give up so easily. They directed their attention towards logistics and tried to be on the lookout for strange enemy movements. It was clear that the synergy between the command staff and the Saint Commander still needed a bit more work. Captain, the Saint Commander has just given our ship orders to advance and get ready to unleash her full firepower. The High Captain rose higher in his seat. Are we finally unleashing the full power of our bunker mechs? Yes, sir. Saint Commander Ingvar believes that the native aliens are struggling to endure the successive setbacks. The flight of their greater phase lords has not pushed them to their breaking point solely because they still enjoy a large numbers advantage. The native aliens are hoping that their successive attacks on our resonance-empowered and shield-linked mechs and warships have pushed us closer to exhausting our energy shield pools. The native aliens were not entirely unaccustomed to fighting enemies protected by shield-linked technology. Aside from eliminating a single shielded enemy by relying on overwhelming force, the only other fundamental way to defeat shield-linked opponents was to drain them of all of their energy shields, whether they originated from themselves or were loaned by other friendly units. Once this devastating event happened, the unshielded targets quickly turned into sitting ducks, though not always. Unshielded mechs and warships still posed a considerable threat against the numerically superior alien war weapons, but their ability to resist attacks to their physical states was limited. Alert! Sovi wants to warn us of the possibility that the core alien fleet led by the Protector of Karnak is angling to launch a missile swarm, a heavy torpedo salvo or both. The native aliens may have caught wind of what we are attempting to do. They have raised the priority of eliminating our flagship. How likely is our smart AI correct? Over 60%. Signal traffic is increasing. We have already spotted signs that the native alien warships are about to remove the covers from their missile launcher systems. Damn. Inform the Saint Commander, but begin making preparations ourselves. Check the state of our tertiary gun batteries and fix the unfunctional ones by any means necessary. We are not alone in this, sir. There are a multitude of faster and nimbler subcapital warships in the Blue Jay fleet that can help us intercept the incoming ordnance. That will not be necessary. The Saint Commander spoke directly to the command staff through an internal communication channel. Watch. Her command field shifted as she activated another aspect of her power. So far, she had only chosen to commandeer the mechs and starships of the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet. The mechs turned knights fought valiantly and produced greater impact. However, just because they gained the equivalent power of a quasi-expert mech did not mean they could ignore the physical reality entirely. The necessity of fighting at least 5 times more enemy strike craft than their own number took a toll on their psyches and machines. As advanced as their first-class multi-purpose mechs may be, many of the enemy phase fighters were barely able to keep up in a few areas, but that was already enough to turn them into serious threats. The disparity in numbers as well as firepower was even greater when it came to the warships. The native aliens simply had a lot more hulls and big guns at their disposal. Since the Saint Commander could only barely empower the massive warships with her true resonance, the tortuous Scream and the warships of the Blue Jay fleet were losing the trades with their much more numerous enemy counterparts. If it was not for the power of shield link, technology and clever maneuvering, the first human warships would have succumbed to enemy attacks by this time. All this time the warships were getting pummeled, the Saint Commander held back what may arguably be her greatest weapon. She decided the timing was right. Within the 155 artillery bunkers of the tortuous Scream, modified Omega Threshers had settled into the protective enclosures. Although not originally designed to function as bunker mechs, the Larkinson-developed FFEE-1100L variant not only attached them to an extra pair of bunker-mounted large luminaire crystal cannons, but also hooked them up to massive cables that fed them with energy while also siphoning away excess heat. These Omega Threshers had already made good use of their bunker advantages while being elevated to knights. Now that Casella chose to bring out the big guns, she instantly infeft 57 modified Omega Threshers, replacing their inferior empowerment with a much more superior version. The differences immediately became apparent. The lucky first-class multi-purpose mechs glowed brighter and exuded much greater power. Not only that, they also gained the protection of a cruder version of a resonance shield, which meant they had gained the strength of a mid-tier expert mech according to the resonance meters. It was already notable enough for a single mid-tier expert mech to participate in a battle on this scale. However, nobody had a clear idea of what it meant to deploy 57 of them at a time. Even if the newly elevated Viscounts still possessed many deficiencies compared to authentic mid-tier expert mechs, their offensive performance should at least be close enough to make the distinction irrelevant. So far, the Saint Commander had been relatively light in directing the mech pilots of her knights. Due to the trust they put in her leadership, she was able to take direct control over their controls, enabling her to pilot their machines with far greater skill than any mortal could hope to match. However, Casella only did that on occasion. Not only would she strain her concentration if she tried to micromanage over 1,400 first-class mechs, but she would also deprive the pilots of a valuable learning experience. Yet when it came to harnessing the firepower of 57 potent Viscounts, the Saint Commander did not want to leave anything to chance. Casella rapidly picked her targets. She rapidly shifted her gaze from one enemy warship after another. After half a minute of waiting, she mentally commanded her Viscounts to launch a highly coordinated precision strike. The modified bunker mechs acted in unison. They first opened fire with their phase disintegrator guns. 228 brightly glowing resonance-empowered energy bolts soared across space and strangely attracted the attention of many humans and aliens before accurately striking the segmented multi-layer energy shields that covered over a dozen targeted warships. Just a single bolt possessed the power to exhaust a segmented Azure energy shield. What amazed everyone was that none of the shots went to waste. Every phase disintegrator bolt accurately struck and segmented Azure energy shield and removed it before the next energy bolt flew through and exhausted the next energy barrier that had gotten in the way. In just over a second, every affected alien warship temporarily gained gaps in their energy coverage. While the aliens were quickly trying to plug the gap by hastily reshuffling the orientation of their segmented Azure energy shields, the Saint Commander acted faster. The instant the momentary gaps in the defenses appeared, the Viscounts already opened fire with all of their deadly precise and accurate energy beam weapons. Their high-tech Omega laser cannons as well as the bunker-mounted large luminaire crystal cannons all fired resonance-empowered transphasic hyper-laser beams through those gaps. None of the energy beams missed. Since each of them had been fired with the power of an average mid-tier expert mech, the energy beam inflicted way more damage than anyone aside from Casella could have imagined. They drilled through whatever hull plating was in the way and created holes straight through compartments, ship systems and more. It just so happened that Casella's targeting had been very deliberate. All of her Viscounts happened to target any missile launcher or torpedo launcher system, even those that could not have been directly targeted at the current angle. The penetrating firepower of her Viscounts had drilled through all of the hull plating and emergency energy shields and finally struck the weapon systems in the locations that they could least afford to get hit. A multitude of explosions engulfed the sides of the targeted vessels as their own explosive munitions detonated before they had a chance to launch. Chapter 7005 The Power of Viscounts. The Omega Thresher was an interesting mech model. Just as its name suggested, the first-class multi-purpose mech model was primarily designed around the use of its Omega laser cannons. The combination of high power per shot and excellent precision made the Omega Thresher good for mid to long-ranged combat. While it was not as accurate as a dedicated marksman mech, it came with an advanced targeting system that helped to improve its hit rate at longer ranges. After all, the consequences of missing a shot with an Omega laser cannon was much more severe. The necessity of accumulating a huge amount of power before discharging it in a single powerful strike always took up a lot of time. The problem with the Omega Thresher's configuration was that its weapon systems did not synergize particularly well. Its phase destructor guns could have served as an excellent complement to the Omega laser cannons. The former could tear down transphasic energy shields with ease, the latter could cut right through solid metal. It seemed obvious that the Omega Thresher was a mech designed to utilize both capabilities at once. Yet in practice, the two were only effective together employed at short range. The muzzle velocities of Omega laser cannon was equivalent to the speed of light. The muzzle velocities of the phase disintegrator guns were much slower and also a bit less precise at longer ranges to boot. The phase disintegrator guns had never been designed to kill or snipe. The Red Association asked for a support weapon, and that suited the Saint Commander fine. The problem that many mech pilots faced when they tried to master the art of piloting this machine, it became too difficult to effectively use the phase disintegrator guns together with the formidable Omega laser cannons. The former launched energy bolts that could not fly exactly straight at all times. They always followed a randomly skewed trajectory that was subtle up close, but became increasingly more obvious at longer distances. The relative slow muzzle velocities of the energy bolts also only really made them useful at closer ranges. That severely limited the value proposition of the Omega Thresher model. It obviously possessed a configuration that excelled at ranged combat. Why must it deliberately discard this advantage and fight opponents at a range that did not leverage the full potential of its devastating Omega laser cannons? The best possible use of the Omega Threshers was to strike a distant target with its phase disintegrator guns to sap away its energy shields before using the Omega laser cannons to inflict a large amount of material damage to the exposed enemy. Yet as the mech pilots hired by the premier branch began to master the use of this raw mech model, they found that it was practically impossible to accomplish this feat on any target aside from one that was completely stationary. As long as the range was far enough and as long as the target was moving and attempting to evade incoming fire, the difficulty of landing consistent hits with the phase disintegrator guns drastically rose. In fact, after the Larkinson mech pilots asked their colleagues over at the Blue Jay fleet for advice, they learned that even the Ra's own highly trained and heavily augmented first-class mech pilots struggled to perfectly land the attacks in sequence. Unless they became expert candidates or expert pilots, they had no hope of hitting distant enemy targets with the phase disintegrator guns before immediately striking them with the Omega laser cannons. The two weapon systems were drastically different from each other. Each of them demanded their own set of skills because the parameters related to firing them were not comparable to each other. A mech pilot might be able to dedicate decades of training into mastering long-distance shooting with laser weapons. However, the skills and instincts associated with them did not translate so easily to energy weapons with drastically different properties such as the phase disintegrator guns. This was a shame, as the combination made the Omega Thresher incredibly powerful in theory. Its value drastically rose if it was able to pop transphasic energy shields with greater ease without relying on melee mechs with space suppressors to weaken distant enemies in advance. Unless a first-class mech pilot dedicated his entire life to mastering the Omega Thresher's eccentric combination of armaments, it was unlikely for any of them to be able to use the mech model to its full potential. This was why the performance of the bunker mechs was so much more astonishing to those who understood the nuances of the Omega Thresher design. In the hands of regular mech pilots, the Omega Thresher was a deep machine that they could never fully tap due to their mortal limitations. However, if an ace commander took direct control over their machines, her unnaturally high skill and intuition easily enabled her to accomplish this superhuman feat. The Saint Commander's multitasking capabilities were so impressive that she did it 57 times in a single attack salvo. What impressed everyone the most was not that she succeeded, but that she attained a 100% success rate. This was a powerful indicator of her fine control and her ability to precisely guide the actions of multiple mechs to a very precise degree. A brief lull ensued on the battlefield as both the humans and the aliens needed a bit of time to come to terms with the initial result. Of the alien warships that suffered surface hits as well as more severe damage due to the premature detonation of live warheads, not all of them got crippled right away. Only 9 hulls appeared to be in such bad shape that their burning and partially collapsed hulls already started to drift out of formation. The other affected alien warships were a bit larger, tougher, or did not load their tubes with powerful enough missiles. These vessels had been spared the misery of their more injured cousins, but that did not mean they had been able to make it out unscathed. Some had lost their Azure energy shields. Others could no longer make use of some of their gun batteries anymore. Again, while everyone else was still busy with evaluating the damage of the previous devastating massed attack, the Viscounts were already firing their second salvo. Phase disruptor bolts surged from the bunkers of the tortuous Scream and struck the damaged but still relatively intact warships. Due to the disruptions caused by the secondary explosions on their hulls, the targeted warships were unable to respond in an adequate manner. They turned into sitting ducks as they witnessed their segmented Azure energy shields disappearing in a rapid sequence just before a handful of resonance-empowered Omega laser cannons and Luminaire crystal cannons fired their destructive beams straight through the gaps and bore deep into the hulls. The damage was less severe than last time as the bunker mechs of the tortuous Scream could no longer target any convenient missile launcher systems filled with explosive munitions. Third salvo. The modified Omega Threshers continued to fire their weapons at a rate of fire that was significantly faster than the base model. The Omega laser cannon was a demanding energy weapon system. It had many problems related to energy supply and heat management. It just so happened that hooking up an Omega Thresher to the systems of a capital ship easily mitigated all of these problems. While it was still possible to overheat and damage the weapons by channeling too much into them, their upper limits had been raised to a whole new level. This meant that the modified Omega Threshers could get away with doubling and maybe even tripling their firing rates. This was especially the case when Casella's true resonance toughened up the mechs even further, especially when she tapped the power of the brand new Dragon Scales resonating material. In other words, the Omega Threshers increased their firing rates to a level that would have caused their weapons to overheat and explode if they kept this up a few more times. Only the fact that they had temporarily gained the power that was equivalent to that of a mid-tier expert mechs kept their overstressed armaments and other systems in working condition. Again and again, the Viscounts kept repeating the same routine on the same targets until a dozen or so warships eventually succumbed entirely. Even if none of the resonance-empowered attacks was able to destroy a warship in a single hit, it was already enough to disable the alien vessels to the point where they could no longer contribute to the ongoing battle. These hulls had lost too many essential systems and could no longer move under their own power. As the Viscounts maintained their horrible firing rate, everyone eventually accepted the reality that Casella and the bunker mechs did not consume much energy and other resources by maintaining this performance. This was one of the scariest aspects of a true ace commander. Due to her presence and command field, the tortuous Scream had undoubtedly established herself as the most powerful warship on the battlefield. She may as well be a dreadnought by how much she outclassed other warships in terms of firepower. Although the raw damage output of the Omega Threshers could not match that of the primary gun battery of an alien battleship, mid-tier expert mech level True Resonance could turn any trash into treasure. The aliens could do little to defend against this barrage. Many of their warships had moved forward in an attempt to pummel the outnumbered human warships and prevent them from escaping. Now, this aggressiveness came back to haunt them as many of their vessels had lingered well within the effective range of the tortuous Scream's bunker mechs. The Saint Commander kept focusing on directing the highly effective and surgical firepower of her Viscounts. She had to release a bit of her attention on all of the knights in the fields, but that was no issue, especially when her actions delivered repeated blows to their confidence and morale. The alien phase fighters and warships outnumbered the human mechs and warships by a very considerable extent. Yet because of the intervention of a single human false god, the disparity in numbers gave them no comfort or solution against this onslaught. So long as the Saint Commander continued to infect her bunker mechs, the tortuous Scream effectively wielded the raw firepower of 57 mid-tier expert mechs at the same time. Although it sounded impressive, it had remained an abstract statement so long as no one actually fielded 57 identical expert mechs on the same battlefield. It was only now that the Saint Commander actually realized this condition in reality that both humans and aliens finally understood how powerful her Viscounts could be when operating under favorable conditions. The aliens are faltering. They are growing more and more time and are confused by the second. They are not breaking, though. The aliens are still putting up a fight, though their heart is not in it anymore. If we keep up the pressure, the aliens will crack sooner or later. Maybe they will even choose to evacuate from the Screed Tanner system entirely. All of the spoils in this star system will belong to our clan. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Keep an eye out for those lesser phase lords. Many of them have run away, but a handful may still choose to return. Hey, that will translate into their demise. Saint Dice has kept chasing them in order to push them further and further away from the battlefield. Just 2 ace pilots had managed to cow and demoralize the numerically superior aliens. Although the human attackers did not enjoy a large safety margin, it was still incredibly impressive that they managed to whip the aliens into such a sorry state. If the enemy worked harder to maintain morale among the troops, then there was still a chance that they could overpower the tortuous Scream by recklessly throwing phase fighters and warships at the flagship. Yet because the native aliens kept doubting and second-guessing their ideas, they failed to make the correct response. Chapter 7006 Dracoloids take flight. Although the repeated salvos launched by the 57 modified Omega Threshers was taking a greater toll on her willpower, the Saint Commander did not allow the bunker mechs to take it easy. The more phase disruptor bolts and energy beams they channeled into the opposing hulls, the more damage the alien vessels sustained. The cohesion among the enemy warships deteriorated as more and more hulls fell out of position and drifted off after losing most of their power and propulsion. Alien spacers desperately tried to engage in damage control. They put out fires, performed emergency repairs and tried their best not to scream in panic. Their efforts produced very limited results. There was no way to fix a melted Azure shield generator or patch up a broken power generator. What was worse was that secondary explosions, accidental electrical discharges and explosive decompressions regularly inflicted casualties among their number. Their gods had forsaken them. Just 2 human false gods had managed to completely dictate the battlefield. At this point, it was rather admirable that half of the alien soldiers still retained their fighting spirit. The phase fighters and warships under the command of the Protector of Karnak proved to be a cut above the rest. Even as the less disciplined and well-trained forces of the various raiding fleets began to falter, the soldiers responsible for defending the Screed Tanner system tried their best to rally the remaining aliens and prevent them from routing. The native aliens still had a chance of winning this battle. The tortuous Scream, though powerful, was only a single warship. She was clearly Orvan made and had only been half-heartedly converted for human use. The native aliens therefore had a good idea on her layout, performance and weak points. So long as they pushed through the human lines and struck the battleship directly, they should most definitely be able to shatter apart the most threatening human vessel. They only had to brave the formidable attacks launched by the tortuous scream while also shoving their way past the human mechs. Whether this plan was realistic remained to be seen, but it served its use in rallying the confused aliens and giving them a common goal to dedicate towards. The native aliens are exposing themselves to greater danger. Their phase fighters are trying to bull their way past our mechs, and they are succeeding due to their numbers advantage. Their surviving warships are forming into flanking squadrons before attempting to circle around the main battlefield. They are likely attempting to pincer our flagship from multiple directions at the same time. Of the 133 alien warships, more than a quarter of them had been knocked offline. Much of the remainder had incurred varying degrees of damage. The tortuous scream along with the warships of the Blue Jay fleet had managed to breach the energy defenses of multiple enemy warships and inflict serious damage onto their outer shells, but other alien warships would swoop in and use their own intact Azure energy shields to provide valuable cover. This enabled the damaged but unbroken vessels to patch up their holes and contain the worst of damage so that they could fight against. More and more ships like that appeared among the native aliens. The Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet had been spared from following suit as they relied on their shield link technology to keep their own vessels protected over a much longer period than normal. This meant that the shield link arrays and shield generators of every linked vessel needed much more time and attention to return to their peak conditions, but the Larkinsons could worry about this later. For now, they needed to ensure that the last enemy offensive could not get through and pummel the tortuous scream from multiple directions at the same time. Various different intelligence sources painted a worrisome picture for the command staff. The native aliens are becoming desperate enough to disregard their losses in order to inflict a serious blow against our flagship. The precision attacks launched by the Viscounts have lost much of their deterrent effect. The native aliens know what is coming and they are psychologically prepared to see it through the end. These fanatics are still praying to their native gods despite seeing their own deities forsake them not too long ago. This does not make sense. The native alien belief in their native gods is too deeply rooted in their society. Their behavior cannot be measured by logic, so do not even bother to try. What matters is that these aliens are fanatical enough to persist in the face of overwhelming opposition. High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches tried to figure out how to stop all of those flanking warships from getting through and pummeling his ship from several different directions. There are too many enemy warships. At this rate, our infeft mechs will not be able to eliminate most of the hijacked vessels. Diverting other mechs to our defense will help, but that will free up much of their surviving phase fighters, which are still numerous enough to inflict serious damage to our forces. Despite wiping out thousands of phase fighters, the defenders still had thousands more. What was worse was that the Larkinson mechs and other friendly units mostly managed to eliminate the weaker alien strike craft. Few the more threatening ones that refused to execute the directives of its own maker still remained intact for the most part. These elite phase fighters managed to avoid too much attention and set themselves in a position to save the day at an opportune time. The aliens must die, the Saint Commander succinctly stated. The current Viscounts are unable to disable much of their warships in time. Part of it is due to the absence of space suppressors in the vicinity of our targets. Another part of it is due to orientation. As long as the enemy vessels keep their bow pointed in our flagship's direction, they can prevent the bunker mechs from targeting their propulsion systems. This was one of the downsides of relying on ranged weapon systems, especially energy weapons that lacked a strong enough visual impact. Even without their phase lord leaders, the remaining alien officers had scrambled to form effective countermeasures. From using the hulls of smaller and less important ships as literal cannon fodder to redlining their propulsion systems, the native aliens were willing to ruin their own vessels just to be able to destroy the tortuous scream. Our flagship needs to back off and delay the moment of interception as much as possible. On it, sir, but do not expect to be able to outrun the enemy warships. Their sub-capital ships are significantly lighter and possess higher acceleration rates than our battleship. The warp factors of their drives should also be superior. There was no outrunning the pursuing alien vessels. The Blue Jay fleet attempted to provide cover. They were able to stall one of the pincers, but lacked the numbers and firepower to do the same to the other pincer. The Saint Commander finally made an important decision. I am demoting the current batch of Viscounts back into knights. The modified Omega Threshers have exceeded my expectations in this battle, but their limited angles of fire have become too much of a constraint. As much as the mech pilots of the infeft first-class multipurpose mechs wanted to retain the power of a mid-tier expert mech, all good things came to an end. So long as this power did not belong to the mech pilots, it could be given and taken away at any time. The Saint Commander only provided minor consolation to the 57 lucky mech pilots before seeking to empower an entirely different group of first-class multipurpose mechs. She decided that this was a good time to test out a second major feature of the Minerva Mark II. A certain metallic owl-shaped face soared across space and approached a troop of prepared Larkinson mechs. Unlike the Omega Threshers, the Dracoloids fared much better when fighting up close than from afar. This was exactly what the Saint Commander needed at this time. At this time, the Dracoloids had not left the radius of the Minerva Mark II's command field. The Ace Command Mech was able to amplify the range of Casella's command field to a ridiculous extent, so it was not easy to escape her diluted domain field. Even so, when the Victrix arrived in front of the Dracoloids, every Larkinson mech pilot felt as if they were standing right in front of the Minerva Mark II. The Owl Fae began to transmit an uplifting message to the Dracoloid pilots. "Arise, my new Viscounts, and carry my power into battle. Breath fire into the hulls of the alien warships and rend their propulsion systems asunder." Every Dracoloid gained a vague corona and glowed brighter. Power exuded from all 57 machines as they each carried a significant measure of Casella's true resonance. After the Dracoloids irrationally reared up their draconic heads and released a spray of searing flames, they flew straight towards the pincer of enemy warships that were attempting to attack the tortuous Scream directly. The dragon mechs flew much faster than before. Combined with Casella's excellent skill and intuition, the Dracoloids skillfully evaded most of the intercepting fire that was being channeled in their direction. It did not matter too much if they got struck by an attack. The Dracoloids were designed to take a few beatings. The imitation resonance shield proved to be fairly effective at blocking attacks as well, and even if some still went through for one reason or another, their empowered armor systems easily repelled any lingering attacks. Once they got close enough, the Dracoloids finally got to work. They circled two of the larger enemy warships at a time. They were playing a dangerous game. As long as the secondary and tertiary gun batteries still remained operational, the new Viscounts could potentially become beset by so many attacks that they would wear out their defensive measures in record time. However, the Dracoloids did not have any intention of maintaining this distance. They utilized their entire arsenal of weapon systems in order to breach the energy defenses at the rear. This took a bit of time, but not that much. When a whopping 57 mid-tier expert mechs utilized their claws, integrated Gauss cannons, integrated plasma cannons at the same time, the energy barriers simply couldn't take it anymore. Their generators suffered a major fault that needed to be addressed in record time. The Dracoloids all managed to get inside the defensive envelopes of the two warships. They wanted no time and quickly began to savage the metal parts that were closer to the rear of the enemy vessels. Once they managed to breach the engineering bays of the enemy warships, the dragon mechs released a short spurt of resonance-empowered flames that completely wiped out anything important and recognizable. However, the Dracoloids did not stick around long enough after they initially crippled the enemy warships within reach. The Dracoloids hopped away from their defeated enemies and began to repeat the same moves again, down to the second. It became clear that this had become a new pattern. The Dracoloids did not waste any time on chatter or explanations. Their main objective was to neutralize the offensive launched by the warships that comprised this pincer. After multiple rounds of hopping, over half of the ships comprising the pincer fell out of formation and tumbled in multiple different directions. The crew grew horrified when the damage inflicted by the Viscounts had left them almost completely adrift. The Dracoloids were unstoppable. Their pilots became so infected by the rush of power that they constantly egged each other on. They truly enjoyed the moment of invincibility. While the Dracoloids possessed lackluster ranged solutions, that was okay. Their offensive capabilities as well as the honest exposure to their main weaknesses were enough to put them on the shortlist. The repeated words of encouragement and the presence exuded by the Victrix made the Larkinsons aware that they were fighting in the presence of their ace commander. This was enough to make them docile and obedient. Chapter 7007 Crumbling Alien Morale. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF unfolded in a completely unexpected manner. The human attackers may be relatively small in number, but their quality was so high that they were able to put up a good fight and minimize their losses despite being heavily outnumbered. Just the fact that Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was able to commandeer over 1,400 first-class multi-purpose mechs was already impressive enough. Although the mass empowerment did not entirely make up for the huge disparity in numbers and absolute firepower, it at least ensured that the mechs became strong and tenacious enough to hold back the enemy forces for a lengthy period. To be more precise, the knights could not only defeat several phase fighters with their resonance-empowered weapons, but the strength of their Azure energy shields also became much stronger. If a warship happened to strike one of the knights with one of their powerful secondary gun batteries and managed to collapse the Azure energy shield quickly enough to prevent the shield links from reinforcing it, the mech in question still had a good chance of making it away alive. Although mechs that had lost their energy shields were not as fragile as alien phase fighters, their armor systems could only resist so many attacks. The native aliens always tried to concentrate their firepower on the human mechs that had lost their energy defenses. This was an old habit of theirs, and it happened to remain useful when fighting against the humans. Everyone knew that once an enemy unit lost energy shield coverage, the exposed enemy needed to be taken down with haste before it could retreat to the rear or buy enough time to restore its energy defenses. This made it very dangerous for the small number of mechs that attracted too much enemy firepower. Their shield link transceivers worked as hard as possible to siphon shield energy from other friendly assets, but they were not omnipotent. There were enough native aliens that had fought against the forces of the Red 2 in the past to learn how to counter this powerful life-saving tech. The easiest solution was to knock the energy shield out with a single overwhelming blow, as mentioned before. The hardest solution was to attack the shielded enemies as often as possible. By putting a higher priority on inflicting damage than securing kills, the shield-linked units would exhaust their collective reserve of shield energy sooner or later. This was clearly the most wasteful and time-consuming solution, but there were many times when there was no better solution at hand. A more clever solution was to block the shield links. Much like tight beam laser communications, the shield links could be blocked so long as an obstacle got in the way. The elite and veteran alien phase fighter pilots understood how shield link tech worked and developed special tactics to limit the effectiveness of this measure. The best way to deal with a mech protected by shield link technology was to surround it with several phase fighters and make sure to circle around and interrupt the shield links as often as possible. Even if it was not possible to maintain a 100% block rate, interrupting the connections on a repeated basis was already enough to severely degrade its performance. The alien phase fighters had already relied on these tactics to eliminate dozens of powerful mechs. However, even if they managed to erase the energy shield advantage of a mech, it was still difficult to secure the kills. The subtle willpower reinforcement enhanced the defensive performance of the already decently well-armored mechs. So long as other machines had enough time to reinforce the unshielded mechs, the latter usually managed to get away, if a bit battered and bruised. The differences in performance between knights and unempowered mechs were therefore too comprehensive. Every Dracoloid and Omega Thresher mech effectively fought like mechs that were several times more expensive to build and difficult to obtain. The mechs fielded by the Blue Jay fleet also derived many advantages from Casella's command field. Therefore, a magical and completely lopsided result unfolded on the battlefield. The human attackers had gone into this fight while being heavily outnumbered in terms of strike craft, warships and champions. Yet due to the excellent advantages of just two of the Premier Fleet's ace pilots, the native aliens stationed in the Screed Tanner system suffered so many setbacks that their surviving soldiers practically became traumatized. After all, they not only lost over 4,000 phase fighters, but also lost 47 warships. The Viscounts empowered by the Minerva Mark II possessed enough power and numbers to cripple a warship's most essential functions. It was a bit difficult for the mechs to quickly destroy or damage the warships beyond recovery. Viscounts or not, their weapon systems were too small and lacked the scale to inflict widespread destruction. However, that was not a big problem. The primary gun batteries of the Tortuous Scream and the somewhat smaller but still potent primary armaments of the Babylon Excavator and the Tarask easily finished off the crippled and practically defenseless hulls. Alien warships that had lost both their Azure energy shields and propulsion may as well be asteroids given how easy it was to calculate a firing solution and pummel the target with slow but devastating shots. Plasma bolts, laser beams, positron beams and kinetic rounds easily penetrated through the hull and disintegrated large parts of the citadel of a crippled vessel. If the design and interior of the alien warship in question happened to be known, then it became even easier to destroy the vessel. The human warships just had to aim their weapons at the main power generators, the munition storage compartments or other unstable elements and fire away. Even if the human warships had to divert their firepower away from more functional enemy warships, they still prioritized the destruction of the crippled hulls because the enemy still had a chance to recover them during the engagement or after the fighting had ended. While these attacks merely served to finish off the disabled warships for good, the sight of their collapse actually disheartened the alien soldiers even further. The spectacle of witnessing ships explode or break apart carried much more visual weight than seeing a mostly intact vessel drift out of formation. The aliens felt a greater sense of loss and tragedy as they witnessed so many impressive homeships succumb to violence. Many of the hulls had only been constructed in the past few years. They had been designed and built to fight the top powers of the human race, and therefore incorporated plenty of excellent human technological solutions. Yet when the two sides entered into battle, the humans thoroughly managed to destroy almost 50 alien warships at this point. In contrast, not a single human carrier or warship suffered the same fate. The superior tech, maneuverability and defense offered by shield link technology kept them all safe. What was more ridiculous was that the effective firepower of just one captured and partially converted alien warship easily exceeded that of a dozen warships, if not more. Even if the tortuous Scream relied on an ace command mech and her bunker mechs as opposed to normal gun batteries, the fact of the matter was that this combination alone was directly responsible for much of the losses suffered by the native aliens. Their attempt to pincer the flagship of the Premier Fleet failed. One of them had become completely savaged by the Dracoloids turned Viscounts. It was as if the dragon mechs had turned from technological limitations of dragons into the real deal. Each Viscount moved faster, struck harder and resisted far more damage than their tech ought to be able to resist. Even without relying on shield link technology, the Dracoloids were already agile and resistant enough to survive long enough to shred the Azure energy shields of an alien warship before crippling the vessel. The aliens, or breaking. Although the native aliens still outnumbered the humans, the continuous setbacks completely snuffed out their fighting spirit. It had been dim for a while. If not for their pride, training and instructions from above, they would have preferred to cut their losses and retreat. They had banked all of their hopes on the last gambit, yet the enfeoffment of 57 Dracoloids completely crushed their last viable attempt to destroy the tortuous Scream. The alien soldiers saw no hope of achieving their win conditions anymore. Sure, many of the human mechs and warships had suffered so much attrition that their Azure shield generators were on the verge of failing. Every few seconds, a mech had to withdraw from the battle line and return to its mothership in order to replenish its reserves and give its Azure shield generator time to recover. The shield link transceiver also incurred a certain degree of stress due to bearing a heavy burden. The mech technicians needed to perform a quick inspection and make sure to replace worn components before they had a chance to fail at the worst possible moment. Fortunately, not many mechs needed to rotate at the same time. The Larkinsons actually began to rotate their mechs many minutes earlier. This set up a healthy pattern where recently topped-off mechs were able to return and fight with much greater gusto than before. There should never be a situation where an entire mech company was at risk of collapsing in a single instant because all of the machines had simultaneously reached their limits. Through this clever and prudent management, the human mech units kept fighting without deteriorating in any significant fashion. The Knights demonstrated a level of persistence and resilience that far exceeded that of other first-class multipurpose mechs. As long as they remained within the impressive range of the Minerva Mark II's command field, fighting against them was like fighting against lesser versions of the human false gods. This had been an unfair confrontation from the beginning. It slowly dawned upon the alien soldiers and particularly the phase fighter pilots that they had not been fighting against their mortal equals all this time. Instead, they had been fighting against humans that harnessed the power of gods. The distinction between false gods and real gods did not matter to them at the moment. After all, at their level, anything related to divinity was unreachable by their standards. The only way to cope with such power was to seek salvation from their own native gods. Yet what were the alien phase lords doing? They had fled from the battlefield. After the first sword Mark III demonstrated her capacity to butcher a greater phase lord like a pig, she had turned into an absolute terror to the lesser phase lords. Perhaps the protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach possessed the means to cope against the superdimensional mechs, but the rest would only lose their heads if they attempted to intervene. Now that the first sword Mark III had temporarily given up on killing the two troublesome greater phase lords, she had been circling around the battlefield. Not all of the lesser phase lords had abandoned all of their responsibilities and fled from the Screed Tanner system without remorse. There were still plenty of them that still wanted to wait until the First Sword Mark III ceased her pursuit of the lesser prey and became preoccupied with the two greater phase lords again. Unfortunately, the First Sword Mark III did not give up. Anytime a lesser phase lord turned back and tried to get close to their fleets, the ace swordsman Mech ruthlessly honed in on the alien champion and charged forward with her decapitator poised to butcher another giant alien pig. How could a lesser phase lord possibly think about rescuing his fleet and subordinates under those circumstances? It was not worth it to risk their lives to save a bunch of mortals and mundane possessions. The Red Ocean was big enough for a lesser phase lord to be able to replenish those losses easily as long as he returned to his home territory. This was also a good excuse to stay away from the battlefield and avoid scary opponents like this superdimensional ace mech. If one such machine had appeared, others would soon emerge as well. Lesser phase lords may be at the bottom of the alien god totem pole, but few of them were truly stupid. They could easily deduce that the human-alien battlefield was about to become a lot deadlier for their kind. These thoughts and more caused the lesser phase lords to grow even more timid. So long as the First Sword Mark III remained active on the battlefield, the native gods had no intentions of reinforcing their mortal alien forces. Chapter 7008 Withdrawal to Screed Tanner VF fixed. The continued inaction from the lesser phase lords eventually broke the back of alien opposition. Despite transmitting repeated requests for relief, their gods had turned their gazes away from their faltering phase fighters and warships. To many alien soldiers, the complete lack of empathy and courage shown by the lesser phase lords practically caused their faith to collapse. Without faith, how could they possibly muster enough motivation to persist in this battle? The aliens began to withdraw. As soldiers, they attempted to organize their retreat as orderly as possible, but that did not last very long. Many aliens just wanted to put as much distance between them and the deadly human mechs and warships. It did not help that their human counterparts immediately smelled weakness. The aliens have lost their will to fight. Press harder. Do not give them a chance to catch a breath. The stronger our attacks, the faster their remaining cohesion will crumble. There was a big difference between an orderly retreat and a complete rout. The goal of the human forces was to trigger the latter. Not only would the total breakdown in order make it a lot more difficult for the native aliens to reorganize and reform their ranks, but it also made every enemy asset a lot more difficult to defeat. The alien phase fighters and warships were several times more difficult to defeat when they covered each other's backs and employed sophisticated tactics. Once they became so panicked and desperate to flee the battlefield, they could no longer pay attention to such operations. This was exactly what was happening. The native aliens attempted to withdraw by assigning a rear guard to buy time for others to make an escape, but they had made a critical error. The forces under the command of the Protector of Karnak lorded over the other forces. While there was a lot of logic in sacrificing the more disposable assets to preserve the more valuable ones, the aliens were not pawns that could be discarded at will. If their native god personally ordered their raiding fleets to form such a rear guard, then they may obey this order without question just because they had been conditioned to absolutely obey their deity. However, the order came from the commanding officers of the forces that defended the Screed Tanner system. They weren't even gods, they were merely mortal jergs that had reached a high rank by earning the trust of the Protector of Karnak. There was still an enormous gap in status between the two. Even if the former spoke with the backing of a god, that was still not as good as the real deal. Besides, it was very doubtful that the native aliens were willing to obey the orders of a Jerg greater phase lord. The Jergs were fanatically loyal to the phase whales and had always been associated with the Red Cabal. The phase whales recognized the usefulness of having these stupidly loyal aliens by their side. Due to these dynamics, the Jergs therefore cultivated a reputation for being the bullies and enforcers of the Red Cabal, especially in the last decade when the organization was forced to become a lot more prominent. Therefore, other major races generally disliked the pompous Jergs who constantly tried to persuade alien populations to worship the phase whales before their local gods. Suffice to say, the Jergs did not endear themselves to the Orvans, Nunsers, Zamiles and etc. due to causing so many religious disputes. The trusted Jerg commanders therefore generated so much hatred and animosity that the remnants of the alien raiding fleets did the complete opposite. They not only refused to form a rear guard in order to hamper the human pursuit forces, but they split up and fled in different directions. What a clever decision. This naturally made it a lot harder for the human forces to catch them all. The Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet did not field a lot of mechs and warships, so splitting them up would cause them to lack the strength to complete their missions. There was even a risk that the native aliens would suddenly turn around and launch a counterattack against their pursuers. Therefore, the best decision that the pursuing human mech forces could make was to follow the largest group, which happened to consist of combat assets that still answered to the Protector of Karnak. The greater Phase Lord may have become too distracted to pay much attention to the state of his fleet, but he was still able to recognize how it got pulled into a disaster. Now, the greater priority of this faltering collection of phase fighters and warships was to retreat to Screed Tanner VIF. There, the alien soldiers could rely on the fortified space station and other fixed defenses to stall any attack attempts. Depending on how quickly the humans were able to dismantle the defenses, the subordinates of the Protector of Karnak may judge that it would be better for them to cut their losses and run. Come on, fellows. These Jerg-led aliens have little to no faith left. It will not take too much of a brow to make them lose resistance. A squad of Dracoloid mechs flew towards an alien frigate that was already showing signs of stress. They were immediately met with intercepting fire from the alien ship's point defense guns. Many of them had been installed relatively recently. It became clear that the native aliens placed more emphasis on smaller and compact weapons that could effectively intercept both ordnance and incoming strike craft. The Dracoloid mechs therefore endured a high frequency of attacks. Their Azure energy shields immediately took a toll, yet they put their trust in shield link technology as well as Casella's command field. Since the Dracoloid enjoyed both advantages, this mech model was able to show off such amazing combat power. Yet it was undeniable that it was not the most valuable reward. The Omega Threshers maintained their distance from other forces and got credited for blowing up a lot of stuff. This is so easy. The Omega laser cannons are so powerful, and the phase disintegrator guns always succeed in stripping the vessel of their energy defenses. There was little chance the native aliens will slow down and fight us to death, so the combatants quickly grew hyper-aggressive. More and more aliens had been pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Their reaction speed slowed and their ability to respond to danger had atrophied. More alien assets began to show flaws. Numerous phase fighters accidentally crashed into each other and forcibly connected them to the chamber. This was a catastrophe that should have never taken place. Several alien frigates had decided to band together in order to reduce the pressure, but only ended up stabbing each other in the back. Crazy incidents like this unfolded across the battlefield. Sir, many of the alien forces have moved beyond the range of the Minerva Mark II's command field. Continuing to chase after them will make our fleets much more vulnerable. What is your decision, sir? Do not pursue. High Captain Gilbert instructed. If you do, you risk coming into contact with the lesser phase lords that are lingering in the periphery. Wiping out all of the lesser phase lords and alien remnants is too difficult and unrealistic for us. We must focus on completing our primary objectives. The Saint Commander chimed in as well. Do not feel tempted to pursue. No matter how weak a collection of alien warships may be, they can still outnumber and outgun any pursuit force. We need to focus on more urgent priorities. Many mech pilots groaned, but they knew better than to disobey. Instead of setting off to pursue the miscellaneous routing enemies, the mechs restrained themselves and remained on guard. Any surprises could put their imminent victory in jeopardy. They needed to be ready to respond to any counterattacks. Now that the main opposition had melted in front of them, the two victorious fleets advanced towards Screed Tanner VF at a steady pace. The Saint Commander did not relax even though her forces had managed to break the back of alien resistance in this star system. Scaring away the enemy phase fighters and warships was different from eliminating them permanently. She still held a bit of vigilance towards the native aliens. No matter whether they were Jergs or Nunsers, so long as they were numerous enough, they may still have ideas about turning around in order to fight. In order to reduce this possibility as much as possible, the human forces took preventative measures. The Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet lost many potential opportunities to capture and convert the notorious alien vessels. Many of the crippled hulls had been destroyed as a precaution. The humans weren't stupid enough to give the alien crew a chance to restore the ships and launch a surprise attack while the humans were caught off guard. Once enough hulls got destroyed, the Larkinsons finally gained enough reassurance. The Saint Commander no longer ordered her troops to blast apart the next alien hulls. The human warships instead had to send in their marines and hopefully capture enough valuable goods by leaving the hulls intact. It was also possible to capture the warships and convert them to their own use. However, This was a risky proposition that would likely cause the Larkinsons to suffer losses and delay their departure from the Screed Tanner system. This was why the boarding parties ruthlessly killed every alien crew member in the way and prioritized the theft of phase water and other high-quality resources. The humans did not take the bait. They did not attempt to capture the alien warships. The Larkinsons lacked experience in this aspect. They much preferred to let their mechs do all of the work, but their machines were too big and clumsy for this sort of work. It feels so frustrating to let so many cowardly alien phase fighters and warships leave. A Dracoloid mech pilot complained. I could have destroyed at least 2 more alien frigates or destroyers if we could move further than the prescribed limit. The Saint Commander is holding us back for our own good, Rick. Have you forgotten that these alien raiding fleets originally traveled to the Screed Tanner system in order to offload their plunder? The real valuables should still be left in the large amount of stockpiles on the surface of Screed Tanner VIF. The strategy chosen by Casella Ingvar made a lot more sense in that context. The moon base was the real prize. In order to enrich the Larkinson clan, the Saint Commander grew eager to secure the enemy base and prevent the enemy from transferring all of those goodies. We need to send a powerful enough advance force to intercept inbound alien starships and lock down those treasures if possible. I shall send ahead my Viscounts. The Saint Commander informed everyone. The current Viscounts had already completed their tasks. No intact warship was left within the range of the Minerva Mark II's command field. This was a ridiculous amount of space. Yet despite being able to extend the range of her domain field to over 145 kilometers, Screed Tanner VF was located much further away at the moment. Most commandeered mechs would lose their empowerment after they moved too far away from the source. This should have happened to the Viscounts as well, but in reality they retained the same level of strength as before: 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The infeft Dracoloids merrily flew away from the flagship that hosted the Minerva Mark II and did not doubt their power in case they were met by enemies. Instead, they remained strong, and it was all because of the metal owl that shadowed their movements. It hadn't been too obvious before, but now everyone could see and figure out that the Victrix extended the Minerva Mark II's command field. Casella's appreciation for the Victrix rose. She could hardly imagine life without this handy owl fae by her side. Ves had done an excellent job at bringing it to life and filling it with a sense of purpose. She was also incredibly impressed by her Viscounts. They had already been instrumental in defeating the enemy warships and causing the native aliens to lose their confidence in the battle. Now, the Saint Commander intended to find out if they could perform well when operating by themselves. Chapter 7009 Dragon Mech Appreciation Fixed. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF had most definitely reached its later stages. It may even be almost over. So long as the human forces managed to destroy the remaining organized alien fleet and completely demolish the fixed defenses over at the lightly fortified moon, nothing could stop the Larkinsons and their allies from plundering the intact alien stockpiles. There were many advantages to achieving a decisive victory in this star system. Many Larkinsons looked forward to enriching the clan even further. The native aliens clearly stashed a lot of stolen plunder on this moon. Once the premier fleet recovered it all, the Larkinsons had no obligations to return any of the treasures to their proper owners. After all, if the original owners lacked the strength or willingness to fight to take it all back, then they were not worth this consideration. This was another instance where the power of the fist trumped over the power of law and the power of reason. What mattered to the Larkinson clan was that it possessed a proper legal basis to claim the goods that the aliens originally stole. No matter how murky the background may be, most ordinary folk did not want to get involved in anything dangerous. More importantly to the people living in the Caesarian upper zone and beyond, a decisive defeat of the aliens stationed in this key location would make them all a bit safer. Every Larkinson was still motivated to fight for the common good. Being able to fight these battles may be a burden to some mech pilots, but not to the mech pilots. The more enemy warships and bases they shattered, the more experience they accrued, which had very real effects. Many humans derived great satisfaction from seeing the forces of seeing the native alien aggressors taken down a notch. It would be even better if they could take complete control over Karnak base. This was why the Saint Commander and many others paid close attention to the Viscounts sent ahead of the main forces. The infeft Dracoloids attracted a lot of attention no matter where they traveled. These machines originally did not warrant so much attention. Their performance in the past was decent, but not exceptional. That changed as soon as they got infeft into Viscounts. The performance of the infeft mechs had been nothing less than astonishing. The Larkinsons as well as others who had been paying attention became even more optimistic about their performance. It was not impossible for them to be able to inflict a lot of damage to the alien defenses and disrupt the enemy's arrangements over at their occupied moon. However, it seemed a little risky to place so much responsibility on the shoulders of empowered Draculoids. Saint Commander, are you sure you want to move ahead with a force of Viscounts comprised of only Draculoids? High Captain Gilbert couldn't help but ask. Is it not better to replace a quarter of them with Omega Threshers? I fear that their unbalanced weapon configuration will cause them to suffer a disadvantage. The base defenders have not directly suffered all of the blows to their morale. They are still organized and able to resist. They also have an abundant amount of guns at their disposal. If the Viscounts are not accompanied by E-mules or friendly warships, their linked energy shields will only be able to resist so much damage before they all reach their limits. The Saint Commander did not harbor the same doubts. I understand your skepticism, but I have taken the measure of our enemies, as well as our newfound strength. I did not dispatch the Draculoids to their fortified starbase on a whim. I have confidence that they can destroy it and eliminate the closest thing to a safe harbor that the aliens have left in this star system. The Omega Threshers and E-mules will only slow down the current batch of Viscounts. Casella sounded as if she had fallen in love with the Draculoid mech model. This was not strange as she was hardly the only one that had become enamored by this close combat-oriented dragon mech model. So long as no one demanded it to fight at longer ranges, the Draculoid performed extremely well at close ranges. It possessed the right balance between protection and mobility. The dragon mech's gimmick of breathing fire also happened to be a lot stronger when empowered by true resonance. The raw damage inflicted by this resonance-empowered spray of fire exceeded that of normal melee attacks. This made the fire-breathing attacks much better suited for quickly taking down Azure energy shields as well as more material targets. The only limitation was that the Draculoids only had a limited reserve of propellant, but they could get more out of it by biting and ingesting transphasic materials. So far, the Draculoids had little need to do so, because the alien warships were not powerful enough to warrant such measures. However, the Saint Commander already anticipated that the dragon mechs needed a bit of extra power, so she had already commanded them to devour moderate quantities of hull plating earlier. Their special stomachs digested the pieces of transphasic alloys and efficiently separated the phase water from the remaining materials. Anything flammable went into one pocket while the rest got ejected from the dragon mechs through a strategically located rear port. If necessary, the Draculoids could keep eating more transphasic alloys in order to extract more phase water, but time was of the essence. The Draculoids only needed a slight amount of phase water in order to amplify the power of their breath attacks. The question was whether this was enough to quickly take down the most powerful orbital space station. As the Draculoids continued to close in on their primary target, the alien orbital defenses had finally begun to greet them with a myriad of attacks. The Draculoids separated from each other and began to engage in their own individual evasive maneuvers. Through the command field spread by the accompanying Victrix, every mech pilot felt as if Casella Ingvar was standing right behind them and controlling their piloting in person. The Larkinson mech pilots felt extremely honored that they had been chosen to become her temporary vessels, though they would have preferred to maintain control over their mechs. However, they recognized that what they were about to do was extremely dangerous. Their margin of error was exceedingly thin. Only the superhuman skills and judgment of an ace pilot could enable them to tackle the next challenge without suffering excessive casualties. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for just 57 first-class multipurpose mechs to challenge an orbital starbase of this caliber. Yet the Draculoids dared to do so. Given what the soldiers stationed at the fortified space station had witnessed up ahead, they had become extremely wary of the mechs blessed by the power of a human false god. We have detected the launch of elite phase fighters. The native aliens are scrambling them as fast as physically possible. We estimate that the space station still houses over 300 small craft. Each of the phase fighters are configured for high-speed interception and are also armed with transphasic missiles. These were the kind of alien strike craft that human mech pilots least wanted to fight against. Their superior mobility meant that it was not only difficult to shoot them down from a distance, but also very difficult to get close enough to strike them down with melee weapons. Their armament of transphasic missiles enabled them to punch above their weight and inflict heavily damaging blows on all mechs, including infeft ones. In any case, their numbers may be too small to defeat the Viscounts, but they could still inflict a lot of damage under the right circumstances. As the phase fighters rapidly flew in the direction of the incoming mechs, they began to split up into multiple squadrons. This already told the Saint Commander that the elite phase fighters likely did not intend to dogfight the empowered Dracoloids, but instead rely on hit-and-run attacks to exert pressure and be in a position to punish mistakes. As long as these phase fighters could keep this up, they could become a serious problem. This was why the Dracoloids opened fire at them even though there was still a bit of distance between the two groups. The Dracoloids were all armed with 4 compact Gauss guns and 2 plasma guns. Their quantity, size and firepower left much to be desired, but that did not mean they were useless. First-class multipurpose mechs were designed to be useful at every range. Even if the Dracoloid model was heavily slanted towards closer ranges did not mean it was incompetent in ranged combat. Under the tight control of the Saint Commander, over 100 resonance-empowered plasma bolts rapidly crossed the distance and struck the Azure energy shields of the enemy interceptor craft. Immediately afterwards, the Dracoloids launched a larger salvo of resonance-empowered Gauss projectiles at the same enemy phase fighter. The combination of attacks proved too much to the enemy craft. The fastest and most skilled among them had engaged in last-second evasive maneuvers, but their efforts proved to be in vain as the Saint Commander successfully read their future movements. The Dracoloids proceeded to repeat the earlier routine, this time producing a much more dramatic result. In just a short amount of time, over 50 phase fighters succumbed to the precise and highly coordinated attacks from a first-class multipurpose mech that wasn't even supposed to excel in ranged combat. The Dracoloids did not rest on their laurels. They immediately reoriented their guns and began to exhaust the defenses of the next batch of alien phase fighters. No matter how the alien pilots tried to dodge or evade the incoming attacks, their efforts were no different from child's play in front of an experienced and knowledgeable ace commander. For all of their training, their combat experience was very low. The alien pilots possessed far too much rigidity in their actions and lacked the fluency and improvisation of true veterans. All of this meant that as long as the ace commander cracked the code of their training, Kusela Ingvar pretty much figured out the evasion patterns of other enemies. By the time the alien phase fighters had been reduced to half, the remaining 150 or so phase fighters quickly lost all of their courage. It was one thing to charge straight at a bunch of uppity standard mechs. It was another thing to charge straight into mechs that tapped into the power of gods in order to become stronger. In the face of certain death, the well-trained phase fighter pilots had turned around and abandoned the mission entirely. Disappointing. I hoped that they lasted longer. After driving away the mechanical equivalent of pigeons, the Dracoloids had a clear path to the final boss. Soon, the mechs became inundated by the crazy gunfire from the secondary gun batteries. The Dracoloids tried their best to become as slick as possible, but when the space around them became so inundated with firepower, it was difficult for them to find windows where they could evade every incoming attack. No matter if they maintained their course or dodged in a different direction, they would always get hit somehow. The Dracoloids tried their best to resist the attacks, but their mobility was not as exaggerated as that of a light mech. It would have been so much easier to evade the strikes if the machines moved a lot faster. That said, it was not that easy for the aliens to whittle down the number of Viscounts. Although the gun batteries mounted on the alien starbase tried their best to shoot down at least a handful of the Dracoloids, their attacks were not powerful and consistent enough. The Dracoloids relied heavily on their linked energy shields to weather the storm, so much so that they were pushing them to their limits. The energy shields got struck so hard that it was on the verge of collapse, but they had lasted long enough to deliver the Viscounts to the vicinity of the enemy starbase. The Dracoloids managed to get close enough without losing any of their number. The dragon mechs collided against the solid Azure energy shield before savaging it with a pair of claws. That was not all. The animalistic machines also opened their maws and spewed a concentrated blast of extremely hot fire. The resonance-empowered and phase water-catalyzed flame breath unleashed by the dragon mechs savaged the titanic energy shield that protected the alien starbase from harm. Combined with the overlapping effects of 57 resonance-empowered space suppressors, the massive Azure energy shield lost its integrity at an astounding rate. Chapter 7010, 14 large saboteurs. The Red Cabal established 2 strongholds in the Screed Tanner system. The first was the fortified starbase along with a string of defensive platforms that orbited Screed Tanner VIF. The second was the base built on the surface of the moon. These defenses ensured that even if a mishap occurred to the alien warships or gods, they could still withdraw to a position of relative safety. Sure, A powerful and determined human force could lay siege on the strongholds and topple them eventually, but this was bound to take a lot of time. This was also the last reliance of the Zerg-led fleet that served the protector of Karnak. Yet even as their surviving phase fighters and warships retreated to an orbital position that they assumed was safe, the alien soldiers found to their horror that their bases were already on the verge of collapse. It only took a relatively short amount of time for the Viscounts fighting under the gaze of the Victrix to strip the powerful starbase of all of its protection. This shouldn't be possible. The starbase was built to resist the momentous attacks of multiple warships, including large and formidable battleships. One of the defining characteristics of the starbase was that it relied on a single immense energy shield generator as its main source of protection, similar to human Titan shield technology. The difference was that the alien version utilized by the Red Cabal derived a number of its working principles from the spatial barriers of phase lords and phase whales. This effectively meant that getting past the starbase's energy shield was almost as difficult as overcoming the spatial barrier of a greater phase lord. How could the humans possibly breach this immensely powerful barrier by relying on just 57 mechs? It turned out the answer was simple. The massive energy shield had never been rated to defend against 57 first-class mid-tier expert mechs. When the infeft Dracoloids struck with all of their fury on a single point, the huge but ponderous energy shield generator struggled to resist the reality-distorting attacks. A torrent of resonance-empowered Gauss rounds, plasma bolts and claws strikes already started to cause a weak point in this section of the energy shield. When the Dracoloids subsequently released and ignited all of the phase water-infused propellant that was left in their internal tanks, they overwhelmed the energy shield with so much unnaturally hot and spatially disrupting flames that a temporary gap had formed. It was as if a fire had taken a bite out of the massive energy sphere. The starbase's energy shield generator urgently worked to close this gap as soon as possible. The alien engineers responsible for overseeing its operation understood how dire the situation had become. They switched off all of the safeties and overloaded numerous systems, causing the energy shield generator to quickly close the gap and restore its total coverage. Yet this brief delay proved crucial. 14 Dracoloids managed to slip through the narrow gap during this short interval of time. More Dracoloids attempted to go through as well, but the gap was too small to allow too many mechs to squeeze through. By the time the other dragon mechs wanted to get through, the energy shield had already restored full coverage. Fortunately for the Larkinsons, this was already enough. The Dracoloids that remained stuck outside had ceased their attacks and directed all of their spare energies towards defense and evasion. As for the 14 machines that managed to get inside quickly enough, nothing stood in their way as they split up and began to assail the secondary and tertiary gun batteries that covered this side of the starbase. The native aliens never envisioned that the humans would be able to slip past their all-powerful energy shield at this junction. The aliens also assumed that the starbase would enjoy the protection of phase fighters and other defenses. These assumptions no longer applied this time as the Viscounts had already shredded the defending phase fighters while enduring the attacks of starbase and the surrounding platforms. Now that a bunch of Dracoloids reached the surface of the starbase's exterior, they immediately began to savage any gun battery within their reach. The Dracoloids entered into a frenzy. They employed a savage combination of ranged attacks and claws strikes to quickly disable as many turrets as possible. It took too much effort to destroy the gun batteries entirely, but they did not need to go that far. Just to make the gun emplacements inoperable. The Dracoloids worked slowly at first, but as the Saint Commander who controlled the Viscounts became more familiar with the designs of the base turrets, she quickly directed the dragon mechs to disable the critical surface components that fulfilled essential functions. So long as these parts got trashed, the rest of the turret assembly turned into useless lumps of metal. It would take an entire alien crew to come out and replace the broken parts. This could only be done after the battle had ended. Casella Ingvar did not intend to give the native aliens a chance to do so. She wanted to do nothing less than to destroy this critical alien asset. As the Dracoloids efficiently cleared out all of the gun turrets on this side of the starbase, the remaining 43 dragon mechs that lingered outside of the large energy shield immediately experienced a lot of relief. While the starbase still retained its turrets on the other side, there was no way they could angle their guns in their direction. The job of the 14 Dracoloids was not over, though. Instead of wasting more time on disabling gun batteries that posed no immediate threat, the machines simultaneously began to breach into the base by clawing their way into the hangar bay, cargo loading docks and other weak points. Once inside, they continued to burrow through the compartments. It was not particularly difficult for the Dracoloids to burrow deeper into the starbase. Although the starbase's walls were actually thicker and more solid than the bulkheads of alien battleships, they still could not withstand the claws and other attacks of the Viscounts. Soon enough, the Dracoloids managed to disable numerous functional parts and systems, ranging from life support to fire control systems. Even if the starbase was designed and built with a lot of redundancy in mind, the damage caused by the 14 Dracoloids was considerable. The intruding machines did not engage in mindless destruction, though. They bypassed many vital sub-systems in order to dig their way straight to the center of the starbase. The native alien soldiers stationed in the large orbital fortification did everything they could to stop that from happening. They employed measures ranging from hastily barricading the walls with spare materials to detonating torpedoes when a mech got close enough. A few of these desperation measures could have worked if not for one important fact. The alien officers and ratings were plotting all of these radical plans while they were within the range of Casella Ingvar's command field. It was as if they had entered her actual domain, but weaker. The native aliens certainly felt her presence from the command field propagated by the Victrix, but they did not have a full understanding of what that meant. It was hard to surprise the Saint Commander when she was able to monitor everyone and anything that had entered her command field. Even hostiles could not escape her gaze. The language barrier and the instinctive resistance of the alien soldiers may prevent Casella from understanding them completely, but she could already devise a lot of theories through observation alone. In fact, every ace pilot could do what Casella was doing and more. Certain ace pilots such as Saint Dice could even weaponize her domain field and rely on it to defeat a lot of enemies. Casella was unable to do so innately, both because her domain attributes were not suited for direct attacks and because she never gained a proper Saint Kingdom in the first place. It didn't matter. The Saint Commander already gained the ability to attack directly with the help of Mindstorm alloy, though the truth was a little more complicated. The resonating material was embedded into the mech frame of the Minerva Mark II. This meant that Casella was best able to leverage its power within her ace mech's own domain field. She could feel that it was possible for her to generate a psychic storm over longer distances by using the Victrix as a medium. She had tried it out during her previous practice sessions, but never managed to pull off this feat. Perhaps she needed to develop a specialized technique. It could also be that her resonance strength was too low to support this advanced operation. Whatever the case, she would master this method sooner or later. She just needed to be patient. Detecting high-energy readings consistent with large power generators and an enormous Azure shield generator. We are closing in on the main shield generator. The mech pilots could feel that they were moving closer to their goal. Their Dracoloids kept digging towards the center by following different routes, taking care to avoid the most destructive and troublesome traps. This delayed their arrival to the center of the starbase, but it was better than getting blown up or electrocuted. The native aliens did not understand how the Dracoloids managed to evade all their improved but effective traps. They continued to plot new ways to waylay the mechs, only to realize that they had run out of options. The engineers and other aliens stationed in the center could only watch on with despair as the first dragon mechs successfully breached the thick armored walls and immediately opened fire on the massive shield generator. To its credit, the shield generator was wrapped in a thick and solid transphasic hyper-metal shell. It was not as easy to destroy as the other systems of the starbase. The Dracoloids did not give up. Seeing that their primary target was being so difficult, the dragon mechs flew over the heads of the helpless alien engineers and attacked the shield energy generator with their claws and teeth. This finally caused the main shield generator to destabilize and eventually collapse. The starbase is open. The remaining Dracoloids that previously had no choice but to linger outside of the massive energy shield could now join their 14 brethren. The new arrivals immediately got to work by wiping out entire compartments and ripping apart the remaining gun batteries that still remained functional after all of this effort. The orbital starbase was finished. Not a lot of time has passed between the arrival of the Viscounts and their remarkably quick feat of creating a breach in the defenses of the opposing mech. The survivors of the first battle all felt as if they had been cursed. How come they suffered so many setbacks in a row? The demise of the orbital starbase meant that it was almost impossible for the native aliens to maintain control over Screed Tanner VF in its orbit. If the native aliens did not evacuate in time, then the humans would swoop in and conquer everything. The only other location that could give the retreating alien forces a bit of reprieve was Karnak Base, built on the surface of the moon, but without orbital protection, it became exceedingly risky to rely on it to weather the storm. At this point, more and more of the native aliens, The phase fighters and warships that previously withdrew from the main battlefield are altering course. The native aliens fought against human mechs many times. The former's ability to deduce the future and determine the best path forward discovered that this was a testament to how deadly it was to confront strange and bizarre enemies openly. The aliens have lost all semblance of courage. They are broken. This is amazing. The starbase continued to suffer from secondary explosions and partial collapses as the Dracoloids dug their way out into open space. The aliens should be finished this time. Chapter 7011-7011. Winding down. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF wound down after the collapse of the alien orbital starbase. The violent dismantlement of the starbase caused the remaining alien phase fighters and warships to give up on their plan to make a last stand. The Viscounts were too scary. While they were clearly not as outrageous as ace mechs, they still outclassed practically every other conventional combat unit on the battlefield. What was worse was that their native gods had been rendered impotent by the presence of a superdimensional ace mech. The protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach had given up on winning the battle. They had gone from trying to kill the first sword Mark III to keeping it preoccupied long enough to prevent the powerful machine from interfering with the evacuation. Once enough aliens managed to get out, the surviving greater phase lords intended to follow suit. The aliens stationed on the ruined starbase all boarded their escape pods and other vehicles. The cargo vessels that were previously docked at the starbase or parked in orbit hastily picked up aliens looking to flee before moving away from the human forces. More ships that had landed inside Karnak base briefly took in personnel before lifting off and making their way out of the star system. Not all aliens chose to flee. There were still far too many aliens that stubbornly kept fighting out of faith, conviction or honor. The protector of Karnak had not yet abandoned this star system. How could his worshippers possibly do any worse? The Jurgs among the crew were especially devoted to their native god. Sure, the Jurgs always worshipped the phase whales over any other phase lord, but the former was too rare. The Jurgs did not prohibit the worship of phase lords of their own kind. In fact, they encouraged it as it was quite hard for them to come into contact with an actual phase whale most of the time. The native aliens kept shouting at the Viscounts, the fleeing alien starships and the scary superdimensional mech that prevented their native god from coming to the rescue. Their ire was inconsequential. The Saint Commander had no interest in finding translations for their speech. She had even less interest in communicating with these sore losers. The 57 Viscounts spread out and in order to disable the remaining orbital defenses. They also shot at any evacuating alien ships. It didn't matter if most of them consisted of civilian transport vessels. Their cargo holds likely contained a lot of high-value goods such as phase water and strategic materials. There was no way the Larkinsons were willing to let the native aliens abscond with their most valuable loot. As the fighting in orbit died down, the fighting on the surface of the moon intensified. Different from the battle up in space, the battle that unfolded on land had been initiated by the original insurgents and refugees of Screed Tanner VIF. These poor bastards were all that remained of the original residents of the moon back when it was still in human hands. Whether they willingly stayed behind in order to pursue vengeance or failed to sign up for one of the evacuation ships, the once prosperous population of humans in the Screed Tanner system had been reduced to a little over 1,200 combatants. Fortunately, these 1,200 fighters happened to be the best of the best. The previous missions had already filtered out the least competent among the recruits. The battlefield was a harsh and ultimately fair existence. Months had passed since the human insurgents started to fight against the alien occupants. Many of these confrontations either yielded little progress or ended up badly for the human soldiers. There should have been more human insurgents on the moon. If the premier fleet arrived a few months earlier, then the attackers that crawled out of the various caves would have been 10 times more numerous. In any case, the timing of the current meant that remaining humans on the moon did not have the numbers to conquer the base outright. They still happened to be numerous enough to be a nuisance. Months of resistance had caused their equipment to become increasingly more worn and damaged. The insurgents already used up their mechs. The only vehicles they could employ were armored shuttles and homebrew land vehicles. Under normal circumstances, they would have never been able to pose a serious threat against Karnak base. That still applied to an extent, but the difference was that the base had suffered so much damage and losses that they were unable to adequately respond to the human attackers. The situation up in orbit affected the situation on the surface of the moon. As the native aliens began to suffer multiple setbacks in a row, many of the defenders of Karnak base became increasingly more timid. Only the most faithful fanatics fought with all of their strength. The ones who possessed a little more sanity already started to plan out their exit strategies in case their side completely lost control in orbit. When the remnants up in space transmitted orders to evacuate from the star system, the aliens stationed in Karnak base immediately lost cohesion. The disturbed but disciplined troop of alien soldiers descended into anarchy as they got in each other's way to the starships that could take them away from this cursed star system. The fanatic aliens that remained behind and continued to man their stations still managed to hold back the insurgents, but not as good as before. When the human attackers discovered that a lot of aliens had cut and run, they intensified their assault while simultaneously sending out small teams to slip through the cracks and hopefully take the aliens by surprise. The results were mixed. Only some of the infiltration teams had access to superior weapons and equipment as well as the training to utilize them correctly. Others were less competent and easily got caught when the native aliens detected unusual activity. The disparity in tech was too big. The human insurgents were originally second-raters, while the fleet serving under the protector of Karna were originally equipped to deal with first-raters. The humans had to be inventive and make sure they weren't in a position to get exposed and dealt with in an efficient manner. It was actually incredibly brave of them to launch an all-out attack on the damaged alien base under the circumstances. Their interference also prevented the native aliens from loading up their ships with too much strategic materials as well as other valuables. Ha, look at the aliens run. Our time has finally come. Let us help the Larkinsons secure this base. It is the least we can do to repay the favors we owe to their clan. As the insurgents kept pressing the die-hard loyalists, both sides suffered substantial losses. By the time the Vanguard dispatched by the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet eliminated the remaining opposition up in orbit, they quickly dispatched support in order to prevent more insurgents from getting killed. The humans on the surface finally cheered when a few hundred first-class multipurpose mechs descended from orbit and began to focus their firepower on the remaining intact defense facilities. Cheers continued to erupt from the human insurgents. As the Dracoloids, Omega Threshers and E-Mules of the Larkinson clan began to spread out and secure all of the quadrants of the sprawling base, the human insurgents tried their best to be of assistance. They pointed out the locations of special materials and evolution materials. They also directed the mechs towards key defensive nodes. The Premier Fleet managed to topple the alien base much faster than anticipated due to the indefensible assistance provided by these guides. As the fighting on the surface of Screed Tanner VF gradually died down, two metallic cats quietly emerged from a large pool of liquids that was located on the north side of the alien base. This was not a regular pool of water. It was enormous and located in a broad and deep underground habitat. What made this pool even more special was that the aliens had mixed a huge quantity of phase water in it. Testing showed that 25%. It went without saying that it made the body of water a lot more dangerous. If not for the aliens taking precautions, the massive pool of water would have generated so many spatial disruptions that everyone would have suffered if they kept all of this intact. As it was, the pool may be stable, but it was not particularly enticing. Almost anything that entered the pool by accident and without sufficient preparations would quickly get torn to shreds by all of the spatial disruptions. It was actually a small miracle that Lucky and Ferrum were able to dive into this dangerous pool and safely navigate its depths. Lucky incorporated transphasic materials and completely internalized them a long time ago. He had also begun to digest superdimensional matter and already gained a small fraction of its potent power. Ferrum on the other hand was made out of hull-grade superdimensional matter from beginning to end. So long as his internals remained shielded from the environment, he was not at risk of getting torn to pieces by spatial disruptions. Nobody aside from Lucky, Ves and the Golden Cat knew what they encountered while they had been diving in this massive pool. The few Larkinsons that caught sight of the two cats emerging from the suspicious pool noted that the two mechanical cats both looked subdued for whatever reason. Nobody inquired with them yet on what they managed to find inside the protector of Karnak's lair, but it was clear that the two cats must have stumbled upon important clues for them to grow so severe. Hardly anyone paid attention to them, though. Most of the Larkinsons and their allies paid much more attention to the goods they found in the warehouses of the half-broken base. Investigators had found ample proof that the native aliens had definitely loaded up their vessels with the most valuable goods. Whether the Premier Fleet could retrieve them was still a matter of debate. The attackers were lucky that the native aliens still left enough materials behind to massively benefit the Terran war industry. Do we have enough transport capacity to take away everything of value? The Saint Commander asked one of the cargo handling experts. The civilian consultant looked startled when an ace commander contacted him out of the blue. Not even close, ma'am. Our two fleets are not accompanied by any dedicated cargo vessels. The cargo holds of all of our carriers and warships are limited in capacity. It is best if we focus on collecting phase water and high-grade materials. If there is enough room left over, we can fill up the remaining space with high-value debris and unusual alien goods that can fetch a high price on the market. Oh, we should also salvage the most valuable phase water organs from the carcass of the deceased Nunzer phase lord. The fifth lord of Bizisket perished during combat. He not only died at a relatively early stage of the battle, but the first sword Mark III had also managed to land a killing blow that kept most of the carcass intact. The phase water organs of a Nunzer phase lord were predominantly located in the enormous lower torso section that supported the four-hoofed limbs. This torso had only suffered minor flesh wounds due to getting struck by transphasic sword Fey. It was actually rather fortunate that Saint Dice did not gain a lot of proficiency in controlling her new sword Fey. They could have inflicted much more serious damage to the Nunzer phase lord under other circumstances. The phase water organs also happened to be in a partially folded state. This was not an unusual sight. So long as they did not receive a disturbance, they could continue to remain relatively compact. It would have been a nightmare to retrieve phase water organs if the carcass had grown to the size of a small moon. The news from the harvesting operation remained optimistic. The biotech researchers were fully confident that they could extract at least half a dozen phase water organs within the current deadline. Chapter 7012. Two extinction-level threats. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF ended in a great success for the Larkinson clan. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar initially did not ask for much from the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet. She only sought to bloody the alien raiding fleets. She also wanted to destroy as much of the plundered goods they had stockpiled on the surface of the occupied moon. If they had any spare firepower left, then she would have tried to cripple the enemy's infrastructure in the star system. Neither Casella nor the others expected to win a fight against so many enemies outright. The Larkinsons and the Blue Jay Fleet had done more than temporarily drive away the alien phase fighters and warships. They had destroyed a lot of alien assets and frightened away every lesser phase lord. This spooked the enemy so much that they had lost their willingness to fight. Their hasty departure caused them to leave a lot of valuables behind. In fact, the Larkinsons managed to intercept a fair amount of alien transport vessels. Many of their cargo holds had been stuffed with valuable goods and materials. If not for their alien origins, the Larkinsons would have felt tempted to take control over them and use them to haul all of the additional loot back to human space. Other forces had done this before, but they always regretted it. The native aliens were clever enough to embed tracking devices and software on their own vessels. It took an extremely thorough examination of every system to root out these kinds of vulnerabilities. The tortuous Scream went through a similar examination. It took months for computer experts and Orvan tech specialists to comb through every piece of hardware and software of the enormous warship. The computer engineers had never been quite certain whether they managed to root out every possible vulnerability. There was just too much programming and hardware to comb through. This was also one of the reasons why the tortuous Scream maintained two separate computer systems. Only by isolating the human computer system from the original alien computer system could the crew mitigate the hidden dangers of the latter. In any case, the lack of transport capacity bothered the Larkinsons a lot. Since Casella and the others did not expect for their strong performance to drive the aliens away from the star system, the Premier Fleet did not accommodate a lot of civilian cargo vessels. The Saint Commander regretted the decision to set off without putting more effort into adding civilian starships to the Premier Fleet. Just a handful of cargo haulers would have been enough to carry phase water organs, phase water, high-grade exotics and hypers, valuable alien machines and so much more. Perhaps they could still arrange all of this extra shipping if they made a request to the Terran Alliance and the Red Association to divert a few of them to the Screed Tanner system. Both Casella and Ves agreed that this was a very bad decision. The longer they stayed in the Screed Tanner system, the greater the chance that the Red Cabal would dispatch a punitive fleet. Once this inevitable force arrived, it would become much harder to withdraw to safety. When the Larkinsons consulted the Blue Jay Fleet, they discovered to their surprise that the Red 3 already had a handle on this follow-up threat. Our intelligence gathering operations in this sector have become impaired due to recent events. Jovi Armelon spoke with difficulty during a virtual meeting. The good news is that the Red Association still has a moderate understanding of the enemy fleet movements in the Alicon Middle Zone. There are numerous enemy fleets in the general area that can move to the Screed Tanner system in a matter of days, but they are unlikely to set off right away. We have just defeated multiple fleets that are protected by both lesser and greater phase lords. Any enemy force that is smaller than this will only be asking to get trounced. Our intelligence concurs with that of the Ra, Commodore Zonrad Rees said with a similar pinched expression on his face. Our 7th Light Fleet is in the process of recalling multiple scout ships from this middle zone, but the observation data that they have gathered so far does not suggest the presence of large concentration of phase lords and warships that can pose an immediate threat. Both Ves and Casella turned towards Formation Master Andrea Voss. The Farseer responded with a smile. Our diviners have been busy all day. They have spent much of their energy on predictions related to the successive changes to the galactic landscape. Do not be concerned. Upon my reminder, they have made sure to perform a few divinations centered around this star system. They foresee little else but relative calm in the next 72 hours. Their reading of the future becomes much more inconsistent after that. Our interpretation is that there is a possibility that the Red Cabal have become so alarmed that they have chosen a fast and forceful response. Casella Ingvar narrowed her eyes in thought as she looked across the virtual table. The diviners have merely foreseen a possible future, correct? Yes. What I have just mentioned can be treated as the worst-case scenario. Andrea Voss responded. Our diviners are much more certain that a sizable enemy fleet will arrive within 7 days. The Red Cabal cannot ignore what has happened in the Screed Tanner system. The aliens must reassert control over this part of the Alicon Middle Zone and ensure the offensive against the Caesarian Upper Zone can be maintained. Are you sure about that? Ves asked. What do you mean, sir? A lot of interesting news has come out in the past half-day. Ves said with a smirk. I imagine that they have responded favorably to the Red Split, but not so much to the news about the emergence of the cybernetic empire and what the people on the galactic net have begun to call the Vorabug outbreak. The 102nd day of the 4th year of the Age of Dawn will be a date that will be remembered in history. Ever since they scheduled this virtual meeting, the attendees knew that they would inevitably address these galaxy-shaking events. They were far too impactful for them to ignore. What happened across human-occupied space and beyond were so massive that they threatened to overshadow the Premier Fleet's accomplishments in the Screed Tanner system. It is possible that our diviners have made their predictions based on outdated information. The Farseer admitted. They have made most of their predictions before the news about mass attacks launched by mutated Vorabugs have begun to circulate on the galactic net. If the native aliens have decided to divert their fleets from the human-alien frontlines and redirect them to the alien-held territories that are at risk of getting swept by the Vorabug outbreak, the Red Tide offensive can no longer be sustained. We will be safer. This is one possibility. The Saint Commander voiced her own opinion. We cannot assume that the Red Cabal and other alien leaders will abide by the same logic as a human. They are still aliens, after all. In their unfathomable minds, they may think that since they have sacrificed so many lives and hardware to tear down our defensive bands, it is unconscionable to quit halfway without completing the goal of exterminating our race. The enemy leadership may think that it is an acceptable sacrifice to let thousands of populated star systems turn into Vorabug nests in order to finish their original mission. The Red Cabal may even intensify their current efforts now that they are under much serious time pressure. What a heartless calculus. As much as Ves and the others wanted to reject this possibility, they all knew how much the Phase Whales and Phase Lords looked down on the mortals. They may very well think this makes too much sense. The survivalist faction is also trying to analyze whether the native aliens will favor this extreme plan. Jovi Armelon mentioned, it does not help that every race and every star nation has their own cultures and values. One of the more optimistic scenarios that may occur is that some, but not all, of the major alien races will unilaterally choose to suspend their participation in the Red War and move towards the star systems under threat by the Vorabugs. Which races are likely to do so? Ves inquired. As herbivores, the Nunsers are highly communal and empathetic towards each other. They will feel most compelled to come to the aid of Nunser civilians that reside on the planets that are in the danger zone. The humans mostly saw the Nunsers as violent and physically imposing centaur-like aliens. Since the start of the Red War, the Nunsers were the second most common enemies that humans might face. Part of this was because the Nunser race possessed good fertility. Another part of it was because they cared a lot about the Nunsers that the humans had wiped out en masse. The humans had only begun to plant their colonies across the new frontier in less than a decade, and already they committed genocide on the aliens that resided on thousands if not tens of thousands of occupied star systems. Our pioneers and colonists have become so avid in eliminating indigenous populations that ordinary alien individuals view humans as more intelligent versions of vorabugs. Vector mentioned, if this was the case, then the Red Cabal and the other aliens considered the human race to be just as threatening as the vorabug race. From this perspective, it made no sense to suspend the Red Tide offensive in order to divert valuable combat assets to the new bug frontlines. Trying to defend against both extinction-level threats at the same time was a recipe for failure. If the native aliens applied sound logic to this situation, then they would definitely be willing to sacrifice a great deal in order to ensure the total destruction of one of these major threats. As long as the native aliens managed to destroy the humans fast enough, they should still be able to reposition fast enough to push back the vorabug menace. Ves frowned as he considered this scenario. Everything about it made sense. This possibility made it even more important to constantly stay on the move. Sovi, he said as he called up the smart AI based on the Sea Sovereign template. What do you think is likely based on your own understanding? The projected avatar of the smart AI took his time to formulate his answer. I must state in advance that I am not programmed to analyze the ripple effects of geopolitical events on a galactic scale. My own crude analysis indicates that the Red Cabal can be pragmatic when it suits them. There is a low probability that their diplomats will approach us and negotiate a temporary or permanent ceasefire. This will also allow them to comfortably divert more troops to the frontline between the humans and the native aliens. There you have it, Ves smiled. There is bad blood between our races, but it is still possible to resolve them. We just need to emphasize that we can at least tolerate each other's presence without needing to kill our entire race. They may even be able to sign non-aggression pacts and trade agreements. The Saint Commander made a cough. This virtual meeting is straying too far from our more immediate priorities. We must first complete our recovery efforts in this star system before setting off to the Caesarian upper zone as soon as possible. Ves looked puzzled. Why go to Caesarian? We need to resupply and replenish the mechs that we have lost. Casella said, I originally intended for us to preserve our strength and build up more momentum with successive raids. Everything else that has happened earlier today has made our plan irrelevant. We need to return to friendly space and take the time to truly understand how all of the changes will affect our clan. Chapter 7013 The Red 2's stances. Too much had happened in a single day. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF had enormous implications for the premier branch in the Larkinson clan. Being able to drive away a vastly superior alien force with a fraction of the numbers definitely proved that the premier fleet could participate in the battles of the highest level. Short of being able to challenge an ancient phase whale, the Larkinsons of the premier branch were confident that they could tackle nearly any other alien adversary. This day should have ended as a celebration of the human spirit and the rising strength of the Larkinson clan. Plenty of people had been paying attention to the performance of the First Sword Mark III at first. The Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and so many more groups had a vested interest in evaluating the performance of a full superdimensional ace mech. The fact that Saint Dice managed to kill a Greater Phase Lord outright while fending off two better-equipped Greater Phase Lords definitely raised the strategic value of superdimensional matter even further. While it was vital to equip them onto every god mech just to ensure they remained invincible against anything the Red Cabal could throw at them, once enough superdimensional matter became available, people would be looking to apply them to other products. Ves believed that it was best used for producing personal armor and mechs. He did not think it was suitable for most other purposes such as enhancing the protection of critical systems of a warship because the cost-benefit ratio was too low. Of course, that may be his bias speaking for him. It was hard for him to assume a neutral perspective on this subject when he was a passionate senior mech designer. He could think of so many mech design projects that could benefit immensely from mid and high-grade superdimensional matter. The Larkinsons should have earned a lot of accolades after securing such a decisive victory. Taking down a significant alien depot and destroying half of the enemy phase fighters and warships stationed in the star system should go a long way into making the Caesarian upper zone safer, at least for a time. None of that happened. Few people could keep their minds on the Larkinson clan when the foundation of the Red Ocean transformed overnight. Nobody knew what was going on anymore. Not even Ves could have anticipated that so many drastic changes would take place. When he and Casella Ingvar attended a virtual meeting with the liaisons of the Red 3, it became clear that they had hardly received much information from their respective organizations. That suggested to Ves that the Red Three had been completely caught by surprise. They did not anticipate the Red Split, the secret development of the cybernetic empire, and most egregiously the Vorabug outbreak. Since there was so much to talk about, the Saint Commander decided to focus on what was important for the Larkinson clan. I am sure that we will all learn more about the events that happened today, but right now our clan needs to obtain several answers from the Red Three. The Ace Commander said, "Ask away." Jovi gestured for her to continue. "My first question is related to the Red Split. As you know, our clan has always tried to maintain friendly relations with every major human power. Through our patriarch, we are closely involved with the Red Association and the Red Fleet, but we have also forged good relationships with the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Now that the latter two have broken off from your regime, will there be any problems if we continue to maintain our cooperation with the Terrans and the Rubarthans?" A brief pause ensued. Jovi eventually shook his head. "I cannot answer your question with a definitive answer, but from what I know about my superiors and their agendas, the Red Association has little interest in sowing further division in human society. Humans must come together and combine our strengths to resist every external enemy that threatens us both. We understand the positioning of your clan in our society. We will not hold it against you if you exchange with the first-rate colonial superstates as before. Will the Red Association still hold this stance if we open relations with the cybernetic empire?" Casella asked with a sharp glint in her eye. The mention of the cybernetic empire caused Jovi to carefully compose himself. His body went completely still in order to prevent himself from giving away any clues about how he thought on the matter. It did not escape the others that resorting to this action already conveyed a lot of clues. The mechers and especially the members of the survivalist faction must feel pain to see the polymath go rogue and take the rich foundation of Bridgehead 1 for herself. However, the polymath also enacted a plan that many other survivalists would have pushed if they were in her shoes. By exploiting the greater spacetime bubble to give the richest and most developed central star node 53 years of additional development time was a game changer for Red humanity. The survivalist faction therefore gained much more than they lost. The polymath may no longer be available to support them, but it did not matter now that she had moved on to a greater stage. Survivalist or not, the mechers still remained confident that she at least shared the same values as her old faction. The mechers of the survivalist faction never really quibbled over who should earn credit or who should take the lead in saving human civilization. No matter whether they were mechers, fleeters, Terran, Rubarthan, cosmopolitan or alien, as long as he or she contributed greatly to the survival of Red humanity, then the survivalist faction would be more than willing to forgive all of that person's sins. This was a measure of the extremism of the survivalist faction. It did not surprise Ves at all that the polymath found common cause with it, and that she eventually went on to exemplify its values to the greatest extent. By spending almost 2 generations to forge a one-system empire through her own machinations, she had single-handedly solved or ameliorated several of the most critical shortcomings of Red humanity. The cybernetic empire had the potential to do a lot of good for human civilization in the Red Ocean. Even if the polymath weakened the Red Association by supporting the Red Split, the survivalists probably did not care so long as their former faction leader still managed to make Red humanity stronger. This was good news to Ves and the Larkinsons, as it meant that the Red Association was unlikely to kick up a fuss. Ves turned to Commodore Zonrad Rees. The Red Fleet may act in lockstep with the Red Association at times, but it was still a separate super-organization. The fleeters pursued their own goals and upheld their own ideals, so it became important to figure out their stances towards the latest events. The disguised form of Sigrun maintained a neutral expression. The Red Fleet still needs time to gather all of the facts and monitor the actions of the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact and the Cybernetic Empire. Our highest priority has always been the protection of the human race. We guard them against their worst enemies, which unfortunately includes themselves. Ves frowned in puzzlement. Can you be more specific? What does that actually mean? It means that we are primarily concerned with the use and abuse of warships by the human race. The Commodore elaborated. The Common Fleet Alliance has always upheld the principle that warships will do more harm than good if they are under the control of humans who are not qualified to wield their immense power. The Red Fleet still maintains the same principle, but we have become more proactive in recognizing groups and individuals that can be trusted with limited control over warships through the Warship Quota Program and the Auxiliary Fleet Program. The former granted an opportunity for people who made great contributions to field individual first-class warships. The latter gave second-rate and third-rate states a chance to build their own warships and organize them into auxiliary fleets that operated under the supervision of an RF officer. Both programs would have been unthinkable during the age of mechs. It was only due to the Red War that the fleeters had been forced to relax their normally tough and unyielding stance. The introduction of the two aforementioned programs greatly improved the RF's reputation, but their half-hearted measures to give the space peasants limited access to warships was evidently not enough for the first-rate states. Now that the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Alliance clawed back their right to field their own warships, they would definitely take advantage of this right that the fleeters had denied them for over 4 centuries. Naturally, that did not sit well with the Red Fleet. The Terrans and the Rubarthans most definitely learned their lesson from the dark days of the Age of Conquest, yet if the Commodore's words were any indication, the fleeters clearly did not think they had earned enough forgiveness. While Ves directed his attention towards the shifting relationships between the Red Fleet and the insurrectionists, the Saint Commander paid more attention towards the RF's continued insistence on restricting the use of warships. Will there be any changes to the warship quota program and the auxiliary fleet program? Casella asked. The CFA officer firmly shook his head. I cannot give you any definite answers, but I can share with you my impression that we will not seek drastic changes to our existing stances and policies. We regret that the Terrans and the Rubarthans have decided to defy our well-intentioned rules, and we encourage those who have nothing to do with the insurrection to continue to abide by our rules. In other words, the Red Fleet preferred that the groups that did not participate in the Red Split to avoid messing around with warships. Perhaps many people believed that with the Terrans and the Rubarthans breaking away from the Red too, it became a lot more acceptable to own and field your own warships. The fleeters vehemently disagreed with this attitude. We do not have the capital or infrastructure to field too many first-class warships. The Saint Commander said. Besides, our clan has always been strongly associated with mechs. We are unlikely to pivot to warships. Our excellence in designing and piloting mechs is our greatest advantage. We have no existing warship tradition to rely upon. There is no compelling reason to adopt warships on a large scale. Commodore Rees responded with an approving smile. We appreciate your stance. We hope that the Larkinson clan continues to hold on to it. We are not trying to restrict the use of warships solely to keep them for ourselves. We believe that when humans no longer hold armed vessels in awe and can acquire them with much greater ease, they will no longer respect their immense destructive capacity and become more willing to direct their firepower to our vulnerable human populations. The Terrans and the Rubarthans are already in danger of repeating the mistakes that our race has made during the end of the Age of Conquest. What a pessimistic view. However, the fleeters may be right in their prediction. Power had a corrupting influence. Anyone who acquired warships would want to see them being put in active service, and that was where the danger began. Ves did not necessarily disagree that Red humanity was still not ready to field powerful warships on their own terms. However, it was impossible to convince the infamously stubborn and humorless fleeters into changing their minds on their core stance. Restricting the use of warships was the RF's raison d'etre. Trying to undermine it was nothing less than undermining the existence of the super-organization. The fleeters would never forgive such a violation. Chapter 7014. Diplomatic uncertainty. From what Ves could glean from the answers given by Jovi and Commodore Rees, it sounded as if the Red Two already accepted the new reality. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact had slipped away from their regime for good. There was so much bad blood between the Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates that the latter had become allergic to surrendering their sovereign rights. The Terrans and the Rubarthans would never agree to give their former overlords power over their mechs and warships. Otherwise, what was the point of pulling off the Red Split? Still, the RA and the RF had many ways to undermine the insurrectionists. They could apply many different forms of pressure in order to force the mechers and the fleeters to the negotiating table. Ves therefore had good reasons to believe that the Red Two and the newly restored Star Nations would form a reluctant compromise that pleased no one, but at least kept the peace, for the time being. Everyone understood the reality that they could not afford to get embroiled into infighting, especially now that not one, but 2 major alien threats sought to make Red humanity extinct. After Ves and Casella understood the general attitudes of the mechers and the fleeters, they turned their attention to the representative of the latest super-organization. Technically speaking, Ves should be considered a collie as well, but his deliberate attempts to maintain his distance from the astral octagon had worked a little too well. Ves had little idea what the actual leaders of the RC thought about the Red Split, the cybernetic empire and the Vorabug outbreak. Although Ves definitely intended to use his own channels to contact the collies and request clarification, it was a good idea to start with the leader of the Moloch squadron. Formation Master Andrea Voss had been waiting for her turn to speak. As you know, the Red Collective is not burdened by the historical baggage of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. She calmly began. Professor Larkinson, you founded our organization with the purpose of serving the people, most particularly those who had been overlooked and dismissed by the Red 2. We believe we have been able to fulfill that mission without resorting to heavy-handed rules or coercion. We have also imitated your strategy of befriending as many stakeholders as possible without becoming too involved in their more controversial affairs. It is not our place to do more than regulate systematic cultivation. That was a decidedly neutral answer, but that did not necessarily mean it was bad. The Red Collective was founded for multiple reasons, but one of them was to address the shortcomings of the mechers and the fleeters. Back during the end of the Age of Conquest, the MTA and the CFA had reached a position of unprecedented power. Whether they intended to or not, they amassed an enormous amount of military might. All of the human star empires and star nations at the time had become unprecedentedly weak and vulnerable. What was supposed to happen was that the MTA and the CFA helped these star nations rebuild by providing stability and protection against threats from human rivals and alien invaders. Once a few generations had passed, the situation in the Milky Way should have stabilized to the point the MTA and the CFA could safely wind down their excessive military forces and allow the human star nations to handle their own defense. Unlike the Five Scrolls Compact that at least chose to rule from the shadows, the MTA and the CFA took advantage of their unstoppable might and outright became the hegemons of human civilization. The Big Two cemented their power and imposed their rule on all humans no matter whether they were Terrans or ordinary third-raters. Were they right to do so? That was a debate that could never be resolved. Most people of the later generations had little interest in exploring ancient history. They had a much greater interest in clarifying the role of the Red Three in contemporary times. While the Red Association and the Red Fleet clearly wanted to maintain as much of the status quo as possible, the Red Collective was the only super-organization that sincerely wanted to work with the space peasants rather than make all of the decisions on their behalf. Of course, much of it had to do with the governance model that Ves deliberately proposed for the Red Collective. Every human stakeholder held seats in the lower or upper council. The necessity of attracting as many votes as possible to build up support for specific initiatives made it necessary for most proposals to cater to the interests of as many populations as possible. In other words, as long as the Red Collective did not start to cheat and violate its own rules, it could never degenerate into a power-hungry and self-serving cabal like its older siblings. Is there anything that you can actually do to lower tension and prevent the new situations from getting out of hand? Ves asked the Farseer. I am not fully informed of all of the stances and measures that the RC has taken, but I can tell you that fueling the animosity between the first-rate colonial superstates and the Red 2 is the last thing we want to do. The liaison from the RC bluntly responded. We have already offered our mediation services to the stakeholders in question. We are in a unique position to act as middlemen and neutral arbiters. We have no inherent stake in their private causes, and we cannot be biased towards either side. So far, all of the relevant parties have indicated their willingness to let us moderate their disputes. That was good news. Their willingness to put their trust in the Red Collective to mediate their disagreements showed that they did not want the situation to escalate. However, it may also indicate a desire to pull everyone into a quagmire that they could not get out of anytime soon. Going through all of this song and dance meant that a final resolution may be many years away. It took a lot of time for parties of this scale to hash out each and every point of contention. What is your attitude towards the cybernetic empire? Ves asked next. The Red Collective has only just begun to open up a dialogue with the cybernetic empress and her empire. We have already received indications that it will be difficult to insert the Red Collective into their highly developed but insular society. The Farseer frankly revealed. Why is that the case? The Saint Commander looked curious. Should they not be eager to embrace the benefits of systematic cultivation? Not entirely. As the name of their empire suggests, the cybers have overwhelmingly resorted to cybernetic implantation as their favored means of empowerment. Due to the fact that Bridgehead 1 only became subjected to a heavily diluted version of E-energy radiation during the time of isolation, many of the cybers trapped in the central star node have grown up in a society where E-energy is regarded as strange, scarce, unscientific and uncontrollable. Once these beliefs have continued to fester over 2 generations, it has already become a part of the foundation of the cybernetic empire. Does that mean that the cybers are actually rejecting hyper-technology, e-technology and systematic cultivation? Not necessarily, Professor. The cybers have grown up in a society where the smartest human scientist and engineer has become their absolute ruler. They admire the polymath and strive to do their best to match her excellence. They have developed a fondness for science and technology. Their attitudes towards hyper-technology is still positive because it gives them a reliable and consistent means to harness the unpredictable power of E-energy radiation. Shouldn't they hold a similar attitude towards systematic cultivation? Perhaps a minority of cybers think so, but from our analysis of their publications and discussions, they are largely suspicious and fearful of systematic cultivation. They think that rashly practicing the cultivation methods of the Red Collective will cause their cybernetic implants to malfunction or maybe even threaten their lives. The more extensively they replace their organic flesh and bone with cybernetics, the greater their rejection towards systematic cultivation. That made a lot more sense. Not even Ves could predict what would happen if an individual who had replaced over 80% of his body with cybernetic limbs and organs practiced a body cultivation method. Of course, that was a rather extreme example. Most chi cultivation methods did not act on the human body in any serious fashion as far as Ves knew. They primarily acted on the mind and spirit of their practitioners. Technically, this meant that they should be compatible with people who had almost entirely transformed into mechanical existences. The cybers are quite powerful in their own right. Vector Loban stated, they are the only humans in the Red Ocean that have embraced the route of literal mechanical ascension. Well-performing cybernetic implants are expensive and limited in production, but do not underestimate them. The polymath along with much of their R&D sector has dedicated multiple decades into improving and refining them. They have also conducted many theoretical studies on how to better leverage the possibilities of hyper-technology once the time of isolation has come to an end. At this time, most cybers are more interested in upgrading their existing cybernetics with more powerful and feature-rich hyper-versions. What could be more important to the cybers than becoming stronger and more capable? A population of humans that had devoted much of their interests in cybernetics and augmentation had little interest in the affairs of people that lacked their passions. Perhaps there were still plenty of cybers that wanted to save red humanity or travel outside Bridgehead 1, but Ves was afraid that they were the minority. Under the reign of the polymath, Bridgehead 1 had transformed into the closest thing to a utopia in the Red Ocean. The cybers probably considered themselves to be far superior to the other humans who mostly kept their bodies organic. The differences between the two groups had grown so much that they may even struggle to consider each other a part of the same species. Ves leaned forward. So does that mean that the cybernetic empire will not join the Red Collective? I truly cannot say, sir. That will depend on the outcome of the high-level negotiations between the cybernetic empire and the Red Collective. The Farseer said, if you wish to hear my personal interpretation, then I believe that the cybers will likely be content to cooperate to a shallow degree. There are shared interests that make it difficult for the newcomers to reject the RC, but that is still a long distance away from total acceptance and integration. There were many clues that hinted that the cybernetic empire would not be as enthusiastic about welcoming the Red Collective as the other major powers. This had many implications. Ves was not sure whether to regard this as a positive or negative development. On the one hand, the cybers could act as a check against the collies. If anything went wrong with chi cultivators one day, the cybers who rejected systematic cultivation would be in an excellent position to intervene and solve the crisis. The same applied in reverse. If the cybers all got hacked or corrupted by their cybernetic implants, then powerful cultivators could come in and resolve the problem without succumbing to the same dangers. The meeting continued. The Larkinsons and the liaisons continued to talk about the cybernetic empire, but they spoke very little of substance. They had too little information to go on. The cybernetic empire was still an enigma that was clouded by fog. It was better to wait for a few weeks before making any important decisions centered around the new human power, as they would all have much more information at their disposal. Chapter 7015 The unexpected bug menaced the Larkinsons, and the liaisons all remained silent as they watched the latest live feeds of the ongoing bug invasions. The vorabug swarms seemed endless. They approached from the dark of space and set off towards any planet filled with life and civilization before engaging in indiscriminate slaughter and feeding. The voracious bugs were completely fearless and relentless. They charged straight at third-class mechs and first-class multipurpose mechs alike. It did not matter if they had no chance of survival. So long as their sacrifice kept the mechs busy and depleted their ammunition and energy reserves, it was undoubtedly worth it for millions if not billions of them to give up their lives. None of the vorabugs visible in the live feeds appeared to be too big and sophisticated. All Ves and the other viewers could see were different versions of cannon fodder. What stood out was that the race had drastically evolved since the time they were known to the humans and intelligent aliens as pests and nuisances. In the past, the vorabugs definitely possessed the potential to devour entire starships and depopulate entire planets. However, the vorabugs were so consistent as a race that they did not mutate at all despite their rapid reproduction rates. The race was so strict towards deviations that they could immediately detect a vorabug who only possessed a single mutation and make sure that insect never had a chance to pass down his deviant genes. It was a strange characteristic for a race and was clearly artificial in nature. Whatever the case, many native aliens of the Red Ocean thanked the unknown maker for imposing this limitation on the vorabugs. As long as they understood everything about the vorabugs, it was fairly easy to develop and implement countermeasures that could limit their infestation. From developing special detectors that were specifically designed to detect the biosignals unique to the vorabugs to inventing an energy field that could make juvenile and adult vorabugs feel so unwell that they would do anything to stay away, a lot of tech came into existence that pretty much turned this major threat into an ordinary nuisance. While there were instances where these anti-vorabug protections failed, these cases were few and far in between. More people died from piracy, industrial accidents and other mishaps than getting devoured by vorabugs. This was why people rarely if ever put any thought into their existence. The vorabugs were the Red Ocean version of cockroaches. At least that used to be the case. The live feeds of dozens of star systems situated along the periphery depicted a very different reality. Dozens of new subspecies of vorabugs had emerged out of the blue. Each of them appeared to be stronger, hardier, more tenacious and utterly hostile towards life. It was difficult to overstate how utterly frightening it must be to be stuck on a planet that was about to get invaded by a gigantic swarm of vorabugs. So many of them appeared in orbit that they were partially able to block the light of the local star. While it did not appear that the vorabugs were operating under the direction of an intelligent commander, this was just a glimpse of the full scope of the threat. There was much about the vorabug race that people like Ves did not know. After the Saint Commander cut off the live feeds, the virtual meeting room fell into silence. No one remained unaffected by the sheer scale and speed of the vorabug invasion. They were much more effective than the native aliens due to their exaggerated numbers. Whereas the native aliens relied on a mix between quality and quantity to steadily push red humanity back, the mutated vorabugs most definitely took advantage of their insane propagation capabilities to clog all of the mechs and warships with far more vorabugs than they could repel. This was a strategy that red humanity never guarded against. The Rubarthans that were most vulnerable to the vorabug outbreak were about to have a really miserable time. Ves eventually decided to break the silence. Did any of you know about this in advance? No, Jovi immediately answered. We had no idea. I am sure that we have dispatched scouting vessels in the regions of space where they came from, but they have not detected any unusual biological activity as far as I am aware of. The native aliens that are based in these territories have not shown any indications that they are fighting against an overwhelming threat. We can only form the preliminary conclusion that the mutated vorabugs have hidden themselves extremely well up until the day of pestilence. That caused Ves to frown. Does that not suggest that the vorabugs are directed by an intelligent being? It may be a vorabug queen of sorts, or it may be a phase whale that had lost control over his bio-experiment. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if a cosmopolitan cell had artificially created the mutated vorabugs to give both humans and the native aliens a common threat to unite it against. All of that is speculation. Commodore Rees warned. In the face of this new terror, it is dangerous to form preliminary conclusions. We need to be patient and collect more intelligence on this new enemy. Only when we have enough verified intelligence will we be able to devise targeted countermeasures to contain this threat. That sounds nice, but how long will that take? Ves pushed back. How many Rubarthans will end up in the bellies of the vorabugs? How much materials will they devour that is subsequently used to expand their swarms? By the time we develop a proper countermeasure, their numbers may have already ballooned to the point that they can devour almost all of our territories aside from the territory around Bridgehead 1. Sigrun should know quite well the price of delays. In his previous incarnation as a hybrid sentient AI and Sandman Admiral, he had manipulated his former race into invading the Komodo star sector en masse. Dozens of third-rate states and thousands of populated star systems got swept up by the invasion of the Sandman race. While the Fredamen and Hexers were able to keep the Sandman fleets at bay with the help of their superior second-class mechs, they were too few in numbers to push the swarming Sandmen back. It did not help that the Fredamen and the Hexers were very close to going to war against each other. They did not want to weaken their defenses by diverting too many mech units from their strategically important locations. The second raiders simply assumed that the mechers and the fleeters would get around to ending the threat posed by the Sandmen. The Big Two eventually did so, but not before they took their sweet time to respond. It also did not help that the CFA made a mistake and suffered avoidable losses. The entire Sand War was an indictment against the Big Two, but especially the CFA. The latter specifically took on the role of humanity's external guardian, yet the fleeters had been too slow and complacent to stop the Sandmen from starting up a mass incursion into human space. As the main instigator and ultimate culprit behind the war that led to the slaughter of trillions of humans, Sigrun probably possessed greater insights into this invasion than anyone else in this virtual meeting. Of course, he probably did not feel eager to share his profound insights with everyone. He had already left that part of his life behind. Ves stared at Commander Ries for a time, but seeing that the RF officer did volunteer any further insights, he turned to the Farseer instead. Have your diviners and seers detected any clues in advance? Andrea Voss grimaced. No. You have cooperated with Ilvain for many years. You should understand the limitations of divinations and prophecies. It is much more difficult to become aware of a threat when it remains unknown to us. At most, our diviners may perceive a vague foreshadowing, but they experience that on such a frequent basis that it is nearly impossible to determine the precise nature of the threat. Our diviners are also too weak to accurately predict the actions of beings of immense power. The energy needed to make a successful prediction is too much for them, and there is a real risk of suffering a backlash. I cannot tell you how many diviners there are in the Red Collective that have been forced into early retirement because they dared to predict the future of a god pilot. Ves inwardly snorted. That was pretty much one of the worst possible subjects to divine. Those chi cultivators had it coming. I understand, he said. The circumstances should be different after the day of pestilence. Now that the mutated Vorabugs have stepped out of the shadows, it should be much easier for the RC to collect intelligence on their nature and movements, correct? The Farseer slowly nodded. That is partially true. Our diviners in the Rubarthan Pact have been attempting to predict the speed and direction of the Vorabug incursion into human space. What they have found out so far is nothing surprising. The Vorabug swarms show no sign of being directed to invade specific locations. They are merely propagating from star system to star system without any greater considerations. If they maintain their current pace, the Rubarthan Pact may fall in a decade if they are unable to defend their territories against these new enemies. That sounded incredibly scary considering the size of the Rubarthan Pact. It was slightly larger than the Terran Alliance due to its more laid-back policies towards pioneers and colonists. In fact, the Rubarthan Alliance contained a lot more star systems that had been colonized by smaller pioneers. The settlements were still relatively rudimentary and were completely unable to defend against the native aliens, let alone a massive mutated Vorabug swarm. Whether it was coincidental or not, the Vorabugs couldn't have picked a better colonial alliance to kick off their invasion. The Red Split most definitely exacerbated the crisis as relations between the Rubarthan Pact and the Red Two had massively deteriorated. If the Rubarthans hadn't followed the Terrans into reclaiming their sovereignty, then the Mechers and the Fleeters would have been more willing to send reinforcements to the new front. The only points in favor of the Rubarthans was that they had two god pilots at their disposal who could exterminate the bugs. The arrival of the Cybernetic Empire also presented the Rubarthan Alliance with a potential ally who could come to their aid. However, whether the Polymath would agree to dispatch her massive war fleets and war planets to the Rubarthan frontlines remained to be seen. She possessed an enormous amount of leverage over the desperate Rubarthans and everyone knew it. The Star Designer was definitely smart enough to exploit this advantage to the fullest. Ves also developed an interest in the Vorabugs. He craved novelty, and the Vorabugs represented a very different kind of enemy from the ones he and his Larkinsons fought in the past. The native aliens were already old news as far as he was concerned. The Premier Fleet no longer needed so much help from him as it was already well equipped enough to completely trounce the numerically superior defenders of the Screed Tanner system. This was when the Premier Fleet only fielded raw first-class multipurpose mechs as stopgap solutions. Once Ves designed a bunch of living first-class multipurpose mechs for the first-class Larkinsons, his work here should be done as far as he was concerned. Perhaps it was time for him to leave the Terran Alliance and move to the Rubarthan Pact in order to study the bug menace and develop targeted countermeasures against the mutated pests. It would be a good reason for him to depart the Premier Fleet and get rid of the bad taste of his early retirement from his Patriarch position. His departure would also give the Saint Commander or whoever succeeded him a better stage to lead and shape the Larkinson clan according to his or her own will. Chapter 7016 The greater threat. After the meeting concluded, the Larkinsons learned a lot about the changes that had swept across the Red Ocean. It was a pity that they did not obtain nearly enough answers to their questions to make informed decisions. Too much had changed in a short amount of time. The Larkinson clan needed time in order to figure out what happened and how to best take advantage of the changing galactic landscape. While the Larkinsons had begun their salvaging and plundering operations in the Screed Tanner system, they also began to press their contacts and informants for further information. Several days passed by as Red humanity struggled to adapt to a new reality. Just as the Larkinsons expected, no one paid attention to the astonishing outcome of the Battle of Screed Tanner VIF. While the big shots did not ignore the implications of fielding a full superdimensional ace mech, they did not have the time nor interest to congratulate the Larkinsons and pump them for information. Instead, they all directed their attention to the consequences of the Red Split, the sudden appearance of the Cybernetic Empire and most concerningly the Vorabug outbreak. When it came down to it, the Red Split and the Polymath's opportunistic power grab both fell under the category of human internal affairs. The events produced plenty of changes and disrupted a lot of plans, but Red humanity should be able to sort it out sooner or later. The mass invasion of mutated Vorabugs was a different story altogether. With every passing day, another dozen or so star systems reported the arrival of massed biological signatures that always equated to the invasion of Vorabugs. It appeared that this cosmic bug race had somehow developed interstellar travel capabilities. The major powers frantically observed the territories located in the periphery of Rubarthan space. They wanted to know whether the Vorabugs managed to traverse the stars with the help of alien or cosmopolitan assistance. Unfortunately, the answer was not that simple. "What is this?" Ves asked. Formation Master Andrea Voss had dropped by his office in order to discuss a range of topics related to the recent battle. She had taken the time to explain how the Moloch squadron tried, and occasionally failed, to assist the ongoing battle. It was hard to notice their influence most of the time, but it turned out that the cultivators stationed on the Moloch had been up to a fair amount of mischief behind the scenes. The Farseer herself had scried the bridges and command centers in order to eavesdrop on enemy orders. The Curse Masters also took advantage of her scrying to cast subtle curses on the clueless officers of the various fleets. Why did they lose their courage so quickly? The professionalism of these alien career soldiers shouldn't have allowed them to give in to panic so easily. It turned out that the Curse Masters had secretly made them more susceptible to fear and amplified their cowardice. Although their effects were not particularly strong due to their lack of strength and inexperience, they only needed to produce a small nudge in order to push their unknowing victims past their tipping point. Ves admired the cleverness of this strategy a lot. The Moloch squadron had the potential to become a potent collection of force multipliers, but it lacked the power to achieve its outcomes by resorting to direct methods. The Chi cultivators clearly understood their own shortcomings. Instead of trying to create artificial conditions by themselves, they instead took advantage of existing trends and conditions. So long as they identified the right opportunity, they only needed to apply a minor influence in order to produce massive outcomes. Ves could easily conclude that this would be Moloch Squadron's modus operandi during combat for the upcoming years. Although cultivators of the Red Collective would remain heavily reliant on other forces in order to make themselves useful, their weird and esoteric powers were so strange that they were hard to guard against. The longer the native aliens remained ignorant of the threat of cultivators, the more effective the Moloch Squadron became. Ves expected to talk more about how the Moloch Squadron should develop its amazing capabilities. He did not expect her to switch topics and address the Vorabug outbreak out of the blue. He carefully examined the image capture of a biological monstrosity flying in space. "This looks like a bioship," he said. The Farseer nodded. "That is because it can be classified as one. It is technically a mutated Vorabug that has grown large enough to rival capital ships. Aside from its scale, the new subspecies is not too remarkable. Its internal volume is large and divided into large pockets of holding spaces that can accommodate both living Vorabugs and cargo. Aside from that, its mobility is also fairly respectable. It possesses an organic propulsion system that can allow it to traverse a star system at moderate acceleration rates. More importantly, it also possesses an organic warp drive that enables it to engage in superluminal travel, though at a very slow rate compared to our superdrives. That was critical information. Knowing that the Vorabugs had mastered the ability to grow their own organic warp drives was bad news. It meant that they were not confined to their star systems and did not need to hitchhike on other starships in order to spread across the dwarf galaxy. The good news was that if this intelligence was correct, the Vorabugs had no way of traversing greater distances in a short amount of time. It appeared that the mutated Vorabugs based their organic warp drives on original alien warp drive tech. While these old alien warp drives were stable, reliable, simple and fairly efficient, their speed left much to be desired. Their warp factors could only go up by so much, which meant that it would take months for these slowpoke organic Vorabug transport ships to reach critical human strongholds such as Yurnstall and Bridgehead 1. The Rubarthan Pact should also gain a lot of reassurance from this news. The slower the propagation speed of the Vorabugs, the more time they had to reposition their forces and prepare more defenses. The Vorabugs should not be able to devour the Rubarthan Pact in a short amount of time. However, what they lacked in speed, they made up for it in numbers. The Farseer switched the projection to display a map of human-occupied space. The large regions of space that corresponded to the Rubarthan Pact did not look good at the moment. Not only were the native aliens pressing on a broad front, the Vorabugs had suddenly appeared on a flank that had previously suffered few attacks. The Rubarthans hate to admit it, but they do not have the numbers to fend off both the native aliens and the Vorabugs at the same time. Andrea Voss explained the Red Collective's read on the situation. Their numbers are already not adequate enough to hold back the native alien invasion. Now that the Vorabugs are invading from a different direction, the Rubarthan defensive strategy has become completely invalid. Ves grimly observed the map. He tried to visualize the pace and direction of the Vorabug advance, not just through human space, but also through alien space. He raised his fingers and traced the border regions where the native aliens had been making inroads into Rubarthan space. This frontier should not remain unaffected by the Vorabug outbreak. Many alien star systems in the vicinity are being devoured by the mutated Vorabugs as we speak. There is no way all of these alien attackers will continue to focus on killing humans when there is a huge amount of alien pests invading their rear. Their homes, their logistical support and their supply lines are all under threat. If the native alien fleets dare to persist in their attacks on Rubarthan space, they will eventually get cut off by the Vorabugs. It makes no sense for them to continue their attack on red humanity. All of this sounded logical, but Ves reminded himself that human logic did not necessarily equate to alien logic. The native aliens have not shown any indication of withdrawing from the Rubarthan front, Ves. The Red Cabal is large and its hierarchy is extensive, so we expect that it may take weeks if not a month for the ancient phase whales to discuss the problem and form a consensus. You have to remember that long-lived aliens do not perceive time in the same manner as short-lived species as humans. To the phase whales, the Red War has lasted as short as a brief nap. The Vorabug outbreak is so new that the old whales may not have fully acknowledged the dire nature of this threat. That is not the extent of the problem. The Farseer said with a deepening frown. There is a high probability that the Red Cabal decides to persist in their attack on human-occupied space. Even if they acknowledge that the mutated Vorabug menace poses an indiscriminate danger to everyone who resides in this dwarf galaxy, the native aliens are still overwhelmingly confident in their vastly greater territories, populations and industrial capacity. The aliens still have not put their entire civilians on a full war footing. They have plenty of reserves available that can be converted into military use so long as they are willing to make sacrifices. Ves looked perplexed. Are you saying, the native aliens are so full of themselves that they think they can squash the Vorabug invasion by themselves? They don't think they need the help of humans to share the burdens. That is the most probable outcome according to many leaders in the Red Collective. The Farseer confirmed. That does not mean this outcome is set in stone, but if nothing changes, the native aliens will likely decide to borrow the power of the Vorabugs to collapse our civilization first before they turn their full attention towards the insect invasion. How brutal. A decision like this was exceedingly arrogant on the part of the native aliens. It was based on two assumptions. 1. They really hated red humanity and did not want to give the extragalactic invaders any chance to make a comeback and turn the tide of the Red War. The Red Cabal most definitely learned about the arrival of the Cybernetic Empire. This drastically increased the threat posed by red humanity, especially if the other human powers had enough time to absorb and propagate the advanced technological innovations shared by the cybers. Combined with the massive amounts of warfleets and war planets raised by the cybernetic empire, red humanity had a very good chance of beating back the red tide offensive and retake the territories that it had lost. If the red cabal feared red humanity's growth potential, then it made abundant sense to borrow the power of the Vorabugs to squash red humanity. The Vorabugs would unintentionally serve as the hammer to the native alien anvil. The ancient phase whales no longer had any reason to fear the enormous technological progress and the massive military buildup of the cybernetic empire anymore. The Vorabugs possessed such vast numbers that they could entirely consume the strength of this unexpected human variable. The only price that the native aliens needed to pay was to allow lots of their own territories to get swept by the mutated Vorabug tide. This was an unacceptably high cost to pay for many aliens, especially those who called those vulnerable territories home, but it didn't matter to the high and mighty native gods. How terrible! Ves gasped. He could totally see the leaders of the Red Cabal opt for this cruel and bloody strategy. They may be arrogant, but they were not stupid. Red humanity had proven over and over that it possessed the capacity to challenge and even kill the ancient phase whales. Compared to swarms of bugs that could easily be shredded by the spatial abilities of a phase whale, red humans and their amazingly powerful god pilots clearly posed a greater threat to the Red Cabal. Chapter 7017 Superdimensional spoils. The Red Ocean had become a much more dangerous place. It was already bad enough when the native aliens under the leadership of the Red Cabal sought to wipe out red humanity. The situation had become much more complicated with the insertion of the extremely hostile mutated Vorabugs. The good news was that this newly emerged threat made enemies out of every other life form in the Red Ocean. Even if people suspected that the Vorabugs were directed by an intelligent being, the insects had attacked so many alien star systems that it became clear that the insect menace could never live in peace with the current masters of the Red Ocean. There was no way the Vorabugs would be content with occupying a previously sleepy corner of the Red Ocean. The Vorabugs behaved unscrupulously. They invaded both human and alien star systems without making any attempt to hide their numbers or their ambition to devour the entire dwarf galaxy. They did not engage in anything but the simplest of strategies. They only exhibited just enough order to avoid cannibalization, ramp up their breeding activity and load their swarms into their special warp transporter bugs that could take them to the stars. Aside from that, the Vorabugs did not engage in any sophisticated moves because they frankly did not need to. Their reproduction rate was so astonishing that they could always attack with overwhelming numbers. Even if the strength of a single Vorabug was not that impressive, a mech would still succumb if it was being swarmed by hundreds if not thousands of Vorabugs at a time. Then there were the mutations. The Vorabugs had changed considerably. They completely broke away from their completely static and unchanging genetic makeup and began to show significant improvements. They were stronger, faster, tougher and gained more diverse capabilities. The aforementioned warp transporter bugs was one of the most advanced subspecies among the new Vorabugs. Other variants tended to make it a lot more difficult for enemies to rely on passive defensive strategies to endure the Vorabug invasion. For example, the large plasma lobber Vorabug was capable of sieging fortifications by launching destructive plasma bolts. The Manaev Vorabug flew fairly quickly and could launch even faster minibugs that acted like living projectiles. They inflicted light damage against energy shields, but possessed the ability to chew through nearly all forms of armor, making them extremely deadly against unshielded small craft and larger vessels. Considering that both humans and aliens have come to rely heavily on energy defenses in order to keep enemies away, the Vorabugs had mutated at least one special counter. Early reports mentioned a so-called phase shaker Vorabug that proved to be the bane of shielded mechs and structures alike. The phase shaker bug apparently devoured enough phase water to grow a special transphasic organ that roughly mimicked the performance of a space suppressor module. The amount of variations was astonishing, and there were many indications that the Vorabugs had the capacity to develop even more mutated subspecies. Ves could not believe that the Vorabugs spontaneously developed these mutations and adaptations, a few of which stole technological principles that had only been available in recent years, by themselves. The bugs were too stupid and devoid of logical thinking. Not even the known elder Vorabugs that had lived the longest had shown any capacity of developing rational thinking. Ves and many others suspected that something fishy had taken place. The entire Vorabug outbreak may not be an accidental circumstance. It may have been engineered. Whether the masterminds had lost control over their experimental subjects along the way remained unclear. Everyone remained in the dark about the origin of the mutated vorobugs. A lot of people had already begun to swap conspiracy theories across the galactic net, but in the absence of solid proof, it was dangerous to make too many assumptions. Ves came up with a lot of possible theories himself, but he tried not to form premature conclusions. He was sure that all of the major powers were scrambling to gather as much information about the mutated vorobugs as possible. He just needed to wait until one of his contacts came and brought him up to speed on the latest discoveries. This was the advantage of becoming a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Human civilization automatically assumed that people like him would not stand by and be ready to lend his aid to address the latest crisis. As Ves continued to wait for further developments, he made sure not to neglect his own responsibilities. The Larkinson clan's first election was scheduled to take place just 2 days after the Battle of Screed Tanner VF and all of the other big events. The timing happened to be quite sensitive, though the Larkinsons originally decided to hold the popular vote 2 weeks after Ves agreed to resign from his top position. This meant that all of the candidates had just 2 weeks to prove their mettle and earn the appreciation of the voting base. During the past 2 weeks, the Saint General did not manage to do anything special. Sure, he regularly fought against the native aliens that sought to overcome the resistance protecting the Davut system, but his most recent heroic displays did not differ too much from his older ones. A major shortcoming was his Lionheart. The design department had yet to come around and upgrade the post-living mech to modern standards. This made it difficult if not impossible for Ark Larkinson to perform past his current peak and grow his resonance strength further. The only ways he could improve his performance on the battlefield was to refine his techniques and become a better leader. His progress in these aspects were limited. His decision to tie himself to the Colonial Federation of Davut continued to weigh him down. Since the defense of the Davut system was so critical, he was unable to move to other locations to pick and choose his own battles. He could only stay put and wait for the native aliens to dispatch an attack force that had already made numerous preparations against known threats such as the Lionheart. In contrast, the Saint Commander had it much better. The Premier Fleet may consist of a large number of recent hires, but it was still a much more powerful mech force than the Larkinson clan had ever owned in the past. It also did not matter much if the Dracoloids, the Omega Threshers and the E-Mules shared no resemblance to the familiar living mechs that made the Larkinson army so iconic. Their power and their relatively biased configurations evoked a lot of familiarity among the members of the expeditionary fleet. If the design department ever came around to designing the first proper first-class multi-purpose mechs for the Premier Fleet, many people expected them to share a close resemblance to the aforementioned raw mech models. Above all else, the Saint Commander proved that she could continue the fine Larkinson tradition of winning extremely lopsided battles. No one expected the Premier Fleet led by the Saint Commander and Saint Dice to trounce the defenders of the Screed Tanner system in such a decisive and heavy-handed manner. Even if the Larkinsons could not have routed the vastly more numerous alien defenders without the assistance of the Blue Jay Fleet, most clansmen overlooked the existence of the latter because they were much less remarkable. Their mechs and warships were all good in their own right, but the forces of the mechers and fleeters did not attempt to steal the limelight from beginning to end. They just did their jobs and allowed the Larkinsons to take center stage, thereby further highlighting the amazing capabilities of Casella's command field. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF could have ended in a very different way. If Casella's command field was not strong enough, if the first-class multi-purpose mechs procured by the Premier Branch weren't strong or numerous enough, if the enemy fought harder and did not give up as quickly, and if the First Sword Mark III was not so damn good at fighting against several greater phase lords, the Premier Fleet could have suffered a humiliating defeat. That would have ended the Saint Commander's political ambitions. Fortunately for Ves and the ardent supporters of Casella Ingvar, she had made a bet and won in the finest tradition of the Larkinson clan. She deserved to be rewarded for her initiative. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF yielded extremely rich gains for the Larkinson clan, so much so that the Larkinsons had already made the risky and unconventional decision to make use of captured alien transport ships. There was much to plunder from the depots on the surface of the moon. Mindful of their limited transportation capacity, the Larkinsons that descended from orbit had no choice but to be extremely picky about what sort of goods they chose to load into their cargo holds. There was even more treasure to be found in space. The massive debris field was mixed with a lot of broken hardware, but the search parties that took the time to sift through them could always find high-value parts and materials. The carcass of the fifth Lord of Bizisket alone was a treasure trove of valuables. The first sword Mark III had not been kind to his Saint Piercer arm. It was a pity that the weapon had become too damaged to be used, not that it was easy for a mech to wield a polearm that was several times longer than a typical mech-grade polearm. The Fifth Lord's raiment was in slightly better condition, not that it mattered because the Larkinsons did not have any mech or phase lord that could wear this massive alien armor. So what will the clan do with all of this damaged equipment? Ves asked Gloriana as she assisted with the salvaging and recovery process. We will first examine it for any secrets related to their origin and production methods. His wife answered, it has become known to us that the native aliens likely do not obtain their superdimensional matter through mining the blue dimension like us. They instead develop the means to produce this matter through artificial means. It is vitally important for us to examine the alien equipment thoroughly, though I do not expect us to be able to learn anything useful. The mechers and the fleeters have managed to obtain Saint Piercer arms in the past, yet they have yet to decipher anything significant as far as I know. Either they are keeping secrets, or they are just as clueless as everyone else. It may be possible that the Ra and the RF was playing dumb, but Ves did not think that was a probable outcome. It was in their best interest to reveal that they had discovered a way to either produce raw superdimensional matter, or figure out a sophisticated method that resulted in superior superdimensional alloys. This way, they could negotiate better terms with Swordmaster Kedis and the Larkinson clan about the distribution of materials mined from the blue dimensions. Is there any way for us to repair the broken Saint Piercer? Ves curiously asked. Gloriana shook her head. I have already observed the damage in person. Saint Dice showed no mercy to the weapon. It needs to be remade entirely in order to restore its old functionality, but there is no demand for it. The only possible Larkinson that can use a Saint Piercer that is scaled for a phase lord is you, or to be more precise, Sev. Nobody in the clan is eager to let your alter ego come out to play while armed with a weapon that is specifically designed to counter ace mechs. Ah, you're right, I just feel it is a shame to melt it all down. We cannot allow these spoils to go to waste, Ves. The alien version of superdimensional alloy is not as good as the high-grade alloys that we have made, but the former is much more economical and widely available. We can fully convert several expert mechs or ace mechs into their superdimensional variants with the salvaged alien materials. Chapter 7018. Desperate boy. The Larkinsons could earn a substantial bounty if they completely broke down the damaged Saint Piercer and superdimensional raiment made out of almost the same kind of materials. The provisionally named, alien grade, superdimensional alloy occupied a weird positioning in the human superdimensional tech system. It was stronger than human mid-grade alloy but weaker than human high-grade alloy. There were already people in the scientific community arguing that alien-grade superdimensional alloy should be classified as mid-grade or high-grade. There were arguments against and in favor of either position. Personally, Ves favored the camp that argued that alien-grade superdimensional alloy should be classified as a mid-grade product. This was because its base materials consisted of relatively inferior superdimensional matter that was no different from hull-grade superdimensional matter. The only reason why alien-grade superdimensional alloy overperformed compared to human efforts was because the Red Cabal mastered a superior processing method. It galled a lot of humans that the aliens knew better how to leverage the power of superdimensional matter, but this should hopefully last for a short time. After all, humans always prided themselves on their superior R&D capabilities. The only reason why the phase whales possessed an advantage in this trending new field was because they had mastered it for a much longer period of time. Since Godbones was a known phenomenon to the alien phase leaders, the Red Cabal must have been sitting on the existence of superdimensional matter for a long time. What did they do with this knowledge? They hid the existence of superdimensional matter and never unveiled it in the public. The phase whales and the phase lords would rather keep the existence of superdimensional matter hidden than risk any of it falling into mortal hands. After all, there was no weapon that was more effective at countering the amazingly strong defenses of phase leaders than superdimensional weapons. If not for the fact that humans and more specifically their high-ranking mechs inflicted so many losses onto the native aliens, the Red Cabal would have never been willing to distribute weapons made out of godbones to its phase lords. In any case, a lot of humans developed a strong interest in learning the secret to producing alien-grade superdimensional alloy. As long as they mastered this mystery production method, they could convert their hull-grade matter into alien-grade alloy, which amounted to a half-step upgrade. That was not the extent of the gains. If the same mysterious processing method also applied to other grades of raw matter, then that would make their alloy versions a lot more powerful as well. Armor-grade superdimensional matter could be processed into armor-plus-grade superdimensional alloy, or whatever it should be called. Weapon-grade superdimensional matter could be turned into weapon-plus-grade superdimensional alloy. All of these terms are becoming more and more excessive. Gloriana complained as she and her husband continued to talk about the potential of mastering alien lore on superdimensional matter. I think the Red 3 needs to come together and devise a more succinct and uniform set of terms and standards. My suggestion is to convert the different grades to numbers. Raw structure grade superdimensional matter should correspond to 1, hull grade should correspond to 2, armor grade should correspond to 3, and weapon grade should correspond to 4. Where does that leave alien grade superdimensional alloy? His wife grew more animated as she shared her latest views. If you have paid attention to what I just said, the numbers I have mentioned are calibrated to the 4 different variations of raw superdimensional matter that we have found in the blue dimension. This should form a simple and intuitive scale that everyone can understand. Let us call it the Gloriana superdimensional strength scale. It may not be linear, but it is grounded in the reality we live in. In my estimation, alien grade should have a score that sits between 3.4 and 3.7 along my new scale. What do you think, Ves? I don't think your newly invented scale is adequate enough for the job. He said, it doesn't matter if it is not linear, but using 4 different materials to anchor the numbers makes it so that you will need to use a needlessly complicated mathematical formula to score matter that falls outside of this range. For example, the hypothetical weapon plus grade superdimensional alloy can be scored anywhere between 5.1 to 7 depending on how weird the scaling grows at that point. His wife frowned, but she did not refute his criticism. Well, I am not a material scientist, so it is not my turn to speak on this matter. In fact, now that the polymath has returned along with the rest of Bridgehead 1, there is a high likelihood that she will take the lead in this field. That is if the resonance smith has not already decided to direct his attention to the growing availability of superdimensional matter. The mention of the return of the polymath caused Ves to have mixed thoughts. On the one hand, he was glad that the cybernetic empire made good use of the time of isolation to build up a huge amount of military assets. Red humanity urgently needed her warfleets to reinforce the faltering frontlines in her war planets to fortify the most critical and strategic locations. On the other hand, Ves did not trust the polymath from the beginning to the end. She was one of the few individuals who had been brainwashed by a so-called symbol of authority. Just because the polymath had somehow managed to get rid of it by throwing it onto his lap like a discarded toy did not mean she had freed herself from its influence. In the worst-case scenario, she had become subjected to its brainwashing for so long that her thoughts and goals completely aligned with the iron-resonant crucifix crown. If this was true, then there really was little point to her holding onto the crown. It was completely acceptable for her to pass it on to Ves in the hopes that he would get brainwashed by it one way or another. This would eventually result in 2 brilliant mech designers transforming into the lackeys of the former Metal Scroll's symbol of authority. Ves still was not sure whether the polymath had this scheme in mind. She certainly gave him a big problem when she passed the crown to him. He had to seek help from his mother in order to find a way to, safely, contain the iron-resonant crucifix crown. So far, Ves did not spot anything wrong with Vulcan, but who knew whether that was true? Incidents like these caused Ves to develop a lot of vigilance towards the polymath. He was in no hurry to get in touch with the cybernetic empire and potentially talk to the new empress directly. It was best for the Red 3 and the first-rate superstates to take the lead on diplomacy. The cybernetic empire already hinted at its ambition to become a major independent power. It may even aspire to become the latest hegemon to rule over red humanity, thereby fulfilling the polymath's deep desire to completely command human society from top to bottom. If that last one proved to be the case, then Ves would try to oppose it whenever possible. Ves did not necessarily believe that the polymath was a bad or incompetent ruler if it came down to it. He just did not trust her motivations. Who knew what ulterior motives she had in mind? Who do you think will win the election tomorrow? Gloriana asked as she continued to examine the pieces of warship debris projected in front of her workstation. Do you even need to ask, honey? I know that you favor the Saint Commander since she is half your protege, but I think that the Saint General stands a decent chance. Are you kidding me? Ves's expression turned odd. With the amazing results of the latest battle, Casella has reached a whole new level of popularity. She has made our clan amazingly rich while also proving our capability to fight and defeat numerically superior first-class opponents. This is exactly what we need in a dwarf galaxy that is host to not one, but two civilization-ending threats. I think her approval rating has already surpassed mine when it was at its peak, which happens to be very high. That was an astonishingly difficult accomplishment given how many contributions Ves had made to his clan. His wife began to smirk. You would think so, but your uncle is not the kind of Larkinson who is willing to admit defeat. Desperate boys tend to make desperate decisions. Have you read his latest statement? Let me check. Ves accessed the Larkinson clan's internal network and sought out the relevant document. He quickly read through it as his expression turned impassive. Well, now that you have read it, what do you think? Uncle Ark is being extremely rash. Ves knew that Ark's chances of winning the election tomorrow were already non-existent, but instead of choosing to lose gracefully while maintaining a good impression so that he could put himself on a stronger footing next time, he decided to put up a last-minute struggle. So what did the Saint General come up with that should hopefully win him back a lot of votes? He proposed to let the Larkinson clan join the Cybernetic Empire. According to his logic, the Cybernetic Empire is extremely powerful but geographically and culturally isolated from the rest of red humanity. The cybers may as well be separate species from humans given how much they have replaced their flesh with cybernetic components. Gloriana said, they need assistance from groups that are popular, trusted and build up a reach that can easily stretch across our entire society. Our clan happens to fall into this category. There is good potential for a win-win relationship, especially if the cybers promise to elevate every member of the clan into first-raters. This alone is a compelling attraction to many clansmen. His uncle was not wrong in his analysis. Even if he was being a little too optimistic about the Larkinson clan's various strengths, it was very clear that any major power would love to absorb a powerful group that possessed proven accomplishments on and off the battlefield. How popular is this trial balloon? Ves asked. It is not particularly popular within the Premier Fleet. His wife answered. That is why few Larkinsons here are talking about it. I am not entirely sure about the expeditionary fleet, but considering that the Saint Commander still retains a strong influence over there, I do not think his proposal has caught fire. However, I am certain that your uncle has at least attracted significantly more sympathizers over there. They see little hope of promoting to the Premier branch by relying on their own merits. They have a greater chance if the Cybernetic Empire is willing to use its enormous wealth and resources to bring the entirety of the Larkinson clan up to its standards. Let me guess, the Larkinsons stationed in all of the side branches are strongly in favor, correct? Gloriana smirked. That goes without saying. These are generally the least competent and ambitious Larkinsons. Yet if they have a chance to become first-raters for free, then why not take the chance? In any case, the Larkinson clan will become much stronger and more secure once we have gained the solid backing of the latest superpower of the Red Ocean. And give up our autonomy and independence in the process. Ves flatly said, not every Larkinson values independence as much as you, Ves. They did not suffer as much from the various states that you once placed your trust in. They do not bear the same scars as you, so they are not on guard towards a new and promising star empire such as the one that is based in Bridgehead 1. He had to admit that his wife made a good point. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of such a massive temptation. Has the Cybernetic Empire responded in any fashion? No, and we do not think the Cybers will do so before the election is held. It would give off the impression that they have directly meddled into our internal politics. They should at least wait until the popular vote has ended before opening up a formal dialogue with our clan. Chapter 7019 The Leadership Vote, Vote Arc. Let us all work together to apply to join the newest, richest and most powerful human empire in the Red Ocean. Forget about the Red Three. The Mechers and the Fleeters have become antiques who are about to be swept in the dustbin of history. The Collies are nice folk, but they are too young and weak to make a big enough difference. As for the Terrans and the Rubarthans, they cannot possibly fend off the native aliens as well as the Vorabugs on their own. The campaigning had entered full swing now that the day of the popular vote had arrived. Not everyone cast their vote the first thing in the morning. There were still plenty of Larkinsons who decided to take their sweet time before they performed their civic duty to the clan. This gave the advocates of the Saint General one more opportunity to sway the clansmen, especially those that had yet to commit to the Saint Commander. Do not listen to the Larkinsons who are blind enough to think that we can keep tempting fate by ourselves. Recognize reality, the campaigner shouted. The new frontier has become more dangerous than ever, and only by seeking shelter from the Cybernetic Empire will we be able to guarantee our lives. Have you heard the amazing tech the polymath and the cybers invented during their time of isolation? The man began to project a slideshow that showcased samples of the amazing tech that the cybernetic empire was rapidly becoming known for. Each example of high technology attracted the envy of the rest of red humanity. They have invented projectiles that can pierce through transphasic energy shields without the use of phase water. They have developed near full-body augments that can increase the survival rate of mech pilots who have lost their machines in battle by 500%. There are even rumors that they have developed a brain implant that can upload your soul to the cloud when you die, thereby allowing you to live again as soon as the cybernetic empire has printed out a replacement body. The cybernetic empire's technological lead was no joke. From the beginning, Bridgehead 1 had long hosted one of the human race's largest R&D sectors in any single star system. Not even your install could muster up more than 5% of the number of scientists, researchers, developers, mech designers, engineers and other relevant professionals that had decided to call Bridgehead 1 home. And this ratio was only valid before Bridgehead 1's disappearance. During the time of isolation, the polymath's unceasing efforts to educate the population and expand her empire's R&D sector had caused an explosive rise of technological innovation and refinement. The only reasons why the cybernetic empire's technology had not reached a level where it could crush the rest of the Red Ocean was because the time of isolation had limited its intake of resources and exotic radiation. However, now that Bridgehead 1 had fully reconnected with the rest of the universe, the polymath and her massive army of scientists would finally be able to progress all of the R&D projects that they originally cooked up but could not progress due to the limitations of their environment. The cybers may have made little practical progress in the development of hyper-technology, but that did not stop them from spending 53 straight years on theoretical development. Everyone expected the cybers to come out with another wave of innovations related to hyper-technology. Given how much of a technological lead the new empire had accrued, many wanted to become a part of this rising power. Even the Larkinsons could not entirely resist the temptation to join one of the most promising bandwagons that were currently available in the Red Ocean. Vote for the future by voting for ARC. Instead of mindlessly roaming around in space like space vagrants, let us take shelter under the powerful umbrella of the cybernetic empire and carve out our own territory under its expanding reach. The Colonial Federation of Davut and many other states that have become disillusioned with the mechers and the fleeters are already eager to seek out the polymath's protection. What are you waiting for? Go and make your voice heard. ARC for Patriarch. Compared to the passionate campaigners who stridently tried to persuade the clansmen to buy into ARC's vision, the ones who advocated for the Saint Commander sounded a lot more composed. We built the Larkinson clan from the ground up. Our original patriarch has never sold us out to others, and we have done better than nearly any other pioneering organization in the Red Ocean. Why would we possibly want to change our working formula for one that completely betrays the principles that our clan stands for? The wealth and tech that the Honorable Saint General promises to you all is not false, but do you truly think the cybers will let us obtain those benefits for free? Not many Larkinsons had thought about the other side of the equation. No, the greater the benefits, the greater the obligations. Surrendering ourselves to the cybernetic empire will turn us into its slaves. Our precious freedom will be lost. Once we no longer have the ability to board our starships and disappear, we will be at the mercy of every power-hungry officer or official that seeks to exploit us for his or her own gains. According to the initial stories that came out, the cybernetic empire had supposedly turned into a perfect society where strict rules, objective evaluation standards and constant monitoring had rooted out most if not all forms of corruption and malfeasance in its administration. The polymath refused to tolerate waste and had put a lot of effort into remaking Bridgehead 1's society into one where the most competent and honest technocrats had a legitimate chance to promote up the ranks. However, not everyone believed that this was accurate. It sounded too good to be true. Every society had its flaws. No matter what, the thought of answering to a superior who was not a member of the Larkinson clan evoked a lot of disgust among the Larkinsons. Many of them had indeed come to prize the independent spirit of the Larkinson clan. It was refreshing for them to be led by those who belonged to the same class of people as themselves. If you think our old patriarch did a great job and want our clan to complete his grand design for our clan, then vote for the Saint Commander. She has pledged to uphold many of our original traditions and policies. Naturally, Casella Ingvar has also introduced a range of proposals that should help to modernize and align our clan to the latest era, but you can rest assured that she will always uphold our independence. Vote for Casella if you are already happy with the direction of our clan. Though the sales pitches for Casella sounded decidedly less fervent, they maintained the correct tone. The Saint Commander already enjoyed a lot of popularity in the Premier branch. The first-class Larkinsons merely needed to be reminded what she stood for and how she differed from the Saint General. As the day passed by, the polling locations began to attract a lot more clansmen. If the clan wanted to, it could have given every clansman the option to digitally cast their vote. However, doing so made the process far too easy and trivial. It was better to demand the clansmen enter one of the many polling places set up throughout the starships and other locations of the Premier Fleet and beyond. The additional effort was more than worth it. This was the first time the Larkinsons directly participated in a process to elect their next leader. The significance of their vote was significantly greater than when they voted for the members of the Larkinson Assembly. Every clansman that entered the polling places maintained serious expressions as they second-guessed their choices one last time before they made up their minds. Ves and his immediate family also dropped by one of the polling locations of the tortuous scream. Plenty of Larkinsons greeted their soon-to-be former patriarch or nodded at him with respect. "Ah, why can't we vote in this election? I want to vote for Casella." "You are way too young, Andraste," Ves gently told his energetic girl. "There are many reasons why it is not wise to let you vote. Be patient, you will get your turn a decade or so in the future." "Ah, that is way too long, Papa. I want to vote now." The children had to wait outside the voting booths as their parents went ahead and filled their ballots. Fortunately, Lucky and Clixie remained behind to watch over the kids. "Do you think cats should be given a vote as well?" Andraste playfully asked as she held Clixie in her arms. "Meow." The Rubarthan sentinel cat squinted in pleasure and nodded. "I do not think that will happen, sister." Aurelia responded. "Cats do not contribute as much to our clan as humans such as you and I. Before you mention it, Lucky and Clixie are the exceptions rather than the standard. There are many more cats that do not do much aside from running around and begging for treats." "Oh, I guess you are right, big sis. If contribution is so important, then why not let our design spirits and living mechs cast their votes? Their contributions are at least just as important. Shouldn't they deserve to have a voice in who gets to order them around?" Aurelia pressed her lips. "That is a political minefield. Many clansmen will feel that their voices may be drowned out by ghosts and machines. Then there are the reactions from outside parties. The mechers and the fleeters will have a fit if we begin to transfer power to inhuman intelligences. Screw the Red 2. We don't have to follow their rules anymore. Everyone says that they have become weaker. So what if we do something that they don't like? This is our clan. We make the rules for ourselves. I thought that was the point of maintaining our independence." Aurelia let out an exasperated sigh. "Independence does not mean that we have the freedom to do what we want. We do not want to become the next cosmopolitan movement. If we want our clan to maintain its place in society, we have to make a good effort to play by everyone else's general rules." As the two sisters bickered, their parents eventually returned a minute later. "We are done. Let's head back to our grand stateroom," Ves declared. He picked up his youngest son while his wife held Aurelia's hand. As they moved through the long, alien corridors of the tortuous scream, the children grew curious about who their parents supported. "I think you can guess the answer," Ves said with a smile. "I won't say it out loud because I do not want other clansmen to automatically favor my choice just to please or imitate me. Every clansman should make up his or her own mind." Gloriana on the other hand did not feel the need to hide her preference. "I voted for the Saint Commander, obviously. Not only is she promising continuity, she is also a woman, and a particularly clever and powerful one. She is much closer to the ideal of females espoused by Hexism than any other woman aside from myself. The Superior Mother has cast her blessing on her. As for the Saint General, the only advantage he has is his age and his eagerness to find safe harbor for the clan. That is not even close enough for me to support him with my vote." Marvain looked over his father's shoulder in order to cast a suspicious glance towards his mother. "You never thought about voting for my grand uncle because he is a man?" "Hey, that is not the case. Whether he is a boy or a woman holds no bearing in my voting decision." Gloriana defended herself. "I wouldn't have voted for Ark if he was a woman and if Casella happened to be a man. Their policies are too far apart from each other. One of them promises to protect your father's policies while the other completely wants to get rid of them. It just so happens that Casella holds the former position, and that is why she has earned my vote." The little boy was not the only one who rolled his eyes. His father as well as both of his sisters did the same. None of them were stupid enough to believe in her excuses. Chapter 7020. The voting outcome. The voting hours lasted for a full standard day. This granted every Larkinson stationed on every starship or planetary branch enough opportunities to consider the final arguments before visiting one of the polling stations. Just as expected, over 90% of eligible voters in the Larkinson clan had voted in its first true leadership competition. The clan did not make it mandatory for everyone to vote, but regardless of this rule, an overwhelming number of clansmen wanted to participate in this historic moment. They also wanted to make sure that their preferred candidate won. Most of the Larkinsons that comprised the 10% who did not fill in their ballots consisted of those who were stationed well outside of Larkinson strongholds. Since they couldn't visit any of the physical polling stations, the clan exempted them from the normal rules and granted them the right to cast their votes over the galactic net. Most of the Larkinsons in question were sent to different states and locations in order to spy on other groups, mostly covertly in order to avoid unwelcome attention. They could not afford to give away clues by placing their votes through a remote connection. There was also a minority of Larkinsons who plainly lacked interest in politics and elections. People like that existed everywhere. Only mandatory voting rules could get them to cast their votes, and even that was not entirely certain. Nobody really cared about the missing 10%. Everyone important enough was more than satisfied with the extent the voting results represented the will of every clansman. At least the losers shouldn't be able to complain about lack of representation. When the polling stations finally closed, the results did not become available right away. The volunteers who manned these places solemnly performed their duty and made sure to check the counting and make sure that the results did not become tainted by mistakes. It took 3 whole hours after the closing of the voting period that the results finally became clear. One of the internal broadcast channels of the Larkinson clan proudly announced the outcome of the first leadership election. Opening square bracket ... Chief Minister Novelon Pernus Larkinson has won 3rd place after gathering a respectable 6.7% of the votes. This may not sound very impressive, but he deserves credit for being able to rise above the dozens of anonymous faces and establish a recognizable niche in the presence of 2 notable titans of the Larkinson clan. Whether his participation in the election has caused him to play spoiler will soon become clear. Let me remind you all that if no single candidate has won 50% of the votes, the 2 leading candidates will have to take part in a runoff election. This was a fairly typical rule. If many people chose to vote for a multitude of weaker candidates as opposed to the frontrunner, then they clearly did not want the latter to win just because there were too many alternatives to choose from. A simple election where 2 candidates competed against each other was the most simple and unambiguous way to determine the will of the masses. Not even Ves knew whether the first leadership election would lead to a second round of voting. The most favorable possibility was for Saint Commander Casella Ingvar to win over 50% of the votes in the first round. That would not only save her from a rematch against Ark Larkinson, but also give her a much stronger mandate. Being able to win over 50% of the votes while competing against Ark, Novelon and many other candidates was a clear show of strength. Everyone wanted for the announcer to reveal the next results. This is what you have all been waiting for. It should not surprise anyone that the 2 ace commanders of the Larkinson clan have captured the vast majority of your votes. I am happy to announce that Saint General Ark Larkinson has earned 34.5% of the votes, placing him firmly in 2nd place. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar Larkinson has won 55.2% of the votes, putting her far ahead of all other candidates. Congratulations to Ingvar Larkinson for winning a clear majority as opposed to a plurality. Since she has won an outright majority with a lead that far surpasses the margin of error, there is little chance that anyone would contest the results. This is it, my fellow Larkinsons. From today onwards, the Larkinson clan will gain its 2nd leader and its 1st matriarch. Casella won. Hooray! I knew she would win all this time. Duh, of course she won. Who would be crazy enough to vote for a failure and traitor? Many people erupted in celebration during a time where it was deep into the night on every starship. Casella had attracted the most supporters from the beginning, and many of them still remained loyal to her vision and her strength of personality. Now, these Larkinsons became reassured that the Larkinson clan would continue to develop along the same trajectory under a proven and reliable leader. Both Ves and Gloriana looked at each other and smiled in relief. The worst-case scenario had not occurred, and that was good enough in their books. Their children would have loved to celebrate with the other Larkinsons who rooted for the Saint Commander, but it was well past their bedtime at this point. They would just have to find out about the results tomorrow morning like all of the other kids. Still, despite the positive results, Ves was not entirely happy about the outcome. "What is wrong, Ves? Look at how many votes my uncle managed to steal away from the other candidates," he said as he pointed at the second biggest slice of projected pie chart. "He has somehow managed to win the support of a third of all clansmen. Sure, he hasn't been able to beat Casella in the end, but what about next time? What if Casella retires or becomes ineligible to participate in the next leadership election? Whoever attempts to succeed her and preserve her legacy may not possess the strength and popularity of a prominent ace commander. It is very much possible for the Saint General to win over half of all of the clansmen next time." Ves was no longer thinking about the immediate future anymore. He instead began to worry about the next election. It may take a long time before the Larkinson clan decided to hold the second leadership election. The current rules did not explicitly set any term limits or anything, but Ves would not be surprised if the Larkinson assembly decided to hold it once every decade. His uncle should become a lot stronger by that time. Not only would he be able to command the power of the Lionheart Mark II, but he would also have many more opportunities to showcase his leadership abilities on and off the battlefield. From what Ves knew of his uncle, Ark possessed a bit of a perfectionist streak like his wife. The two were similar in the way that they both took their losses badly. They could not stand the fact that they had earned second place while another person won first place. Their jealousy and discontent drove them to work harder in order to earn top place next time. Ark may be a proud individual, but he was not above learning from his betters. After he learned about the results of this election, he and his team would definitely analyze the reasons behind his loss and why Casella managed to do so much better. An incompetent Ark was not that scary as far as Ves was concerned. An Ark that managed to get his act together and learned from his mistakes was much more threatening. This version of Ark had a much more legitimate chance to win the second leadership election and gain the power to steer the Larkinson clan in a very different direction. Of course, all of this concerned the distant future. Nobody knew what the Red Ocean would look like a decade from now. The same applied to the Larkinson clan. So much had changed for the Larkinsons in the last decade that many of HTEM still could not believe that they had managed to gain a strong foothold into first-class society. Perhaps a decade from now, the majority of Larkinsons would have already promoted to first-raters. This should negate the attraction of much of the Saint General's original selling pitch. He would have to make adaptations in order to make sure he won over a majority of the clansmen. As the Larkinson clan continued to celebrate and accept the election results, Ves soon received a call from the happy woman in question. "Casella, congratulations for your victory. Despite starting off as the overwhelming favorite, you did not falter or make a blunder. You comported yourself with dignity and clearly laid out your vision without needing to resort to mudslinging. You won fair and square." The ace commander responded with a momentary smile. "This is the expected outcome. I feel little need to make a spectacle out of contest that was devoid of any parity." Wow. That sounded like a really erudite insult towards Ark. She essentially admitted that she never treated the Saint General as a legitimate competitor. Ves awkwardly coughed. "Whatever the case, it is official now. You still need to be sworn in and so on, but that can wait until tomorrow morning. Everyone is happy for you, Casella. You have climbed your way to the very top of our clan. I am little sorry to leave my position when I still have so much stuff I want to do, but I am confident that you will be able to pick up where I have left off and create your own legacy." The Saint Commander nodded. "I am pleased to hear that you do not mind if I deviate from your original policies and implement my own. I have long wanted to enact certain reforms and improvements. I am not entirely certain whether each of them can earn your approval, but I think it is necessary for the clan to adapt to the times. Becoming the matriarch of the Larkinson clan is a serious responsibility. Do what you think is necessary. The multiple upheavals that has taken place as of late has increased the stakes even more than we previously thought. You will need to get on top of these new developments as soon as possible. I am sure your prior leadership experience has prepared you pretty well for your newest position, but do not forget that there is more to the Larkinson clan than its military. Its research and industrial sectors are also important. Your exposure to them is relatively superficial, so make sure you to get up to speed on them. My advice is to listen closely to your advisors who possess a relevant background in these matters. I already plan to do so, Ves. I have no intention of rashly intervening in affairs that falls outside of my expertise." The Saint Commander already built up a robust staff during and before the start of her election campaign. Many of those staffers would probably go on and join her team once she was sworn in as matriarch. By the way, will you continue to fulfill your responsibilities as the Saint Commander of the Premier Fleet while you fulfill the duties of a matriarch? Yes, but I know what is important. Casella said, I already intend to lighten my duties as the military leader of the Premier Fleet. If necessary, I am prepared to transfer military command to a qualified and reliable officer. I will only take part in battle as my strength is indispensable to the Premier Fleet. I can leave the administrative duties and strategizing to other Larkinsons. That sounds like a workable solution. I hope it works out for you, Casella. It will not take long before the original batch of Larkinsons who underwent ED-net training will return to the fold. They may have grown a bit out of touch with our current society, but there should be nothing wrong with their vastly improved qualifications. You should make good use of them all. General Verl should be particularly suitable to take over as the overall commander of the Premier Fleet. We shall see. Chapter 7021 Transition of Power. This was the first formal leadership transition of the Larkinson clan. Since the clan was still young and lacking in tradition, the swearing-in ceremony was fairly simple compared to the much more elaborate ceremonies organized by older and more storied organizations. The Terrans often said that the hallmark of a healthy and enduring family, clan or dynasty was its ability to complete an orderly transition of power and maintain enough continuity in the process. Many brilliant people rose up from the masses all of the time. Many of them started up groups and companies that experienced insane growth rates while their magnificent founders were still alive. Yet as soon as those very same prodigies and geniuses died or lost their touch, their organizations crumbled like a house of cards. This happened so often that it was the rule rather than the exception. The Terrans and many other old and experienced players had come to follow a rule that stated that they should never take rapidly rising groups too seriously unless they had proven their ability to be able to maintain their pattern of success after the departure of their founder. It was still too soon to definitively prove that the Larkinson clan deserved its place among them, but an orderly succession was the first step to making that happen. In order to add at least a bit of grandeur to the ceremony, the protocol officers decided to hold it in the grandest assembly hall of the tortuous scream. Say what you wanted out of the Orvans, they sure knew how to build to impress. Ves was rather surprised that the shipwrights chose to preserve this gigantic central chamber inside the hull of the converted alien battleship. He could think of so many ways to make better use of all of this open space. The ceilings were so sinfully high that it could fit a modest juggernaut. There was more than enough internal volume to install a large power generator and several robust Azure Shield generators. It could also be converted into a makeshift mech hangar, enabling the tortuous scream to scramble its own coterie of mechs if there were no carriers in her company. Finally, they could also use it to store a portion of the massive amounts of loot the Premier Fleet had claimed from the defeated aliens in the star systems. In fact, the Larkinsons intended to do just that, but they scheduled this ceremony in advance. As soon as this routine had come to an end, the clansmen intended to fill it with lots of debris and containers filled with phase water. All of that extra mass would definitely impact the mobility of the tortuous scream to an extent, but she was hardly the only ship that would suffer from this problem. In any case, the Larkinsons easily applied a more human touch to the original Orvan architecture. Emblems of the Golden Cat and the various mech legions suffused the enormous walls. Banners hung from the air that depicted the flags of the Larkinson clan as well as the personal emblems of the growing number of expert pilots and ace pilots of the Larkinson clan. The addition of statues and display mechs would have impressed Ves more if they were masterworks, but alas, Ves and Gloriana had better things to do with their time than to decorate this chamber. Still, the pieces were quite apt as they showcased prominent Larkinsons that each deserved to be honored, such as Ves, Kedis, Gloriana, various design spirits and even Lucky. They also prominently displayed copies of iconic if outdated mech models such as the original Valkyrie Redeemer and the now obsolete Bright Warrior Mark III. There was not enough internal space to give a prominent place to every historic mech model that had played a crucial role in the rise of the Larkinson clan, but the modest selection created enough of a narrative to evoke the memories of long-standing members such as the Saint Commander. As tens of thousands of clansmen gathered in the central assembly hall, the Saint Commander entered the space from the enormous main entrance. It was clear that the Orvans had designed this space to accommodate their phase lords, or else there wouldn't have been a need to make everything so large and tall. The Minerva Mark II strode inside. She was without an escort, but she did wear a lush green and white cape, which happened to complement her crowned head extremely well. The Ace Command mech looked like a born monarch. It was as if the living ace mech was about to take over leadership of the clan. Her command field had already spread far and wide, making sure to affect the Larkinsons who were unable to attend because they had to operate their own starships. Those who viewed the live broadcast could only experience a fraction of the majesty of her command field. They were missing out on a lot, as only those in the premier fleet could feel her power and some of her emotions. She was happy, but not in an unseemly manner. She felt pleased that the Larkinsons had entrusted her with the responsibility of leading them. She expressed nothing but confidence in her ability to do so, but she also expressed a small degree of caution, showing that she did not intend to go half-cocked. The Victrix accompanied the magnificent green and golden ace mech as well. The living phase more silvery metallic exterior made her look a little less remarkable, but that did not change the fact that she served as an extension of the ace pilot and ace mech. Once the Minerva Mark II reached the podium where the phase lords used to hold their religious ceremonies and lectures, the machine stopped and slowly lowered herself to her knees. The cockpit opened up, allowing a woman wearing a familiar-looking uniform as well as a fur-lined red cape to make her appearance. The Saint Commander had already been adorned in the most formal version of the uniform of the leader of the Larkinson clan. It clearly inherited much of the visual cues and design of the Patriarch uniform that Ves used to wield, though it was obviously cut in a way that emphasized her femininity in a classy manner. Of course, the Larkinson clan's much more competent first-class fashion experts had taken the time to update the version worn by Casella. It contained more visible tech elements that came in the form of lit patterns that shifted over time. From the cape that alternated between displaying the symbol of the golden cat and her personal emblem, to the snake-like ripples that traveled across her lengthy jacket, Casella's fashionable matriarch uniform betrayed a willingness to express herself in a bolder manner than her predecessor. Perhaps there were clansmen who may disapprove of her loud design choices, but Ves thought it was refreshing. There was no rule that stated that the leaders of the Larkinson clan had to wear the exact same pattern of uniforms. If Casella wanted to be a little more flamboyant in her dress, then he would certainly not stand in her way. Of course, this may be the only instance where she chose to wear a suit that made such a strong statement. When Casella's boots touched the surface of the podium, she stepped forward until she stopped a short distance away from Ves along with his Apocalypse Warden bodyguards. Ves had already changed in a plainer version of his old dress uniform. This made for a clear contrast in identities. It also sent an unmistakable message that he had effectively stepped away from involving himself in the internal politics of the clan. He had no interest in clinging to power by assuming an elder position or joining one of the other governing institutions of the clan. Trying to cling to power when he had already completed a run as the most powerful executive leader was a sign of weakness and insecurity. Lucky's dark-plated form accompanied him as well. The cat calmly rested on his shoulders and observed Casella as if he was a watchful feline sentry. Ves slowly raised the sizable and hefty tome in his hands. Its purple leather surface along with the massive golden cat emblem dominated the front cover, so much so that it was easy to overlook the other symbolic depictions. The cover alone told the story of the Larkinson clan, though no one should be able to comprehend it completely aside from Ves and other users of the system. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar Larkinson, please kneel before me and place your palm on the surface of the Larkinson mandate. She did as she was told. Her fur-lined cape cooled on the podium surface as she lowered herself like a queen awaiting to be crowned. The act of kneeling in front of Ves might seem humiliating to some observers, but Casella did not mind. She had not forgotten where she came from. There was a time when she was just a regular third-class mech pilot who had lost her family due to a power struggle. No matter how far she had come, she could never forget her gratitude to Ves for taking her away from a bleak and unremarkable life outside of the Larkinson clan. For such a powerful ace commander, her palm did not look all that large or imposing. Once she had assumed the correct position, the golden cat emerged from the Larkinson mandate. Nya, the manifestation of the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan, understood the importance of this ceremony. She openly showed herself in order to increase its credibility. Through the golden cat, every single member of the Larkinson clan that was in good standing could practically feel the weight and solemnity of this occasion. Ves stared straight into Casella's eyes. This was the first time he did something like this, so he intended to keep it relatively short and simple. Besides, it was not a good idea to bind an ace commander with too many promises. Unlike ordinary politicians, high-ranking mech pilots actually had to make a serious effort in abiding by their word. Do you swear to lead the Larkinson clan to the best of your abilities while you hold your new office? Ves solemnly asked. This was a rather vague and generic pledge that was very short on specifics. It still sounded genuine and noble enough to convince the masses. I swear, Casella spoke back in an officious tone that clearly took a lot of practice. Do you swear to make a serious effort to put the interests of your clansmen above your own, and to always do what is best for the clan as whole rather than any specific interest group? This one did not possess any serious binding power. So long as Casella made a serious enough effort, this was enough to abide by this promise. I swear. Do you swear to work to advance the interests of the Larkinson clan without compromising its independence or surrendering it to other organizations unless you hold a referendum on this matter? Ves found it necessary to add this clause not because he was afraid that Casella would sell out his clan to a larger group, but because he wanted to send a message that he disapproved of his uncle's latest initiative. I swear, Casella answered without any hesitation. Finally, if a day arrives where you are no longer fit to lead the Larkinson clan as its matriarch, will you choose to make the same decision as I and step aside so that another Larkinson can succeed your position? Now that the Larkinson clan had ended the period where Ves was in charge, he wanted to make sure that no other leader after him could stay put and slowly convert it into his or her personal possession. Then rise, matriarch and saint commander. From this moment onwards, with the support of our clansmen, I declare you to be the second-generation head of the Larkinson clan. Lead our clansmen as proudly as I have done. Go forth and carry my blessing as you leverage your wits and wisdom to the fullest in order to lead us all to a better future. Receive the Larkinson mandate that I have created with my own hands and do what you must to make our ancestral spirit stronger. For the clan. For the matriarch. For the matriarch. Chapter 7022. Changing of the guard. After the Larkinson clan successfully concluded its first leadership election, everything quickly went back to normal more or less. As a former candidate who pledged to preserve the Larkinson clan, Casella Ingvar did not intend to reinvent the clan from the ground up, especially right away. She and her staff had to take the time to acclimate to their new jobs and responsibilities. The Larkinson clan may still be relatively small by the standards of millennia-old family organizations, but it had grown so much in the past decade that its administration had grown to a formidable size. That brought a lot of complexity that only specialized experts and staffers could oversee. Casella therefore made the prudent decision to retain most of the existing staffers that served the first patriarch in this capacity. Only a handful of staff that answered directly to Gavin Newman opted to resign from their postings in order to work for Ves in a personal capacity. Ves saw nothing wrong with that. He did not need to be attended by an army of assistants now that his administrative workload had dropped by an enormous degree. Perhaps he might need more help once he became more involved in other matters such as the Red Collective, but here Gavin could always hire additional personnel when necessary. Ves had mixed feelings as Gavin and a handful of bots cleaned out his personal office aboard the tortuous Scream. You do not have to vacate your office, sir, Casella said as she stood by his side. This battleship is big enough that I can select many other offices of this grade. The new matriarch of the Larkinson clan already wore her new modernized matriarch uniform sans cape like she was born for this. She was also accompanied by a pair of bodyguards in heavy armor, though these ones hailed from the Larkinson clan as opposed to the Red Collective. One of her guards had taken over the solemn and sacred duty of carrying the Larkinson mandate. As much as Ves wanted to maintain his possession of the living artifact that he made with his own hands, it belonged to the clan as opposed to any single individual such as himself. Casella could make much better use of it than him. It would be criminal to withhold it from the Larkinsons. No, that is not appropriate, matriarch. This compartment has the best location. It is close to the bridge and other important functions. You can get to the Minerva Mark II faster in case there is an emergency. Its physical defenses and privacy protections are also better here than elsewhere. As the matriarch of the Larkinson clan, you need this place more than I. There is no need to worry about me. I can easily set up shop elsewhere. In fact, I have been thinking about moving to the Terrasque. That caused Casella to turn to Ves in mild surprise. So you have made up your mind on separating from the Premier Fleet? I have not entirely made up my mind. Ves corrected her. A part of me wants to visit the Astral Octagon and stay there for a while so that I can get more acquainted with what the Red Collective is doing these days. However, if the Rubarthan Pact is falling apart due to getting attacked by both the native aliens and the Vorabugs at the same time, then I can't stand by while remaining safe in the hinterland of human space. Can you even do anything that can make a difference, Ves? When the Vorabugs have invaded numerous second-class planets within the sphere of Rubarthan space, the local defenders deployed numerous different living mech models such as the ferocious piranha and the pacifier. The battle footage showed that the Vorabugs are somewhat susceptible to the glows, but are able to power through them. Anyway, Ves grimaced. I know. I saw the same footage as you most likely. I have my own theories on what is going on. Theoretically speaking, there are at least 2 instances when living life forms are able to resist suppressive glows. The first is that they are not alive or possess a complete range of emotions. The second is that they are strong enough to resist the glows directly. I seriously doubt that most of those Vorabugs fall within the latter category. They are clearly grown and put into action in a very short time interval. I refuse to believe that these bugs who are at most a year or so old can acquire the mental fortitude to resist the glows of my mechs when many normal civilians still struggle to maintain their wits when subjected to the same effects. The Saint Commander raised her eyebrow. You suspect that they are not actually alive? No, not that. The mutated Vorabugs are clearly alive. That is not in question. I think that these Vorabugs share a metaphysical connection to each other as well as a stronger hive leader of sorts. This Queen or Commander unit is probably older and stronger on the mental front. It explains why the Vorabugs are able to move with great coordination and never get into each other's way. It also explains why they are able to resist the suppressive glows of my living mechs. The Saint Commander paused in thought. She had to admit that his theory sounded quite compelling. Although red humanity possessed scant intelligence on the new Vorabugs, several analysts already floated around the theory that if they were able to mutate in a physical sense, there was no reason why they could not mutate mentally or spiritually. There had to be leader Vorabug units among the huge mass of cannon fodder bugs. Their intelligence may not be high compared to humans, but so long as they were strong enough to resist most mental tampering effects, then that was enough for the swarms to wreck human space without getting hoodwinked by glow or cultivator shenanigans. It was as if the Vorabugs had been engineered to counter these easy solutions. What you are describing suggests that the Vorabugs are operating their own version of a kinship network, complete with a powerful living nexus at the center. She said, "Do you suspect that the mutated Vorabugs have been artificially made by plagiarizing your work?" That was a controversial theory. Just voicing it was enough to land Ves in hot water. After all, if there was any possibility the Vorabugs had become so strong and deadly by learning from his work, then that meant that he was at least indirectly responsible for all of the people who died in the periphery of Rubarthan space. Ves let out a sigh. I cannot be certain of anything. I have a strong feeling that I need to travel to Rubarthan space and examine the captured Vorabugs in person in order to gather more clues. This is another reason why I cannot stay with the Premier Fleet. By the way, will you end the Larkinson clan's contract with the Terran Alliance early in order to reinforce the Rubarthans? They need the extra help a lot more than the Terrans. It is too early for me to make a decision. I have only just assumed office and still need to be brought up to speed on many matters. The Saint Commander replied with an ambiguous answer of her own. I do not think it would do our reputation good if we prematurely end our contracts. I think the Rubarthan Pact will be able to attract help from many corners of human society. The Terrans may be spared this new threat, but the native aliens are still pressing them hard. With the Red Split, the Terran Alliance will no longer enjoy the protection of any visiting god pilots and dreadnoughts. The Light of Sol will have to work himself to the bone in order to protect the entire front line of Terran space by himself. Several days had passed since the day of pestilence. The Vorabug outbreak had entered into full swing and showed no signs of abating anytime soon. The fact that the Red Cabal had yet to issue a recall order and continued to encourage the assault fleets to invade human space was very telling. If the native aliens had any intention of driving back the Vorabug tide, they obviously intended to do it without relying on human assistance. So the Premier Fleet will stay in Terran space for the time being. At least for the time being. We may still decide to transfer to the Rubarthan Pact, but only if the situation has grown dire. The Terrans have already contacted me in order to express their hopes that our fleet will remain. They have already taken our involvement in the local war theaters into account. Our sudden departure will invalidate several of their war plans. Aside from that, our clan is also cooperating closely with them on other matters. For example, I have heard that you and the Terrans have made excellent progress in the Arboreal project. Ves nodded. My Woodsap mech is indeed shaping up to become a promising Karman biomech. The only issue is that we mainly designed it to fight against the native aliens. I am unsure how effective it will be when employed against the mutated Vorabugs. The biomech is not optimized to fight against swarms of weaker biological enemies. It takes a very different approach towards combat in order to do well against the overwhelming swarms that we have seen on the galactic net. The Vorabugs most definitely required dedicated designs in order to combat effectively. Many mech designers had no doubt begun to design their own anti-Vorabug mechs or began to adapt their existing designs for this specialized purpose. Ves felt the urge to follow suit, but he still had his hands full with the Arboreal project, the Riot Mark III project and a few other projects. Regardless, the Arboreal project and other ongoing commitments makes it prudent for us to remain in the Terran Alliance for at least half a year to a year. Casella went back to the original topic. After that, we can consider whether to relocate to the Rubarthan Pact. Even if the Terrans attempt to bribe us by doubling our remuneration, I may still decide that the Rubarthans need the services of the Premier Fleet more. Even if we are not equipped to fight the Vorabugs, we can still fight the native aliens that invade Rubarthan space. That will allow us to keep doing what we excel at while freeing other units to reinforce the frontline under assault by the bugs. They talked a bit more about what sort of conditions it would take to persuade the Saint Commander to transfer the Premier Fleet away from the Terran Alliance. You clearly put a lot of thought on this matter. Ves lightly praised her. That is good. Your decisions directly impact more than 1 million Larkinsons and many more allies and dependents. It can never hurt to be a little more careful. Still, no matter what, when you feel it is necessary to make a decision, then do it. The point of becoming the matriarch when there are already many high offices that can fulfill important functions is to have a single person in charge who takes the greater picture into account and does what is necessary. Casella crossed her arms. You do not need to lecture me about leadership. Rest assured that I will take good care of the Larkinson clan in your absence. It is natural for you to feel so concerned for the organization that you have spent so much time and effort into raising, but trust in your own work. You have done a good job in allowing talents such as myself to develop and realize the potential that we did not know we possessed at the time. Just as how you allow your mechs to find their own success on the battlefield, please give us a chance to prove we can make it without relying on your input. That is fair. I apologize. I shouldn't be expressing so much doubt about your leadership. I will do as you say. I won't involve myself too closely in the clan's affairs unless you bring me in. I hope to hear nothing but good news. You can count on it, Ves. Chapter 7023. The first move. Don't worry, Rosa. The Riot Mark III project has progressed at a brisk pace. My wife and I are confident that we can complete the project and deliver your new machine to you within a month. If the timing works out, we may be able to upgrade your damaged and dormant machine before I depart from the Premier Fleet. Ves and Venerable Rosa Orphan both stood in front of the central projection inside his private design lab. Although recent events took up a bit of his time, Ves tried his best not to neglect his work obligations. He made sure to devote enough hours to progress the Arboreal project and the Riot Mark III project. He also made sure to leverage the full power of the smart ice to accelerate his problem solving. Relying so much on the smart ice may not be a healthy practice to a mech designer in the long run, but the urgency of the situation was too great. Ves could still make up for it in other ways. Right now he just wanted to complete these projects as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the Arboreal project would probably take a bit more time due to the complexities involving biomechs. Ves and the Terrans held a lot of expectations towards the very first Woodsap mech model in existence. The human body surrogate control system that the Terrans intended to merge in the Karman biomech design was a potential game changer in many ways. If successful, it could redefine mechs and solve the problem of Karman mech pilots requiring a certain level of piloting training in order to become combat effective. It was certainly a much more elegant solution than taking the lazy approach by letting the living mech do the heavy lifting. Ves felt increasingly more disgusted by the users of the auto-heretics in the Milky Way who practically formed their own subcommunity filled with fake and insincere mech pilots. They were giving genuine mech pilots a bad name. A part of him actually began to feel regret that he had published such a distorted Karman mech design to the people of the Milky Way. He could have disrupted original humanity by publishing a Karman mech design that did not do anything fancy in terms of giving living mechs a lot more freedom to control their own mech frames. In any case, Ves made sure to add additional precautions in the design of the Arboreal project to avoid the same mistakes. If the Terran mech pilots of the Arboreal project mechs wanted to fight, then they needed to be the ones in charge. Ves absolutely did not want his first Woodsap mech design to violate the sanctity of mechs. As one of the 5 elemental Karman mech designs that would form the basis of his promotion to the rank of master mech designer, each of them had to reflect the values and principles that characterized his unique brand of mechs. He could tolerate the presence of flaws. After all, unlike what Gloriana might believe, nothing was perfect. A product could be defined by both its merits and its flaws. The latter did not always have to be horrible. If managed well enough, they could give the mech design more character. In any case, the Riot Mark III was a mech design that possessed a lot of flaws, depending on the perspective of the observer. As Ves stared at the design that should be a close match to the final version of the design, the Riot Mark III possessed a very loud and maybe even obnoxious design and color scheme. The striped orange expert spearman mech looked so glaring, but not in a shiny way. As long as the living mech got scuffed by dirt, he could easily acquire a grungy appearance, one that was very atypical to high-ranking mechs. Not only was the Riot Mark III an obviously male living mech despite being paired with a female pilot, the machine also happened to be almost completely superdimensional aside from one glaring exception. The spear that should be held in his hands comprised of the Tier 3 destroyer spear that Ves had long reserved for the Riot Mark III. While the Dark Zephyr was currently making good use of this weapon, Saint Tusa was due to receive a pair of weapon-grade superdimensional daggers. Although switching from the spear to the pair of daggers massively decreased the Dark Zephyr's reach, their insane penetration capabilities more than made up for this shortcoming. With this weapon switch, the Ace Skirmisher mech gained many more options to deal with troublesome phase lords. It was also better for this mech archetype to wield a pair of light weapons as opposed to a larger and much more unwieldy polearm. If Tusa had truly fallen in love with the spear, then he could always request the Larkinson clan to produce a superdimensional spear for him, though he would have to wait in the back of the line in order to see his request fulfilled. As Ves and Venerable Rosa Orphan continued to explore the design of the Riot Mark III, the latter became satisfied with the overall package. There was just one point of uncertainty. Have the Terrans made any progress in developing superdimensional versions of destroyer weapons? Ves let out a sigh. No, I have been requesting status updates from the Terrans, but as far as I know, they have encountered setbacks in their research. It will take about 2 years at best and 3 years at most for the Terrans to develop the initial working versions of superdimensional destroyer weapons. Even if they have figured out a method, that is not the end of the story. We still need to source a massive quantity of destroyer particles to stuff into your superdimensional destroyer spear. The only known supply of that is the Greater Terran United Confederation of the Old Galaxy, which means we need to arrange a very expensive and troublesome exchange through the Oblivion Gates. That caused Rosa to frown. Does that mean it will cost more than it is worth it to upgrade my destroyer spear into a superdimensional version? Don't worry about it, he quickly tried to reassure her. The investment is more than worth it. Regular superdimensional weapons are already deadly. A superdimensional destroyer spear will become even more ridiculously powerful. It also has the added benefit of being impossible to wield by the native aliens. Phase lords have attempted to steal and use high-tier destroyer weapons in the past, but their massive bodies always suffered severe injuries as their weak willpower is not capable of suppressing the violent activity of high concentrations of destroyer particles. Theft was a major concern. Red humanity had already defeated a number of phase lords armed with Saint Piercer arms. It was difficult but not impossible to repurpose the alien-grade superdimensional alloy weapons, especially after splitting them up into multiple pieces and reforging them into mech-sized armaments. This steadily decreased the disparity between red humanity and the native aliens in the superdimensional arms race. This was a very critical competition and one that could have a major influence on the progression of the Red War. At the end of the meeting, Venerable Rosa Orphan was at least somewhat satisfied with the machine that she would get to use after a month or so of waiting. I am not happy with all of the waiting, the expert pilot said. Seeing Dice become an ace pilot ahead of me and butchering a greater phase lord like he was an ordinary beast is frustrating to me. I am not afraid to admit that I am jealous of her. Why did she get to go first while I am still stuck in front of my bottleneck? What if I can't break through despite getting my own superdimensional mech? Wouldn't all of that matter go to waste? Ves raised his hand and placed it on her uniformed shoulder. Relax, it is fine, you still hold my confidence, or else I wouldn't have invested so much effort into your machine. Don't underestimate the feedback of what a powerful machine can do for you. The Mark II is not a masterwork, but the Mark III will definitely become one, my wife and I can guarantee you that. Then there is the secret sauce. The transformation I have in mind is dangerous, but if you can control it, then you will be the first to pilot a dangerous but potent kind of mech. If you can tame your new riot, I have no doubt that becoming an ace pilot is a breeze. I hope you are right, Ves. After the meeting came to an end, Ves continued to work on the expert mech design. It would have been great if Rosa Orphan was already an ace pilot. Everything would be much easier. He did not have to hold himself back too much. Ves possessed a pretty good understanding of what an expert pilot was able to do, and it was not much compared to an ace pilot. He could also work on a mech frame that incorporated much more powerful ace mech grade resonating exotics as opposed to the old pair of expert mech grade resonating exotics. Unfortunately, he had to work with his current reality, and not the one that only existed in his dreams. The additional difficulties related to Venerable Rosa Orphan's shortcomings was annoying, but also presented Ves with interesting design challenges. In order to make the Riot Mark III project powerful enough without breaking Venerable Orphan outright, Ves frequently had to thread the needle and come up with creative solutions in order to establish an acceptable balance. If he was designing an ace mech such as the Lionheart Mark II, then it would be too easy for Ves to resort to the most straightforward if not necessarily the most elegant and efficient solution. Just as Ves was about to wrap up his design session, he suddenly received an urgent notification from Gavin. Ves, you need to look at the news right away. The Cybernetic Empire has finally made a move. This had to be important. Ves immediately commanded the central projector of his design lab to switch to a popular galactic news channel. It immediately showed a partial view of the interior of the Bridgehead 1 system. Many different planets, starships and shuttles flew back and forth. Yet a large amount of traffic avoided a large area of space that was dominated by a single familiar-looking superstructure. It's the Beander Gate. It had clearly undergone a massive overhaul since the last time Ves saw it. The polymath had clearly done a lot of work to it. She had ripped out entire sections and added in her own work. The degree of transformation was much more extensive than what she was able to accomplish in a couple of years. The polymath most definitely made the most out of the lengthy time of isolation. She had 53 years to study the Greater Beander Gate and redesign it to accomplish a very different purpose. Now, for the first time since the return of Bridgehead 1, the Cybernetic Empress finally decided to show off the results of her extensive work. The gate slowly became active. Lights started to run while energies began to circulate around the massive ring. Huge amounts of transphasic materials became active. Enormous engines based on principles that few people in the Red Ocean could understand began to burn an unknown but undoubtedly significant amount of phase water. Space contorted. It happened so quickly that Ves almost couldn't believe it. In just a single instance, two different spaces had become connected to each other. The two-way portal did not show any sign of instability. It was both strong and large. The gate was most definitely consuming enormous amounts of energy and maybe phase water to keep it active, so the Cybers did not let this portal go to waste. A warfleet began to pass through the active gate. Over 100 warships, carriers and support vessels set off from Bridgehead 1 and arrived in the middle of the Rubarthan Pact in a matter of minutes. The gate works. Chapter 7024, Clandestine Agreements. They called it the Translocation Gate. The Greater Beander Gate was no more. Its present incarnation had undergone so many changes and refinements that it had become a completely different megaconstruct. Ves and many other people who watched the live broadcast of the first gate activation with mixed feelings. On the one hand, the polymath successfully transformed the Greater Beander Gate into a device that could instantly transfer starships from Bridgehead 1 to distant locations. On the other hand, the Translocation Gate most likely lost the functionality of its previous incarnation. This meant that its twin that was located in the Marian Ultima system of the Milky Way had just turned into a large but useless space decoration. At this time, the only way to engage in a physical exchange between the two distant galaxies was to make use of the smaller and much more limited Oblivion Gates. While it was remarkable that they were able to bridge a gap of 50 million light-years, the insane cost of activation along with the inability to transfer living beings made it impossible for humans to transfer to the Red Ocean and vice versa. Such limitations clearly did not apply to the Translocation Gate. Instead of swapping the locations of two spherical volumes of space with each other across intergalactic distances, the polymath's great invention instead generated a fairly normal portal at interstellar distances. What is its range? Many people asked that question. It was one thing if it could transport an entire cyber warfleet several hundred light-years away. It was another thing if it could bridge a gap of over 10,000 light-years. If the latter was the case, then Red humanity could still engage in the original deep strike plan even if the circumstances had changed a lot. The capacity to strike anywhere behind enemy lines was an extremely valuable capability. If the portal happened to support two-way traffic, then this meant that it would be easy to retrieve the distant fleet once it had completed its mission. That was not all. Ves could think of many other useful applications of the translocation gate. For example, it could be used to create a brief portal at a capital star system. It would remain open long enough to deliver a weapon of mass destruction that could devastate an entire planet. In fact, it might be better to park the destroyer of worlds in front of the translocation gate and open a series of portals that led to the capital star systems of every major alien civilization. The god pilot could easily blow them up no matter the distance. So long as the cybers were able to dial in the right coordinates, nothing was impossible. A more advanced application of the translocation gate was to kidnap enemies. No matter whether they were starships or phase lords, once they entered the heart of Bridgehead 1, there was no escape. The live feed continued. The cybers did not provide any commentary, but they did not need to. The results spoke for themselves. Over the span of an hour, the translocation gate activated 3 times in total. Each time, the cybers transferred one of their fully equipped and highly prepared warfleets to different locations across the Rubarthan Empire. For whatever reason, the cybers did not transfer their powerful fleets directly in the contested border regions. Why? Was the translocation gate at risk if the portals got attacked? Did the cybernetic empire seek to prevent the native aliens from conducting scans on the active portals? Were the cybers trying to keep the aliens guessing about its maximum range? Ves found it very telling that the cybers refused to publish any specific data about their powerful gate. Its range, its energy consumption, its phase water consumption and the shortest possible interval between gate activations all remained a mystery. The observers also did not know whether the successive portal openings generated so much strain on the more vulnerable parts of the translocation gate that the entire construct needed to undergo a thorough maintenance cycle. All of this information was crucial as it gave allies as well as enemies the ability to plan around the strengths and limitations of the translocation gate. The deliberate decision of the cybers to withhold all of that juicy information frustrated everyone a lot. Ves found it very difficult to envision how his clan could potentially conduct its own deep strike operation when it was ready. Ves scratched his head. These cybers are too secretive. They have restricted travel so that only authorized trade vessels can go in and out. They only agreed to open up a small fraction of their amazing technological library. They have also closed off their own version of the galactic net from the rest of our society. It makes sense for the polymath to do so. His personal assistant commented, "Technology is power. She is not stupid enough to give away her amazing technological lead so easily. Her Imperial Majesty has also worked hard to turn Bridgehead 1 and everyone inside it into her loyal and devoted minions. The long period of isolation should have turned them into her permanent subjects. However, if these people are able to re-establish contact with their friends, family and co-workers, who knows whether their loyalty to the cybernetic empire remains strong? Whether the citizens of Bridgehead 1 voluntarily defected to the cybernetic empire, the polymath could not escape the criticism that she had preyed on the vulnerability of all of those stranded humans. She undoubtedly crossed a line when she poached such an enormous amount of high-quality R&D personnel from the other crumbling organizations. The Red Association, the Red Fleet and many other groups were more than upset at losing so many members. They would definitely expend effort into getting their talents back, especially now that they had learned significant aspects of many advanced technologies. While the Red 2 could not simply barge in and rescue their former personnel, they may be able to rekindle their old fires by resorting to softer tactics. The best way to prevent the other powers from reclaiming their old members was to prevent them from contacting each other in the first place. Ves snorted. Typical. The polymath is a control freak. Now that she has gained an unassailable position of power, she is not shy about resorting to the most effective but also heavy-handed solutions. The more he learned about the cybernetic empire, the more he felt alienated by it. From its people's heavy embrace of cybernetics to their decision to hoard most of their powerful tech, the latest polity to make a statement across human-occupied space definitely sought to leverage its advantages to further its own goals. Shortly after the demonstration of the Translocation Gate, the Rubarthan Pact eventually published a short statement about foreign intervention. The message was fairly brief and lacking in details. All Ves managed to find out was that the Cybernetic Empire and the Rubarthan Pact had agreed to a number of concessions that enabled the Imperials to enforce their rule over the locals a lot more effectively. The Rubarthans must have paid a heavy price to obtain the assistance of the Cybers so early. Ves lacked close connections with the governing institutions of the Rubarthan Pact, or else he would have been able to figure out the details of these clandestine deals. While he built up a shallow relationship with the Inferno Spear Prince and a more intimate friendship with the Destroyer of Worlds, he could not easily make contact with these busy war leaders. Perhaps he might be able to talk to them if he insisted it was urgent, but he could not justify this action just because he wanted more information. Had the two sovereign powers agreed to a simple exchange of military aid for resources, or had they also agreed to exchange tech or form a defensive alliance? Any change was significant. The more extensive the agreement, the greater the ripple effects. Not even Ves would be able to escape the consequences. As he continued to speculate about the motives and plans of the Cybernetic Empire, he eventually received another message. The Saint Commander contacted him and requested his presence at his, her main office inside the tortuous scream. This has to be important. Ves immediately concluded. A short while later, Ves entered the office compartment, upon which the Ace Commander activated all of her security measures. The Cybernetic Empire had finally established initial contact with the Larkinson clan. Casella announced. So soon? Yes. We must rank fairly high in importance if they show so much obvious respect for the extensive team of specialists. So far, the Cybers have yet to reveal their greater plans, though I can already form a few educated guesses based on the clues laid so far. Ves tried to think of this matter from the perspective of those who reside in Bridgehead 1. The polymath and many other important figures understood what was special about the Larkinson clan. It was well worth it to exchange a small amount of concessions to win over the loyalty or at least the friendship of the Larkinsons. What do you think they want? Ves asked. The most important goal is to drag us into their camp. The Saint Commander analyzed. Not right away. That would be too blatant. The Cybers would definitely try to ensnare the Larkinsons as slowly as possible. Once we have become inseparable from the empire that the polymath has built, it is too late for us to escape. We have little choice but to fully submit and hope that Her Imperial Majesty will continue to treat us well. Those are rather general answers. Don't you have a more specific guess on what they want? I do, but I am careful not to mention them. I think it is best to leave this matter aside until one of the ships is ready to move out and witness this spectacle. Let us turn back to the main subject under discussion. Can you guess their first request? Did they ask to arrange a meeting with me and the polymath? There were many possible reasons why the star designer wanted to call Ves. She probably wanted to do way more than catch up on old times. Ves narrowed his eyes. Did she seek to recruit him into her empire? It was not an impossible mission. So long as she offered enough concessions, Ves might be persuaded to call her master. However, this was highly unlikely. The Cybers needed to offer something priceless in order to win over his partial loyalty. Even then, he would still stick his old ways more in. Less. We did schedule a meeting, but it is not what you think. She says. The Cybers did not ask for you from beginning to end. I did not get the feeling from their envoy that they are specifically seeking you out. Perhaps they are not looking to contract your services for the time being, or perhaps they think that getting our clan on board will get you on board as well. Whatever the case, their contact person subtly made it clear that they wished to open relations and explore initial ways to cooperate with each other. If everything goes right, then we can deepen our relationship and cooperate more intimately. That sounded typical. The Cybernetic Empire was hardly the only power that sought to get into the good graces of the Larkinson clan through this gentle method. Ves scratched his hairless chin in thought. Well, whatever the Cybers want, I hope you don't sell our services cheaply, Casella. Their tech is strong, but they are lacking in terms of hyper-technology and e-technology. That is our only advantage. I don't think I need to give you further instructions. As difficult as it was for Ves to remain involved, he knew that this would be detrimental to the Saint Commander. This was exactly the kind of instance where he needed to take a few steps back and let his successor take the lead. Ves resisted the impulse to do the opposite. Sometimes, doing nothing was better than taking action. If the Cybers are open to a deal, then I am inclined to make it no matter how small and limited it may be. Casella explained. The Cybernetic Empire is strict and rule-bound, but that also makes it much more likely that the Cybers will remain loyal to the letter and spirit of any clandestine agreement. The Saint Commander sounded a little more enthusiastic, as if she had detected a bug that only she could fix. Chapter 7025 Shifting geopolitical landscape. Several fancy new warfleets of the cybernetic empire had arrived in the territories of the Rubarthan Pact. After arriving at their respective destinations, the warships and unarmed vessels of the latest superpower of the Red humanity scarcely spent their time in real space before they moved to the nearest Lagrange points and engaged their advanced superdrives. From the data readings of their FTL transitions, it appeared that the cybers had managed to refine and improve the superdrive into a more efficient and optimized product. The initial versions of superdrives consisted of crude but effective attempts to merge the functions of human FTL drives and alien warp drives together. The combination certainly worked in theory as well as in practice, but the implementation was anything but elegant. Newer superdrives became more efficient and fixed a lot of little flaws and quirks. They required less phase water to construct and took less time to traverse the same distance. However, this combination tech was still relatively unrefined. The researchers and developers who worked in this sector knew that there was a lot of room for improvement. However, the apparent performance of the more advanced superdrive pretty much told them that their work thus far was child's play compared to what the scientists and engineers of the cybernetic empire managed to produce. They must feel incredibly sour about the immense technological lead between themselves and the cybers. There was no way for the rest of Red humanity to catch up to the cybers anytime soon. Unless Red humanity obtained theoretical secrets or an actual physical copy of a cyber superdrive, the work of ordinary developers would always remain far behind. Superdrive developers were not the only people who worried about their competitiveness. Many other R&D personnel had many reasons to feel concerned about whether the cybers had reduced them all to primitives who had fallen at least 2 generations behind. Even mech designers feared whether their works had become obsolete. The polymath alone had 53 years to push the standards of mech design to an extensive degree. However, it was difficult to make comparisons when the cybernetic empire refused to share details about their most advanced mech lines. The new human superpower tightly controlled all transmissions of information between Bridgehead 1 and the rest of human society. This action disappointed many Red humans who looked forward to exploring the progress made in the future. A turbulent week went by. Every day, more developments took place. The geopolitical landscape continued to shift drastically as the hegemony maintained by the Red Association and the Red Fleet continued to diminish. The mechers and the fleeters had no good answers to the events that took them by surprise. Their power was lacking and tied to existing frontline commitments. Now that they had been deprived of their overwhelming power, they could only rely on diplomacy and other forms of soft power in order to maintain their authority over human space. Unfortunately, not that many people liked the mechers and the fleeters to begin with. Just as with the Big Two, the Red Two might not come across as evil, but they had long built up a reputation for being insufferably arrogant. Even if the mechers and fleeters had long safeguarded human civilization and made sure that most ordinary people became shielded from both alien threats and human depravity, the common folk did not necessarily understand all of the effort their overlords had made to increase galactic stability for so many years. It did not help that the hegemons also claimed a large amount of wealth and resources from their subjects. They occupied the best star systems and levied all sorts of fees and taxes. Perhaps the ordinary folk might not have any direct exposure to this exploitation, but even they could tell when the growth and development of their states were constrained by the mechers and the fleeters. Of the two, the mechers at least managed to earn a little more sympathy due to their openness in recruiting from the masses. They also dealt with products that a lot of people were able to get in touch with during their lifetimes. As for the fleeters, hardly anyone outside of the mysterious spaceborne clans understood them. The warship guardians were so insular that they came across as different species to those who encountered them for the first time. All in all, the RA and the RF found itself completely out of their element as they belatedly learned that neglecting popular support might cause them to lose control over the Red Ocean Union. As the only colonial alliance that was not aligned with the Terrans or the Rubarthans, the Red Ocean Union had become even more important to the Red Two than before. If they lost control over this space, then not only would the mechers and the fleeters be their remaining source of manpower and capital, they also stood to lose their last remaining shreds of legitimacy. There was no way the RA and the RF could maintain their enormous sizes and fund their astronomical expenses without a real dominion at their disposal. For this reason, the mechers and the fleeters no longer remained complacent and rapidly worked to shore up the shortcomings that caused a lot of people to lose faith in the hegemons who shaped the old human order. The Red 2 made the uncharacteristic decision to become more transparent. Their propaganda arms suddenly became a lot busier as they worked to highlight the many contributions their god pilots and warfleets had made in safeguarding human civilization. The Fist of Defiance has made an incursion across the border. He and his invincible superdimensional god Mech have smashed apart more than a dozen alien assault fleets and personally crushed the skulls of an ancient phase whale and dozens of other phase leaders. Analysts believe that the god pilot's daring raid will slow down the ongoing offensive against the Krakatoa Middle Zone and prevent it from falling to the native alien invaders. Since the beginning of the Red War, we have sacrificed multiple mech corps and hundreds of warships to the enemy. The Red Association and the Red Fleet have done so without expecting to earn any honors or remuneration from all of the states that are at risk of succumbing to the ongoing invasions. Without our active protection, all of the states that are located in the zones under attack would have succumbed without exception. Even the Terran and Rubarthan zones are doomed to crumble if we were not present to assist them in defending their own border regions. Everyone noticed the differences right away. The mechers and the fleeters not only became more active in the media, but also became a lot more active in local communities. It was easy to figure out that these arrogant first-raters only came around and started outreach programs because they were in trouble. However, their efforts clearly worked. Many ordinary people did not really care about independence and the right to field their own warships. They just wanted to remain safe and their planet to remain protected. So long as the mechers and the fleeters corrected their attitude and emphasized all of the contributions they made, it was not that hard to shift public perception into a more positive direction. Through these hasty but effective methods, the Red 2 managed to stop the bleeding. Their grip on the Red Ocean Union had not weakened any further. While the RA and the RF urgently strengthened their ties to the masses they depended upon, other notable groups made their own moves. The Terran Alliance and the Rubartan Pact continued to change the way they operated now that they had officially thrown off the yoke of the Red 2. Those mechs are different. Look at the antenna-like arrays mounted on their upper backs. Those things have never been there before. Are those shield link arrays? They dare. Isn't support link technology exclusive to the Red 2 and their closest associates? There is no way the Terrans and the Rubarthans received permission to mount them onto their own machines. You are right. I think the first-rate colonial superstates have grown tired of waiting for permits that will never come. They have clearly taken matters into their own hands. If they tried to pull this off during the age of mechs, all hell would break loose. Nowadays, the RA and the RF can do nothing. It was not that simple to mount shield link arrays onto existing first-class multipurpose mechs. Many of the popular first-class multipurpose mech models were carefully designed and precisely engineered to excel in their official configurations. Only the modular and semi-modular mech designs could accommodate shield link transceivers without requiring extensive reworks. These were also the first-class multipurpose mechs that embraced this coveted high technology. Although not enough time had passed for these new generation of shield link mechs to show off their improved performance, their appearance already injected a lot of confidence in the Terran and Rubarthan soldiers. The latter especially needed all of the encouragement they could get. Their pressure was enormous now that their superstate had to fend off the native aliens and the mutated vorabugs at the same time. Unfortunately, the Rubarthans needed way more than better shielded mechs in order to stop the tide of vorabugs. The Cybernetic Empire had already deployed a number of their warfleets, but no one was sure how effective they could be. The Cybers had spent 2 generations preparing to fight the native aliens. How well did their advanced tech stack up against the mutated vorabugs? Hopefully, the Polymath and her empire managed to develop at least a couple of weapon systems that happened to be effective against giant bug swarms. While the Cybernetic Empire was already moving to prop up the Rubarthan Pact, the new superpower had also started to reach out to many other states and organizations, particularly those who had been neglected by the Red 2. Ves noticed that the Larkinson clan became increasingly more invested in cooperating with the Cybernetic Empire. It felt strange for him to remain uninvolved in a matter of great importance to the clan. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar led the negotiations, and she clearly possessed her own set of priorities that differed from his own. This meant that Ves might not like whatever she was willing to give up in order to obtain a valued concession. In order to prevent Ves from entering into any needless fights with the new matriarch, he held back his curiosity and tried his best to give the Saint Commander enough room to make her own mark. Talks progressed quickly. The Larkinson clan was young and the matriarch possessed all of the power needed to make decisions. She did not have to persuade a council to back her proposal. The Cybers also happened to work quickly. Their efficiency was astounding, but many people gradually learned that this was all due to the reforms enacted by the polymath. Although the cybernetic empress did not directly participate in the negotiations, it became clear that she had a vested interest in its outcome. The biggest reason why the cybernetic empire treated the Larkinson clan so highly was not its glorious war record or its amazing living mechs. It was because the Larkinsons controlled the only known entry method to the blue dimension. Kedis did not intend to create a new dimension breach so soon. She and Gloriana still worked hard to earn hundreds of ascension points and unlock a few desirable upgrades. Continuing to spend AP on opening the same portals on repeat might be satisfying in the short term, but it would stunt their growth in the long term. This was why the two female mech designers wanted to make sure to continually upgrade the Dimension Observatory so that the next dimension breach was better than the last one. Only by making the portals larger and more persistent would red humanity be able to harvest enough mid and high-grade superdimensional matter to upgrade every ace mech and god mech. The Cybers may have missed the first two mining ventures, but they were determined to participate in the next one. Chapter 7026 Hugo Fournier. While Ves continued to work on the Riot Mark III project and the Arboreal project, he assumed that he would not have anything to do with the ongoing negotiations. Perhaps Kedis might get involved due to her status as the holder of the Heavensward, which everyone mistakenly assumed was the only available tool that could create a portal into the blue dimension. Perhaps the cybernetic empire might still seek Ves out due to his many groundbreaking works. He did not think that was likely, though. The polymath and billions of cybers had spent more than 5 decades on increasing their scientific understanding on many phenomena. They also used that time to invent all kinds of new and improved tech. Ves would be a fool if he thought that the cybers had ignored his body of work. He wouldn't be surprised if the cybernetic empress not only managed to figure out how to design a genuine living mech, but also crack the secret to producing her own kinship networks and companion spirits. As long as she had enough time on her hands, the polymath was capable of reverse engineering nearly any form of technology. Perhaps the xenotechnician was a lot better than her at deciphering incomprehensible alien tech, but the polymath's unmatched broad knowledge base made her among the most suitable mech designers to reverse engineer Class 9 design philosophies like that of Ves. The only question was whether other cybers aside from their empress managed to learn how to devise their own living mechs, and how many of them had accumulated during the time their empire quietly developed in a time-accelerated bubble of space. He didn't expect to be able to find out the answer so soon. The new matriarch of the Larkinson clan dropped by his design lab unannounced. Ves frowned and paused his work on the Riot Mark III project to face his latest visitor. Casella, I would love to greet you properly, but you interrupted me when I was just getting into my groove. My mood certainly doesn't appreciate you coming here without giving me prior notice. Unlike Ves, a certain gem cat that was lounging nearby did not react so negatively to her appearance. Lucky jumped from his perch and floated over to the matriarch, who promptly held his body in her arms and began to stroke his plaited head. I did not want to interrupt you like this, but I did not want to delay this matter. What is going on? Ves questioned. It had to be important to make Casella care so much. As you know, our clan has been negotiating an agreement with the cybernetic empire. During the talks, you came up as a person of interest to them. There are many reasons why the cybers are eager to learn from you and establish a closer cooperation agreement with you. During our round of negotiations, the cybers have agreed to make substantial land concessions in order to gain an opportunity to talk to you and extend an offer to you, directly. Did you sell me out? Ves suspiciously asked. Absolutely not. Do not misunderstand, sir. The cybernetic empire could have contacted you directly through other channels. The cybers have instead chosen to make their intentions known to the clan, which shows they are taking this matter seriously. I believe that they have offered enough sincerity to hear them out, Ves. He looked carefully at Casella, but did not think she had changed so much that she was willing to sell him out to put the clan ahead. Fine, Ves said, my patience is at a limit. If the cyber cannot maintain my interest, then I will be gone. I think that the cybers should be more than capable of earning your interest based on what little they have exposed to me so far. The cybernetic empire is founded and kept together by relying on more than the benefits of wielding advanced technology. Its members, of which there are many, are strong believers in the polymath's work. They are quite colorful. The Saint Commander was right. The cybers were indeed fascinating individuals. Ves got to learn that firsthand after he agreed to entertain the request and communicate with a member of the new superpower. This was how he came to face a physical projection of a cybernetic human individual. The man did not hide his eagerness when he was finally able to meet with Ves. Professor Ves Larkinson, it is a great honor for me to be able to greet you. I cannot tell you how many times I have envisioned this meeting. Your work is endlessly admired among my colleagues. They all wish to greet you in person and tell you how much you have inspired them to seek life in other machines, but our wise superiors have recognized that overwhelming you by presenting so many strangers to you is counterproductive. After a lengthy period of negotiations and so on, I shall be the first and only cyber to speak with you on matters relating to official business. Ves and Lucky remained silent as the cyber initially flooded the pair with words. What is your name? Hugo. My name is Hugo Fournier. I chose my surname myself. Oh, is that a common cultural practice within the cybernetic empire? Yes, but only among those who are born without surnames that truly belong to us. You see, I am a batch human. I was born in one of the multiple large incubation chambers of my home system 36 years ago. From my perspective, that certainly caught Ves's attention. Ves did not believe he had ever met or spoken to a batch human before. In fact, if this Hugo fellow did not mention it, Ves would have assumed Hugo was a fairly normal human who was born from two parents under relatively normal circumstances. Ves began to examine the cyber's projection properly. What stood out was his complete cybernetic conversion. His body had clearly been converted into a humanoid package that consisted of high-quality cybernetics. The fusion between man and machine was so extensive that Ves could not even begin to imagine how Hugo experienced his life. Ves did not have a strong background in cybernetics. He was unable to fathom why anyone would want to replace his flesh and organs with artificial machinery to such an extreme extent. A batch human, huh? Ves lightly spoke. Does this mean that you grew up without traditional parents? Hugo nodded. He did not look offended by this line of questioning. That is correct. The cybernetic empire assigns professional caretakers to the creches where batch humans such as myself are growing up. We are all grown with this in mind, so we have never felt bothered by the fact batch humans such as myself are unable to grow up in what you natural humans consider a real family. I imagine that all of the other individuals in your batch can be considered your brothers and sisters. That is correct, Professor. While we do not have fathers and mothers per se, we all consider our Imperial Majesty to be our mother in spirit as well as body. She has not made it a secret that every batch human grown within our empire have inherited at least a fraction of her blessed genes. Ves almost sputtered when he heard this. The polymath certainly liked to produce a big layout. Doesn't that make the polymath your literal mother? Hugo grinned. We batch humans believe this to be the case. Her Imperial Majesty may not have raised us as the mothers of natural humans, but the extensive care and attention she put into her batch human project shows that she cares for us all. I am one of the few batch humans that has received her personal attention and grace during my life, but I do not consider myself to be more deserving of her love than any other batch human. The white-haired and goateed cybernetic life form actually looked wistful as he voiced his earnest thoughts. Hugo had not replaced his organic body parts with machines to the point where he literally became as dull as a machine. His emotional range remained rich and his personality still retained its youthful human vitality. Fascinating, Ves commented. How did you end up in a position to be the first sire to converse with me on behalf of your empire? The cyber smiled with pride. His artificial blue eyes glowed a little brighter as well. Let me complete my introduction, Professor. I am Hugo Fournier, a journeyman mech designer. As a deep admirer of your work, I have worked hard to develop a design philosophy that is derived from yours. With great effort, I have managed to reach my current rank by committing to a Class 9 design philosophy in distributed intelligence living mechs. You can design living mechs. I do. Hugo smiled. I would love to show you my designs to you, but I am currently prohibited from doing so unless your clan has concluded an agreement with our empire. For now, I can tell you that my living mechs may not be as expressive as yours, but they possess their own merits that you have never witnessed before. The name of his design philosophy already conveyed a lot of information. As far as Ves knew, distributed intelligence was related to ice. It described how a multitude of lesser ice could combine their strengths to form a much powerful gestalt intelligence that was far greater than the sum of its parts. Such a phenomenon was quite powerful in the AI sector, so much so that a lot of safeguards had to be implemented to prevent these gestalt intelligences from going out of control and unintentionally seeking to eradicate humans. Ves had never thought of applying such a concept to living mechs. Now that he thought about it, He realized that these so-called distributed intelligence living mechs actually had a lot of potential. Hugo Fournier was absolutely a genius for being able to come up with this idea and making it viable enough to become a journeyman. Is this why you have been assigned to be the first cyber to speak with me? Ves asked. Yes, but that is hardly the only criteria. Hugo admitted. My introduction is not done yet. Let me tell you who I work for. I am a member of the Living Machine Tower. You may not understand the significance of this, but only the best mech designers or engineers who specialize in living mechs, living warships or living versions of technological objects can enter this prestigious establishment. Did the polymath create a dedicated research institution that is entirely derived from my design philosophy? Yes, and more. Hugo smiled wider. There are 13 towers in total. They are more than simple research institutions. Each of them comprise of centrally organized sectors based on a broad field. They encompass the R&D institutions, the factories, the educational facilities and anything else that is directly related to a technological specialization. During the time of isolation, each of our prestigious towers has grown to the point where they employ tens of millions or hundreds of millions of us. Everyone in my particular tower wishes to introduce you to our work, and hope that you will become proud with what we have managed to invent without your direct input. Ves became completely speechless after he heard all of that. He never imagined that the polymath had set up an entire sector that was solely dedicated to deciphering, imitating and surpassing his work on living mechs and other living products. He hadn't even become a master mech designer yet, which meant that eager fans such as Hugo Fournier had to learn how to design living mechs the hard way. The fact that there were way more mech designers than Hugo in the cybernetic empire frankly horrified Ves. How extensively did the cybernetic empire destroy his stranglehold on living mechs? How much progress had they made in replicating his higher-order living mechs? Were they able to produce second-order living mechs? What about third-order living mechs? More importantly, were they capable of designing their own Karman mechs? Ves deeply wanted to know the answers to these questions. Chapter 7027 Institutional Power. In just a single remote conversation, Ves became utterly overwhelmed by the information conveyed by Hugo Fournier. The batch human revealed that the cybernetic empire had dedicated massive amounts of manpower, funding, resources and so on to the development of living mechs and other related products. Although Hugo did not go into specifics on how much progress the so-called living machine tower had made, the fact that it not only had the backing of the polymath but also employed millions of incredibly smart and well-educated cybers meant that it probably made a huge amount of progress. Ves did not think it was likely that the cybers had made too many revolutionary innovations that deepened the foundation of living mechs and living products. He refused to think that other people could make so much progress in a field that he painstakingly pioneered. The cybers may have been able to cheat by spending so many years inside the spacetime bubble, but time alone should not be able to overcome all of the challenges related to surpassing Ves in his own field of specialization. Ves preferred to think that the cybers had instead made a lot of strides into broadening and diversifying the field of living mechs. To put it in a different way, the living machine tower was probably populated with mech designers that resembled Alexa Strian much more than Ves. These apprentices and journeymen all worked hard to gain the ability to design living mechs, but branched out shortly after they became proficient in the basics. It was not feasible for them to learn his original design philosophy, let alone surpass it. Ves had only ever taught Alexa Strian his complete theoretical frameworks thus far, and even she was not yet capable of replicating his more advanced living mechs. That reduced their threat level in his mind. So long as no single mech designer in the living machine tower was closer to realizing Ves's design philosophy, then they could offer a lot of value to him. They could feed him interesting ideas and assist him in his mech design projects, just like what Alexa was doing ever since she became his direct disciple. And what if he was wrong? What if the living machine tower hosted a few mech designers who aspired to substitute him if he suffered a mishap? What if the polymath had taken this a step further and nurtured a bunch of mech designers who intended to surpass Ves regardless of the fact that he was still alive? He could easily imagine that duplicitous star designer concocting such a scheme just to screw him over. The worst part about it was that she could completely justify her actions. After all, there was only one Ves, and he happened to have a penchant for diving into trouble. It was more than reasonable for the polymath to prepare substitutes who could pick up his legacy for designing living mechs and complete the endeavor of realizing his design philosophy. Originally, it should be Alexa who was meant to succeed him, but the problem was that she had too little time to learn and develop herself as a mech designer. She could not directly compete against the mech designers who might not possess superior qualifications but possessed a head start that was worth at least a couple of decades. How terrible. All of this was speculation for the time being. Ves did not have a clear understanding of the makeup of the living machine tower. The worst-case scenario may not be true, but so long as the possibility existed, then Ves always needed to take it into account. So what if the polymath sought to raise a mech designer whose sole purpose was to usurp his own design philosophy? Ves would just have to do better. He refused to believe that cyber mech designers who should at most be a few decades older than him had already surpassed him in his own field. This should especially be the case if they remained stuck in a single-star system that was effectively deprived of exotic radiation. It did not matter too much if these hypothetical challengers to his throne could now venture out into the new frontier and soak up lots of new experiences. Just as they were making progress, Ves undoubtedly advanced his progression as well. He just needed to ensure he remained productive in order to stay ahead of the competition. With that set, Ves turned to the more optimistic scenarios. When he realized the enormous implications of the cybers setting up an entire sector with lots of infrastructure that was solely dedicated to living products, he understood the powerful benefits of this institutionalization of specialized knowledge. These cyber mech designers had the potential to fulfill a lot of unmet demand. They could also design a huge variety of living mechs with features that he had never conceived of in his mind. Ves would not have to wait until he realized his design philosophy for one of his ambitions to come true. If living mechs became ubiquitous across the mech market, then that would bring him great joy. As far as this goal was concerned, Ves did not care too much if he or other mech designers contributed the most to its fulfillment. If the mech market lowered its resistance to the concept of living mechs, then Ves would be able to sell his products to a much wider audience than before. He could even collaborate with the cyber mech designers to develop products that could address many more needs than what he could manage by himself. Ves suddenly began to view the living machine tower as the most perfect facilitating environment for himself. It was filled with so many assistants who could work on living mech design projects with minimal input from him that he could get a lot more projects done in a short amount of time. He could almost completely negate his bottleneck on output. Instead of having to design a couple of living mechs at a time, he could complete dozens of design projects in a single quarter. Even if most of them suffered a bit from the lack of personal attention from him, so long as the cyber mech designers were competent enough, the drop in quality should fall within an acceptable range. Ves just knew that he could get a lot more done if he managed to gain the full cooperation of an entire tower filled with living mech design specialists. He momentarily gained a strong desire to enter Bridgehead 1. This living machine tower may have become a holy land for living mech design. This extensive and tight-knit network of research institutions and other organizations should have explored many shallow applications of living mechs. Many of them may be incredibly useful to Ves and many of his customers. No other third-party organization had invested so much time and effort into growing and expanding the field of living mech design. It was as if an organization dedicated to furthering the research and development of living mechs traveled back in time. As Ves continued to think about the bottomless implications of the existence of a tower dedicated to his original field of specialization, he briefly entertained the idea of traveling to Bridgehead 1. He wanted to persuade every member of the living machine tower that it was natural for him to take charge of their powerful organization. Even if he was not a member of the cybernetic empire, the fact that he pioneered living mechs and managed to develop numerous profound applications of it should still put him in the lead. The problem was that Ves was unsure whether the polymath would permit such dissolute actions. He was not one of her many pawns, but instead a complete wildcard that the star designer should never be able to predict with a high degree of certainty. He knew that the polymath disliked variables like that the most. Hugo. Ves spoke after a few minutes had passed. He was still coming around to the shocking revelations made by the batch human. I have so many questions that I don't know where to begin. I am sure you do, Professor Larkinson. We predicted that. Take all of the time you need to absorb the new information. One of the many lessons taught by Her Imperial Majesty is that we should never force ourselves to match her capacity in learning and processing information. If you are feeling overwhelmed, it is always correct to pause your information gathering activity and take the time to digest what you have already gained. That sounded exactly like what the polymath would say to a population of humans that she intended to brainwash into her loyal subjects. I can take it, Hugo. I have endured worse shocks and revelations in the past. Let me begin by asking a simple question. What do the members of the Living Machine Tower think about me? Did they adore me? Did they think I just got lucky by exploring a field that had remained untouched by other mech designers? The cybernetic batch human shook his head. You are the origin and the first pioneer of living mech design. None of us dispute your accomplishments. Each of us respect you for your many contributions in the field of mech design. We are all latecomers who have taken advantage of your hard work. Many of us possess an affinity for the life attribute, but if you had not worked so hard to turn that into a useful advantage in the mech industry, then none of us would have been able to realize our own potential as mech designers. None of us is ignorant of this, so we deeply honor you and your contributions. Even Her Imperial Majesty has made comments about how you are one of the few mech designers who successfully expanded upon the fundamental requirements of mechs. Ves did not like the polymath, but that did not mean he despised her competence. He genuinely felt pleased that a star designer spoke highly of his work. It sounds like the Living Machine Tower is a great place for me to pay a visit. We may offer you an opportunity to visit Bridgehead 1. Hugo said, giving you permanent residency is also an option. Our Living Machine Tower would definitely welcome your presence, but the situation is more complicated than that. There are 12 more towers that are dedicated to other important sectors. They can hinder your entry into our core. The cybernetic empire is also currently closed to foreign visitors in general. You may have to wait until we are ready to accept visitors from the rest of the Red Ocean. I see. Well, there is no hurry. I still have a lot of stuff to do in the new frontier. Ves was not ready to visit the Living Machine Tower and come face to face with all of the mech designers that had followed his footsteps. He also felt it was a bit counterproductive to take advantage of all of the potential convenience offered by this tower. He did not forget that he was a mech designer who thrived in adversity. Rather than traveling to the safest human star system in the Red Ocean, he felt he could make much more substantive progress as a mech designer if he traveled to the front lines of the war between the Rubarthans and the mutated Vorabugs. Only by tackling the latest challenge head-on would Ves be able to solve the problems that truly matter and reap the rewards for fulfilling so much urgent demand. In addition, as magnanimous as Ves became as of late, he still possessed a selfish and competitive bone in his body. He did not want to share too many benefits to the latecomers who nipped at his heels. In any case, it would not be too late for Ves to visit the Living Machine Tower and potentially take it over after he had advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer. Chapter 7028 CE Tech. Ves thoroughly enjoyed his talk with Hugo Fournier. The batch human and living mech design specialist was the first person who lifted up the veil that obscured the details of the cybernetic empire. Through Hugo, Ves gained an insider's look of what was actually happening in this new superpower. Bridgehead 1 had completely become unmoored from General Red, humanity. Its 53-year-long isolation had resulted in massive deviations in culture, laws, expectation and identity. Although Hugo spoke well and came across as easygoing, Ves knew that the cyber appointed to speak to him most definitely went through strict social training. Many bigshots received this kind of training. They mastered it even, or else it would have been difficult for them to work their way up the hierarchy. As a former space peasant and third-rater, Ves never really blended in with the more sophisticated crowd. Fortunately, he never saw the need to go through social training himself. People sought him out because of his capabilities as a mech designer and spiritual engineer. Ves had long concluded that it was enough for him if he let his work do the talking on his behalf. This happened to be an effective solution. This was the reason why the cybernetic empire took him seriously and why one of its envoys had broken the ongoing information blockage just to give Ves a better idea of what he was dealing with this time. Although Ves never let loose of his vigilance towards the polymath's schemes, the cybernetic empire was still a power worth consorting with. Its technological lead was undeniable and inescapable. Nobody could ignore the cybers when they had so much technological goodies in their hands. As a mech designer, Ves could not escape the allure of superior tech. From architect to shield link technology, superior tech was the factor that could turn good mechs into great mechs. If Ves wanted his products to remain competitive and fulfill its responsibilities to the best possible extent, then he could not afford to offend the cybernetic empire. This was why Ves purposefully buried his ambivalence and vigilance towards the polymath in the depths of his mind. As much as he harbored a lot of suspicions towards the self-crowned empress goals and motivations, her tech was the real deal. If Ves did not find a way to gain access to all of that juicy knowledge and licenses, then other mech designers would most certainly do so, thereby gaining a huge lead in the mech market. As his first talk with a representative of the cybernetic empire continued, Ves made sure to squeeze out plenty of relevant information from the heavily augmented batch human. As far as our mechs are concerned, our empire's mech forces have developed a heavy preference for energy weapons. Hugo casually revealed to Ves over the comm. As you know, despite having 100 planets at our disposal, the supply of relatively hard metals and materials that are suitable to be used as ammunition for kinetic guns is ultimately finite. This is why our mechs have a heavy bias towards energy weapons. All it takes to fire them is to supply them with energy, which we happen to have in abundance due to all of our Dyson spheres and swarms. That made a lot of sense. The time of isolation completely cut off Bridgehead 1 from the rest of the Red Ocean. The supply of raw materials had ground to a halt, which had very serious consequences to a massive central star node that previously relied heavily on imports from the old galaxy and the new frontier to maintain its original consumption. How good are your energy weapons? Good, Hugo offered a nearly useless reply. I am not permitted to share any specific details with you unless we have established a more formal cooperative relationship, but I can assure you that our energy weapons are better than anything that the rest of you are currently making use of. This includes the alien-derived luminaire crystal weapons that your Larkinsons heavily rely upon. Our Imperial Majesty has been far-sighted enough to recognize the importance of energy weapon development that one of our 13 towers is solely dedicated towards its development. The energy weapon tower also happens to be one of the largest of its kind. That was crucial information. From what Ves surmised, the polymath essentially set up the 13 towers in order to concentrate and marshal her empire's relatively limited R&D, industrial and military capacity into 13 strategically important sectors. It was a rather grand and clever way to ensure that the cybernetic empire did not scatter its manpower and capital on too much different stuff. By focusing all R&D and related activities through these towers, the cybers would be able to get a lot more stuff done in less years. Of course, all of this came at the cost of delayed or entirely stagnant development in other technological fields that had the misfortune of not falling into the scope of the 13 towers. Ves could already guess without needing to ask for further information that kinetic ranged weapons likely did not receive anywhere close to the amount of R&D that energy weapons received. While kinetic weapons were not necessarily inferior, the fairly restricted environment of Bridgehead 1 imposed too many constraints on its development. Ves could not claim to have figured out the polymath, but he could easily imagine a ruthless and highly rational star designer like her deciding that investing manpower and resources into developing better kinetic weapons was not efficient. We are proud of the performance of our energy weapons, Hugo said without ambiguity. The warfleets that we have sent to the Rubarthan Pact will soon demonstrate their offensive capabilities in full view of the rest of Red humanity. You will all be able to witness a small demonstration of how much technological progress we have made during the time of isolation. That sounded like a big boast, but the cybers likely had the advanced tech to back up this assertion. Has the energy weapon tower mainly focused on improving existing energy weapons, or did its researchers devise new variations that are based on different scientific principles? Both. You do not fully understand what a tower means to us. Almost each of them employ so many scientists and engineers that they can support the projects of both dreamers and realists. We have refined existing weapon systems by at least several mech generations by our conservative estimates. We have also devised new and original energy weapons that work particularly well against specific opponents or under specific circumstances. We expect to produce devastating results when fighting against the native aliens. That did not come as a surprise. The polymath and all of Bridgehead 1 prepared to defeat the native aliens for over half a century. That was a huge amount of time for them to devise all of the countermeasures that they needed to potentially shift the balance of the war. The native aliens had developed a grudging respect towards humans and their ability to innovate. Humans had proven many times over that their tech was much more diverse and superior than what the aliens could invent. They operated in completely different environments. The Milky Way had seen long periods of turbulence where humans were forced to pursue strength at great speed in order to defeat their existential foes. Every technological edge had to be pursued in order to survive. The Red Ocean had long turned into a stagnant pool where the major races all refrained from engaging in major wars, thereby causing their drive to develop stronger war weapons to drop to the bottom. The native aliens were slowly beginning to turn around. but it took a lot of time as well as members of the younger generation to mature and replace their old and decrepit leaders. Humans did not have to worry about that because their scientists and engineers had always been pressured to develop effective new ways to kill enemies, if only because humanity had become so addicted to infighting. Bridgehead 1 already hosted a large number of R&D institutions, each of which employed highly competent experts in their respective fields. There was no chance at all that any of them would be close-minded or too set in their ways to accept change. They could complete a lot of R&D projects in a span of 53 years. This was why everyone looked forward to seeing the cybers demonstrate their advanced tech in actual battle. It was not enough to hear the cybers boast or even make the rare decision to publish hard data on their new mechs or other products. People needed to see the new tech in action before they could fully understand the immense gap between contemporary human tech and what increasingly became known as CE tech. It was so frustrating that the cybers refused to share their advanced tech to the masses thus far. For an empire that hosted a population that numbered in the tens of billions, it was extremely remarkable that none of them had leaked the design schematics or documents related to one of the countless advanced technologies developed by the 13 Towers. This told Ves that the cybers may very well be subjected to invisible restrictions that none of the relevant parties were authorized to know. It would not surprise Ves if the polymath gained the ability to monitor the thoughts of her subjects in real time through their cranial implants or their own version of a kinship network. Everyone can easily guess that your warfleets will be able to smash the native aliens, but how will they fare against the mutated vorabugs? I doubt that you and the other cybers have spent so many years preparing against a threat that you could not foresee. The projection of the batch human remained optimistic. That is true. We still need to see what the newly strengthened insectal race is capable of now, but our analysis thus far does not leave us with too much concern. The vorabug subspecies known so far are not inherently superior to the mechs, starships and other military hardware fielded by humans and aliens. Their only strong advantage is their quantity. This is not an insurmountable problem for our forces. Our energy weapons are efficient and can maintain sustained fire. We also did not neglect the development of explosive ordnance. Hugo Shore sounded confident, but Ves did not feel as certain. Sure, he was operating on much less information than the cybers, but he had a feeling that the mutated vorabugs shouldn't be so easy to defeat. As a mech designer who specialized in living mechs, he possessed a strong sense of the strengths and weaknesses of organic life forms such as these new vorabugs. Although he could not back up his words with hard proof, he felt it in his guts that the mutated vorabugs had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. The mysterious controlling intelligence had to be a lot more cunning than was apparent on the surface. This facade of a simple, unrestrained invasion of both human and alien space made it far too easy for people to underestimate the vorabugs. After all, humans often develop the impression that it should be easy for them to outsmart an unintelligent and arguably non-sentient species of swarming insects. Ves feared that for all of their technological superiority, the warfleets of the cybernetic empire may be in for a rude awakening. The Red War had repeatedly taught Red humanity not to grow complacent. The native aliens, though technologically inferior, could always find new ways to overcome their challenges. Every enemy deserved respect, particularly those that thought they could make an enemy out of the entire Red Ocean. As Ves looked at the unmistakable pride exuded by the cyber, it became clear that the people of Bridgehead 1 had lost the caution and humility that became increasingly more prevalent among Red humans. The cybers believed so much in the strength of their CE tech that they could not conceive of a situation where they would actually lose. This arrogance would probably come to bite the cybers in the butt. Chapter 7029. The living mech tribe. As much as Ves wanted to keep pumping Hugo for more information, the cyber representative eventually had to end the call. I have reached the allotted time for this introductory dialogue. The projection of the white-haired cybernetic man spoke. There is clearly much more for us to discuss, but that can wait for another day. There is much that I am willing to share with you, but you should understand that reciprocity is an important principle in the mech industry and beyond. Our cybernetic empire has made sacrifices to buy more time for us and invested a great amount of resources in the development of our new tech. I understand, Hugo, I do not think I have much to offer, but my input should still be valuable nonetheless. If you don't want my knowledge, then I can always trade in goods such as superdimensional matter. Will you guys be negotiating with the Larkinson clan or with me directly? That depends, Hugo responded. If you were still the patriarch of your own clan, then this question is redundant. Now that you have apparently stepped down from office, we will have to wait and see how aligned you are with the Larkinson clan. If it becomes clear that the two of you have diverged, then we will form separate agreements with the both of you. This is only fair as the interests of your clan will always be different from yours. Ves frowned. It would be difficult for him to conclude a favorable agreement with the cybernetic empire if he had to negotiate in a personal capacity. He needed to work on that and make sure he could offer compelling concessions in exchange for more extensive access to CE tech. It was clear that even if Ves possessed a strong connection to their supposed living machine tower, the cybers did not intend to open their doors to him on an unconditional basis. At most, Ves would receive a discount and a few freebies, but that was all. The polymath clearly did not feel generous enough to give him backdoor access. Fine, if this is the way she wanted to play this, then Ves would play by her rules. I may operate more independently from the clan now that I have detached myself from my former leadership responsibilities, but I have no intentions of leaving. Ves stated in clear terms. My work still largely benefits my clan and not just myself. At the same time, I can leverage its resources to further my own work. I do not expect this arrangement to change anytime soon. I trust the new matriarch to handle most negotiations on my behalf, though I will have to handle any talks related to technology in person. Hugo nodded in understanding. Very well, we shall continue to speak with matriarch Casella Ingvar in matters relating to you and your work. There is one more message I wish to convey to you before we close this dialogue. We have noticed that you have collected several liaisons from the Red 3. If you are open to it and if we can reach an understanding with your matriarch, we may send our liaison to you that can further expand your escort force. I may even be selected to be that liaison. That sounded great to Ves. The stronger the Blue Jay fleet, the less likely his enemies could threaten his life. Obtaining a liaison represented a tangible commitment by the cybernetic empire to maintain good relations with Ves. It also made it easier for him to negotiate expedient trades and propose further cooperation with the cybers. In addition, the liaison would most certainly bring over at least one carrier or warship that could defend herself against most threats. The mechers and the fleeters may not welcome the cybers, but Ves had no qualms about adding another powerful asset to his increasingly more mixed escort fleet. Besides, adding more competition would probably make the Red 3 more honest and sincere in their own dealing with Ves. After all, they now gained a lot more competition, and from a serious geopolitical adversary no less. It had become increasingly more clear in the last few days that the polymath had definitively cut ties with the survivalist faction and the Red Association. The cybernetic empire's actions abundantly demonstrated a profound distrust and refusal to let the Red 3 retake control over the enormous wealth and power concentrated in Bridgehead 1. The mechers must be feeling incredibly betrayed by the fact that one of their star designers had resolutely deserted them in order to start her own little empire. This was an incredibly damaging outcome for them. The Ra not only lost a huge amount of credibility and reputation for its inability to hang on to one of their top leaders, but also suffered a massive intelligence breach. The polymath knew a lot of secrets and privileged information about the Red Association. She also understood a lot of exclusive technological secrets that the mechers hoarded like greedy hamsters. It would be too much to ask her to erase all of that precious knowledge from her mind. The importance of this intelligence advantage could not be overstated. She possessed a deep understanding of the Red Association's strengths and weaknesses. She knew exactly how its leading figures thought and how they would respond to different phenomena. This meant that she knew exactly how to undermine and dismantle the Red Association when it came down to it. The cybernetic empire may have already come out of the greater spacetime bubble with a plan to break apart the mechers. Oh well, this was none of Ves's business. He may be close to the mechers, but he never pretended to be a part of them. If they screwed up and lost their supremacy over human civilization, then that was their problem. I welcome your company if you are indeed selected to serve as my liaison. Ves politely said, the two of us can probably gain a lot if we exchange our knowledge and ideas with each other. Let us hope that we can meet each other in the flesh in the near future, Professor. The decision to send a liaison to you has yet to be made, yet every eligible candidate within the Living Machine Tower is competing for this prized assignment. If I can ask, how many people does that entail? We have over 400 journeyman mech designers who specialize in designing living mechs. Hugo unexpectedly revealed. They are supported by 60,000 scientists, 200,000 engineers and approximately 4 million other workers. The high entry threshold for mech designers is the main reason why the growth of our tower has fallen behind the others, 400 living mech design specialists. That number may sound paltry compared to those who specialized in popular fields such as laser weapon technology, but it was an unimaginably high figure to Ves. He had painstakingly taught classes on living mech design to the students of the Eden Institute of Business and Technology for several years now. Not everyone was able to get the gist of his work. Of those that did, few of them were able to take the next steps and achieve a breakthrough by forming their design seeds around living mechs. While there were a fair number of apprentice mech designers that had successfully gained the capability to design rudimentary first-order living mechs, that was nothing special nowadays. Ves only recognized mech designers who committed their heart and soul to a design philosophy based on living mechs as a member of his own tribe. According to this definition, both Alexa Strian and Hugo Fournier happened to be members of the living mech tribe. Other mech designers that gained the capacity to design living mechs but had chosen to commit to other specializations could never become a member of his tribe. This included people like Gloriana and Kedis. Sure, both women could design serviceable living mechs if they wanted to, but so long as they continued to progress, they would eventually realize a design philosophy that had little to nothing to do with living mechs. Their contributions to his field of specialization would be marginal at best. Ves did not expect any of them to be able to further the development of living mechs in any significant capacity. These mech designers merely exploited the advantages of living mechs to complement their true specializations. There was nothing wrong with that. Ves should applaud mech designers who were willing to adopt his values and principles towards mechs, if only reluctantly. In any case, before the reappearance of Bridgehead 1, the number of mech designers that truly belonged to the living mech tribe could be counted with a single hand. This was why Ves felt shocked when Hugo casually revealed that the cybernetic empire had actually hid 400 more tribe members. This was a game changer if Hugo did not lie. With so many more mech designers who could design their own living mechs, Ves believed that they had definitely become a lot more prolific among the armed forces of the new superpower. The Cybers likely made much more progress with integrating living mechs in their mech armies. They were at least a decade ahead compared to the rest of Red humanity in this aspect. It was both good and bad that the mech industry of the cybernetic empire still maintained its separation from the general mech industry. If the former started to enter the latter, then Ves would probably have to endure an insane amount of competition. Given the importance of this revelation, Ves quickly summoned Alexa to his private design lab. The direct disciple had already grown so accustomed to receiving orders to meet with him at random times that she did not even bother to voice her complaints anymore. "What is it this time, sir?" she asked in a slightly tired voice. "I just concluded an interesting discussion with a mech designer from the cybernetic empire." Ves said, "I can summarize the talks, but I want you to observe and listen to a recording of our call. I could use a second perspective. I am sure you can pick up clues that I have overlooked." The female journeyman sat down on a nearby chair and began to do just that. She remained quiet and kept her expression neutral as she watched the entire recording. After it reached its conclusion, Alexa hardly looked fazed by the revelation that she had gained 400 compatriots. "I suspected as much," she said. "The polymath must have recognized the value of living mechs, especially if it has led to the birth of Carmen mechs. Given the rich foundation and large population base of Bridgehead 1, it does not take much capital to persuade a few thousand mech designers to specialize in living mech design, especially if it is possible to detect their affinities through inspection. Are you interested in exchanging with them?" Ves asked. "Yes, I would be lying if I said no. It will be difficult to make contact with them, however. Everyone desires to gain access to CE tech, but the Cybers have purposefully walled it off. The implications are many. I believe that one of the reasons why they are jealously guarding their advanced tech is to deny the new inventions falling into the hands of our hated enemies. The cosmopolitans cannot steal our tech if they never gained access to it in the first place." It sounded plausible enough to play an important factor in the cyber decision-making process. Due to the cosmopolitans, Red humanity simply could not protect all of its advanced tech from falling into the hands of the native aliens. What would the cosmopolitans do if they managed to enter or infiltrate Bridgehead 1? They would definitely try to steal all of the tech. Therefore, one of the most effective ways to block them from transferring the details of advanced human tech to the Red Cabal was to shut them out of the star system. Of course, Red humanity was not any better off. Ves already envisioned that he would have to bargain with the Cybers in order to gain limited access to CE tech. Oh well, it was better than nothing. The rise of the cybernetic empire was a net positive to Red humanity. Sure, They encouraged the division between the major powers, but their strength was sorely needed to keep the aliens, both intelligent and insectal, at bay. Chapter 7030 Ambiguous Strength. Do you feel pressured by the revelation that you have gained a lot of rivals? No, Alexa responded with a smile. I am confident in my own work. The mech designers of the so-called living machine tower may have taken advantage of the time of isolation while the polymaths subsidized their work. I doubt these rivals of mine can come close to equaling my motivation and desire to create entire dynasties of living mechs. My greatest advantage is that I am the only orthodox inheritor of your design philosophy. Aside from you, no one understands your work better. I dare say that not even the polymath is able to surpass me on this criterion. It took a particularly reckless kind of confidence for a journeyman mech designer to claim she knew more than the polymath about a subject related to mech design. Ves did not expect Alexa to be the kind of woman who was willing to make such an outrageous claim. So what have you picked up about Hugo during my first dialogue with him? He asked his insightful protege. Well, the first conclusion that I have drawn is that the cybers have chosen well. The Empire has likely performed an analysis on the 400 mech designers and determined that Mr. Fournier is the most predisposed to respect and admire you. Once his superiors chose him to represent the cybernetic empire, they trained him so that he would know exactly what to say to gain a favorable impression from you. It is abundantly clear to me that Hugo led the conversation from beginning to end as easily as a master musician played his most familiar instrument. Wow. Ves already had a feeling that the cyber representative manipulated him throughout the entire dialogue, but Alexa as a knowledgeable bystander clearly understood more. Did you pick up any other clues? Yes, plenty, sir. I also suspect that Hugo was receiving instructions from one or multiple analysts. I can spot multiple instances where he has shifted the conversation in a different direction than he initially expected. He must have received secret orders to steer the conversation in specific directions. Ves began to scowl after hearing that. He had the feeling that the cybers had played him like a fiddle without being aware of what was taking place. Even if the cybers did not harbor any ill intent towards Ves and the Larkinson clan, becoming aware of their deliberate manipulation still left a foul taste in his mouth. The good news is that the cybernetic empire places a high value in establishing a relationship with you. Becoming enemies with you is not in their interest. Alexa added. Ves let out a frustrated breath. That is indeed good to hear, but I don't want to be reduced to a puppet on their strings. I want to cooperate with the cybers, but if they continue to hold most if not all of the cards, then they will always hold the initiative. I will constantly have to defer to them on many different matters. If you suspect that the cybernetic empire harbors impure motives towards you, then you should try to maintain a certain degree of distance. Do not be in a hurry to accept its offers. Patience is a virtue in this case. I am aware that you feel the need to move quickly, but it is the cybers that are eager to form a relationship with you, not the other way around. You have been doing fine by yourself. You are currently feeling unbalanced because the existence of the living machine tower sounds so oppressive that you are feeling lost. Ves raised his eyebrow in surprise. That is a surprisingly accurate assessment of my current mental state. I didn't notice it as clearly as you, but now that you have pointed it out, it is rather obvious that I am rattled by the idea of 400 mech designers with lots of support personnel working to define living mechs according to their own ideas. Even if none of them has become a senior yet, if they get unleashed onto our existing mech market, they can completely drown out my products, especially if they come with other fancy CE tech. This is the first time that I have heard you express genuine concern about the competition. You speak of the mech designers of the living machine tower as if they pose a real threat to you. It does not necessarily have to be this way. There should be plenty of room for win-win relationships. Whether one side has earned greater wins than the others is not a matter you should be concerned about. Alexa made yet another good point. Ves could always count on his wisdom and ingenuity to temper the behavior of the Concordiat. You have given me a lot of good ideas. I need time to sort out my own preferences and weigh each of your suggestions. Good work, Alexa. Your observation and analytical capabilities are excellent. Alexa chose to reveal a portion of her true emotions. She obtained an inordinate amount of pride after being praised so heavily by her current mentor. Thank you for your appreciation, sir. I try my best to be of use to you. It is the right decision to turn to me to analyze your talk with a cyber. By the way, one of the other traits that I have picked up from Mr. Fournier is that he is completely sincere about his eagerness to collaborate with you on a mech design project. Many other mech designers of the Living Machine Tower may have shared the same goal at the start, but some of them may have diverged since that time. Ves and Alexa continued to talk and speculate about Hugo Fournier, the Living Machine Tower and the Cybernetic Empire. Their exchange was quite fruitful as Alexa paid attention to a lot of subtle details that Ves largely overlooked. The only issue was that a single conversation with a single journeyman mech designer only supplied them with a limited amount of information. If they wanted to know more about the empire that they wanted to cooperate with, they needed to talk to more citizens of the Cybernetic Empire or visit Bridgehead 1 in person. I don't expect to see quick progress in either of these areas. Ves concluded, the cybers are deliberately acting mysteriously. That makes me suspect that they are resorting to subterfuge to make themselves appear invincible when they are actually not that outrageously strong. His student nodded in agreement. One of the greatest weaknesses of the Cybernetic Empire is their lack of high-ranking mech pilots. The time of isolation has produced a poor environment for the promotion of mech pilots. All existing high-ranking mech pilots have stayed true to their original oaths and allegiances. If there were any breakthroughs, then those pilots should still be expert pilots or maybe junior ace pilots if we are being optimistic. None of them should be anywhere close to becoming a god pilot unless they are just as talented as the chosen human. Then there is the first flame. Ves snorted. That old fossil is a stubborn traditionalist who has failed to adapt to a rapidly changing society. He is arguably the strongest god pilot in the Red Ocean before the Fist of Defiance has received his superdimensional upgrade. Now, he has completely been left behind. I haven't had any pleasant experiences with him, but from what I can surmise, he has lost interest in mortal matters. He is like an older phase whale in that sense. His sights are largely set at the top. This is probably why he still hasn't exited from the center of a star despite the fact that Bridgehead 1 has already reconnected to the rest of the Red Ocean. His overall conclusion was that the first flame was unlikely to lend his strength to the polymath and her empire unless they faced a civilization-ending threat.